Chapter 32. Containing an answer to the love letter. Alice had had a week allowed to her to write her answer, but she sent it off before the full week was past. "Why should I keep him in suspense?" she said. "If it is to be so, there can be no good in not saying so at once." Then she thought, also, that if this were to be her destiny it might be well for Mr. Gray that all his doubts on the matter should be dispelled. She had treated him badly, very badly. She had so injured him that the remembrance of the injury must always be a source of misery to her. But she owed to him above everything to let him know what were her intentions as soon as they were settled. She tried to console herself by thinking that the wound to him would be easy to cure. "He also is not passionate," she said. But in so saying she deceived herself. He was a man in whom love could be very passionate, and was, moreover, one in whom love could hardly be renewed. Each morning Kate asked her whether her answer was written, and on the third day after Christmas, just before dinner, Alice said that she had written it, and that it was gone. "But it isn't post day," said Kate, "for the post illuminated Vavasor but 3 days a week." "I have given a boy 6 pence to take it to Shap," said Alice, blushing. "And what have you said?" asked Kate, taking hold of the other's arm. "I have kept my promise," said Alice, "and do you keep yours by asking no further questions?" "My sister, my own sister," said Kate. And then, as Alice met her embrace, there was no longer any doubt as to the nature of the reply. After this there was of course much close discussion between them as to what other steps should now be taken. Kate wanted her cousin to write immediately to Mr. Gray, and was somewhat frightened when Alice declined to do so till she had received a further letter from George. "You have not proposed any horrid stipulations to him," exclaimed Kate. "I don't know what you may call horrid stipulations," said Alice, gravely. "My conditions have not been very hard, and I do not think you would have disapproved them. But he is so impetuous. Will he disapprove them?" "I have told him, but, Kate, this is just what I did not mean to tell you." "Why should there be secrets between us?" said Kate. "There shall be none, then. I have told him that I cannot bring myself to marry him instantly. That he must allow me 12 months to wear off, if I can in that time, much of sadness and of self-reproach which has fallen to my lot." 12 months, Alice. Listen to me. I have said so. But I have told him also that if he wishes it still, I will at once tell Papa and Grandpapa that I hold myself as engaged to him. So that he may know that I bind myself to him as far as it is possible that I should do so. And I have added something else, Kate, she continued to say after a slight pause, something else which I can tell you, though I could tell it to no other person. I can tell you because you would do, and will do the same. I have told him that any portion of my money is at his service which may be needed for his purposes before that 12 months is over. Oh, Alice. No, no. You shall not do that. It is too generous. And Kate perhaps felt at the moment that her brother was a man to whom such an offer could hardly be made with safety. But I have done it. Mercury, with 6 pence in his pocket, is already posting my generosity at Shap. And, to tell the truth, Kate, it is no more than fair. He has honestly told me that while the old squire lives he will want my money to assist him in a career of which I do much more than approve. It has been my earnest wish to see him in Parliament. It will now be the most earnest desire of my heart, the one thing as to which I shall feel an intense anxiety. How then can I have the face to bid him wait 12 months for that which is specially needed in 6 months' time? It would be like the workhouses which are so long in giving bread, that in the meantime the wretches starve. But the wretch shan't starve, said Kate. My money, small as it is, will carry him over this bout. I have told him that he shall have it, and that I expect him to spend it. Moreover, I have no doubt that Aunt Greenow would lend me what he wants. But I should not wish him to borrow from Aunt Greenow. She would advance him the money, as you say, upon stamped paper, and then talk of it. He shall have mine, said Kate. And who are you? Said Alice, laughing. You are not going to be his wife. He shall not touch your money till you are his wife, said Kate, very seriously. I wish you would consent to change your mind about this stupid tedious year, and then you might do as you pleased. I have no doubt such a settlement might be made as to the property here, when my grandfather hears of it, as would make you ultimately safe. And do you think I care to be ultimately safe, as you call it? Kate, my dear, you do not understand me. I suppose not. And yet I thought that I had known something about you. It is because I do not care for the safety of which you speak that I am now going to become your brother's wife. Do you suppose that I do not see that I must run much risk? You prefer the excitement of London to the tranquillity, may I say, of Cambridgeshire. Exactly, and therefore I have told George that he shall have my money whenever he wants it. Kate was very persistent in her objection to this scheme till George's answer came. His answer to Alice was accompanied by a letter to his sister, and after that Kate said nothing more about the money question. She said no more then. But it must not therefore be supposed that she was less determined than she had been that no part of Alice's fortune should be sacrificed to her brother's wants. At any rate before Alice should become her brother's wife. But her brother's letter for the moment stopped her mouth. It would be necessary that she should speak to him before she again spoke to Alice. In what words Alice had written her assent it will be necessary that the reader should know, in order that something may be understood of the struggle which she made upon the occasion. But they shall be given presently, when I come to speak of George Vavasor's position as he received them. George's reply was very short and apparently very frank. He deprecated the delay of 12 months, and still hoped to be able to induce her to be more lenient to him. He advised her to write to Mr. Grey at once, and as regarded the squire he gave her carte blanche to act as she pleased. If the squire required any kind of apology, expression of sorrow, and asking for pardon, or such like, he, George, would, under the circumstances as they now existed, comply with the requisition most willingly. He would regard it as a simple form, made necessary by his coming marriage. As to Alice's money, he thanked her heartily for her confidence. If the nature of his coming contest at Chelsea should make it necessary, he would use her offer as frankly as it had been made. Such was his letter to Alice. What was contained in his letter to Kate, Alice never knew. Then came the business of telling this new love tale, the third which poor Alice had been forced to tell her father and grandfather. And a grievous task it was. In this matter she feared her father much more than her grandfather, and therefore she resolved to tell her grandfather first. Or, rather, she determined that she would tell the squire, and that in the meantime Kate should talk to her father. "Grandpapa," she said to him the morning after she had received her cousin's second letter. The old man was in the habit of breakfasting alone in a closet of his own, which was called his dressing-room, but in which he kept no appurtenances for dressing. But in lieu of them a large collection of old spuds and sticks and horse spits. There was a broken spade here, and a hoe or two. And a small table in the corner was covered with the debris of tradesmen's bills from Penrith, and dirty scraps which he was wont to call his farm accounts. "Grandpapa," said Alice, rushing away at once into the middle of her subject, "you told me the other day that you thought I ought to be married." "Did I, my dear?" "Well, yes, so I did. And so you ought, I mean to that Mr. Grey." "That is impossible, sir." "Then what's the use of your coming and talking to me about it?" This made Alice's task not very easy. But, nevertheless, she persevered. "I am come, grandpapa, to tell you of another engagement." "Another," said he. And by the tone of his voice he accused his granddaughter of having a larger number of favoured suitors than ought to fall to the lot of any young lady. It was very hard upon her, but still she went on. "You know," said she, "that some years ago I was to have been married to my cousin George," and then she paused. "Well," said the old man. "And I remember you told me then that you were much pleased." "So I was. George was doing well then, or, which is more likely, had made us believe that he was doing well." "Have you made it up with him again?" "Yes, sir. And that's the meaning of your jilting, Mr. Gray, is it? Poor Alice. It is hard to explain how heavy a blow fell upon her from the open utterance of that word. Of all words in the language it was the one which she now most dreaded. She had called herself a jilt, with that inaudible voice which one uses in making self-accusations, but hitherto no lips had pronounced the odious word to her ears. Poor Alice. She was a jilt. And perhaps it may have been well that the old man should tell her so. "Grandpapa," she said, and there was that in the tone of her voice which somewhat softened the squire's heart. "Well, my dear, I don't want to be ill-natured. So you are going at last to marry George, are you? I hope he'll treat you well, that's all. Does your father approve of it? I have told you first, sir, because I wish to obtain your consent to seeing George again here as your grandson." "Never," said the old man, snarling, "never. If he has been wrong, he will beg your pardon." "If he has been wrong. Didn't he want to squander every shilling of the property which has never belonged to him? Property which I could give to Tom, Dick, or Harry tomorrow, if I liked, if he has been wrong. I am not defending him, sir. But I thought that, perhaps, on such an occasion as this. A tomfool's occasion. You've got money of your own. He'll spend all that now. He will be less likely to do so if you will recognize him as your heir. Pray believe, sir, that he is not the sort of man that he was. He must be a very clever sort of man, I think, when he has talked you out of such a husband as John Gray. It's astounding to me, with that ugly mug of his. Well, my dear, if your father approves of it, and if George will ask my pardon, but I don't think he ever will." "He will, sir. I am his messenger for as much as that." "Oh, you are you? Then you may also be my messenger to him, and tell him that, for your sake, I will let him come back here. I know he'll insult me the first day. But I'll try and put up with it, for your sake, my dear. Of course I must know what your father thinks about it." It may be imagined that Kate's success was even less than that which Alice achieved. "I knew it would be so," said John Vavasor, when his niece first told him, and as he spoke he struck his hand upon the table. "I knew all along how it would be. And why should it not be so, Uncle John? He is your brother, and I will not tell you why. You think that he is a spendthrift. I think that he is as unsafe a man as ever I knew to be entrusted with the happiness of any young woman. That is all. You are hard upon him, uncle." "Perhaps so. Tell Alice this from me, that as I have never yet been able to get her to think anything of my opinion, I do not at all expect that I shall be able to induce her to do so now. I will not even make the attempt. As my son-in-law I will not receive George Vavasor. Tell Alice that." Alice was told her father's message, but Kate in telling it felt no deep regret. She well knew that Alice would not be turned back from her present intention by her father's wishes. Nor would it have been very reasonable that she should. Her father had for many years relieved himself from the burden of a father's cares, and now had hardly the right to claim a father's privileges. We will now go once again to George Vavasor's room in Cecil Street, in which he received Alice's letter. He was dressing when it was first brought to him. And when he recognized the handwriting he put it down on his toilet table unopened. He put it down, and went on brushing his hair, as though he were determined to prove to himself that he was indifferent as to the tidings which it might contain. He went on brushing his hair, and cleaning his teeth, and tying his cravat carefully over his turned-down collar, while the unopened letter lay close to his hand. Of course he was thinking of it, of course he was anxious, of course his eye went to it from moment to moment. But he carried it with him into the sitting-room still unopened, and so it remained until after the girl had brought him his tea and his toast. "And now," said he, as he threw himself into his armchair, "let us see what the girl of my heart says to me." The girl of his heart said to him as follows. "My dear George, I feel great difficulty in answering your letter. Could I have my own way, I should make no answer to it at present, but leave it for the next 6 months, so that then such answer might hereafter be made as circumstances should seem to require. This will be little flattering to you, but it is less flattering to myself. Whatever answer I may make, how can anything in this affair be flattering either to you or to me? We have been like children who have quarrelled over our game of play, till now, at the close of our little day of pleasure, we are fain to meet each other in tears, and acknowledge that we have looked for delights where no delights were to be found. Kate, who is here, talks to me of passionate love. There is no such passion left to me, nor, as I think, to you either. It would not now be possible that you and I should come together on such terms as that. We could not stand up together as man and wife with any hope of a happy marriage, unless we had both agreed that such happiness might be had without passionate love. You will see from all this that I do not refuse your offer. Without passion, I have for you a warm affection, which enables me to take a livelier interest in your career than in any other of the matters which are around me. Of course, if I become your wife that interest will be still closer and dearer, and I do feel that I can take in it that concern which a wife should have in her husband's affairs. If it suits you, I will become your wife, but it cannot be quite at once. I have suffered much from the past conflicts of my life, and there has been very much with which I must reproach myself. I know that I have behaved badly. Sometimes I have to undergo the doubly bitter self-accusation of having behaved in a manner which the world will call unfeminine. You must understand that I have not passed through this unscathed, and I must beg you to allow me some time for a cure. A perfect cure I may never expect, but I think that in 12 months from this time I may so far have recovered my usual spirit and ease of mind as to enable me to devote myself to your happiness. Dear George, if you will accept me under such circumstances, I will be your wife, and will endeavour to do my duty by you faithfully. I have said that even now, as your cousin, I take a lively interest in your career. Of course I mean your career as a politician, and especially in your hopes of entering Parliament. I understand, accurately as I think, what you have said about my fortune, and I perfectly appreciate your truth and frankness. If I had nothing of my own, you, in your circumstances, could not possibly take me as your wife. I know, moreover, that your need of assistance from my means is immediate rather than prospective. My money may be absolutely necessary to you within this year, during which, as I tell you most truly, I cannot bring myself to become a married woman. But my money shall be less cross-grained than myself. You will take it as frankly as I mean it when I say, that whatever you want for your political purposes shall be forthcoming at your slightest wish. Dear George, let me have the honour and glory of marrying a man who has gained a seat in the Parliament of Great Britain. Of all positions which a man may attain, that, to me, is the grandest. I shall wait for a further letter from you before I speak either to my father or to my grandfather. If you can tell me that you accede to my views, I will at once try to bring about a reconciliation between you and the squire. I think that will be almost easier than inducing my father to look with favour upon our marriage. But I need hardly say that should either one or the other oppose it, or should both do so, that would not turn me from my purpose. I also wait for your answer to write a last line to Mr. Gray. Your affectionate cousin, Alice Vavasor. George Vavasor, when he had read the letter, threw it carelessly from him on to the breakfast table, and began to munch his toast. He threw it carelessly from him, as though taking a certain pride in his carelessness. Very well, said he, so be it. It is probably the best thing that I could do, whatever the effect may be on her. Then he took up his newspaper. But before the day was over he had made many plans made almost unconsciously, as to the benefit which might accrue to him from the offer which she had made of her money. And before night he had written that reply to her of which we have heard the contents, and had written also to his sister Kate a letter, of which Kate had kept the contents to herself. Chapter 33. Monkshade. When the first of the new year came round, Lady Glencora was not keeping her appointment at Lady Monk's house. She went to Gatherum Castle, and let us hope that she enjoyed the magnificent Christmas hospitality of the Duke, but when the time came for moving on to Monkshade, she was indisposed, and Mr. Palliser went thither alone. Lady Glencora returned to Matching and remained at home, while her husband was away, in company with the two Miss Pallisers. When the tidings reached Monkshade that Lady Glencora was not to be expected, Burgo Fitzgerald was already there. Armed with such pecuniary assistance as George Vavasor had been able to wrench out of the hands of Mr. Magruin. "Burgo," said his aunt, catching him one morning near his bedroom door as he was about to go downstairs in hunting trim, "Burgo, your old flame, Lady Glencora, is not coming here." "Lady Glencora not coming?" said Burgo, betraying by his look and the tone of his voice too clearly that this change in the purpose of a married lady was to him of more importance than it should have been. Such betrayal, however, to Lady Monk was not perhaps matter of much moment. "No, she is not coming." "It can't be matter of any moment to you now." "But, by heavens, it is," said he, putting his hand up to his forehead, and leaning back against the wall of the passage as though in despair. "It is matter of moment to me. I am the most unfortunate devil that ever lived." "Fie, Burgo, fie. You must not speak in that way of a married woman. I begin to think it is better that she should not come." At this moment another man booted and spurred came down the passage, upon whom Lady Monk smiled sweetly, speaking some pretty little word as he passed. Burgo spoke never a word, but still stood leaning against the wall, with his hand to his forehead, showing that he had heard something which had moved him greatly. "Come back into your room, Burgo," said his aunt. And they both went in at the door that was nearest to them, for Lady Monk had been on the lookout for him, and had caught him as soon as he appeared in the passage. "If this does annoy you, you should keep it to yourself. What will people say?" "How can I help what they say?" "But you would not wish to injure her, I suppose?" "I thought it best to tell you, for fear you should show any special sign of surprise if you heard of it first in public. It is very weak in you to allow yourself to feel that sort of regard for a married woman. If you cannot constrain yourself I shall be afraid to let you meet her in Brook Street." Burgo looked for a moment into his aunt's face without answering her, and then turned away towards the door. "You can do as you please about that," said he. "But you know as well as I do what I have made up my mind to do." "Nonsense, Burgo, I know nothing of the kind. But do you go downstairs to breakfast, and don't look like that when you go among the people there." Lady Monk was a woman now about 50 years of age, who had been a great beauty, and who was still handsome in her advanced age. Her figure was very good. She was tall and of fine proportion, though by no means verging to that state of body which our excellent American friend and critic Mr. Hawthorne has described as beefy and has declared to be the general condition of English ladies of Lady Monk's age. Lady Monk was not beefy. She was a comely, handsome, upright dame, one of whom, as regards her outward appearance, England might be proud, and of whom Sir Cosmo Monk was very proud. She had come of the family of the Worcestershire Fitzgeralds, of whom it used to be said that there never was one who was not beautiful and worthless. Looking at Lady Monk you would hardly think that she could be a worthless woman. But there were one or two who professed to know her, and who declared that she was a true scion of the family to which she belonged. That even her husband's ample fortune had suffered from her extravagance, that she had quarrelled with her only son, and had succeeded in marrying her daughter to the greatest fool in the peerage. She had striven very hard to bring about a marriage between her nephew and the great heiress, and was a woman not likely to pardon those who had foiled her. At this moment Burgo felt very certain that his aunt was aware of his purpose, and could not forgive her for pretending to be innocent of it. In this he was most ungrateful, as well as unreasonable, and very indiscreet also. Had he been a man who ever reflected he must have known that such a woman as his aunt could only assist him as long as she might be presumed to be ignorant of his intention. But Burgo never reflected. The Fitzgeralds never reflected till they were nearer 40 than 30, and then people began to think worse of them than they had thought before. When Burgo reached the dining room there were many men there, but no ladies. Sir Cosmo Monk, a fine bald-headed hale man of about 60, was standing up at the sideboard, cutting a huge game pie. He was a man also who did not reflect much, but who contrived to keep straight in his course through the world without much reflection. "Palliser is coming without her," he said in his loud clear voice, thinking nothing of his wife's nephew. "She's ill, she says." "I'm sorry for it," said one man. "She's a deal the better fellow of the two." "She has twice more go in her than Planty Paul," said another. "Planty is no fool, I can tell you," said Sir Cosmo, coming to the table with his plate full of pie. "We think he's about the most rising man we have." Sir Cosmo was the member for his county, and was a Liberal. He had once, when a much younger man, been at the Treasury, and had since always spoken of the Whig government as though he himself were in some sort of part of it. "Burgo, do you hear that Palliser is coming without his wife?" said one man, a very young man, who hardly knew what had been the circumstances of the case. The others, when they saw Burgo enter, had been silent on the subject of Lady Glencora. "I have heard, NBD, D to him," said Burgo. Then there was suddenly a silence in the room, and everyone seemed to attend assiduously to his breakfast. It was very terrible, this clear expression of a guilty meaning with reference to the wife of another man. Burgo regarded neither his plate nor his cup, but thrusting his hands into his breeches pockets, sat back in his chair with the blackness as of a thunder cloud upon his brow. "Burgo, you had better eat your breakfast," said Sir Cosmo. "I don't want any breakfast." He took, however, a bit of toast, and crumbling it up in his hand as he put a morsel into his mouth, went away to the sideboard and filled for himself a glass of cherry brandy. "If you don't eat any breakfast the less of that you take the better," said Sir Cosmo. "I'm all right now," said he, and coming back to the table, went through some form of making a meal with a roll and a cup of tea. They who were then present used afterwards to say that they should never forget that breakfast. There had been something, they declared, in the tone of Burgo's voice when he uttered his curse against Mr. Palliser, which had struck them all with dread. There had, too, they said, been a blackness in his face, so terrible to be seen, that it had taken from them all the power of conversation. Sir Cosmo, when he had broken the ominous silence, had done so with a manifest struggle. The loud clatter of glasses with which Burgo had swallowed his dram, as though resolved to show that he was regardless who might know that he was drinking, added to the feeling. It may easily be understood that there was no further word spoken at that breakfast table about Planty Paul or his wife. On that day Burgo Fitzgerald startled all those who saw him by the mad way in which he rode. Early in the day there was no excuse for any such rashness. The hounds went from wood to wood, and men went in troops along the forest sides as they do on such occasions. But Burgo was seen to cram his horse at impracticable places, and to ride at gates and rails as though resolved to do himself and his uncle's steed a mischief. This was so apparent that some friend spoke to Sir Cosmo Monk about it. "I can do nothing," said Sir Cosmo. "He is a man whom no one's words will control. Something has ruffled him this morning, and he must run his chance till he becomes quiet." In the afternoon there was a good run, and Burgo again rode as hard as he could make his horse carry him. But then there was the usual excuse for hard riding, and such riding in a straight run is not dangerous, as it is when the circumstances of the occasion do not warrant it. But, be that as it may, Burgo went on to the end of the day without accident, and as he went home, assured Sir Cosmo, in a voice which was almost cheery, that his mare Spinster was by far the best thing in the Monkshade stables. Indeed Spinster made quite a character that day, and was sold at the end of the season for 300 guineas on the strength of it. I am, however, inclined to believe that there was nothing particular about the mare. Horses always catch the temperament of their riders, and when a man wishes to break his neck, he will generally find a horse willing to assist him in appearance, but able to save him in the performance. Burgo, at any rate, did not break his neck, and appeared at the dinner table in a better humour than that which he had displayed in the morning. On the day appointed Mr. Palliser reached Monkshade. He was, in a manner, canvassing for the support of the Liberal party, and it would not have suited him to show any indifference to the invitation of so influential a man as Sir Cosmo. Sir Cosmo had a little party of his own in the house, consisting of 4 or 5 other respectable country gentlemen, who troubled themselves little with thinking, and who mostly had bald heads. Sir Cosmo was a man with whom it was quite necessary that such an aspirant as Mr. Palliser should stand well, and therefore Mr. Palliser came to Monkshade, although Lady Glencora was unable to accompany him. "We are so sorry," said Lady Monk. "We have been looking forward to having Lady Glencora with us beyond everything." Mr. Palliser declared that Lady Glencora herself was overwhelmed with grief in that she should have been debarred from making this special visit. She had, however, been so unwell at Gatherum, the anxious husband declared, as to make it unsafe for her to go again away from home. "I hope it is nothing serious," said Lady Monk, with a look of grief so well arranged that any stranger would have thought that all the Pallisers must have been very dear to her heart. Then Mr. Palliser went on to explain that Lady Glencora had unfortunately been foolish. During one of those nights of hard frost she had gone out among the ruins at Matching, to show them by moonlight to a friend. The friend had thoughtlessly, foolishly, and in a manner which Mr. Palliser declared to be very reprehensible, allowed Lady Glencora to remain among the ruins till she had caught cold. "How very wrong," said Lady Monk with considerable emphasis. "It was very wrong," said Mr. Palliser, speaking of poor Alice almost maliciously. "However, she caught a cold which, unfortunately, has become worse at my uncle's, and so I was obliged to take her home." Lady Monk perceived that Mr. Palliser had in truth left his wife behind because he believed her to be ill, and not because he was afraid of Burgo Fitzgerald. So accomplished a woman as Lady Monk felt no doubt that the wife's absence was caused by fear of the lover, and not by any cold caught in viewing ruins by moonlight. She was not to be deceived in such a matter. But she became aware that Mr. Palliser had been deceived. As she was right in this we must go back for a moment, and say a word of things as they went on at Matching after Alice Vavasor had left that place. Alice had told Miss Palliser that steps ought to be taken, whatever might be their cost, to save Lady Glencora from the peril of a visit to Monkshade. To this Miss Palliser had assented, and, when she left Alice, was determined to tell Mr. Palliser the whole story. But when the time for doing so had come, her courage failed her. She could not find words in which to warn the husband that his wife would not be safe in the company of her old lover. The task with Lady Glencora herself, bad as that would be, might be easier, and this task she at last undertook, not without success. "Glencora," she said, when she found a fitting opportunity, "you won't be angry, I hope, if I say a word to you?" "That depends very much upon what the word is," said Lady Glencora. And here it must be acknowledged that Mr. Palliser's wife had not done much to ingratiate herself with Mr. Palliser's cousins. Not perhaps so much as she should have done, seeing that she found them in her husband's house. She had taught herself to think that they were hard, stiff, and too proud of bearing the name of Palliser. Perhaps some little attempt may have been made by one or both of them to teach her something. And it need hardly be said that such an attempt on the part of a husband's unmarried female relations would not be forgiven by a young bride. She had undoubtedly been ungracious, and of this Miss Palliser was well aware. "Well, the word shall be as little unpleasant as I can make it," said Miss Palliser, already appreciating fully the difficulty of her task. "But why say anything that is unpleasant? However, if it is to be said, let us have it over at once. You are going to Monkshade, I believe, with Plantagenet. Well, and what of that? Dear Glencora, I think you had better not go. Do you not think so yourself?" "Who has been talking to you?" said Lady Glencora, turning upon her very sharply. "Nobody has been talking to me, not in the sense you mean." "Plantagenet has spoken to you?" "Not a word," said Miss Palliser. "You may be sure that he would not utter a word on such a subject to anyone unless it were to yourself. But, dear Glencora, you should not go there, I mean it in all kindness and love, I do indeed." Saying this she offered her hand to Glencora, and Glencora took it. "Perhaps you do," said she in a low voice. "Indeed I do. The world is so hard and cruel in what it says. I do not care two straws for what the world says. But he might care. It is not my fault. I do not want to go to Monkshade. Lady Monk was my friend once, but I do not care if I never see her again. I did not arrange this visit. It was Plantagenet who did it. But he will not take you there if you say you do not wish it. I have said so, and he told me that I must go. You will hardly believe me, but I condescended even to tell him why I thought it better to remain away. He told me, in answer, that it was a silly folly which I must live down, and that it did not become me to be afraid of any man. Of course you are not afraid, but I am afraid. That is just the truth. I am afraid, but what can I do more than I have done? This was very terrible to Miss Palliser. She had not thought that Lady Glencora would say so much, and she felt a true regret in having been made to hear words which so nearly amounted to a confession. But for this there was no help now. There were not many more words between them, and we already know the result of the conversation. Lady Glencora became so ill from the effects of her imprudent lingering among the ruins that she was unable to go to Monkshade. Mr. Palliser remained 3 days at Monkshade, and cemented his political alliance with Sir Cosmo much in the same way as he had before done with the Duke of St. Bungay. There was little or nothing said about politics, and certainly not a word that could be taken as any definite party understanding between the men. But they sat at dinner together at the same table, drank a glass of wine or two out of the same decanters, and dropped a chance word now and again about the next session of Parliament. I do not know that anything more had been expected either by Mr. Palliser or by Sir Cosmo, but it seemed to be understood when Mr. Palliser went away that Sir Cosmo was of opinion that that young scion of a ducal house ought to become the future Chancellor of the Exchequer in the Whig government. I can't see that there's so much in him, said one young member of Parliament to Sir Cosmo. I rather think that there is, all the same, said the baronet. There's a good deal in him, I believe. I dare say he's not very bright, but I don't know that we want brightness. A bright financier is the most dangerous man in the world. We've had enough of that already. Give me sound common sense, with just enough of the gab in a man to enable him to say what he's got to say. We don't want more than that nowadays. From which it became evident that Sir Cosmo was satisfied with the new political candidate for high place. Lady Monk took an occasion to introduce Mr. Palliser to Burgo Fitzgerald. With what object it is difficult to say, unless she was anxious to make mischief between the men. Burgo scowled at him, but Mr. Palliser did not notice the scowl, and put out his hand to his late rival most affably. Burgo was forced to take it, and as he did so made a little speech. "I'm sorry that we have not the pleasure of seeing Lady Glencora with you," said he. "She is unfortunately indisposed," said Mr. Palliser. "I am sorry for it," said Burgo, "very sorry indeed." Then he turned his back and walked away. The few words he had spoken, and the manner in which he had carried himself, had been such as to make all those around them notice it. Each of them knew that Lady Glencora's name should not have been in Burgo's mouth, and all felt a fear not easily to be defined that something terrible would come of it. But Mr. Palliser himself did not seem to notice anything, or to fear anything, and nothing terrible did come of it during that visit of his to Monkshade. Chapter 34. Mr. Vavasor speaks to his daughter. Alice Vavasor returned to London with her father, leaving Kate at Vavasor Hall with her grandfather. The journey was not a pleasant one. Mr. Vavasor knew that it was his duty to do something, to take some steps with the view of preventing the marriage which his daughter meditated. But he did not know what that something should be, and he did know that, whatever it might be, the doing of it would be thoroughly disagreeable. When they started from Vavasor he had as yet hardly spoken to her a word upon the subject. "I cannot congratulate you," he had simply said. "I hope the time may come, Papa, when you will," Alice had answered, and that had been all. The squire had promised that he would consent to a reconciliation with his grandson, if Alice's father would express himself satisfied with the proposed marriage. John Vavasor had certainly expressed nothing of the kind. "I think so badly of him," he had said, speaking to the old man of George, that I would rather know that almost any other calamity was to befall her, than that she should be united to him. Then the squire, with his usual obstinacy, had taken up the cudgels on behalf of his grandson, and had tried to prove that the match after all would not be so bad in its results as his son seemed to expect. It would do very well for the property, he said. I would settle the estate on their eldest son, so that he could not touch it, and I don't see why he shouldn't reform as well as another. John Vavasor had then declared that George was thoroughly bad, that he was an adventurer, that he believed him to be a ruined man, and that he would never reform. The squire upon this had waxed angry, and in this way George obtained aid and assistance down at the old house, which he certainly had no right to expect. When Alice wished her grandfather goodbye, the old man gave her a message to his grandson. "You may tell him," said he, "that I will never see him again unless he begs my pardon for his personal bad conduct to me, but that if he marries you, I will take care that the property is properly settled upon his child and yours. I shall always be glad to see you, my dear, and for your sake, I will see him if he will humble himself to me." There was no word spoken then about her father's consent. And Alice, when she left Vavasor, felt that the squire was rather her friend than her enemy in regard to this thing which she contemplated. That her father was and would be an uncompromising enemy to her, uncompromising though probably not energetical, she was well aware, and, therefore, the journey up to London was not comfortable. Alice had resolved, with great pain to herself, that in this matter she owed her father no obedience. There cannot be obedience on one side, she said to herself, without protection and support on the other. Now it was quite true that John Vavasor had done little in the way of supporting or protecting his daughter. Early in life, before she had resided under the same roof with him in London, he had, as it were, washed his hands of all solicitude regarding her. And having no other ties of family, had fallen into habits of life which made it almost impossible for him to live with her as any other father would live with his child. Then, when there first sprang up between them that manner of sharing the same house without any joining together of their habits of life, he had excused himself to himself by saying that Alice was unlike other girls, and that she required no protection. Her fortune was her own, and at her own disposal. Her character was such that she showed no inclination to throw the burden of such disposal on her father's shoulders. She was steady, too, and given to no pursuits which made it necessary that he should watch closely over her. She was a girl, he thought, who could do as well without surveillance as with it, as well, or perhaps better. So it had come to pass that Alice had been the free mistress of her own actions, and had been left to make the most she could of her own hours. It cannot be supposed that she had eaten her lonely dinners in Queen and Street night after night, week after week, month after month, without telling herself that her father was neglecting her. She could not perceive that he spent every evening in society, but never an evening in her society. Without feeling that the tie between her and him was not the strong bond which usually binds a father to his child. She was well aware that she had been ill-used in being thus left desolate in her home. She had uttered no word of complaint. But she had learned, without being aware that she was doing so, to entertain a firm resolve that her father should not guide her in her path through life. In that affair of John Gray they had both for a time thought alike, and Mr. Vavasor had believed that his theory with reference to Alice had been quite correct. She had been left to herself, and was going to dispose of herself in a way than which nothing could be more eligible. But evil days were now coming, and Mr. Vavasor, as he travelled up to London, with his daughter seated opposite to him in the railway carriage, felt that now, at last, he must interfere. In part of the journey they had the carriage to themselves, and Mr. Vavasor thought that he would begin what he had to say. But he put it off till others joined them, and then there was no further opportunity for such conversation as that which would be necessary between them. They reached home about 8 in the evening, having dined on the road. "She will be tired tonight," he said to himself, as he went off to his club, "and I will speak to her tomorrow." Alice specially felt his going on this evening. When two persons had together the tedium of such a journey as that from Westmoreland up to London, There should be some feeling between them to bind them together while enjoying the comfort of the evening. Had he stayed and sat with her at her tea table, Alice would at any rate have endeavoured to be soft with him in any discussion that might have been raised. But he went away from her at once, leaving her to think alone over the perils of the life before her. "I want to speak to you after breakfast tomorrow," he said as he went out. Alice answered that she should be there, as a matter of course. She scorned to tell him that she was always there, always alone at home. She had never uttered a word of complaint, and she would not begin now. The discussion after breakfast the next day was commenced with formal and almost ceremonial preparation. The father and daughter breakfasted together, with the knowledge that the discussion was coming. It did not give to either of them a good appetite, and very little was said at table. "Will you come upstairs?" said Alice, when she perceived that her father had finished his tea. "Perhaps that will be best," said he. Then he followed her into the drawing-room in which the fire had just been lit. "Alice," said he, "I must speak to you about this engagement of yours. Won't you sit down, Papa? It does look so dreadful, you're standing up over one in that way." He had placed himself on the rug with his back to the incipient fire, but now, at her request, he sat himself down opposite to her. "I was greatly grieved when I heard of this at Vavasor." "I am sorry that you should be grieved, Papa." "I was grieved. I must confess that I never could understand why you treated Mr. Gray as you have done." "Oh, Papa, that's done and past. Pray let that be among the bygones. Does he know yet of your engagement with your cousin?" "He will know it by this time tomorrow." "Then I beg of you, as a great favour, to postpone your letter to him." To this Alice made no answer. "I have not troubled you with many such requests, Alice. Will you tell me that this one shall be granted? I think that I owe it to him as an imperative duty to let him know the truth. But you may change your mind again." Alice found that this was hard to bear and hard to answer, but there was a certain amount of truth in the grievous reproach conveyed in her father's words, which made her bow her neck to it. "I have no right to say that it is impossible," she replied, in words that were barely audible. "No, exactly so," said her father. "And therefore it will be better that you should postpone any such communication." "For how long do you mean?" "Till you and I shall have agreed together that he should be told." "No, Papa. I will not consent to that. I consider myself bound to let him know the truth without delay. I have done him a great injury, and I must put an end to that as soon as possible." "You have done him an injury certainly, my dear, a very great injury," said Mr. Vavasor, going away from his object about the proposed letter. "And I believe he will feel it as such to the last day of his life, if this goes on." "I hope not. I believe that it will not be so. I feel sure that it will not be so. But of course what I am thinking of now is your welfare, not his. When you simply told me that you intended to—" Alice winced, for she feared to hear from her father that odious word which her grandfather had used to her. And indeed the word had been on her father's lips, but he had refrained and spared her. "That you intended to break your engagement with Mr. Gray," he continued, "I said little or nothing to you. I would not ask you to marry any man, even though you had yourself promised to marry him. But when you tell me that you are engaged to your cousin George, the matter is very different. I do not think well of your cousin. Indeed I think anything but well of him. It is my duty to tell you that the world speaks very ill of him." He paused, but Alice remained silent. "When you were about to travel with him," he continued, "I ought perhaps to have told you the same. But I did not wish to pain you or his sister. And, moreover, I have heard worse of him since then, much worse than I had heard before." "As you did not tell me before, I think you might spare me now," said Alice. "No, my dear. I cannot allow you to sacrifice yourself without telling you that you are doing so. If it were not for your money he would never think of marrying you." "Of that I am well aware," said Alice. "He has told me so himself very plainly." "And yet you will marry him?" "Certainly I will. It seems to me, Papa, that there is a great deal of false feeling about this matter of money in marriage, or rather, perhaps, a great deal of pretended feeling. Why should I be angry with a man for wishing to get that for which every man is struggling? At this point of George's career the use of money is essential to him. He could not marry without it. You had better then give him your money without yourself, said her father, speaking in irony. That is just what I mean to do, Papa, said Alice. What, said Mr. Vavasor, jumping up from his seat. You mean to give him your money before you marry him? Certainly I do, if he should want it, or, I should rather say, as much as he may want of it. Heavens and earth, exclaimed Mr. Vavasor. Alice, you must be mad. To part with my money to my friend, said she. It is a kind of madness of which I need not at any rate be ashamed. Tell me this, Alice, has he got any of it as yet? Not a shilling. Papa, pray do not look at me like that. If I had no thought of marrying him you would not call me mad because I lent to my cousin what money he might need. I should only say that so much of your fortune was thrown away, and if it were not much that would be an end of it. I would sooner see you surrender to him the half of all you have, without any engagement to marry him, than know that he had received a shilling from you under such a promise. You are prejudiced against him, sir. Was it prejudice that made you reject him once before? Did you condemn him then through prejudice? Had you not ascertained that he was altogether unworthy of you? We were both younger, then, said Alice, speaking very softly, but very seriously. We were both much younger then, and looked at life with other eyes than those which we now use. For myself I expected much then, which I now seem hardly to regard at all. And as for him, he was then attached to pleasures to which I believe he has now learned to be indifferent. Pshaw! Ejaculated the father. I can only speak as I believe, continued Alice. And I think I may perhaps know more of his manner of life than you do, Papa. But I am prepared to run risks now which I feared before. Even though he were all that you think him to be, I would still endeavor to do my duty to him, and to bring him to other things. What is it you expect to get by marrying him? Asked Mr. Vavasor. A husband whose mode of thinking is congenial to my own, answered Alice. A husband who proposes to himself a career in life with which I can sympathize. I think that I may perhaps help my cousin in the career which he has chosen, and that alone is a great reason why I should attempt to do so. With your money? Said Mr. Vavasor with a sneer. Partly with my money, said Alice, disdaining to answer the sneer. Though it were only with my money, even that would be something. Well, Alice, as your father, I can only implore you to pause before you commit yourself to his hands. If he demands money from you, and you are minded to give it to him, let him have it in moderation. Anything will be better than marrying him. I know that I cannot hinder you. You are as much your own mistress as I am my own master, or rather a great deal more, as my income depends on my going to that horrid place in Chancery Lane. But yet I suppose you must think something of your father's wishes and your father's opinion. It will not be pleasant for you to stand at the altar without my being there near you. To this Alice made no answer. But she told herself that it had not been pleasant to her to have stood at so many places during the last 4 years, and to have found herself so often alone, without her father being near to her. That had been his fault, and it was not now in her power to remedy the ill effects of it. Has any day been fixed between you and him? He asked. No, Papa. Nothing has been said about that. Yes, something has been said. I have told him that it cannot be for a year yet. It is because I told him that I told him also that he should have my money when he wanted it. Not all of it, said Mr. Vavasor. I don't suppose he will need it all. He intends to stand again for Chelsea, and it is the great expense of the election which makes him want money. You are not to suppose that he has asked me for it. When I made him understand that I did not wish to marry quite yet, I offered him the use of that which would be ultimately his own. And he has accepted it. He answered me just as I had intended, that when the need came he would take me at my word. Then, Alice, I will tell you what is my belief. He will drain you of every shilling of your money, and when that is gone, there will be no more heard of the marriage. We must take a small house in some cheap part of the town and live on my income as best we may. I shall go and insure my life, so that you may not absolutely starve when I die." Having said this, Mr. Vavasor went away, not immediately to the insurance office, as his words seemed to imply, but to his club where he sat alone, reading the newspaper, very gloomily. Till the time came for his afternoon rubber of whist, and the club dinner bill for the day was brought under his eye. Alice had no such consolations in her solitude. She had fought her battle with her father tolerably well, but she was now called upon to fight a battle with herself, which was one much more difficult to win. Was her cousin, her betrothed as she now must regard him, the worthless, heartless, mercenary rascal which her father painted him? There had certainly been a time, and that not very long distant, in which Alice herself had been almost constrained so to regard him. Since that any change for the better in her opinion of him had been grounded on evidence given either by himself or by his sister Kate. He had done nothing to inspire her with any confidence, unless his reckless daring in coming forward to contest a seat in Parliament could be regarded as a doing of something. And he had owned himself to be a man almost penniless. He had spoken of himself as being utterly reckless, as being one whose standing in the world was and must continue to be a perch on the edge of a precipice, from which any accident might knock him headlong. Alice believed in her heart that this last profession or trade to which he had applied himself, was becoming as nothing to him, that he received from it no certain income. No income that a man could make to appear respectable to fathers or guardians when seeking a girl in marriage. Her father declared that all men spoke badly of him. Alice knew her father to be an idle man, a man given to pleasure, to be one who thought by far too much of the good things of the world, but she had never found him to be either false or malicious. His unwonted energy in this matter was in itself evidence that he believed himself to be right in what he said. To tell the truth, Alice was frightened at what she had done, and almost repented of it already. Her acceptance of her cousin's offer had not come of love. Nor had it, in truth, come chiefly of ambition. She had not so much asked herself why she should do this thing, as why she should not do it, seeing that it was required of her by her friend. What after all did it matter? That was her argument with herself. It cannot be supposed that she looked back on the past events of her life with any self-satisfaction. There was no self-satisfaction, but in truth there was more self-reproach than she deserved. As a girl she had loved her cousin George passionately, and that love had failed her. She did not tell herself that she had been wrong when she gave him up, but she thought herself to have been most unfortunate in the one necessity. After such an experience as that, would it not have been better for her to have remained without further thought of marriage? Then came that terrible episode in her life for which she never could forgive herself. She had accepted Mr. Grey because she liked him and honored him. And I did love him, she said to herself, now on this morning. Poor, wretched, heart-wrung woman. As she sat there thinking of it all in her solitude she was to be pitied at any rate, if not to be forgiven. Now, as she thought of Nethercoats, with its quiet life, its gardens, its books, and the peaceful affectionate ascendancy of him who would have been her lord and master, her feelings were very different from those which had induced her to resolve that she would not stoop to put her neck beneath that yoke. Would it not have been well for her to have a master who by his wisdom and strength could save her from such wretched doubtings as these? But she had refused to bend, and then she had found herself desolate and alone in the world. If I can do him good, why should I not marry him? In that feeling had been the chief argument which had induced her to return such an answer as she had sent to her cousin. For myself, what does it matter? As to this life of mine and all that belongs to it, why should I regard it otherwise than to make it of some service to someone who is dear to me? He had been ever dear to her from her earliest years. She believed in his intellect, even if she could not believe in his conduct. Kate, her friend, longed for this thing. As for that dream of love, it meant nothing. And as for those arguments of Prudence, that cold calculation about her money, which all people seemed to expect from her, she would throw it to the winds. What if she were ruined? There was always the other chance. She might save him from ruin, and help him to honor and fortune. But then, when the word was once past her lips, there returned to her that true woman's feeling which made her plead for a long day, which made her feel that that long day would be all too short, which made her already dread the coming of the end of the year. She had said that she would become George Vavasor's wife, but she wished that the saying so might be the end of it. When he came to her to embrace her, how should she receive him? The memory of John Gray's last kiss still lingered on her lips. She had told herself that she scorned the delights of love. If it were so, was she not bound to keep herself far from them? If it were so, would not her cousin's kiss pollute her? It may be as my father says, she thought. It may be that he wants my money only. If so, let him have it. Surely when the year is over I shall know. Then a plan formed itself in her head, which she did not make willingly, with any voluntary action of her mind, but which came upon her as plans do come, and recommended itself to her in despite of herself. He should have her money as he might call for it, all of it excepting some small portion of her income, which might suffice to keep her from burdening her father. Then, if he were contented, he should go free, without reproach, and there should be an end of all question of marriage for her. As she thought of this, and matured it in her mind, the door opened, and the servant announced her cousin George. Chapter 35. Passion versus Prudence. It had not occurred to Alice that her accepted lover would come to her so soon. She had not told him expressly of the day on which she would return, and had not reflected that Kate would certainly inform him. She had been thinking so much of the distant perils of this engagement, that this peril, so sure to come upon her before many days or hours could pass by, had been forgotten. When the name struck her ear, and George's step was heard outside on the landing-place, she felt the blood rush violently to her heart. And she jumped up from her seat panic-stricken and in utter dismay. How should she receive him? And then again, with what form of affection would she be accosted by him? But he was there in the room with her before she had had a moment allowed to her for thought. She hardly ventured to look up at him, but, nevertheless, she became aware that there was something in his appearance and dress brighter, more lover-like, perhaps newer, than was usual with him. This in itself was an affliction to her. He ought to have understood that such an engagement as theirs not only did not require, but absolutely forbade, any such symptom of young love as this. Even when their marriage came, if it must come, it should come without any customary sign of smartness, without any outward mark of exaltation. It would have been very good in him to have remained away from her for weeks and months, but to come upon her thus, on the first morning of her return, was a cruelty not to be forgiven. These were the feelings with which Alice regarded her betrothed when he came to see her. "Alice," said he, coming up to her with his extended hand, "dearest Alice." She gave him her hand, and muttered some word which was inaudible even to him. She gave him her hand, and immediately endeavored to resume it, but he held it clenched within his own, and she felt that she was his prisoner. He was standing close to her now, and she could not escape from him. She was trembling with fear lest worse might betide her even than this. She had promised to marry him, and now she was covered with dismay as she felt rather than thought how very far she was from loving the man to whom she had given this promise. "Alice," he said, "I am a man once again. It is only now that I can tell you what I have suffered during these last few years." He still held her hand, but he had not as yet attempted any closer embrace. She knew that she was standing away from him awkwardly, almost showing her repugnance to him. But it was altogether beyond her power to assume an attitude of ordinary ease. "Alice," he continued, "I feel that I am a strong man again, armed to meet the world at all points. Will you not let me thank you for what you have done for me?" She must speak to him. Though the doing so should be ever so painful to her, she must say some word to him which should have in it a sound of kindness. After all, it was his undoubted right to come to her, and the footing on which he assumed to stand was simply that which she herself had given to him. It was not his fault if at this moment he inspired her with disgust rather than with love. "I have done nothing for you, George," she said, "nothing at all." Then she got her hand away from him, and retreated back to a sofa where she seated herself, leaving him still standing in the space before the fire. "That you may do much for yourself is my greatest hope. If I can help you, I will do so most heartily." Then she became thoroughly ashamed of her words, feeling that she was at once offering to him the use of her purse. "Of course you will help me," he said. "I am full of plans, all of which you must share with me. But now, at this moment, my one great plan is that in which you have already consented to be my partner. Alice, you are my wife now. Tell me that it will make you happy to call me your husband." Not for worlds could she have said so at this moment. It was ill-judged in him to press her thus. He should already have seen, with half an eye, that no such triumph as that which he now demanded could be his on this occasion. He had had his triumph when, in the solitude of his own room, with quiet sarcasm he had thrown on one side of him the letter in which she had accepted him. As though the matter had been one almost indifferent to him. He had no right to expect the double triumph. Then he had frankly told himself that her money would be useful to him. He should have been contented with that conviction, and not have required her also to speak to him soft winning words of love. "That must be still distant, George," she said. "I have suffered so much. And it has been my fault that you have suffered, I know that. These years of misery have been my doing." It was, however, the year of coming misery that was the most to be dreaded. "I do not say that," she replied, "nor have I ever thought it. I have myself and myself only to blame." Here he altogether misunderstood her, believing her to mean that the fault for which she blamed herself had been committed in separating herself from him on that former occasion. "Alice, dear, let bygones be bygones. Bygones will not be bygones. It may be well for people to say so, but it is never true. One might as well say so to one's body as to one's heart. But the hairs will grow grey, and the heart will grow cold." "I do not see that one follows upon the other," said George. "My hair is growing very grey." And to show that it was so, he lifted the dark lock from the side of his forehead, and displayed the incipient grizzling of the hair from behind. "If grey hairs make an old man, Alice, you will marry an old husband, but even you shall not be allowed to say that my heart is old." That word, husband, which her cousin had twice used, was painful to Alice's ear. She shrunk from it with palpable bodily suffering. Marry an old husband. His age was nothing to the purpose, though he had been as old as Enoch. But she was again obliged to answer him. "I spoke of my own heart," said she. "I sometimes feel that it has grown very old. Alice, that is hardly cheering to me. You have come to me too quickly, George, and do not reflect how much there is that I must remember. You have said that bygones should be bygones. Let them be so, at any rate as far as words are concerned. Give me a few months in which I may learn, not to forget them, for that will be impossible, but to abstain from speaking of them." There was something in her look as she spoke, and in the tone of her voice that was very sad. It struck him forcibly, but it struck him with anger rather than with sadness. Doubtless her money had been his chief object when he offered to renew his engagement with her. Doubtless he would have made no such offer had she been penniless, or even had his own need been less pressing. But, nevertheless, he desired something more than money. The triumph of being preferred to John Gray, of having John Gray sent altogether adrift, in order that his old love might be recovered, would have been too costly a luxury for him to seek. Had he not in seeking it been able to combine prudence with the luxury? But though his prudence had been undoubted, he desired the luxury also. It was on a calculation of the combined advantage that he had made his second offer to his cousin. As he would by no means have consented to proceed with the arrangement without the benefit of his cousin's money, so also did he feel unwilling to dispense with some expression of her love for him, which would be to him triumphant. Hitherto in their present interview there had certainly been no expression of her love. "Alice," he said, "your greeting to me is hardly all that I had hoped." "Is it not?" said she. "Indeed, George, I am sorry that you should be disappointed, but what can I say? You would not have me affect a lightness of spirit which I do not feel. If you wish, said he, very slowly, if you wish to retract your letter to me, you now have my leave to do so. What an opportunity was this of escape! But she had not the courage to accept it. What girl, under such circumstances, would have had such courage? How often are offers made to us which we would almost give our eyes to accept, but dare not accept because we fear the countenance of the offerer. I do not wish to retract my letter, said she, speaking as slowly as he had spoken, but I wish to be left a while, that I may recover my strength of mind. Have you not heard doctors say, that muscles which have been strained, should be allowed rest, or they will never entirely renew their tension? It is so with me now. If I could be quiet for a few months, I think I could learn to face the future with a better courage. And is that all you can say to me, Alice? What would you have me say? I would fain hear one word of love from you. Is that unreasonable? I would wish to know from your own lips that you have satisfaction in the renewed prospect of our union. Is that too ambitious? It might have been that I was overbold in pressing my suit upon you again, but as you accepted it, have I not a right to expect that you should show me that you have been happy in accepting it? But she had not been happy in accepting it. She was not happy now that she had accepted it. She could not show to him any sign of such joy as that which he desired to see. And now, at this moment, she feared with an excessive fear that there would come some demand for an outward demonstration of love, such as he in his position might have a right to make. She seemed to be aware that this might be prevented only by such demeanor on her part as that which she had practiced, and she could not, therefore, be stirred to the expression of any word of affection. She listened to his appeal, and when it was finished she made no reply. If he chose to take her in dudgeon, he must do so. She would make for him any sacrifice that was possible to her, but this sacrifice was not possible. And you have not a word to say to me? He asked. She looked up at him, and saw that the cicature on his face was becoming ominous. His eyes were bent upon her with all their forbidding brilliance, and he was assuming that look of angry audacity which was so peculiar to him, and which had so often cowed those with whom he was brought in contact. No other word, at present, George. I have told you that I am not at ease. Why do you press me now? He had her letter to him in the breast pocket of his coat, and his hand was on it, that he might fling it back to her, and tell her that he would not hold her to be his promised wife under such circumstances as these. The anger which would have induced him to do so was the better part of his nature. 3 or 4 years since, this better part would have prevailed, and he would have given way to his rage. But now, as his fingers played upon the paper, he remembered that her money was absolutely essential to him, that some of it was needed by him almost instantly, that on this very morning he was bound to go where money would be demanded from him, and that his hopes with regard to Chelsea could not be maintained unless he was able to make some substantial promise of providing funds. His sister Kate's fortune was just £2,000. That, and no more, was now the capital at his command, if he should abandon this other source of aid. Even that must go, if all other sources should fail him, but he would fain have that untouched, if it were possible. Oh, that old man in Westmoreland would die and be gathered to his fathers, now that he was full of years and ripe for the sickle. But there was no sign of death about the old man. So his fingers released their hold on the letter, and he stood looking at her in his anger. You wish me then to go from you, he said. Do not be angry with me, George. Angry? I have no right to be angry. But, by heaven, I am wrong there. I have the right, and I am angry. I think you owed it me to give me some warmer welcome. Is it to be thus with us always for the next accursed year? Oh, George! To me it will be accursed. But is it to be thus between us always? Alice, I have loved you above all women. I may say that I have never loved any woman but you, and yet I am sometimes driven to doubt whether you have a heart in you capable of love. After all that has passed, all your old protestations, all my repentance, and your proffer of forgiveness, you should have received me with open arms. I suppose I may go now, and feel that I have been kicked out of your house like a dog. If you speak to me like that, and look at me like that, how can I answer you? I want no answer. I wanted you to put your hand in mine, to kiss me, and to tell me that you are once more my own. Alice, think better of it, kiss me, and let me feel my arm once more round your waist. She shuddered as she sat, still silent, on her seat, and he saw that she shuddered. With all his desire for her money, his instant need of it, this was too much for him. And he turned upon his heel, and left the room without another word. She heard his quick step as he hurried down the stairs, but she did not rise to arrest him. She heard the door slam as he left the house, but still she did not move from her seat. Her immediate desire had been that he should go, and now he was gone. There was in that a relief which almost comforted her. And this was the man from whom, within the last few days, she had accepted an offer of marriage. George, when he left the house, walked hurriedly into Cavendish Square, and down along the east side, till he made his way out along Prince's Street, into the Circus in Oxford Street. Close to him there, in Great Marlborough Street, was the house of his parliamentary attorney, Mr. Scrubby, on whom he was bound to call on that morning. As he had walked away from Queen Anne Street, he had thought of nothing but that too visible shudder which his cousin Alice had been unable to repress. He had been feeding on his anger, and indulging it. Telling himself at one moment that he would let her and her money go from him whither they list, and making inward threats in the next that the time should come in which he would punish her for this ill usage. But there was the necessity of resolving what he would say to Mr. Scrubby. To Mr. Scrubby was still due some trifle on the cost of the last election, but even if this were paid, Mr. Scrubby would make no heavy advance towards the expense of the next election. Whoever might come out at the end of such affairs without a satisfactory settlement of his little bill, as had for a while been the case with Mr. Grimes, from the handsome man, and as, indeed, still was the case with him, as that note of hand at 3 months' date was not yet paid, Mr. Scrubby seldom allowed himself to suffer. It was true that the election would not take place till the summer, but there were preliminary expenses which needed ready money. Metropolitan voters, as Mr. Scrubby often declared, required to be kept in good humor, so that Mr. Scrubby wanted the present payment of some £500, and a well-grounded assurance that he would be put in full funds by the beginning of next June. Even Mr. Scrubby might not be true as perfect steel, if he thought that his candidate at the last moment would not come forth properly prepared. Other candidates, with money in their pockets, might find their way into Mr. Scrubby's offices. As George Vavasor crossed Regent Street, he gulped down his anger, and applied his mind to business. Should he prepare himself to give orders that Kate's little property should be sold out, or would he resolve to use his cousin's money? That his cousin's money would still be at his disposal, in spite of the stormy mood in which he had retreated from her presence, he felt sure, but the asking for it on his part would be unpleasant. That duty he must entrust to Kate. But as he reached Mr. Scrubby's door, he had decided that for such purposes as those now in hand, it was preferable that he should use his wife's fortune. It was thus that in his own mind he worded the phrase, and made for himself an excuse. Yes, he would use his wife's fortune, and explain to Mr. Scrubby that he would be justified in doing so by the fact that his own heritage would be settled on her at her marriage. I do not suppose that he altogether liked it. He was not, at any rate as yet, an altogether heartless swindler. He could not take his cousin's money without meaning, without thinking that he meant, to repay her in full all that he took. Her behavior to him this very morning had no doubt made the affair more difficult to his mind, and more unpleasant than it would have been had she smiled on him. But even as it was, he managed to assure himself that he was doing her no wrong, and with this self-assurance he entered Mr. Scrubby's office. The clerks in the outer office were very civil to him, and undertook to promise him that he should not be kept waiting an instant. There were 4 gentlemen in the little parlour, they said, waiting to see Mr. Scrubby, but there they should remain till Mr. Vavasor's interview was over. One gentleman, as it seemed, was even turned out to make way for him, for as George was ushered into the lawyer's room, a little man, looking very meek, was hurried away from it. "You can wait, Smithers," said Mr. Scrubby, speaking from within. "I shan't be very long." Vavasor apologized to his agent for the injury he was doing Smithers, but Mr. Scrubby explained that he was only a poor devil of a printer, looking for payment of his little account. He had printed and posted 30,000 placards for one of the late Marylebone candidates, and found some difficulty in getting his money. "You see, when they're in a small way of business, it ruins them," said Scrubby. "Now that poor devil, he hasn't had a shilling of his money yet, and the greater part has been paid out of his pocket to the posters. It is hard." It comforted Vavasor when he thus heard that there were others who were more backward in their payments, even than himself. And made him reflect that a longer credit than had yet been achieved by him, might perhaps be within his reach. "It is astonishing how much a man may get done for him," said he, "without paying anything for years." "Yes, that's true. So he may, if he knows how to go about it. But when he does pay, Mr. Vavasor, he does it through the nose, cent per cent, and worse, for all his former shortcomings." "How many there are who never pay at all," said George. "Yes, Mr. Vavasor, that's true, too. But see what a life they lead. It isn't a pleasant thing to be afraid of coming into your agent's office, not what you would like, Mr. Vavasor, not if I know you." "I never was afraid of meeting anyone yet," said Vavasor, "but I don't know what I may come to. Nor never will, I'll go bail. But, Lord love you, I could tell you such tales. I've had members of Parliament, past, present, and future, almost down on their knees to me in this little room. It's about a month or 6 weeks before the elections come on when they're at their worst. There is so much you see, Mr. Vavasor, for which a gentleman must pay ready money. It isn't like a business in which a lawyer is supposed to find the capital. If I had money enough to pay out of my own pocket all the cost of all the metropolitan gentlemen for whom I act, why, I could live on the interest without any trouble. And go into Parliament myself like a man." George Vavasor perfectly understood that Mr. Scrubby was explaining to him, with what best attempt at delicacy he could make, that funds for the expense of the Chelsea election were not to be forthcoming from the great Marlborough Street establishment. "I suppose so," said he. "But you do it sometimes." "Never, Mr. Vavasor," said Mr. Scrubby, very solemnly. "As a rule, never. I may advance the money, on interest, of course, when I receive a guarantee from the candidate's father, or from 6 or 7 among the committee. Who must all be very substantial indeed. But in a general way I don't do it. It isn't my place. I thought you did, but at any rate I don't want you to do it for me." "I'm quite sure you don't," said Mr. Scrubby, with a brighter tone of voice than that he had just been using. "I never thought you did, Mr. Vavasor. Lord bless you, Mr. Vavasor, I know the difference between gentlemen as soon as I see them." Then they went to business, and Vavasor became aware that it would be thought convenient that he should lodge with Mr. Scrubby, to his own account, a sum not less than £600 within the next week, and it would be also necessary that he should provide for taking up that bill, amounting to £92, which he had given to the landlord of the Handsome Man. In short, it would be well that he should borrow £1,000 from Alice, and as he did not wish that the family attorney of the Vavasors should be employed to raise it, he communicated to Mr. Scrubby as much of his plans as was necessary, feeling more hesitation in doing it than might have been expected from him. When he had done so, he was very intent on explaining also that the money taken from his cousin, and future bride, would be repaid to her out of the property in Westmoreland. Which was, did he say, settled on himself? I am afraid he did. Yes, a family arrangement, said Mr. Scrubby, as he congratulated him on his proposed marriage. Mr. Scrubby did not care a straw from what source the necessary funds might be drawn. Chapter 36. John Gray goes a second time to London. Early in that conversation which Mr. Vavasor had with his daughter, and which was recorded a few pages back, he implored her to pause a while before she informed Mr. Gray of her engagement with her cousin. Nothing, however, on that point had been settled between them. Mr. Vavasor had wished her to say that she would not write till he should have assented to her doing so. She had declined to bind herself in this way, and then they had gone off to other things, to George Vavasor's character and the disposition of her money. Alice, however, had felt herself bound not to write to Mr. Grey quite at once. Indeed, when her cousin left her she had no appetite for writing such a letter as hers was to be. A day or two passed by her in this way, and nothing more was said by her or her father. It was now the middle of January, and the reader may remember that Mr. Grey had promised that he would come to her in London in that month, as soon as he should know that she had returned from Westmoreland. She must at any rate do something to prevent that visit. Mr. Grey would not come without giving her notice. She knew enough of the habits of the man to be sure of that. But she desired that her letter to him should be in time to prevent his to her. So when those few days were gone, she sat down to write without speaking to her father again upon the subject. It was a terrible job. Perhaps the most difficult of all the difficult tasks which her adverse fate had imposed upon her. She found when she did attempt it, that she could have done it better if she had done it at the moment when she was writing the other letter to her cousin George. Then Kate had been near her, and she had been comforted by Kate's affectionate happiness. She had been strengthened at that moment by a feeling that she was doing the best in her power, if not for herself, at any rate for others. All that comfort and all that strength had left her now. The atmosphere of the Fells had buoyed her up, and now the thick air of London depressed her. She sat for hours with the pen in her hand, and could not write the letter. She let a day go by and a night, and still it was not written. She hardly knew herself in her unnatural weakness. As the mental photographs of the two men forced themselves upon her, she could not force herself to forget those words, "Look here, upon this picture, and on this." How was it that she now knew how great was the difference between the two men, how immense the preeminence of him whom she had rejected? And that she had not before been able to see this on any of those many previous occasions on which she had compared the two together. As she thought of her cousin George's face when he left her room a few days since, and remembered Mr. Grey's countenance when last he held her hand at Cheltenham, the quiet dignity of his beauty which would submit to show no consciousness of injury, she could not but tell herself that when paradise had been opened to her, she had declared herself to be fit only for pandemonium. In that was her chief misery, that now when it was too late, she could look at it aright. But the letter must be written, and on the second day she declared to herself that she would not rise from her chair till it was done. The letter was written on that day and was posted. I will now ask the reader to go down with me to Nethercoats that we may be present with John Grey when he received it. He was sitting at breakfast in his study there, and opposite to him, lounging in an armchair, with a quarterly in his hand, was the most intimate of his friends, Frank Seward, a fellow of the college to which they had both belonged. Mr. Seward was a clergyman, and the tutor of his college, and a man who worked very hard at Cambridge. In the days of his leisure he spent much of his time at Nethercoats, and he was the only man to whom Grey had told anything of his love for Alice and of his disappointment. Even to Seward he had not told the whole story. He had at first informed his friend that he was engaged to be married. And as he had told this as no secret, having even said that he hated secrets on such matters, the engagement had been mentioned in the common room of their college, and men at Cambridge knew that Mr. Grey was going to take to himself a wife. Then Mr. Seward had been told that trouble had come, and that it was not improbable that there would be no such marriage. Even when saying this Mr. Grey told none of the particulars, though he owned to his friend that a heavy blow had struck him. His intimacy with Seward was of that thorough kind which is engendered only out of such young and lasting friendship as had existed between them, but even to such a friend as this Mr. Grey could not open his whole heart. It was only to a friend who should also be his wife that he could do that, as he himself thoroughly understood. He had felt that such a friend was wanting to him, and he had made the attempt. "Don't speak of this as yet," he had said to Mr. Seward. "Of course, when the matter is settled, those few people who know me must know it. But perhaps there may be a doubt as yet, and as long as there is a doubt, it is better that it should not be discussed. He had said no more than this, had imputed no blame to Alice, had told none of the circumstances. But Seward had known that the girl had jilted his friend, and had made up his mind that she must be heartless and false. He had known also that his friend would never look for any other such companion for his home. Letters were brought to each of them on this morning, and Seward's attention was of course occupied by those which he received. Gray, as soon as the envelopes had touched his hand, became aware that one of them was from Alice, and this he at once opened. He did it very calmly, but without any of that bravado of indifference with which George Vavasor had received Alice's letter from Westmoreland. "It is right that I should tell you at once," said Alice, rushing into the middle of her subject without even the formality of the customary address, "it is right that I should tell you at once that—" Oh, the difficulty which she had encountered when her words had carried her as far as this, that my cousin, George Vavasor, has repeated to me his offer of marriage, and that I have accepted it. I tell you, chiefly in order that I may save you from the trouble which you purposed to take when I last saw you at Cheltenham. I will not tell you any of the circumstances of this engagement, because I have no right to presume that you will care to hear them. I hardly dare to ask you to believe of me that in all that I have done, I have endeavored to act with truth and honesty. That I have been very ignorant, foolish, what you will that is bad, I know well. Otherwise there could not have been so much in the last few years of my life on which I am utterly ashamed to look back. For the injury that I have done you, I can only express deep contrition. I do not dare to ask you to forgive me, Alice Vavasor." She had tormented herself in writing this, had so nearly driven herself distracted with attempts which she had destroyed, that she would not even read once to herself these last words. "He'll know it, and that is all that is necessary," she said to herself as she sent the letter away from her. Mr. Gray read it twice over, leaving the other letters unnoticed on the table by his teacup. He read it twice over, and the work of reading it was one to him of intense agony. Hitherto he had fed himself with hope. That Alice should have been brought to think of her engagement with him in a spirit of doubt and with a mind so troubled, that she had been inclined to attempt an escape from it, had been very grievous to him. But it had been in his mind a fantasy, a morbid fear of himself, which might be cured by time. He, at any rate, would give all his energies towards achieving such a cure. There had been one thing, however, which he most feared, which he had chiefly feared, though he had forbidden himself to think that it could be probable, and this thing had now happened. He had ever disliked and feared George Vavasor, not from any effect which the man had upon himself, for as we know his acquaintance with Vavasor was of the slightest. But he had feared and disliked his influence upon Alice. He had also feared the influence of her cousin Kate. To have cautioned Alice against her cousins would have been to him impossible. It was not his nature to express suspicion to one he loved. Is the tone of that letter remembered in which he had answered Alice when she informed him that her cousin George was to go with Kate and her to Switzerland? He had written, with a pleasant joke, words which Alice had been able to read with some little feeling of triumph to her two friends. He had not so written because he liked what he knew of the man. He disliked all that he knew of him. But it had not been possible for him to show that he distrusted the prudence of her, whom, as his future wife, he was prepared to trust in all things. I have said that he read Alice's letter with an agony of sorrow. As he sat with it in his hand he suffered as, probably, he had never suffered before. But there was nothing in his countenance to show that he was in pain. Seward had received some long epistle, crossed from end to end, indicative, I should say, of a not far distant termination to that college tutorship, and was reading it with placid contentment. It did not occur to him to look across at Gray, but had he done so, I doubt whether he would have seen anything to attract his attention. But Gray, though he was wounded, would not allow himself to be dismayed. There was less hope now than before, but there might still be hope for her, even though there might be none for him. Tidings had reached his ears also as to George Vavasor, which had taught him to believe that the man was needy, reckless, and on the brink of ruin. Such a marriage to Alice Vavasor would be altogether ruinous. Whatever might be his own ultimate fate he would still seek to save her from that. Her cousin, doubtless, wanted her money. Might it not be possible that he would be satisfied with her money, and that thus the woman might be saved? Seward, he said at last, addressing his friend, who had not yet come to the end of the last crossed page. Is there anything wrong? Said Seward. Well, yes, there is something a little wrong. I fear I must leave you, and go up to town today. Nobody ill, I hope. No, nobody is ill. But I must go up to London. Mrs. Bowl will take care of you, and you must not be angry with me for leaving you. Seward assured him that he would not be in the least angry, and that he was thoroughly conversant with the capabilities and good intentions of Mrs. Bold the housekeeper. But added, that as he was so near his own college, he would of course go back to Cambridge. He longed to say some word as to the purpose of Gray's threatened journey. To make some inquiry as to this new trouble, but he knew that Gray was a man who did not well bear close inquiries, and he was silent. Why not stay here? Said Gray, after a minute's pause. I wish you would, old fellow, I do, indeed. There was a tone of special affection in his voice which struck Seward at once. If I can be of the slightest service or comfort to you, I will of course. Gray again sat silent for a little while. I wish you would, I do, indeed. Then I will. And again there was a pause. I have got a letter here from Miss Vavasor, said Gray. May I hope that? No, it does not bring good news to me. I do not know that I can tell it you all. I would if I could, but the whole story is one not to be told in a hurry. I should leave false impressions. There are things which a man cannot tell. Indeed there are, said Seward. I wish with all my heart that you knew it all as I know it, but that is impossible. There are things which happen in a day which it would take a lifetime to explain. Then there was another pause. I have heard bad news this morning, and I must go up to London at once. I shall go into Ely so as to be there by 12, and if you will, you shall drive me over. I may be back in a day. Certainly in less than a week, but it will be a comfort to me to know that I shall find you here. The matter was so arranged, and at 11 they started. During the first 2 miles not a word was spoken between them. Seward, Gray said at last, if I fail in what I am going to attempt, it is probable that you will never hear Alice Vavasor's name mentioned by me again, but I want you always to bear this in mind. That at no moment has my opinion of her ever been changed, nor must you in such case imagine from my silence that it has changed. Do you understand me? I think I do. To my thinking she is the finest of God's creatures that I have known. It may be that in her future life she will be severed from me altogether. But I shall not, therefore, think the less well of her, and I wish that you, as my friend, should know that I so esteem her, even though her name should never be mentioned between us. Seward, in some few words, assured him that it should be so, and then they finished their journey in silence. From the station at Ely, Gray sent a message by the wires up to John Vavasor, saying that he would call on him that afternoon at his office in Chancery Lane. The chances were always much against finding Mr. Vavasor at his office. But on this occasion the telegram did reach him there, and he remained till the unaccustomed hour of 4:30 to meet the man who was to have been his son-in-law. Have you heard from her? He asked as soon as Gray entered the dingy little room, not in Chancery Lane, but in its neighbourhood, which was allocated to him for his signing purposes. Yes, said Gray. She has written to me. And told you about her cousin George. I tried to hinder her from writing, but she is very wilful. Why should you have hindered her? If the thing was to be told, it is better that it should be done at once. But I hoped that there might be an escape. I don't know what you think of all this, Gray, but to me it is the bitterest misfortune that I have known. And I've had some bitter things, too, he added, thinking of that period of his life, when the work of which he was ashamed was first ordained as his future task. What is the escape that you hoped? Asked Gray. I hardly know. The whole thing seems to me to be so mad, that I partly trusted that she would see the madness of it. "I am not sure whether you know anything of my nephew George," asked Mr. Vavasor. "Very little," said Gray. "I believe him to be utterly an adventurer, a man without means and without principle, upon the whole about as bad a man as you may meet. I give you my word, Gray, that I don't think I know a worse man. He's going to marry her for her money, then he will beggar her, after that he'll ill-treat her, and yet what can I do? Prevent the marriage. But how, my dear fellow? Prevent it. It's all very well to say that, and it's the very thing I want to do. But how am I to prevent it? She's as much her own master as you are yours. She can give him every shilling of her fortune tomorrow. How am I to prevent her from marrying him? Let her give him every shilling of her fortune tomorrow, said Gray. And what is she to do then? Asked Mr. Vavasor. Then let her come to me, said John Gray. And as he spoke there was the fragment of a tear in his eye, and the hint of quiver in his voice. Even the worldly, worn-out, unsympathetic nature of John Vavasor was struck, and, as it were, warmed by this. God bless you, my dear fellow. I heartily wish for her sake that I could look forward to any such an end to this affair. And why not look forward to it? You say that he merely wants her money. As he wants it, let him have it. But Gray, you do not know Alice, you do not understand my girl. When she had lost her fortune nothing would induce her to become your wife. Leave that to follow as it may, said John Gray. Our first object must be to sever her from a man, who is, as you say, himself on the verge of ruin, and who would certainly make her wretched. I am here now, not because I wish her to be my own wife, but because I wish that she should not become the wife of such a one as your nephew. If I were you I would let him have her money. If you were I, you would have nothing more to do with it than the man that is as yet unborn. I know that she will give him her money because she has said so. But I have no power as to her giving it or as to her withholding it. That's the hardship of my position, but it is of no use to think of that now. John Gray certainly did not think about it. He knew well that Alice was independent, and that she was not inclined to give up that independence to anyone. He had not expected that her father would be able to do much towards hindering his daughter from becoming the wife of George Vavasor. But he had wished that he himself and her father should be in accord in their views, and he found that this was so. When he left Mr. Vavasor's room nothing had been said about the period of the marriage. Gray thought it improbable that Alice would find herself able to give herself in marriage to her cousin immediately, so soon after her breach with him. But as to this he had no assurance, and he determined to have the facts from her own lips, if she would see him. So he wrote to her, naming a day on which he would call upon her early in the morning. And having received from her no prohibition, he was in Queen Street at the hour appointed. He had conceived a scheme which he had not made known to Mr. Vavasor, and as to the practicability of which he had much doubt, but which, nevertheless, he was resolved to try if he should find the attempt possible. He himself would buy off George Vavasor. He had ever been a prudent man, and he had money at command. If Vavasor was such a man as they, who knew him best, represented him, such a purchase might be possible. But then, before this was attempted, he must be quite sure that he knew his man, and he must satisfy himself also that in doing so he would not, in truth, add to Alice's misery. He could hardly bring himself to think it possible that she did, in truth, love her cousin with passionate love. It seemed to him, as he remembered what Alice had been to himself, that this must be impossible. But if it were so, that of course must put an end to his interference. He thought that if he saw her he might learn all this, and therefore he went to Queen Street. Of course he must come if he will, she said to herself when she received his note. It can make no matter. He will say nothing half so hard to me as what I say to myself all day long. But when the morning came, and the hour came, and the knock at the door for which her ears were on the alert, her heart misgave her, and she felt that the present moment of her punishment, though not the heaviest, would still be hard to bear. He came slowly upstairs, his step was ever slow, and gently opened the door for himself. Then, before he even looked at her, he closed it again. I do not know how to explain that it was so. But it was this perfect command of himself at all seasons which had in part made Alice afraid of him, and drove her to believe that they were not fitted for each other. She, when he thus turned for a moment from her, and then walked slowly towards her, stood with both her hands leaning on the centre table of the room, and with her eyes fixed upon its surface. "Alice," he said, walking up to her very slowly. Her whole frame shuddered as she heard the sweetness of his voice. Had I not better tell the truth of her at once? Oh, if she could only have been his again! What madness during these last 6 months had driven her to such a plight as this? The old love came back upon her. Nay, it had never gone. But that trust in his love returned to her, that trust which told her that such love and such worth would have sufficed to make her happy. But this confidence in him was worthless now. Even though he should desire it, she could not change again. "Alice," he said again. And then, as slowly she looked up at him, he asked her for her hand. "You may give it me," he said, as to an old friend. She put her hand in his hand, and then, withdrawing it, felt that she must never trust herself to do so again. "Alice," he continued, "I do not expect you to say much to me, but there is a question or two which I think you will answer. Has a day been fixed for this marriage?" "No," she said. "Will it be in a month?" "Oh, no, not for a year," she replied hurriedly, and he knew at once by her voice that she already dreaded this new wedlock. Whatever of anger he might before have felt for her was banished. She had brought herself by her ill judgment, by her ignorance, as she had confessed, to a sad pass. But he believed that she was still worthy of his love. "And now one other question, Alice, but if you are silent, I will not ask it again. Can you tell me why you have again accepted your cousin's offer?" "Because," she said very quickly, looking up as though she were about to speak with all her old courage. "But you would never understand me," she said, "and there can be no reason why I should dare to hope that you should ever think well of me again." He knew that there was no love for that man to whom she had pledged her hand. He did not know, on the other hand, how strong, how unchanged, how true was her love for himself. Indeed, of himself he was thinking not at all. He desired to learn whether she would suffer, if by any scheme he might succeed in breaking off this marriage. When he had asked her whether she were to be married at once, she had shuddered at the thought. When he asked her why she had accepted her cousin, she had faltered, and hinted at some excuse which he might fail to understand. Had she loved George Vavasor, he could have understood that well enough. "Alice," he said, speaking still very slowly, "nothing has ever yet been done which need to a certainty separate you and me. I am a persistent man, and I do not even yet give up all hope. A year is a long time. As you say yourself, I do not as yet quite understand you. But, Alice, and I think that the position in which we stood a few months since justifies me in saying so without offense, I love you now as well as ever, and should things change with you, I cannot tell you with how much joy and eagerness I should take you back to my bosom. My heart is yours now as it has been since I knew you." Then he again just touched her hand, and left her before she had been able to answer a word. Chapter 37. Mr. Tum's Advice. Alice sat alone for an hour without moving when John Gray had left her, and the last words which he had uttered were sounding in her ears all the time, "My heart is still yours. As it has been since I knew you." There had been something in his words which had soothed her spirits, and had, for the moment, almost comforted her. At any rate, he did not despise her. He could not have spoken such words as these to her had he not still held her high in his esteem. Nay, had he not even declared that he would yet take her as his own if she would come to him? "I cannot tell you with how much joy I would take you back to my bosom." Ah! That might never be. But yet the assurance had been sweet to her, dangerously sweet, as she soon told herself. She knew that she had lost her Eden, but it was something to her that the master of the garden had not himself driven her forth. She sat there, thinking of her fate, as though it belonged to some other one, not to herself, as though it were a tale that she had read. Herself she had shipwrecked altogether. But though she might sink, she had not been thrust from the ship by hands which she loved. But would it not have been better that he should have scorned her and reviled her? Had he been able to do so, he at least would have escaped the grief of disappointed love. Had he learned to despise her, he would have ceased to regret her. She had no right to feel consolation in the fact that his sufferings were equal to her own. But when she thought of this, she told herself that it could not be that it was so. He was a man, she said, not passionate by nature. Alas! It was the mistake she had ever made when summing up the items of his character. He might be persistent, she thought, in still striving to do that upon which he had once resolved. He had said so, and that which he said was always true to the letter. But, nevertheless, when this thing which he still chose to pursue should have been put absolutely beyond his reach, he would not allow his calm bosom to be harassed by a vain regret. He was a man too whole at every point, so Alice told herself, to allow his happiness to be marred by such an accident. But must the accident occur? Was there no chance that he might be saved, even from such trouble as might follow upon such a loss? Could it not be possible that he might be gratified, since it would gratify him, and that she might be saved? Over and over again she considered this, but always as though it were another woman whom she would fain save, and not herself. But she knew that her own fate was fixed. She had been mad when she had done the thing, but the thing was not on that account the less done. She had been mad when she had trusted herself abroad with two persons, both of whom, as she had well known, were intent on wrenching her happiness from out of her grasp. She had been mad when she had told herself, whilst walking over the Westmoreland fells, that after all she might as well marry her cousin, since that other marriage was then beyond her reach. Her two cousins had succeeded in blighting all the hopes of her life, but what could she now think of herself in that she had been so weak as to submit to such usage from their hands? Alas! She told herself, admitting in her misery all her weakness, alas, she had no mother. She had gloried in her independence, and this had come of it. She had scorned the prudence of Lady MacLeod, and her scorn had brought her to this pass. Was she to give herself bodily, body and soul, as she said aloud in her solitary agony, to a man whom she did not love? Must she submit to his caresses, lie on his bosom, turn herself warmly to his kisses? No, she said, no, speaking audibly, as she walked about the room, no, it was not in my bargain. I never meant it. But if so, what had she meant, what had been her dream? Of what marriage had she thought, when she was writing that letter back to George Vavasor? How am I to analyze her mind, and make her thoughts and feelings intelligible to those who may care to trouble themselves with the study? Any sacrifice she would make for her cousin which one friend could make for another. She would fight his battles with her money, with her words, with her sympathy. She would sit with him if he needed it, and speak comfort to him by the hour. His disgrace should be her disgrace, his glory her glory, his pursuits her pursuits. Was not that the marriage to which she had consented? But he had come to her and asked her for a kiss, and she had shuddered before him, when he made the demand. Then that other one had come and had touched her hand, and the fibres of her body had seemed to melt within her at the touch, so that she could have fallen at his feet. She had done very wrong. She knew that she had done wrong. She knew that she had sinned with that sin which specially disgraces a woman. She had said that she would become the wife of a man to whom she could not cleave with a wife's love. And, mad with a vile ambition, she had given up the man for whose modest love her heart was longing. She had thrown off from her that wondrous aroma of precious delicacy, which is the greatest treasure of womanhood. She had sinned against her sex. And, in an agony of despair, as she crouched down upon the floor with her head against her chair, she told herself that there was no pardon for her. She understood it now, and knew that she could not forgive herself. But can you forgive her, delicate reader? Or am I asking the question too early in my story? For myself, I have forgiven her. The story of the struggle has been present to my mind for many years, and I have learned to think that even this offense against womanhood may, with deep repentance, be forgiven. And you also must forgive her before we close the book, or else my story will have been told amiss. But let us own that she had sinned, almost damnably, almost past forgiveness. What? Think that she knew what love meant, and not know which of two she loved. What, doubt, of two men for whose arms she longed, of which the kisses would be sweet to bear? On which side lay the modesty of her maiden love? Faugh! She had submitted to pollution of heart and feeling before she had brought herself to such a pass as this. Come. Let us see if it be possible that she may be cleansed by the fire of her sorrow. What am I to do? She passed that whole day in asking herself that question. She was herself astounded at the rapidity with which the conviction had forced itself upon her that a marriage with her cousin would be to her almost impossible. And could she permit it to be said of her that she had thrice in her career jilted a promised suitor, that 3 times she would go back from her word because her fancy had changed? Where could she find the courage to tell her father, to tell Kate, to tell even George himself, that her purpose was again altered? But she had a year at her disposal. If only during that year he would take her money and squander it, and then require nothing further of her hands, might she not thus escape the doom before her? Might it not be possible that the refusal should this time come from him? But she succeeded in making one resolve. She thought at least that she succeeded. Come what might, she would never stand with him at the altar. While there was a cliff from which she might fall, water that would cover her, a death-dealing grain that might be mixed in her cup, she could not submit herself to be George Vavasor's wife. To no ear could she tell of this resolve. To no friend could she hint her purpose. She owed her money to the man after what had passed between them. It was his right to count upon such assistance as that would give him, and he should have it. Only as his betrothed she could give it him, for she understood well that if there were any breach between them, his accepting of such aid would be impossible. He should have her money, and then, when the day came, some escape should be found. In the afternoon her father came to her, and it may be as well to explain that Mr. Grey had seen him again that day. Mr. Grey, when he left Queen Anne Street, had gone to his lawyer, and from thence had made his way to Mr. Vavasor. It was between 5 and 6 when Mr. Vavasor came back to his house, and he then found his daughter sitting over the drawing-room fire, without lights, in the gloom of the evening. Mr. Vavasor had returned with Grey to the lawyer's chambers, and had from thence come direct to his own house. He had been startled at the precision with which all the circumstances of his daughter's position had been explained to a mild-eyed old gentleman, with a bald head, who carried on his business in a narrow, dark, clean street, behind Doctors' Commons. Mr. Tum was his name. No, Mr. Grey had said, when Mr. Vavasor had asked as to the peculiar nature of Mr. Tum's business, he is not specially an ecclesiastical lawyer. He had a partner at Ely, and was always employed by my father, and by most of the clergy there. Mr. Tum had evinced no surprise, no dismay, and certainly no mock delicacy, when the whole affair was under discussion. George Vavasor was to get present moneys, but, if it could be so arranged, from John Grey's stores rather than from those belonging to Alice. Mr. Tum could probably arrange that with Mr. Vavasor's lawyer, who would no doubt be able to make difficulty as to raising ready money. Mr. Tum would be able to raise ready money without difficulty. And then, at last, George Vavasor was to be made to surrender his bride, taking or having taken the price of his bargain. John Vavasor sat by in silence as the arrangement was being made, not knowing how to speak. He had no money with which to give assistance. "I wish you to understand from the lady's father," Grey said to the lawyer, "that the marriage would be regarded by him with as much dismay as by myself." "Certainly, it would be ruinous, Mr. Vavasor had answered. "And you see, Mr. Tum," Mr. Grey went on, "we only wish to try the man. If he be not such as we believe him to be, he can prove it by his conduct. If he is worthy of her, he can then take her." "You merely wish to open her eyes, Mr. Grey," said the mild-eyed lawyer. "I wish that he should have what money he wants, and then we shall find what it is he really wishes. Yes, we shall know our man, said the lawyer. He shall have the money, Mr. Gray, and so the interview had been ended. Mr. Vavasor, when he entered the drawing-room, addressed his daughter in a cheery voice. What, all in the dark? Yes, papa. Why should I have candles when I am doing nothing? I did not expect you. No, I suppose not. I came here because I want to say a few words to you about business. What business, papa? Alice well understood the tone of her father's voice. He was desirous of propitiating her, but was at the same time desirous of carrying some point in which he thought it probable that she would oppose him. Well, my love, if I understood you rightly, your cousin George wants some money. I did not say that he wants it now, but I think he will want it before the time for the election comes. If so, he will want it at once. He has not asked you for it yet? No. He has merely said that should he be in need he would take me at my word. I think there is no doubt that he wants it. Indeed, I believe that he is almost entirely without present means of his own. I can hardly think so, but I have no knowledge about it. I can only say that he has not asked me yet, and that I should wish to oblige him whenever he may do so. To what extent, Alice? I don't know what I have. I get about 400 a year, but I do not know what it is worth, or how far it can all be turned into money. I should wish to keep 100 a year and let him have the rest. What? £8,000, said the father, who in spite of his wish not to oppose her, could not but express his dismay. I do not imagine that he will want so much. But if he should, I wish that he should have it. Heaven and earth, said John Vavasor. Of course we should have to give up the house. He could not suppress his trouble, or refrain from bursting out in agony at the prospect of such a loss. But he has asked me for nothing yet, papa. No, exactly, and perhaps he may not. But I wish to know what to do when the demand is made. I am not going to oppose you now, your money is your own, and you have a right to do with it as you please. But would you gratify me in one thing? What is it, papa? When he does apply, let the amount be raised through me. How through you? Come to me. I mean, so that I may see the lawyer, and have the arrangements made. Then he explained to her that in dealing with large sums of money, it could not be right that she should do so without his knowledge, even though the property was her own. I will promise you that I will not oppose your wishes, he said. Then Alice undertook that when such case should arise the money should be raised through his means. The day but one following this she received a letter from Lady Glencora, who was still at Matching Priory. It was a light-spirited, chatty, amusing letter, intended to be happy in its tone, intended to have a flavour of happiness, but just failing through the too apparent meaning of a word here and there. You will see that I am at Matching, the letter said, whereas you will remember that I was to have been at Monkshade. I escaped at last by a violent effort, and am now passing my time innocently, I fear not so profitably as she would induce me to do, with Iphi Palliser. You remember Iphi. She is a good creature, and would fain turn even me to profit, if it were possible. I own that I am thinking of them all at Monkshade, and am in truth delighted that I am not there. My absence is entirely laid upon your shoulders. That wicked evening amidst the ruins. Poor ruins. I go there alone sometimes and fancy that I hear such voices from the walls, and see such faces through the broken windows. All the old Pallisers come and frown at me, and tell me that I am not good enough to belong to them. There is a particular window to which Sir Guy comes and makes faces at me. I told Iphi the other day, and she answered me very gravely, that I might, if I chose, make myself good enough for the Pallisers. Even for the Pallisers. Isn't that beautiful? Then Lady Glencora went on to say, that her husband intended to come up to London early in the session, and that she would accompany him. That is, added Lady Glencora, if I am still good enough for the Pallisers at that time. Chapter 38. The Inn at Shap. When George Vavasor left Mr. Scrubby's office, the attentive reader will remember that he did call upon Mr. Scrubby, the parliamentary lawyer, and there recognized the necessity of putting himself in possession of a small sum of money with as little delay as possible. When he left the attorney's office, he was well aware that the work to be done was still before him. And he knew also that the job to be undertaken was a very disagreeable job. He did not like the task of borrowing his cousin Alice's money. We all of us know that swindlers and rogues do very dirty tricks, and we are apt to picture to ourselves a certain amount of gusto and delight on the part of the swindlers in the doing of them. In this, I think we are wrong. The poor, broken, semi-genteel beggar, who borrows half-sovereigns apiece from all his old acquaintances, knowing that they know that he will never repay them, suffers a separate little agony with each petition that he makes. He does not enjoy pleasant sailing in this journey which he is making. To be refused is painful to him. To get his half-sovereign with scorn is painful. To get it with apparent confidence in his honor is almost more painful. He says to himself on such rare occasions, I will pay that fellow. And yet, as he says it, he knows that he never will pay even that fellow. It is a comfortless unsatisfying trade, that of living upon other people's money. How was George Vavasor to make his first step towards getting his hand into his cousin's purse? He had gone to her asking for her love, and she had shuddered when he asked her. That had been the commencement of their life under their new engagement. He knew very well that the money would be forthcoming when he demanded it, but under their present joint circumstances, how was he to make the demand? If he wrote to her, should he simply ask for money, and make no allusion to his love? If he went to her in person, should he make his visit a mere visit of business, as he might call on his banker? He resolved at last that Kate should do the work for him. Indeed, he had felt all along that it would be well that Kate should act as ambassador between him and Alice in money matters, as she had long done in other things. He could talk to Kate as he could not talk to Alice. And then, between the women, those hard money necessities would be softened down by a romantic phraseology which he would not himself know how to use with any effect. He made up his mind to see Kate, and with this view he went down to Westmoreland, and took himself to a small wayside inn at Shap among the fells, which had been known to him of old. He gave his sister notice that he would be there, and begged her to come over to him as early as she might find it possible on the morning after his arrival. He himself reached the place late in the evening by train from London. There is a station at Shap, by which the railway company no doubt conceives that it has conferred on that somewhat rough and remote locality all the advantages of a refined civilization. But I doubt whether the Shappites have been thankful for the favor. The landlord at the inn, for one, is not thankful. Shap had been a place owing all such life as it had possessed to coaching and posting. It had been a stage on the high road from Lancaster to Carlisle, and though it lay high and bleak among the fells, and was a cold, windy, thinly populated place, filling all travellers with thankfulness that they had not been made Shappites, nevertheless, it had had its glory in its coaching and posting. I have no doubt that there are men and women who look back with a fond regret to the palmy days of Shap. Vavasor reached the little inn about 9 in the evening on a night that was pitchy dark, and in a wind which made it necessary for him to hold his hat on to his head. What a beastly country to live in, he said to himself, resolving that he would certainly sell Vavasor Hall in spite of all family associations, if ever the power to do so should be his. What trash it is, he said, hanging on to such a place as that without the means of living like a gentleman, simply because one's ancestors have done so. And then he expressed a doubt to himself whether all the world contained a more ignorant, opinionated, useless old man than his grandfather, or, in short, a greater fool. Well, Mr. George, said the landlord as soon as he saw him, a sight of you's good for Sareen. It's ower lang since you've been doon amang the fells. But George did not want to converse with the innkeeper, or to explain how it was that he did not visit Vavasor Hall. The innkeeper, no doubt, knew all about it, knew that the grandfather had quarrelled with his grandson, and knew the reason why. But George, if he suspected such knowledge, did not choose to refer to it. So he simply grunted something in reply, and getting himself in before a spark of fire which hardly was burning in a public room with a sandy floor, begged that the little sitting room upstairs might be got ready for him. There he passed the evening in solitude, giving no encouragement to the landlord, who, nevertheless, looked him up 3 or 4 times, till at last George said that his head ached, and that he would wish to be alone. He was always one of them cankery chiels as never have a kindly word for man nor beast, said the landlord. Seems as though that raw slash in his face had gone right through into his heart. After that George was left alone, and sat thinking whether it would not be better to ask Alice for £2,000 at once, so as to save him from the disagreeable necessity of a second borrowing before their marriage. He was very uneasy in his mind. He had flattered himself through it all that his cousin had loved him. He had felt sure that such was the case while they were together in Switzerland. When she had determined to give up John Gray, of course he had told himself the same thing. When she had at once answered his first subsequent overture with an assent, he had of course been certain that it was so. Dark, selfish, and even dishonest as he was, he had, nevertheless, enjoyed something of a lover's true pleasure in believing that Alice had still loved him through all their mischances. But his joy had in a moment been turned into gall during that interview in Queen Anne Street. He had read the truth at a glance. A man must be very vain, or else very little used to such matters, who at George Vavasor's age cannot understand the feelings with which a woman receives him. When Alice contrived as she had done to escape the embrace he was so well justified in asking, he knew the whole truth. He was sore at heart, and very angry withal. He could have readily spurned her from him, and rejected her who had once rejected him. He would have done so had not his need for her money restrained him. He was not a man who could deceive himself in such matters. He knew that this was so, and he told himself that he was a rascal. Vavasor Hall was, by the road, about 5 miles from Shap, and it was not altogether an easy task for Kate to get over to the village without informing her grandfather that the visit was to be made. And what was its purport? She could, indeed, walk, and the walk would not be so long as that she had taken with Alice to Swindale Fell. But walking to an inn on a high road, is not the same thing as walking to a point on a hillside over a lake. Had she been dirty, draggled, and wet through on Swindale Fell, it would have simply been matter for mirth. But her brother she knew would not have liked to see her enter the Lowther Arms at Shap in such a condition. It, therefore, became necessary that she should ask her grandfather to lend her the jaunting car. "Where do you want to go?" he asked sharply. In such establishments as that at Vavasor Hall the family horse is generally used for double duties. Though he draws the lady of the house one day, he is not too proud to draw manure on the next. And it will always be found that the master of the house gives a great preference to the manure over the lady. The squire at Vavasor had come to do so to such an extent that he regarded any application for the animal services as an encroachment. "Only to Shap, grandpapa." "To Shap? What on earth can take you to Shap? There are no shops at Shap." "I am not going to do shopping. I want to see someone there." "Whom can you want to see at Shap?" Then it occurred to Kate on the spur of the moment that she might as well tell her grandfather the fact. "My brother has come down," she said, "and is at the inn there. I had not intended to tell you, as I did not wish to mention his name till you had consented to receive him here." "And he expects to come here now, does he?" said the squire. "Oh, no, sir. I think he has no expectation of the kind. He has come down simply to see me, about business I believe." "Business? What business?" "I suppose he wants to get your money from you." "I think it is with reference to his marriage. I think he wants me to use my influence with Alice that it may not be delayed. Look here, Kate. If ever you lend him your money, or any of it, that is, of the principal I mean, I will never speak to him again under any circumstance. And more than that. Look here, Kate. In spite of all that has passed and gone, the property will become his for his life when I die, unless I change my will. If he gets your money from you, I will change it, and he shall not be a shilling richer at my death than he is now. You can have the horse to go to Shap." What unlucky chance had it been which had put this idea into the old squire's head on this especial morning? Kate had resolved that she would entreat her brother to make use of her little fortune. She feared that he was now coming with some reference to his cousin's money, that something was to be done to enable him to avail himself of his cousin's offer. And Kate, almost blushing in the solitude of her chamber at the thought, was determined that her brother must be saved from such temptation. She knew that money was necessary to him. She knew that he could not stand a second contest without assistance. With all their confidences, he had never told her much of his pecuniary circumstances in the world, but she was almost sure that he was a poor man. He had said as much as that to her, and in his letter desiring her to come to him at Shap, he had inserted a word or two purposely intended to prepare her mind for monetary considerations. As she was jogged along over the rough road to Shap, she made up her mind that Aunt Greenow would be the proper person to defray the expense of the coming election. To give Kate her due, she would have given up every shilling of her own money without a moment's hesitation, or any feeling that her brother would be wrong to accept it. Nor would she, perhaps, have been unalterably opposed to his taking Alice's money, had Alice simply been his cousin. She felt that as Vavasors they were bound to stand by the future head of the family in an attempt which was to be made, as she felt, for the general Vavasor interest. But she could not endure to think that her brother should take the money of the girl whom he was engaged to marry. Aunt Greenow's money she thought was fair game. Aunt Greenow herself had made various liberal offers to herself which Kate had declined, not caring to be under pecuniary obligations even to Aunt Greenow without necessity. But she felt that for such a purpose as her brother's contest, she need not hesitate to ask for assistance, and she thought also that such assistance would be forthcoming. "Grandpapa knows that you are here, George," said Kate, when their first greeting was over. "The deuce he does. And why did you tell him?" "I could not get the car to come in without letting him know why I wanted it." "What nonsense! As if you couldn't have made any excuse." "I was particularly anxious that he should not guess that I am here." "I don't see that it can make any difference, George." "But I see that it can, a very great difference. It may prevent my ever being able to get near him again before he dies." "What did he say about my coming?" "He didn't say much. He made no offer as to my going there." "No. I should not have gone if he had. I don't know now that I ever shall go. To be there to do any good, so as to make him alter his will, and leave me in the position which I have a right to expect, would take more time than the whole property is worth. And he would endeavour to tie me down in some way I could not stand, perhaps ask me to give up my notion for going into Parliament. He might ask you, but he would not make it ground for another quarrel, if you refused. He is so unreasonable and ignorant that I am better away from him. But, Kate, you have not congratulated me on my matrimonial prospects." "Indeed I did, George, when I wrote to you." "Did you? Well, I had forgotten. I don't know that any very strong congratulatory tone is necessary. As things go, perhaps it may be as well for all of us, and that's about the best that can be said for it." "Oh, George! You see I'm not romantic, Kate, as you are. Half a dozen children with a small income do not generally present themselves as being desirable to men who wish to push their way in the world. You know you have always longed to make her your wife." "I don't know anything of the kind. You have always been under a matchmaking hallucination on that point. But in this case you have been so far successful, and are entitled to your triumph." "I don't want any triumph, you ought to know that. But I'll tell you what I do want, Kate. I want some money." Then he paused, but as she did not answer immediately, he was obliged to go on speaking. "I'm not at all sure that I have not been wrong in making this attempt to get into Parliament, that I'm not struggling to pick fruit which is above my reach." "Don't say that, George." "Ah, but I can't help feeling it. I need hardly tell you that I am ready to risk anything of my own. If I know myself I would toss up tomorrow, or for the matter of that today, between the gallows and a seat in the House. But I cannot go on with this contest by risking what is merely my own. Money, for immediate use, I have none left, and my neck, though I were ever so willing to risk it, is of no service. Whatever I have can be yours tomorrow, said Kate, in a hesitating voice, which too plainly pronounced her misery as she made the offer. She could not refrain herself from making it. Though her grandfather's threat was ringing in her ears, though she knew that she might be ruining her brother by proposing such a loan, she had no alternative. When her brother told her of his want of money, she could not abstain from tendering to him the use of what was her own. No, said he. I shall not take your money. You would not scruple, if you knew how welcome you are. At any rate, I shall not take it. I should not think it right. All that you have would only just suffice for my present wants, and I should not choose to make you a beggar. There would, moreover, be a difficulty about readjusting the payment. There would be no difficulty, because no one need be consulted but us two. I should not think it right, and therefore let there be an end of it, said George in a tone of voice which had in it something of magniloquence. What is it you wish then? Said Kate, who knew too well what he did wish. I will explain to you. When Alice and I are married, of course there will be a settlement made on her. And as we are both the grandchildren of the old squire, I shall propose that the Vavasor property shall be hers for life in the event of her outliving me. Well, said Kate. And if this be done, there can be no harm in my forestalling some of her property, which, under the circumstances of such a settlement, would of course become mine when we are married. But the squire might leave the property to whom he pleases. We know very well that he won't, at any rate, leave it out of the family. In fact, he would only be too glad to consent to such an agreement as that I have proposed, because he would thereby rob me of all power in the matter. But that could not be done till you are married. Look here, Kate, don't you make difficulties. And now, as he looked at her, the cicature on his face seemed to open and yawn at her. If you mean to say that you won't help me, do say so, and I will go back to London. I would do anything in my power to help you. That was not wrong. Yes, anybody could say as much as that. That is not much of an offer if you are to keep to yourself the power of deciding what is wrong. Will you write to Alice, or better still, go to her, and explain that I want the money? How can I go to London now? You can do it very well, if you choose. But if that be too much, then write to her. It will come much better from you than from me. Write to her, and explain that I must pay in advance the expenses of this contest, and that I cannot look for success unless I do so. I did not think that the demand would come so quick on me. But they know that I am not a man of capital, and therefore I cannot expect them to carry on the fight for me, unless they know that the money is sure. Scrubby has been bitten 2 or 3 times by these metropolitan fellows, and he is determined that he will not be bitten again. Then he paused for Kate to speak. George, she said, slowly. Well. I wish you would try any other scheme but that. There is no other scheme. That's so like a woman, to quarrel with the only plan that is practicable. I do not think you ought to take Alice's money. My dear Kate, you must allow me to be the best judge of what I ought to do, and what I ought not to do. Alice herself understands the matter perfectly. She knows that I cannot obtain this position, which is as desirable for her as it is for me. And for me as much as for either, said Kate, interrupting him. Very well. Alice, I say, knows that I cannot do this without money, and has offered the assistance which I want. I would rather that you should tell her how much I want, and that I want it now, than that I should do so. That is all. If you are half the woman that I take you to be, you will understand this well enough. Kate did understand it well enough. She was quite awake to the fact that her brother was ashamed of the thing he was about to do, so much ashamed of it that he was desirous of using her voice instead of his own. I want you to write to her quite at once, he continued, since you seem to think that it is not worth while to take the trouble of a journey to London. There is no question about the trouble, said Kate. I would walk to London to get the money for you, if that were all. "Do you think that Alice will refuse to lend it me?" said he, looking into her face. "I am sure that she would not, but I think that you ought not to take it from her. There seems to me to be something sacred about property that belongs to the girl you are going to marry." "If there is anything on earth I hate," said George, walking about the room, "it is romance. If you keep it for reading in your bedroom, it's all very well for those who like it, but when it comes to be mixed up with one's business it plays the devil. If you would only sift what you have said, you would see what nonsense it is. Alice and I are to be man and wife. All our interests, and all our money, and our station in life, whatever it may be, are to be joint property. And yet she is the last person in the world to whom I ought to go for money to improve her prospects as well as my own. That's what you call delicacy. I call it infernal nonsense. I tell you what I'll do, George. I'll ask Aunt Greenow to lend you the money, or to lend it to me. I don't believe she'd give me a shilling. Moreover, I want it quite immediately, and the time taken up in letter-writing and negotiations would be fatal to me. If you won't apply to Alice, I must. I want you to tell me whether you will oblige me in this matter." Kate was still hesitating as to her answer, when there came a knock at the door, and a little crumpled note was brought up to her. A boy had just come with it across the fell from Vavasor Hall, and Kate, as soon as she saw her name on the outside, knew that it was from her grandfather. It was as follows: "If George wishes to come to the Hall, let him come. If he chooses to tell me that he regrets his conduct to me, I will see him." "What is it?" said George. Then Kate put the note into her brother's hand. "I'll do nothing of the kind," he said. "What good should I get by going to the old man's house?" "Every good," said Kate. "If you don't go now you never can do so." "Never till it's my own," said George. "If you show him that you are determined to be at variance with him, it never will be your own. Unless, indeed, it should some day come to you as part of Alice's fortune. Think of it, George, you would not like to receive everything from her." He walked about the room, muttering maledictions between his teeth and balancing, as best he was able at such a moment, his pride against his profit. "You haven't answered my question," said he. "If I go to the Hall, will you write to Alice?" "No, George, I cannot write to Alice asking her for the money." "You won't?" "I could not bring myself to do it." "Then, Kate, you and my grandfather may work together for the future. You may get him to leave you the place if you have skill enough." "That is as undeserved a reproach as any woman ever encountered," said Kate, standing her ground boldly before him. "If you have either heart or conscience, you will feel that it is so. I'm not much troubled with either one or the other, I fancy. Things are being brought to such a pass with me that I am better without them. Will you take my money, George, just for the present?" "No. I haven't much conscience, but I have a little left." "Will you let me write to Mrs. Greenow?" "I have not the slightest objection, but it will be of no use whatsoever." "I will do so, at any rate. And now will you come to the Hall?" "To beg that old fool's pardon?" "No, I won't. In the mood I am in at present, I couldn't do it. I should only anger him worse than ever. Tell him that I've business which calls me back to London at once. It is 1,000 pities. It can't be helped. It may make so great a difference to you for your whole life," urged Kate. "I'll tell you what I'll do," said George. "I'll go to Vavasor and put up with the old squire's insolence, if you'll make this application for me to Alice." I wonder whether it occurred to him that his sister desired his presence at the Hall solely on his own behalf. The same idea certainly did not occur to Kate. She hesitated, feeling that she would almost do anything to achieve a reconciliation between her grandfather and her brother. "But you'll let me write to Aunt Greenow first," said she. "It will take only 2 days, or at the most 3. To this George consented as though he were yielding a great deal. And Kate, with a sore conscience, with a full knowledge that she was undertaking to do wrong, promised that she would apply to Alice for her money. If sufficient funds should not be forthcoming from Mrs. Greenow. Thereupon, George graciously consented to proceed to his bedroom, and put together his clothes with a view to his visit to the Hall. "I thank Providence, Kate, that circumstances make it impossible for me to stay above 2 days. I have not linen to last me longer. We'll manage that for you at the Hall." "Indeed you won't do anything of the kind. And look, Kate, when I make that excuse don't you offer to do so. I will stay there over tomorrow night, and shall go into Kendal early, so as to catch the express train up on Thursday morning. Don't you throw me over by any counter-proposition." Then they started together in the car, and very few words were said till they reached the old lodge, which stood at the entrance to the place. Mr. George, be that you?" said the old woman, who came out to swing back for them the broken gate. "A sight of you is good for Sair Ian." It was the same welcome that the innkeeper had given him, and equally sincere. George had never made himself popular about the place, but he was the heir. "I suppose you had better go into the drawing-room," said Kate, "while I go to my grandfather. You won't find a fire there. Manage it how you please, but don't keep me in the cold very long. Heavens, what a country house! The middle of January, and no fires in the room. And remember, George, when you see him you must say that you regret that you ever displeased him. Now that you are here, don't let there be any further misunderstanding." "I think it very probable that there will be," said George. "I only hope he'll let me have the old horse to take me back to Shap if there is. There he is at the front door, so I shan't have to go into the room without a fire." The old man was standing at the hall steps when the car drove up, as though to welcome his grandson. He put out his hand to help Kate down the steps, keeping his eye all the time on George's face. "So you've come back," the squire said to him. "Yes, sir. I've come back, like the prodigal son in the parable. The prodigal son was contrite. I hope you are so. Pretty well for that, sir. I'm sorry there has been any quarrel, and all that, you know." "Go in," said the squire, very angrily. "Go in. To expect anything gracious from you would be to expect pearls from swine. Go in." George went in, shrugging his shoulders as his eyes met his sister's. It was in this fashion that the reconciliation took place between Squire Vavasor and his heir. Chapter 39. Mr. Cheesacre's Hospitality. As the winter wore itself away, Mr. Cheesacre, happy as he was amidst the sports of Norfolk, and prosperous as he might be with the Augean spoils of Oileymead, fretted himself with an intense anxiety to bring to a close that affair which he had on his hands with the widow Greenow. There were 2 special dangers which disturbed him. She would give herself and all her money to that adventurer, Belfield. Or else she would spend her own money so fast before he got hold upon it, that the prize would be greatly damaged. If she hasn't been and set up a carriage," he said to himself one day, as standing on the pavement of Tombland, in Norwich, he saw Mrs. Greenow issue forth from the close in a private brougham, accompanied by one of the Fairstairs girls. "She's been and set up her carriage as sure as my name's Cheesacre." Whatever reason he might have to fear the former danger, we may declare that he had none whatever as to the latter. Mrs. Greenow knew what she was doing with her money as well as any lady in England. The private carriage was only a hired brougham taken by the month, and as to that boy in buttons whom she had lately established, why should she not keep a young servant, and call him a page? If it gave her any comfort to do so. If Mr. Cheesacre had also known that she had lent the Fairstairs family £50 to help them through with some difficulty which Joe had encountered with the Norwich tradespeople, he would have been beside himself with dismay. He desired to obtain the prize unmutilated, in all its fair proportions. Any such clippings he regarded as robberies against himself. But he feared Belfield more than he feared the brougham. That all is fair in love and war was no doubt, at this period, Captain Belfield's maxim, and we can only trust that he found in it some consolation, or ease to his conscience, in regard to the monstrous lies which he told his friend. In war, no doubt, all stratagems are fair. The one general is quite justified in making the other believe that he is far to the right, when in truth he is turning his enemy's left flank. If successful, he will be put upon a pedestal for his clever deceit, and crowned with laurels because of his lie. If Belfield could only be successful, and achieve for himself the mastery over those £40,000, the world would forgive him and place, on his brow also, some not uncomfortable crown. In the meantime, his stratagems were as deep and his lies as profound as those of any general. It must not be supposed that Cheesacre ever believed him. In the first place, he knew that Belfield was not a man to be believed in any way. Had he not been living on lies for the last 10 years? But then a man may lie in such a way as to deceive, though no one believe him. Mr. Cheesacre was kept in an agony of doubt while Captain Belfield occupied his lodgings in Norwich. He feed Jeanette liberally. He even feed Charlie Fairstairs, Miss Fairstairs I mean, with gloves, and chickens from Oileymead, so that he might know whether that kite fluttered about his dovecot. And of what nature were the flutterings? He went even further than this, and feed the captain himself, binding him down not to flutter as value given in return for such fees. He attempted even to feed the widow, cautioning her against the fluttering, as he tendered to her, on his knees, a brooch as big as a breastplate. She waved aside the breastplate, declaring that the mourning ring which contained poor Greenow's final grey lock of hair was the last article from a jeweller's shop which should ever find a place about her person. At the same time she declared that Captain Belfield was nothing to her, Mr. Cheesacre need have no fears in that quarter. But then, she added, neither was he to have any hope. Her affections were all buried under the cold sod. This was harassing. Nevertheless, though no absolute satisfaction was to be attained in the wooing of Mrs. Greenow, there was a pleasantness in the occupation which ought to have reconciled her suitors to their destiny. With most ladies, when a gentleman has been on his knees before one of them in the morning, with outspoken protestations of love, with clearly defined proffers of marriage, with a minute inventory of the offerer's worldly wealth, down even to the mahogany-furnitured bedchambers, as was the case with Mr. Cheesacre, and when all these overtures have been peremptorily declined, a gentleman in such a case, I say, would generally feel some awkwardness in sitting down to tea with the lady at the close of such a performance. But with Mrs. Greenow there was no such awkwardness. After an hour's work of the nature above described she would play the hostess with a genial hospitality, that eased off all the annoyance of disappointment. And then at the end of the evening, she would accept a squeeze of the hand, a good, palpable, long protracted squeeze, with that sort of "don't have done now," by which Irish young ladies allure their lovers. Mr. Cheesacre, on such occasions, would leave the close, swearing that she should be his on the next market day, or at any rate, on the next Saturday. Then, on the Monday, tidings would reach him that Belfield had passed all Sunday afternoon with his ladylove, Belfield, to whom he had lent £5 on purpose that he might be enabled to spend that very Sunday with some officers of the Suffolk Volunteers at Ipswich. And hearing this, he would walk out among those rich heaps, at the back of his farmyard, uttering deep curses against the falsehood of men and the fickleness of women. Driven to despair, he at last resolved to ask Belfield to come to Oileymead for a month. That drilling at Norwich, or the part of it which was supposed to be profitable, was wearing itself out. Funds were low with the captain, as he did not scruple to tell his friend Cheesacre, and he accepted the invitation. "I'll mount you with the harriers, old fellow," Cheesacre had said, "and give you a little shooting. Only I won't have you go out when I'm not with you." Belfield agreed. Each of them understood the nature of the bargain. Though Belfield, I think, had somewhat the clearer understanding in the matter. He would not be so near the widow as he had been at Norwich, but he would not be less near than his kind host. And his host would no doubt watch him closely, but then he also could watch his host. There was a railway station not 2 miles from Oileymead, and the journey thence into Norwich was one of half an hour. Mr. Cheesacre would doubtless be very jealous of such journeys, but with all his jealousy he could not prevent them. And then, in regard to this arrangement, Mr. Cheesacre paid the piper, whereas Captain Belfield paid nothing. Would it not be sweet to him if he could carry off his friend's prize from under the very eaves of his friend's house? And Mrs. Greenow also understood the arrangement. "Going to Oileymead, are you?" she said when Captain Belfield came to tell her of his departure. Charlie Fairstairs was with her, so that the captain could not utilize the moment in any special way. "It's quite delightful," continued the widow, "to see how fond you two gentlemen are of each other. I think gentlemen always like to go best to gentlemen's houses where there are no ladies," said Charlie Fairstairs, whose career in life had not as yet been satisfactory to her. "As for that," said Belfield, "I wish with all my heart that dear old Cheesy would get a wife. He wants a wife badly, if ever a man did, with all that house full of blankets and crockery. Why don't you set your cap at him, Miss Fairstairs?" "What, at a farmer?" said Charlie, who was particularly anxious that her dear friend, Mrs. Greenow, should not marry Mr. Cheesacre, and who weakly thought to belittle him accordingly. "Give him my kind love," said Mrs. Greenow, thereby resenting the impotent interference. "And look here, Captain Belfield, suppose you both dine with me next Saturday. He always comes in on Saturday, and you might as well come too." Captain Belfield declared that he would only be too happy. "And Charlie shall come to set her cap at Mr. Cheesacre," said the widow, turning a soft and gracious eye on the captain. "I shall be happy to come," said Charlie, quite delighted, "but not with that object. Mr. Cheesacre is very respectable, I'm sure." Charlie's mother had been the daughter of a small squire who had let his land to tenants, and she was, therefore, justified by circumstances in looking down upon a farmer. The matter was so settled, pending the consent of Mr. Cheesacre, and Belfield went out to Oileymead. He knew the ways of the house, and was not surprised to find himself left alone till after dusk. Nor was he much surprised when he learned that he was not put into one of the mahogany furnitured chambers, but into a back room looking over the farmyard in which there was no fireplace. The captain had already endured some of the evils of poverty, and could have put up with this easily had nothing been said about it. As it was, Cheesacre brought the matter forward, and apologized, and made the thing difficult. "You see, old fellow," he said, "there are the rooms, and of course they're empty. But it's such a bore hauling out all the things and putting up the curtains. You'll be very snug where you are." "I shall do very well," said Belfield rather sulkily. "Of course you'll do very well. It's the warmest room in the house in one way." He did not say in what way. Perhaps the near neighbourhood of the stables may have had a warming effect. Belfield did not like it, but what is a poor man to do under such circumstances? So he went upstairs and washed his hands before dinner in the room without a fireplace, flattering himself that he would yet be even with his friend Cheesacre. They dined together not in the best humour, and after dinner they sat down to enjoy themselves with pipes and brandy and water. Belfield, having a taste for everything that was expensive, would have preferred cigars, but his friend put none upon the table. Mr. Cheesacre, though he could spend his money liberally when occasion required such spending, knew well the value of domestic economy. He wasn't going to put himself out, as he called it, for Belfield. What was good enough for himself was good enough for Belfield. A beggar, you know, just a regular beggar, as he was betrayed into saying to Mrs. Greenow on some occasion just at this period. "Poor fellow! He only wants money to make him almost perfect," Mrs. Greenow had answered, and Mr. Cheesacre had felt that he had made a mistake. Both the men became talkative, if not good-humoured, under the effects of the brandy and water, and the captain then communicated Mrs. Greenow's invitation to Mr. Cheesacre. He had had his doubts as to the propriety of doing so, thinking that perhaps it might be to his advantage to forget the message. But he reflected that he was at any rate a match for Cheesacre when they were present together, and finally came to the conclusion that the message should be delivered. "I had to go and just wish her good-bye, you know," he said apologetically, as he finished his little speech. "I don't see that at all," said Cheesacre. "Why, my dear fellow, how foolishly jealous you are. If I were to be downright uncivil to her, as you would have me be, it would only call attention to the thing. I'm not a bit jealous. A man who sits upon his own ground as I do hasn't any occasion to be jealous. I don't know what your own ground has to do with it, but we'll let that pass. I think it has a great deal to do with it. If a man does intend to marry, he ought to have things comfortable about him. Unless he wants to live on his wife, which I look upon as about the meanest thing a man can do. By George, I'd sooner break stones than that. This was hard for any captain to bear, even for Captain Belfield, but he did bear it, looking forward to revenge. There's no pleasing you, I know, said he. But there's the fact. I went to say goodbye to her, and she asked me to give you that message. Shall we go or not? Cheesacre sat for some time silent, blowing out huge clouds of smoke while he meditated a little plan. I'll tell you what it is, Belfield, he said at last. She's nothing to you, and if you won't mind it, I'll go. Mrs. Jones shall get you anything you like for dinner, and, I'll stand you a bottle of the 34 port. But Captain Belfield was not going to put up with this. He had not sold himself altogether to work Mr. Cheesacre's will. No, old fellow, said he, that cock won't fight. She has asked me to dine with her on Saturday, and I mean to go. I don't intend that she shall think that I'm afraid of her, or of you either. You don't you? No, I don't, said the captain stoutly. I wish you'd pay me some of that money you owe me, said Cheesacre. So I will, when I've married the widow. Ha, ha, ha. Cheesacre longed to turn him out of the house. Words to bid him go, were, so to say, upon his tongue. But the man would only have taken himself to Norwich, and would have gone without any embargo upon his suit. All their treaties would then be at an end. She knows a trick worth two of that, said Cheesacre at last. I dare say she does, and if so, why shouldn't I go and dine with her next Saturday? I'll tell you why, because you're in my way. The deuce is in it if I haven't made the whole thing clear enough. I've told you all my plans because I thought you were my friend, and I've paid you well to help me, too, and yet it seems to me you'd do anything in your power to throw me over, only you can't. What an ass you are, said the captain after a pause, just you listen to me. That scraggy young woman, Charlie Fairstairs, is to be there of course. How do you know? I tell you that I do know. She was present when the whole thing was arranged, and I heard her asked, and heard her say that she would come. And for the matter of that I heard her declare that she wouldn't set her cap at you, because you're a farmer. Upon my word she's kind. Upon my word she is, said Cheesacre, getting very angry and very red. Charlie Fairstairs, indeed. I wouldn't pick her out of a gutter with a pair of tongs. She ain't good enough for my bailiff, let alone me. But somebody must take her in hand on Saturday, if you're to do any good, said the crafty Belfield. What the deuce does she have that nasty creature there for, said Cheesacre, who thought it very hard that everything should not be arranged exactly as he would desire. She wants a companion, of course. You can get rid of Charlie, you know, when you make her Mrs. Cheesacre. Get rid of her. You don't suppose she'll ever put her foot in this house? Not if I know it. I've detested that woman for the last 10 years. Cheesacre could forgive no word of slight respecting his social position, and the idea of Miss Fairstairs having pretended to look down upon him, galled him to the quick. You'll have to dine with her at any rate, said Belfield, and I always think that 4 are better company than 3 on such occasions. Mr. Cheesacre grunted an unwilling assent, and after this it was looked upon as an arranged thing that they two should go into Norwich on the Saturday together. And that they should both dine with the widow. Indeed, Mrs. Greenow got 2 notes, one from each of them, accepting the invitation. Cheesacre wrote in a singular number, altogether ignoring Captain Belfield, as he might have ignored his footman had he intended to take one. The captain condescended to use the plural pronoun. We shall be so happy to come, said he. Dear old Cheesy is out of his little wits with delight, he added, and has already begun to polish off the effects of the farmyard. "Effects of the farmyard," said Mrs. Greenow aloud, in Jeanette's hearing, when she received the note. It would be well for Captain Belfield if he had a few such effects himself. "You can give him enough, ma'am," said Jeanette, "to make him a better man than Mr. Cheesacre any day. And for a gentleman, of course I say nothing, but if I was a lady, I know which should be the man for me." Chapter 40. Mrs. Greenow's little dinner in the close. How deep and cunning are the wiles of love! When that Saturday morning arrived, not a word was said by Cheesacre to his rival as to his plans for the day. "You'll take the dog-cart in?" Captain Belfield had asked overnight. "I don't know what I shall do as yet," replied he who was master of the house, of the dog-cart, and, as he fondly thought, of the situation. But Belfield knew that Cheesacre must take the dog-cart, and was contented. His friend would leave him behind, if it were possible, but Belfield would take care that it should not be possible. Before breakfast Mr. Cheesacre surreptitiously carried out into the yard a bag containing all his apparatus for dressing, his marrow oil for his hair, his shirt with the wondrous worked front upon an understratum of pink to give it colour, his shiny boots, and all the rest of the paraphernalia. When dining in Norwich on ordinary occasions, he simply washed his hands there, trusting to the chambermaid at the inn to find him a comb. And now he came down with his bag surreptitiously, and hid it away in the back of the dog-cart with secret, but alas, not unobserved hands, hoping that Belfield would forget his toilet. But when did such a captain ever forget his outward man? Cheesacre, as he returned through the kitchen from the yard into the front hall, perceived another bag lying near the door, apparently filled almost as well as his own. "What the deuce are you going to do with all this luggage?" said he, giving the bag a kick. "Put it where I saw you putting yours when I opened my window just now," said Belfield. "The window," exclaimed Cheesacre, and then they sat down to breakfast. "How you do hack that ham about," he said. "If you ever found hams yourself you'd be more particular in cutting them." This was very bad. Even Belfield could not bear it with equanimity, and feeling unable to eat the ham under such circumstances, made his breakfast with a couple of fresh eggs. "If you didn't mean to eat the meat, why the mischief did you cut it?" said Cheesacre. "Upon my word, Cheesacre, you're too bad, upon my word you are," said Belfield, almost sobbing. "What's the matter now?" said the other. "Who wants your ham?" "You do, I suppose, or you wouldn't cut it." "No I don't, nor anything else either that you've got. It isn't fair to ask a fellow into your house, and then say such things to him as that. And it isn't what I've been accustomed to either, I can tell you that, Mr. Cheesacre." "Oh, bother. It's all very well to say bother, but I choose to be treated like a gentleman wherever I go. You and I have known each other a long time, and I'd put up with more from you than from anyone else. But can you pay me the money that you owe me, Belfield?" said Cheesacre, looking hard at him. "No, I can't," said Belfield, "not immediately." "Then eat your breakfast, and hold your tongue." After that Captain Belfield did eat his breakfast, leaving the ham however untouched, and did hold his tongue, vowing vengeance in his heart. But the two men went into Norwich more amicably together than they would have done had there been no words between them. Cheesacre felt that he had trespassed a little, and therefore offered the captain a cigar as he seated himself in the cart. Belfield accepted the offering, and smoked the weed of peace. "Now," said Cheesacre, as he drove into the Swan Yard, "what do you mean to do with yourself all day?" "I shall go down to the quarters, and look the fellows up." "All right. But mind this, Belfield, it's an understood thing, that you're not to be in the close before 4. "I won't be in the close before 4. "Very well. That's understood. If you deceive me, I'll not drive you back to Oileymead tonight." In this instance Captain Belfield had no intention to deceive. He did not think it probable that he could do himself any good by philandering about the widow early in the day. She would be engaged with her dinner and with an early toilet. Captain Belfield, moreover, had learned from experience that the first comber has not always an advantage in ladies' society. The mind of a woman is greedy after novelty, and it is upon the stranger, or upon the most strange of her slaves around her, that she often smiles the sweetest. The cathedral clock, therefore, had struck 4 before Captain Belfield rang Mrs. Greenow's bell, and then, when he was shown into the drawing-room, he found Cheesacre there alone, redolent with the marrow oil, and beautiful with the pink bosom. "Haven't you seen her yet?" asked the captain almost in a whisper. "No," said Cheesacre sulkily. "Nor yet Charlie Fairstairs." "I've seen nobody," said Cheesacre. But at this moment he was compelled to swallow his anger, as Mrs. Greenow, accompanied by her lady guest, came into the room. "Whoever would have expected 2 gentlemen to be so punctual," said she, "especially on market day." "Market day makes no difference when I come to see you," said Cheesacre, putting his best foot forward, while Captain Belfield contented himself with saying something civil to Charlie. He would bide his time and ride a waiting race. The widow was almost gorgeous in her weeds. I believe that she had not sinned in her dress against any of those canons which the semi-ecclesiastical authorities on widowhood have laid down as to the outward garments fitted for gentlemen's relicts. The materials were those which are devoted to the deepest conjugal grief. As regarded every item of the written law, her suttee worship was carried out to the letter. There was the widow's cap, generally so hideous, so well known to the eyes of all men, so odious to womanhood. Let us hope that such headgear may have some assuaging effect on the departed spirits of husbands. There was the dress of deep, clinging, melancholy crape, of crape which becomes so brown and so rusty, and which makes the 6 months' widow seem so much more afflicted a creature than she whose husband is just gone, and whose crape is therefore new. There were the trailing weepers, and the widow's kerchief pinned close round her neck and somewhat tightly over her bosom. But there was that of genius about Mrs. Greenow, that she had turned every seeming disadvantage to some special profit, and had so dressed herself that though she had obeyed the law to the letter, she had thrown the spirit of it to the winds. Her cap sat jauntily on her head, and showed just so much of her rich brown hair as to give her the appearance of youth which she desired. Cheesacre had blamed her in his heart for her private carriage, but she spent more money, I think, on new crape than she did on her brougham. It never became brown and rusty with her, or formed itself into old lumpy folds, or shaped itself round her like a grave cloth. The written law had not interdicted crinoline, and she loomed as large with weeds, which with her were not sombre, as she would do with her silks when the period of her probation should be over. Her weepers were bright with newness, and she would waft them aside from her shoulder with an air which turned even them into auxiliaries. Her kerchief was fastened close round her neck and close over her bosom, but Jeanette well knew what she was doing as she fastened it, and so did Jeanette's mistress. Mrs. Greenow would still talk much about her husband, declaring that her loss was as fresh to her wounded heart, as though he, on whom all her happiness had rested, had left her only yesterday. But yet she mistook her dates, frequently referring to the melancholy circumstance, as having taken place 15 months ago. In truth, however, Mr. Greenow had been alive within the last 9 months, as everybody around her knew. But if she chose to forget the exact day, why should her friends or dependents remind her of it? No friend or dependent did remind her of it, and Charlie Fairstairs spoke of the 15 months with bold confidence, false-tongued little parasite that she was. "Looking well," said the widow, in answer to some outspoken compliment from Mr. Cheesacre. "Yes, I'm well enough in health, and I suppose I ought to be thankful that it is so. But if you had buried a wife whom you had loved within the last 18 months, you would have become as indifferent as I am to all that kind of thing." "I never was married yet," said Mr. Cheesacre. "And therefore you know nothing about it. Everything in the world is gay and fresh to you. If I were you, Mr. Cheesacre, I would not run the risk. It is hardly worth a woman's while, and I suppose not a man's. The sufferings are too great." Whereupon she pressed her handkerchief to her eyes. "But I mean to try all the same," said Cheesacre, looking the lover all over as he gazed into the fair one's face. "I hope that you may be successful, Mr. Cheesacre," and that she may not be torn away from you early in life. Is dinner ready, Jeanette? That's well. Mr. Cheesacre, will you give your arm to Miss Fairstairs? There was no doubt as to Mrs. Greenow's correctness. As Captain Belfield held, or had held, Her Majesty's commission, he was clearly entitled to take the mistress of the festival down to dinner. But Cheesacre would not look at it in this light. He would only remember that he had paid for the captain's food for some time past, that the captain had been brought into Norwich in his gig, that the captain owed him money, and ought, so to say, to be regarded as his property on the occasion. I pay my way, and that ought to give a man higher station than being a beggarly captain, which I don't believe he is, if all the truth was known. It was thus that he took an occasion to express himself to Miss Fairstairs on that very evening. Military rank is always recognized, Miss Fairstairs had replied, taking Mr. Cheesacre's remarks as a direct slight upon herself. He had taken her down to dinner, and had then come to her complaining that he had been injured in being called upon to do so. If you were a magistrate, Mr. Cheesacre, you would have rank, but I believe you are not. Charlie Fairstairs knew well what she was about. Mr. Cheesacre had striven much to get his name put upon the commission of the peace, but had failed. Nasty, scraggy old cat, Cheesacre said to himself, as he turned away from her. But Belfield gained little by taking the widow down. He and Cheesacre were placed at the top and bottom of the table, so that they might do the work of carving, and the ladies sat at the sides. Mrs. Greenow's hospitality was very good. The dinner was exactly what a dinner ought to be for 4 persons. There was soup, fish, a cutlet, a roast fowl, and some game. Jeanette waited at table nimbly, and the thing could not have been done better. Mrs. Greenow's appetite was not injured by her grief, and she so far repressed for the time all remembrance of her sorrow as to enable her to play the kind hostess to perfection. Under her immediate eye Cheesacre was forced into apparent cordiality with his friend Belfield, and the captain himself took the good things which the gods provided with thankful good humour. Nothing, however, was done at the dinner table. No work got itself accomplished. The widow was so accurately fair in the adjustment of her favours, that even Jeanette could not perceive to which of the two she turned with the amplest smile. She talked herself and made others talk, till Cheesacre became almost comfortable, in spite of his jealousy. And now, she said, as she got up to leave the room, when she had taken her own glass of wine, we will allow these 2 gentlemen just half an hour, Charlie. And then we shall expect them upstairs. 10 minutes will be enough for us here, said Cheesacre, who was in a hurry to utilize his time. Half an hour, said Mrs. Greenow, not without some little tone of command in her voice. 10 minutes might be enough for Mr. Cheesacre, but 10 minutes was not enough for her. Belfield had opened the door, and it was upon him that the widow's eye glanced as she left the room. Cheesacre saw it, and resolved to resent the injury. I'll tell you what it is, Belfield, he said, as he sat down moodily over the fire, I won't have you coming here at all, till this matter is settled. Till what matter is settled? Said Belfield, filling his glass. You know what matter I mean. You take such a deuce of a time about it. No, I don't. I take as little time as anybody could. That other fellow has only been dead about 9 months, and I've got the thing in excellent training already. And what harm do I do? You disturb me, and you disturb her. You do it on purpose. Do you suppose I can't see? I'll tell you what, now, if you'll go clean out of Norwich for a month, I'll lend you £200 on the day she becomes Mrs. Cheesacre. And where am I to go to? You may stay at Oileymead, if you like, that is, on condition that you do stay there. And be told that I hack the ham because it's not my own. Shall I tell you a piece of my mind, Cheesacre? What do you mean? That woman has no more idea of marrying you than she has of marrying the bishop. Won't you fill your glass, old fellow? I know where the tap is if you want another bottle. You may as well give it up, and spend no more money in pink fronts and polished boots on her account. You're a podgy man, you see, and Mrs. Greenow doesn't like podgy men. Cheesacre sat looking at him with his mouth open, dumb with surprise, and almost paralyzed with impotent anger. What had happened during the last few hours to change so entirely the tone of his dependent captain? Could it be that Belfield had been there during the morning, and that she had accepted him? You are very podgy, Cheesacre, Belfield continued, and then you so often smell of the farmyard, and you talk too much of your money and your property. You'd have had a better chance if you had openly talked to her of hers, as I have done. As it is, you haven't any chance at all. Belfield, as he thus spoke to the man opposite to him, went on drinking his wine comfortably, and seemed to be chuckling with glee. Cheesacre was so astounded, so lost in amazement that the creature whom he had fed, whom he had bribed with money out of his own pocket, should thus turn against him, that for a while he could not collect his thoughts or find voice wherewith to make any answer. It occurred to him immediately that Belfield was even now, at this very time, staying at his house, that he, Cheesacre, was expected to drive him, Belfield, back to Oileymead, to his own Oileymead, on this very evening. And as he thought of this he almost fancied that he must be in a dream. He shook himself, and looked again, and there sat Belfield, eyeing him through the bright colour of a glass of port. Now I've told you a bit of my mind, Cheesy, my boy, continued Belfield, and you'll save yourself a deal of trouble and annoyance if you'll believe what I say. She doesn't mean to marry you. It's most probable that she'll marry me, but, at any rate, she won't marry you. Do you mean to pay me my money, sir? Said Cheesacre, at last, finding his readiest means of attack in that quarter. Yes, I do. But when? When I've married Mrs. Greenow, and, therefore, I expect your assistance in that little scheme. Let us drink her health. We shall always be delighted to see you at our house, Cheesy, my boy, and you shall be allowed to hack the hams just as much as you please. You shall be made to pay for this, said Cheesacre, gasping with anger, gasping almost more with dismay than he did with anger. All right, old fellow, I'll pay for it, with the widow's money. Come, our half-hour is nearly over, shall we go upstairs? I'll expose you. Don't now, don't be ill-natured. Will you tell me where you mean to sleep tonight, Captain Belfield? If I sleep at Oileymead it will only be on condition that I have one of the mahogany-furnitured bedrooms. You'll never put your foot in that house again. You're a rascal, sir. Come, come, Cheesy, it won't do for us to quarrel in a lady's house. It wouldn't be the thing at all. You're not drinking your wine. You might as well take another glass, and then we'll go upstairs. You've left your traps at Oileymead, and not one of them you shall have till you've paid me every shilling you owe me. I don't believe you've a shirt in the world beyond what you've got there. It's lucky I brought one in to change, wasn't it, Cheesy? I shouldn't have thought of it only for the hint you gave me. I might as well ring the bell for Jeanette to put away the wine, if you won't take any more. Then he rang the bell, and when Jeanette came he skipped lightly upstairs into the drawing-room. Was he here before today? Said Cheesacre, nodding his head at the doorway through which Belfield had passed. Who? The captain? Oh dear no. The captain don't come here much now. Not to say often, by no means. He's a confounded rascal. Oh, Mr. Cheesacre, said Jeanette. He is, and I ain't sure that there ain't others nearly as bad as he is. If you mean me, Mr. Cheesacre, I do declare you're a-wronging me, I do indeed. What's the meaning of his going on in this way? I don't know nothing of his ways, Mr. Cheesacre, but I've been as true to you, sir. So I have, as true as true. And Jeanette put her handkerchief up to her eyes. He moved to the door, and then a thought occurred to him. He put his hand to his trousers pocket, and turning back towards the girl, gave her half a crown. She curtsied as she took it, and then repeated her last words. Yes, Mr. Cheesacre, as true as true. Mr. Cheesacre said nothing further, but followed his enemy up to the drawing-room. What game is up now, I wonder, said Jeanette to herself, when she was left alone. They two'll be cutting each other's throatses before they've done, and then my missus will take the survivor. But she made up her mind that Cheesacre should be the one to have his throat cut fatally, and that Belfield should be the survivor. Cheesacre, when he reached the drawing-room, found Belfield sitting on the same sofa with Mrs. Greenow looking at a book of photographs which they both of them were handling together. The outside rim of her widow's frill on one occasion touched the captain's whisker, and as it did so the captain looked up with a gratified expression of triumph. If any gentleman has ever seen the same thing under similar circumstances, he will understand that Cheesacre must have been annoyed. "Yes," said Mrs. Greenow, waving her handkerchief, of which little but a 2-inch deep border seemed to be visible. Belfield knew at once that it was not the same handkerchief which she had waved before they went down to dinner. "Yes, there he is. It's so like him." And then she apostrophized the carte de visite of the departed one. "Dear Greenow, dear husband. When my spirit is false to thee, let thine forget to visit me softly in my dreams. Thou wast unmatched among husbands. Whose tender kindness was ever equal to thine? Whose sweet temper was ever so constant? Whose manly care so all-sufficient?" While the words fell from her lips her little finger was touching Belfield's little finger, as they held the book between them. Charlie Fairstairs and Mr. Cheesacre were watching her narrowly, and she knew that they were watching her. She was certainly a woman of great genius and of great courage. Belfield, moved by the eloquence of her words, looked with some interest at the photograph. There was represented there before him, a small, grey-looking, insignificant old man, with pig's eyes and a toothless mouth, one who should never have been compelled to submit himself to the cruelty of the son's portraiture. Another widow, even if she had kept in her book the photograph of such a husband, would have scrambled it over silently, would have been ashamed to show it. "Have you ever seen it, Mr. Cheesacre?" asked Mrs. Greenow. "It's so like him." "I saw it at Yarmouth," said Cheesacre, very sulkily. "That you did not," said the lady with some dignity, and not a little of rebuke in her tone. "Simply because it never was at Yarmouth. A larger one you may have seen, which I always keep, and always shall keep, close by my bedside." "Not if I know it," said Captain Belfield to himself. Then the widow punished Mr. Cheesacre for his sullenness by whispering a few words to the captain, and Cheesacre in his wrath turned to Charlie Fairstairs. Then it was that he spake out his mind about the captain's rank, and was snubbed by Charlie, as was told a page or two back. After that, coffee was brought to them, and here again Cheesacre in his ill humour allowed the captain to outmanoeuvre him. It was the captain who put the sugar into the cups and handed them round. He even handed a cup to his enemy. "None for me, Captain Belfield, many thanks for your politeness all the same," said Mr. Cheesacre, and Mrs. Greenow knew from the tone of his voice that there had been a quarrel. Cheesacre, sitting then in his gloom, had resolved upon one thing, or, I may perhaps say, upon two things. He had resolved that he would not leave the room that evening till Belfield had left it, and that he would get a final answer from the widow. If not that night, for he thought it very possible that they might both be sent away together, then early after breakfast on the following morning. For the present, he had given up any idea of turning his time to good account. He was not perhaps a coward, but he had not that special courage which enables a man to fight well under adverse circumstances. He had been cowed by the unexpected impertinence of his rival, by the insolence of a man to whom he thought that he had obtained the power of being always himself as insolent as he pleased. He could not recover his ground quickly, or carry himself before his lady's eye as though he was unconscious of the wound he had received. So he sat silent, while Belfield was discoursing fluently. He sat in silence, comforting himself with reflections on his own wealth, and on the poverty of the other, and promising himself a rich harvest of revenge when the moment should come in which he might tell Mrs. Greenow how absolutely that man was a beggar, a swindler, and a rascal. And he was astonished when an opportunity for doing so came very quickly. Before the neighbouring clock had done striking 7, Belfield rose from his chair to go. He first of all spoke a word of farewell to Miss Fairstairs, then he turned to his late host. "Good night, Cheesacre," he said, in the easiest tone in the world. After that he pressed the widow's hand and whispered his adieu. "I thought you were staying at Oileymead," said Mrs. Greenow. "I came from there this morning," said the captain. "But he isn't going back there, I can tell you," said Mr. Cheesacre. "Oh, indeed," said Mrs. Greenow, "I hope there is nothing wrong." "All as right as a trivet," said the captain, and then he was off. "I promised mamma that I would be home by 7, said Charlie Fairstairs, rising from her chair. It cannot be supposed that she had any wish to oblige Mr. Cheesacre, and therefore this movement on her part must be regarded simply as done in kindness to Mrs. Greenow. She might be mistaken in supposing that Mrs. Greenow would desire to be left alone with Mr. Cheesacre. But it was clear to her that in this way she could give no offence, whereas it was quite possible that she might offend by remaining. A little after 7 Mr. Cheesacre found himself alone with the lady. "I'm sorry to find," said she, gravely, "that you two have quarrelled." "Mrs. Greenow," said he, jumping up, and becoming on a sudden full of life, "that man is a downright swindler." "Oh, Mr. Cheesacre. He is. He'll tell you that he was at Inkerman, but I believe he was in prison all the time. The captain had been arrested, I think twice, and thus Mr. Cheesacre justified to himself this assertion. "I doubt whether he ever saw a shot fired," he continued. "He's none the worse for that. But he tells such lies, and then he has not a penny in the world. How much do you suppose he owes me, now? However much it is, I'm sure you are too much of a gentleman to say." "Well, yes, I am," said he, trying to recover himself. "But when I asked him how he intended to pay me, what do you think he said? He said he'd pay me when he got your money." "My money? He couldn't have said that." "But he did, Mrs. Greenow. I give you my word and honour. I'll pay you when I get the widow's money," he said. "You gentlemen must have a nice way of talking about me when I am absent. I never said a disrespectful word about you in my life, Mrs. Greenow, or thought one." "He does, he says horrible things." "What horrible things, Mr. Cheesacre?" "Oh, I can't tell you. But he does. What can you expect from such a man as that, who, to my knowledge, won't have a change of clothes tomorrow, except what he brought in on his back this morning? Where he's to get a bed tonight, I don't know, for I doubt whether he's got half a crown in the world. Poor Belfield! Yes, he is poor. But how gracefully he carries his poverty! I should call it very disgraceful, Mrs. Greenow." To this she made no reply, and then he thought that he might begin his work. "Mrs. Greenow, may I say Arabella?" "Mr. Cheesacre." "But mayn't I?" "Come, Mrs. Greenow. You know well enough by this time what it is I mean. What's the use of shilly-shollying?" "Shilly-shollying, Mr. Cheesacre. I never heard such language. If I bid you good night, now, and tell you that it is time for you to go home, shall you call that shilly-shollying?" He had made a mistake in his word and repented it. "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Greenow, I do indeed. I didn't mean anything offensive. Shilly-shollying, indeed. There's very little shall in it, I can assure you." The poor man was dreadfully crestfallen, so much so that the widow's heart relented, and she pardoned him. It was not in her nature to quarrel with people, at any rate, not with her lovers. "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Greenow," said the culprit, humbly. "It is granted," said the widow, "but never tell a lady again that she is shilly-shollying. And look here, Mr. Cheesacre, if it should ever come to pass that you are making love to a lady in earnest—" "I couldn't be more in earnest," said he. "That you are making love to a lady in earnest, talk to her a little more about your passion and a little less about your purse. Now, good night." "But we are friends." "Oh yes. As good friends as ever." Cheesacre, as he drove himself home in the dark, tried to console himself by thinking of the miserable plight in which Belfield would find himself at Norwich. with no possessions but what he had brought into the town that day in a small bag. But as he turned in at his own gate he met two figures emerging, one of them was laden with a portmanteau, and the other with a hat case. "It's only me, Cheesy, my boy," said Belfield. "I've just come down by the rail to fetch my things, and I'm going back to Norwich by the 9:20. If you've stolen anything of mine I'll have you prosecuted," roared Cheesacre, as he drove his gig up to his own door. Chapter 41. A noble lord dies. George Vavasor remained about 4 days beneath his grandfather's roof, but he was not happy there himself, nor did he contribute to the happiness of anyone else. He remained there in great discomfort so long, being unwilling to leave till an answer had been received to the request made to Aunt Greenow, in order that he might insist on Kate's performance of her promise with reference to Alice, if that answer should be unfavourable. During these 5 days Kate did all in her power to induce her brother to be, at any rate, kind in his manner towards his grandfather, but it was in vain. The squire would not be the first to be gracious, and George, quite as obstinate as the old man, would take no steps in that direction till encouraged to do so by graciousness from the other side. Poor Kate entreated each of them to begin, but her entreaties were of no avail. "He is an ill-mannered cub," the old man said, "and I was a fool to let him into the house. Don't mention his name to me again." George argued the matter more at length. Kate spoke to him of his own interest in the matter, urging upon him that he might, by such conduct, drive the squire to exclude him altogether from the property. "He must do as he likes," George said, sulkily. "But for Alice's sake," Kate answered. "Alice would be the last to expect me to submit to unreasonable ill-usage for the sake of money. As regards myself, I confess that I'm very fond of money and am not particularly squeamish. I would do anything that a man can do to secure it. But this I can't do. I never injured him, and I never asked him to injure himself. I never attempted to borrow money from him. I have never cost him a shilling. When I was in the wine business he might have enabled me to make a large fortune simply by settling on me then the reversion of property which, when he dies, ought to be my own. He was so perversely ignorant that he would make no inquiry, but chose to think that I was ruining myself, at the only time of my life when I was really doing well." "But he had a right to act as he pleased," urged Kate. "Certainly he had. But he had no right to resent my asking such a favour at his hands. He was an ignorant old fool not to do it. But I should never have quarrelled with him on that account. Nature made him a fool, and it wasn't his fault. But I can't bring myself to kneel in the dirt before him simply because I asked for what was reasonable." The two men said very little to each other. They were never alone together except during that half-hour after dinner in which they were supposed to drink their wine. The old squire always took 3 glasses of port during this period, and expected that his grandson would take 3 with him. But George would drink none at all. "I have given up drinking wine after dinner," said he, when his grandfather pushed the bottle over to him. "I suppose you mean that you drink nothing but claret," said the squire, in a tone of voice that was certainly not conciliatory. "I mean simply what I say," said George, "that I have given up drinking wine after dinner." The old man could not openly quarrel with his heir on such a point as that. Even Mr. Vavasor could not tell his grandson that he was going to the dogs because he had become temperate. But, nevertheless, there was offence in it. And when George sat perfectly silent, looking at the fire, evidently determined to make no attempt at conversation, the offence grew, and became strong. "What the devil's the use of your sitting there if you neither drink nor talk?" said the old man. "No use in the world, that I can see," said George. "If, however, I were to leave you, you would abuse me for it." "I don't care how soon you leave me," said the squire. From all which it may be seen that George Vavasor's visit to the hall of his ancestors was not satisfactory. On the 4th day, about noon, came Aunt Greenow's reply. "Dearest Kate," she said, "I am not going to do what you ask me," thus rushing instantly into the middle of her subject. "You see, I don't know my nephew, and have no reason for being specially anxious that he should be in Parliament. I don't care two straws about the glory of the Vavasor family. If I had never done anything for myself, the Vavasors would have done very little for me. I don't care much about what you call blood. I like those who like me, and whom I know. I am very fond of you, and because you have been good to me I would give you £1,000 if you wanted it for yourself, but I don't see why I am to give my money to those I don't know. If it is necessary to tell my nephew of this, pray tell him that I mean no offence. Your friend C. is still waiting, patiently, but his patience may be exhausted. Your affectionate aunt, Arabella Greenow. Of course she won't, said George, as he threw back the letter to his sister. Why should she? I had hoped she would, said Kate. Why should she? What did I ever do for her? She is a sensible woman. Who is your friend C., and why is he waiting patiently? He is a man who would be glad to marry her for her money, if she would take him. Then what does she mean by his patience being exhausted? It is her folly. She chooses to pretend to think that the man is a lover of mine. Has he got any money? Yes, lots of money, or money's worth. And what is his name? His name is Cheesacre. But pray don't trouble yourself to talk about him. If he wants to marry you, and has plenty of money, why shouldn't you take him? Good heavens, George. In the first place he does not want to marry me. In the next place all his heart is in his farmyard. And a very good place to have it, said George. Undoubtedly. But, really, you must not trouble yourself to talk about him. Only this, that I should be very glad to see you well married. Should you? Said she, thinking of her close attachment to himself. And now, about the money, said George. You must write to Alice at once. Oh, George. Of course you must, you have promised. Indeed, it would have been much wiser if you had taken me at my word, and done it at once. I cannot do it. Then the scar on his face opened itself, and his sister stood before him in fear and trembling. Do you mean to tell me, said he, that you will go back from your word, and deceive me? That after having kept me here by this promise, you will not do what you have said you would do? Take my money now, and pay me out of hers as soon as you are married. I will be the first to claim it from her, and from you. That is nonsense. Why should it be nonsense? Surely you need have no scruple with me. I should have none with you if I wanted assistance. Look here, Kate, I won't have it, and there's an end of it. All that you have in the world would not pull me through this election, and therefore such a loan would be worse than useless. And am I to ask her for more than £2,000? You are to ask her simply for 1,000. That is what I want, and must have, at present. And she knows that I want it, and that she is to supply it. Only she does not know that my need is so immediate. That you must explain to her. I would sooner burn my hand, George. But burning your hand, unfortunately, won't do any good. Look here, Kate. I insist upon your doing this for me. If you do not, I shall do it, of course, myself. But I shall regard your refusal as an unjustifiable falsehood on your part, and shall certainly not see you afterwards. I do not wish, for reasons which you may well understand, to write to Alice myself on any subject at present. I now claim your promise to do so, and if you refuse, I shall know very well what to do. Of course she did not persist in her refusal. With a sorrowful heart, and with fingers that could hardly form the needful letters, she did write a letter to her cousin. Which explained the fact, that George Vavasor immediately wanted £1,000 for his electioneering purposes. It was a stiff, uncomfortable letter, unnatural in its phraseology, telling its own tale of grief and shame. Alice understood very plainly all the circumstances under which it was written, but she sent back word to Kate at once, undertaking that the money should be forthcoming. And she wrote again before the end of January, saying that the sum named had been paid to George's credit at his own bankers. Kate had taken immense pride in the renewal of the match between her brother and her cousin, and had rejoiced in it greatly as being her own work. But all that pride and joy were now over. She could no longer write triumphant notes to Alice, speaking always of George as one who was to be their joint hero, foretelling great things of his career in Parliament, and saying little soft things of his enduring love. It was no longer possible to her now to write of George at all, and it was equally impossible to Alice. Indeed, no letters passed between them, when that monetary correspondence was over, up to the end of the winter. Kate remained down in Westmoreland, wretched and ill at ease, listening to hard words spoken by her grandfather against her brother, and feeling herself unable to take her brother's part as she had been wont to do in other times. George returned to town at the end of those 4 days, and found that the £1,000 was duly placed to his credit before the end of the month. It is hardly necessary to tell the reader that this money had come from the stores of Mr. Tum, and that Mr. Tum duly debited Mr. Gray with the amount. Alice, in accordance with her promise, had told her father that the money was needed, and her father, in accordance with his promise, had procured it without a word of remonstrance. "Surely I must sign some paper," Alice had said. But she had been contented when her father told her that the lawyers would manage all that. It was nearly the end of February when George Vavasor made his first payment to Mr. Scruby on behalf of the coming election, and when he called at Mr. Scruby's office with this object, he received some intelligence which surprised him not a little. "You haven't heard the news," said Scruby. "What news?" said George. "The Marquis is as nearly off the hooks as a man can be." Mr. Scruby, as he communicated the tidings, showed clearly by his face and voice that they were supposed to be of very great importance. But Vavasor did not at first seem to be as much interested in the fate of the Marquis as Scruby had intended. "I'm very sorry for him," said George. "Who is the Marquis?" "There'll be sure to come another, so it don't much signify." "There will come another, and that's just it. It's the Marquis of Bunratty. And if he drops, our young member will go into the upper house." "What, immediately, before the end of the session?" George, of course, knew well enough that such would be the case, but the effect which this event would have upon himself now struck him suddenly. "To be sure," said Scruby. "The writ would be out immediately. I should be glad enough of it, only that I know that Travers's people have heard of it before us, and that they are ready to be up with their posters directly the breath is out of the Marquis's body. We must go to work immediately, that's all." "It will only be for part of a session," said George. "Just so," said Mr. Scruby. "And then there'll be the cost of another election." "That's true," said Mr. Scruby, "but in such cases we do manage to make it come a little cheaper. If you lick Travers now, it may be that you'll have a walkover for the next." "Have you seen Grimes?" asked George. "Yes, I have, the blackguard. He is going to open his house on Travers's side. He came to me as bold as brass, and told me so, saying that he never liked gentlemen who kept him waiting for his odd money. What angers me is that he ever got it." "We have not managed it very well, certainly," said Vavasor, looking nastily at the attorney. "We can't help those little accidents, Mr. Vavasor. There are worse accidents than that turn up almost daily in my business. You may think yourself almost lucky that I haven't gone over to Travers myself. He is a Liberal, you know. And it hasn't been for want of an offer, I can tell you." Vavasor was inclined to doubt the extent of his luck in this respect, and was almost disposed to repent of his parliamentary ambition. He would now be called upon to spend certainly not less than £3,000 of his cousin's money on the chance of being able to sit in Parliament for a few months. And then, after what a fashion would he be compelled to negotiate that loan? He might, to be sure, allow the remainder of this session to run, and stand, as he had intended, at the general election. But he knew that if he now allowed a Liberal to win the seat, the holder of the seat would be almost sure of subsequent success. He must either fight now, or give up the fight altogether. And he was a man who did not love to abandon any contest in which he had been engaged. "Well, Squire," said Scruby, "how is it to be?" And Vavasor felt that he detected in the man's voice some diminution of that respect with which he had hitherto been treated as a paying candidate for a metropolitan borough. "This lord is not dead yet," said Vavasor. "No, he's not dead yet, that we have heard, but it won't do for us to wait. We want every minute of time that we can get. There isn't any hope for him, I'm told. It's gout in the stomach, or dropsy at the heart, or some of those things that make a fellow safe to go. It won't do to wait for the next election. If you ask me, I should say certainly not. Indeed, I shouldn't wish to have to conduct it under such circumstances. I hate a fight when there's no chance of success. I grudge spending a man's money in such a case, I do indeed, Mr. Vavasor. I suppose Grimes's going over won't make much difference. The blackguard. He'll take 150 votes, I suppose, perhaps more. But that is not much in such a constituency as the Chelsea districts. You see, Travers played mean at the last election, and that will be against him. But the Conservatives will have a candidate. There's no knowing, but I don't think they will. They'll try one at the general, no doubt, but if the two sitting members can pull together, they won't have much of a chance." Vavasor found himself compelled to say that he would stand. And Scrubby undertook to give the initiatory orders at once, not waiting even till the Marquis should be dead. "We should have our houses open as soon as theirs," said he. "There's a deal in that." So George Vavasor gave his orders. "If the worst comes to the worst," he said to himself, "I can always cut my throat." As he walked from the attorney's office to his club he bethought himself that that might not unprobably be the necessary termination of his career. Everything was going wrong with him. His grandfather, who was 80 years of age, would not die, appeared to have no symptoms of dying. Whereas this Marquis, who was not yet much over 50, was rushing headlong out of the world. Simply because he was the one man whose continued life at the present moment would be serviceable to George Vavasor. As he thought of his grandfather he almost broke his umbrella by the vehemence with which he struck it against the pavement. What right could an ignorant old fool like that have to live forever, keeping the possession of a property which he could not use, and ruining those who were to come after him? If now, at this moment, that wretched place down in Westmoreland could become his, he might yet ride triumphantly over his difficulties. And refrain from sullying his hands with more of his cousin's money till she should become his wife. Even that £1,000 had not passed through his hands without giving him much bitter suffering. As is always the case in such matters, the thing done was worse than the doing of it. He had taught himself to look at it lightly whilst it was yet unaccomplished, but he could not think of it lightly now. Kate had been right. It would have been better for him to take her money. Any money would have been better than that upon which he had laid his sacrilegious hands. If he could have cut a purse, after the old fashion, the stain of the deed would hardly have been so deep. In these days, for more than a month, indeed, after his return from Westmoreland, he did not go near Queen Anne Street, trying to persuade himself that he stayed away because of her coldness to him. But, in truth, he was afraid of seeing her without speaking of her money, and afraid to see her if he were to speak of it. "You have seen the Globe," someone said to him as he entered the club. "No, indeed, I have seen nothing. Bunratty died in Ireland this morning. I suppose you'll be up for the Chelsea districts." Chapter 42. Parliament meets. Parliament opened that year on the 12th of February, and Mr. Palliser was one of the first members of the lower house to take his seat. It had been generally asserted through the country, during the last week, that the existing Chancellor of the Exchequer had, so to say, ceased to exist as such. That though he still existed to the outer world, drawing his salary, and doing routine work, if a man so big can have any routine work to do, he existed no longer in the inner world of the cabinet. He had differed, men said, with his friend and chief, the Prime Minister, as to the expediency of repealing what were left of the direct taxes of the country. And was prepared to launch himself into opposition with his small bodyguard of followers, with all his energy and with all his venom. There is something very pleasant in the close, bosom friendship, and bitter, uncompromising animosity of these human gods, of these human beings who would be gods were they not shorn so short of their divinity in that matter of immortality. If it were so arranged that the same persons were always friends, and the same persons were always enemies, as used to be the case among the dear old heathen gods and goddesses. If Parliament were an Olympus in which Juno and Venus never kissed, the thing would not be nearly so interesting. But in this Olympus partners are changed, the divine bosom, now rabid with hatred against some opposing deity, suddenly becomes replete with love towards its late enemy. And exciting changes occur which give to the whole thing all the keen interest of a sensational novel. No doubt this is greatly lessened for those who come too near the scene of action. Members of Parliament, and the friends of members of Parliament, are apt to teach themselves that it means nothing. That Lord This does not hate Mr. That, or think him a traitor to his country, or wish to crucify him. And that Sir John of the Treasury is not much in earnest when he speaks of his noble friend at the Foreign Office as a god to whom no other god was ever comparable in honesty, discretion, patriotism, and genius. But the outside Briton who takes a delight in politics, and this description should include 99 educated Englishmen out of every 100, should not be desirous of peeping behind the scenes. No beholder at any theatre should do so. It is good to believe in these friendships and these enmities, and very pleasant to watch their changes. It is delightful when Oxford embraces Manchester, finding that it cannot live without support in that quarter. And very delightful when the uncompromising assailant of all men in power receives the legitimate reward of his energy by being taken in among the bosoms of the blessed. But although the outer world was so sure that the existing Chancellor of the Exchequer had ceased to exist, when the House of Commons met that gentleman took his seat on the Treasury bench. Mr. Palliser, who had by no means given a general support to the ministry in the last session, took his seat on the same side of the House indeed, but low down, and near to the cross benches. Mr. Bott sat close behind him, and men knew that Mr. Bott was a distinguished member of Mr. Palliser's party, whatever that party might be. Lord Cinquebars moved the address, and I must confess that he did it very lamely. He was once accused by Mr. Maxwell, the brewer, of making a great noise in the hunting field. The accusation could not be repeated as to his performance on this occasion, as no one could hear a word that he said. The address was seconded by Mr. Loftus FitzHoward, a nephew of the Duke of St. Bungay, who spoke as though he were resolved to trump poor Lord Cinquebars in every sentence which he pronounced, as we so often hear the second clergyman from the communion table trumping his weary predecessor, who has just finished the litany not in the clearest or most audible voice. Every word fell from Mr. FitzHoward with the elaborate accuracy of a separate pistol shot. And as he became pleased with himself in his progress, and warm with his work, he accented his words sharply, made rhetorical pauses, even moved his hands about in action, and quite disgusted his own party, who had been very well satisfied with Lord Cinquebars. There are many rocks which a young speaker in Parliament should avoid, but no rock which requires such careful avoiding as the rock of eloquence. Whatever may be his faults, let him at least avoid eloquence. He should not be inaccurate, which, however, is not much; he should not be long-winded, which is a good deal. He should not be ill-tempered, which is more, but none of these faults are so damnable as eloquence. All Mr. FitzHoward's friends and all his enemies knew that he had had his chance, and that he had thrown it away. In the Queen's speech there had been some very lukewarm allusion to remission of direct taxation. This remission, which had already been carried so far, should be carried further if such further carrying were found practicable. So had said the Queen. Those words, it was known, could not have been approved of by the energetic and still existing Chancellor of the Exchequer. On this subject the mover of the address said never a word, and the seconder only a word or two. What they had said had, of course, been laid down for them. Though, unfortunately, the manner of saying could not be so easily prescribed. Then there arose a great enemy, a man fluent of diction, apparently with deep malice at his heart, though at home, as we used to say at school, one of the most good-natured fellows in the world. One ambitious of that godship which a seat on the other side of the house bestowed, and greedy to grasp at the chances which this disagreement in the councils of the gods might give him. He was quite content, he said, to vote for the address, as, he believed, would be all the gentlemen on his side of the house. No one could suspect them or him of giving a factious opposition to government. Had they not borne and forborne beyond all precedent known in that house? Then he touched lightly, and almost with grace to his opponents, on many subjects, promising support, and barely hinting that they were totally and manifestly wrong in all things. But then the tone of his voice changed, and the well-known look of fury was assumed upon his countenance. Then great Jove on the other side pulled his hat over his eyes, and smiled blandly. Then members put away the papers they had been reading for a moment, and men in the gallery began to listen. But the long and the short of it was this: that the existing government had come into power on the cry of a reduction of taxation, and now they were going to shirk the responsibility of their own measures. They were going to shirk the responsibility of their own election cry, although it was known that their own Chancellor of the Exchequer was prepared to carry it out to the full. He was willing to carry it out to the full were he not restrained by the timidity, falsehood, and treachery of his colleagues, of whom, of course, the most timid, the most false, and the most treacherous was, the great god Jove, who sat blandly smiling on the other side. No one should ever go near the House of Commons who wishes to enjoy all this. It was so manifestly evident that neither Jove nor any of his satellites cared twopence for what the irate gentleman was saying. Nay, it became so evident that, in spite of his assumed fury, the gentleman was not irate. He intended to communicate his look of anger to the newspaper reports of his speech. And he knew from experience that he could succeed in that. And men walked about the house in the most telling moments, enemies shaking hands with enemies, in a way that showed an entire absence of all good, honest hatred among them. But the gentleman went on and finished his speech, demanding at last, in direct terms, that the Treasury Jove should state plainly to the House who was to be, and who was not to be the bearer of the purse among the gods. Then Treasury Jove got up smiling, and thanked his enemy for the cordiality of his support. He had always, he said, done the gentlemen's party justice for their clemency, and had feared no opposition from them. And he was glad to find that he was correct in his anticipations as to the course they would pursue on the present occasion. He went on saying a good deal about home matters, and foreign matters, proving that everything was right, just as easily as his enemy had proved that everything was wrong. On all these points he was very full, and very courteous. But when he came to the subject of taxation, he simply repeated the passage from the Queen's speech, expressing a hope that his right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, would be able to satisfy the judgment of the House, and the wishes of the people. That specially personal question which had been asked he did not answer at all. But the House was still all agog, as was the crowded gallery. The energetic and still existing Chancellor of the Exchequer was then present, divided only by one little thin Secretary of State from Jove himself. Would he get up and declare his purposes? He was a man who almost always did get up when an opportunity offered itself, or when it did not. Some second little gun was fired off from the opposition benches, and then there was a pause. Would the purse-bearer of Olympus rise upon his wings and speak his mind, or would he sit in silence upon his cloud? There was a general call for the purse-bearer, but he floated in silence, and was inexplicable. The purse-bearer was not to be bullied into any sudden reading of the riddle. Then there came on a general debate about money matters, in which the purse-bearer did say a few words, but he said nothing as to the great question at issue. At last up got Mr. Palliser, towards the close of the evening, and occupied a full hour in explaining what taxes the government might remit with safety, and what they might not, Mr. Bott, meanwhile, prompting him with figures from behind with an assiduity that was almost too persistent. According to Mr. Palliser, the words used in the Queen's speech were not at all too cautious. The members went out gradually, and the House became very thin during this oration. But the newspapers declared, next morning, that his speech had been the speech of the night, and that the perspicuity of Mr. Palliser pointed him out as the coming man. He returned home to his house in Park Lane quite triumphant after his success, and found Lady Glencora, at about 12 o'clock, sitting alone. She had arrived in town on that day, having come up at her own request, instead of remaining at Matching Priory till after Easter, as he had proposed. He had wished her to stay, in order, as he had said, that there might be a home for his cousins. But she had expressed herself unwilling to remain without him, explaining that the cousins might have the home in her absence, as well as they could in her presence, and he had given way. But, in truth, she had learned to hate her cousin Iphie Palliser with a hatred that was unreasonable, seeing that she did not also hate Alice Vavasor, who had done as much to merit her hatred as had her cousin. Lady Glencora knew by what means her absence from Monkshade had been brought about. Miss Palliser had told her all that had passed in Alice's bedroom on the last night of Alice's stay at Matching, and had, by so doing, contrived to prevent the visit. Lady Glencora understood well all that Alice had said, and yet, though she hated Miss Palliser for what had been done, she entertained no anger against Alice. Of course Alice would have prevented that visit to Monkshade if it were in her power to do so. Of course she would save her friend. It is hardly too much to say that Lady Glencora looked to Alice to save her. Nevertheless she hated Iphie Palliser for engaging herself in the same business. Lady Glencora looked to Alice to save her, and yet it may be doubted whether she did, in truth, wish to be saved. While she was at Matching, and before Mr. Palliser had returned from Monkshade, a letter reached her, by what means she had never learned. "A letter has been placed within my writing case," she said to her maid, quite openly. "Who put it there?" The maid had declared her ignorance in a manner that had satisfied Lady Glencora of her truth. "If such a thing happens again," said Lady Glencora, "I shall be obliged to have the matter investigated. I cannot allow that anything should be put into my room surreptitiously." There, then, had been an end of that, as regarded any steps taken by Lady Glencora. The letter had been from Burgo Fitzgerald, and had contained a direct proposal that she should go off with him. "I am at Matching," the letter said, "at the inn, but I do not dare to show myself, lest I should do you an injury. I walked round the house yesterday, at night, and I know that I saw your room. If I am wrong in thinking that you love me, I would not for worlds insult you by my presence. But if you love me still, I ask you to throw aside from you that fictitious marriage, and give yourself to the man whom, if you love him, you should regard as your husband." There had been more of it, but it had been to the same effect. To Lady Glencora it had seemed to convey an assurance of devoted love, of that love which, in former days, her friends had told her was not within the compass of Burgo's nature. He had not asked her to meet him then, but saying that he would return to Matching after Parliament was met, begged her to let him have some means of knowing whether her heart was true to him. She told no one of the letter, but she kept it, and read it over and over again in the silence and solitude of her room. She felt that she was guilty in thus reading it, even in keeping it from her husband's knowledge. But though conscious of this guilt, though resolute almost in its commission, still she determined not to remain at Matching after her husband's departure, not to undergo the danger of remaining there while Burgo Fitzgerald should be in the vicinity. She could not analyze her own wishes. She often told herself, as she had told Alice, that it would be better for them all that she should go away. That in throwing herself even to the dogs, if such must be the result, she would do more of good than of harm. She declared to herself, in the most passionate words she could use, that she loved this man with all her heart. She protested that the fault would not be hers, but theirs, who had forced her to marry the man she did not love. She assured herself that her husband had no affection for her, and that their marriage was in every respect prejudicial to him. She recurred over and over again, in her thoughts, to her own childlessness, and to his extreme desire for an heir. "Though I do sacrifice myself," she would say, "I shall do more of good than harm, and I cannot be more wretched than I am now." But yet she fled to London because she feared to leave herself at Matching when Burgo Fitzgerald should be there. She sent no answer to his letter. She made no preparation for going with him. She longed to see Alice, to whom alone, since her marriage, had she ever spoken of her love, and intended to tell her the whole tale of that letter. She was as one who, in madness, was resolute to throw herself from a precipice, but to whom some remnant of sanity remained which forced her to seek those who would save her from herself. Mr. Palliser had not seen her since her arrival in London, and, of course, he took her by the hand and kissed her. But it was the embrace of a brother rather than of a lover or a husband. Lady Glencora, with her full woman's nature, understood this thoroughly, and appreciated by instinct the true bearing of every touch from his hand. "I hope you are well," she said. "Oh, yes. Quite well. And you? A little fatigued with your journey, I suppose?" "No, not much. Well, we have had a debate on the address. Don't you want to know how it has gone? If it has concerned you particularly, I do, of course." "Concerned me? It has concerned me certainly. They haven't appointed you yet, have they?" "No. They don't appoint people during debates, in the House of Commons. But I fear I shall never make you a politician. I'm almost afraid you never will. But I'm not the less anxious for your success, since you wish it yourself. I don't understand why you should work so very hard. But, as you like it, I'm as anxious as anybody can be that you should triumph." "Yes, I do like it," he said. "A man must like something, and I don't know what there is to like better. Some people can eat and drink all day, and some people can care about a horse. I can do neither. And there were others, Lady Glencora thought, who could love to lie in the sun, and could look up into the eyes of women, and seek their happiness there. She was sure, at any rate, that she knew one such. But she said nothing of this. "I spoke for a moment to Lord Brock," said Mr. Palliser. Lord Brock was the name by which the present Jove of the Treasury was known among men. "And what did Lord Brock say?" "He didn't say much, but he was very cordial. But I thought, Plantagenet, that he could appoint you if he pleased. Doesn't he do it all?" "Well, in one sense, he does. But I don't suppose I shall ever make you understand." He endeavoured, however, to do so on the present occasion, and gave her a somewhat longer lecture on the working of the British Constitution, and the manner in which British politics evolved themselves, than would have been expected from most young husbands to their young wives under similar circumstances. Lady Glencora yawned, and strove lustily, but ineffectually, to hide her yawn in her handkerchief. "But I see you don't care a bit about it," said he, peevishly. "Don't be angry, Plantagenet. Indeed I do care about it, but I am so ignorant that I can't understand it all at once. I am rather tired, and I think I'll go to bed now." "Shall you be late?" "No, not very. That is, I shall be rather late. I've a lot of letters I want to write tonight, as I must be at work all tomorrow. By the by, Mr. Bott is coming to dine here. There will be no one else." The next day was a Wednesday, and the House would not sit in the evening. "Mr. Bott," said Lady Glencora, showing by her voice that she anticipated no pleasure from that gentleman's company. "Yes, Mr. Bott. Have you any objection?" "Oh, no. Would you like to dine alone with him?" "Why should I dine alone with him? Why shouldn't you eat your dinner with us? I hope you are not going to become fastidious, and to turn up your nose at people. Mrs. Marsham is in town, and I dare say she'll come to you if you ask her." But this was too much for Lady Glencora. She was disposed to be mild, but she could not endure to have her two duennas thus brought upon her together on the first day of her arrival in London. And Mrs. Marsham would be worse than Mr. Bott. Mr. Bott would be engaged with Mr. Palliser during the greater part of the evening. "I thought," said she, "of asking my cousin, Alice Vavasor, to spend the evening with me." "Miss Vavasor," said the husband. I must say that I thought Miss Vavasor, he was going to make some allusion to that unfortunate hour spent among the ruins, but he stopped himself. "I hope you have nothing to say against my cousin," said his wife. "She is my only near relative that I really care for, the only woman, I mean. No, I don't mean to say anything against her. She's very well as a young lady, I dare say. I would sooner that you would ask Mrs. Marsham tomorrow. Lady Glencora was standing, waiting to go away to her own room, but it was absolutely necessary that this matter should be decided before she went. She felt that he was hard to her, and unreasonable, and that he was treating her like a child who should not be allowed her own way in anything. She had endeavored to please him, and, having failed, was not now disposed to give way. As there will be no other ladies here tomorrow evening, Plantagenet, and as I have not yet seen Alice since I have been in town, I wish you would let me have my way in this. Of course I cannot have very much to say to Mrs. Marsham, who is an old woman. I especially want Mrs. Marsham to be your friend, said he. Friendships will not come by ordering, Plantagenet, said she. Very well, said he. Of course, you will do as you please. I am sorry that you have refused the first favour I have asked you this year. Then he left the room, and she went away to bed. Chapter 43. Mrs. Marsham. But Lady Glencora was not brought to repentance by her husband's last words. It seemed to her to be so intolerably cruel, this demand of his, that she should be made to pass the whole of her first evening in town with an old woman for whom it was impossible that she should entertain the slightest regard, that she resolved upon rebellion. Had he positively ordered Mrs. Marsham, she would have sent for that lady, and have contented herself with enduring her presence in disdainful silence, but Mr. Palliser had not given any order. He had made a request, and a request, from its very nature, admits of no obedience. The compliance with a request must be voluntary, and she would not send for Mrs. Marsham, except upon compulsion. Had not she also made a request to him, and had not he refused it? It was his prerogative, undoubtedly, to command. But in that matter of requests she had a right to expect that her voice should be as potent as his own. She wrote a line, therefore, to Alice before she went to bed, begging her cousin to come to her early on the following day, so that they might go out together. And then afterwards dine in company with Mr. Bott. I know that will be an inducement to you, Lady Glencora said, because your generous heart will feel of what service you may be to me. Nobody else will be here, unless, indeed, Mrs. Marsham should be asked, unknown to myself. Then she sat herself down to think especially about the cruelty of husbands. She had been told over and over again, in the days before her marriage, that Burgo would ill-use her if he became her husband. The Marquis of Auld Reekie had gone so far as to suggest that Burgo might probably beat her. But what hard treatment, even what beating, could be so unendurable as this total want of sympathy, as this deadness in life, which her present lot entailed upon her? As for that matter of beating, she ridiculed the idea in her very soul. She sat smiling at the absurdity of the thing as she thought of the beauty of Burgo's eyes, of the softness of his touch, of the loving, almost worshipping, tones of his voice. Would it not even be better to be beaten by him than to have politics explained to her at 1 o'clock at night by such a husband as Plantagenet Palliser? The British Constitution, indeed. Had she married Burgo they would have been in sunny Italy, and he would have told her some other tale than that as they sat together under the pale moonlight. She had a little water-colour drawing called Raphael and Fornarina, and she was infantine enough to tell herself that the so-called Raphael was like her Burgo, no, not her Burgo. But the Burgo that was not hers. At any rate, all the romance of the picture she might have enjoyed had they allowed her to dispose as she had wished of her own hand. She might have sat in marble balconies, while the vines clustered over her head, and he would have been at her knee, hardly speaking to her, but making his presence felt by the halo of its divinity. He would have called upon her for no hard replies. With him near her she would have enjoyed the soft air, and would have sat happy, without trouble, lapped in the delight of loving. It was thus that Fornarina sat. And why should not such a lot have been hers? Her Raphael would have loved her, let them say what they would about his cruelty. Poor, wretched, overburthened child, to whom the commonest lessons of life had not yet been taught, and who had now fallen into the hands of one who was so ill-fitted to teach them. Who would not pity her? Who could say that the fault was hers? The world had laden her with wealth till she had had no limb free for its ordinary uses, and then had turned her loose to run her race. "Have you written to your cousin?" her husband asked her the next morning. His voice, as he spoke, clearly showed that his anger was either over or suppressed. "Yes. I have asked her to come and drive, and then to stay for dinner. I shall send the carriage for her if she can come. The man is to wait for an answer." "Very well," said Mr. Palliser, mildly. And then, after a short pause, he added, "As that is settled, perhaps you would have no objection to ask Mrs. Marsham also. Won't she probably be engaged?" "No, I think not," said Mr. Palliser. And then he added, being ashamed of the tinge of falsehood of which he would otherwise have been guilty, "I know she is not engaged." "She expects to come, then?" said Lady Glencora. "I have not asked her, if you mean that, Glencora. Had I done so, I should have said so. I told her that I did not know what your engagements were." "I will write to her, if you please," said the wife, who felt that she could hardly refuse any longer. "Do, my dear," said the husband. So Lady Glencora did write to Mrs. Marsham, who promised to come, as did also Alice Vavasor. Lady Glencora would, at any rate, have Alice to herself for some hours before dinner. At first she took comfort in that reflection. But after a while she bethought herself that she would not know what to tell Alice, or what not to tell. Did she mean to show that letter to her cousin? If she did show it, then, so she argued with herself, she must bring herself to endure the wretchedness of her present lot, and must give up forever all her dreams about Raphael and Fornarina. If she did not show it, or, at any rate, tell of it, then it would come to pass that she would leave her husband under the protection of another man. And she would become, what she did not dare to name even to herself. She declared that so it must be. She knew that she would go with Burgo, should he ever come to her with the means of going at his and her instant command. But should she bring herself to let Alice know that such a letter had been conveyed to her, Burgo would never have such power. I remember the story of a case of abduction in which a man was tried for his life, and was acquitted, because the lady had acquiesced in the carrying away while it was in progress. She had, as she herself declared, armed herself with a sure and certain charm or talisman against such dangers, which she kept suspended round her neck. But whilst she was in the post-chaise she opened the window and threw the charm from her, no longer desiring, as the learned counsel for the defence efficiently alleged, to be kept under the bonds of such protection. Lady Glencora's state of mind was, in its nature, nearly the same as that of the lady in the post-chaise. Whether or no she would use her charm, she had not yet decided, but the power of doing so was still hers. Alice came, and the greeting between the cousins was very affectionate. Lady Glencora received her as though they had been playmates from early childhood. And Alice, though such impulsive love was not natural to her as to the other, could not bring herself to be cold to one who was so warm to her. Indeed, had she not promised her love in that meeting at Matching Priory in which her cousin had told her of all her wretchedness? "I will love you," Alice had said. And though there was much in Lady Glencora that she could not approve, much even that she could not bring herself to like, still she would not allow her heart to contradict her words. They sat so long over the fire in the drawing-room that at last they agreed that the driving should be abandoned. "What's the use of it?" said Lady Glencora. "There's nothing to see, and the wind is as cold as charity. We are much more comfortable here, are we not?" Alice quite acquiesced in this, having no great desire to be driven through the parks in the gloom of a February afternoon. "If I had Dandy and Flirt up here, there would be some fun in it, but Mr. Palliser doesn't wish me to drive in London. I suppose it would be dangerous?" "Not in the least. I don't think it's that he minds, but he has an idea that it looks fast." "So it does. If I were a man, I'm sure I shouldn't like my wife to drive horses about London." "And why not?" "Just because you'd be a tyrant, like other husbands. What's the harm of looking fast, if one doesn't do anything improper?" "Poor Dandy, and dear Flirt. I'm sure they'd like it. Perhaps Mr. Palliser doesn't care for that. I can tell you something else he doesn't care for. He doesn't care whether Dandy's mistress likes it. Don't say that, Glencora. Why not say it, to you? Don't teach yourself to think it. That's what I mean. I believe he would consent to anything that he didn't think wrong. Such as lectures about the British Constitution. But never mind about that, Alice. Of course the British Constitution is everything to him, and I wish I knew more about it, that's all. But I haven't told you whom you are to meet at dinner. Yes, you have, Mr. Bott. But there's another guest, a Mrs. Marsham. I thought I'd got rid of her for today, when I wrote to you, but I hadn't. She's coming. She won't hurt me at all, said Alice. She will hurt me very much. She'll destroy the pleasure of our whole evening. I do believe that she hates you, and that she thinks you instigate me to all manner of iniquity. What fools they all are. Who are they all, Glencora? She and that man, Anne. Never mind. It makes me sick when I think that they should be so blind. Alice, I hardly know how much I owe to you. I don't, indeed. Everything, I believe. Lady Glencora, as she spoke, put her hand into her pocket, and grasped the letter which lay there. That's nonsense, said Alice. No, it's not nonsense. Who do you think came to Matching when I was there? What, to the house? Said Alice, feeling almost certain that Mr. Fitzgerald was the person to whom Lady Glencora was alluding. No. Not to the house. If it is the person of whom I am thinking, said Alice, solemnly, let me implore you not to speak of him. And why should I not speak of him? Did I not speak of him before to you, and was it not for good? How are you to be my friend, if I may not speak to you of everything? But you should not think of him. What nonsense you talk, Alice. Not think of him. How is one to help one's thoughts? Look here. Her hand was on the letter, and it would have been out in a moment, and thrown upon Alice's lap, had not the servant opened the door and announced Mrs. Marsham. Oh, how I do wish we had gone to drive, said Lady Glencora, in a voice which the servant certainly heard, and which Mrs. Marsham would have heard had she not been a little hard of hearing, in her bonnet. How do, my dear, said Mrs. Marsham. I thought I'd just come across from Norfolk Street and see you, though I am coming to dinner in the evening. It's only just a step, you know. How d'ye do, Miss Vavasor? And she made a salutation to Alice which was nearly as cold as it could be. Mrs. Marsham was a woman who had many good points. She was poor, and bore her poverty without complaint. She was connected by blood and friendship with people rich and titled, but she paid to none of them egregious respect on account of their wealth or titles. She was staunch in her friendships, and staunch in her enmities. She was no fool, and knew well what was going on in the world. She could talk about the last novel, or, if need be, about the Constitution. She had been a true wife, though sometimes too strong-minded, and a painstaking mother, whose children, however, had never loved her as most mothers like to be loved. The catalogue of her faults must be quite as long as that of her virtues. She was one of those women who are ambitious of power, and not very scrupulous as to the manner in which they obtain it. She was hard-hearted, and capable of pursuing an object without much regard to the injury she might do. She would not flatter wealth or fawn before a title, but she was not above any artifice by which she might ingratiate herself with those whom it suited her purpose to conciliate. She thought evil rather than good. She was herself untrue in action, if not absolutely in word. I do not say that she would coin lies, but she would willingly leave false impressions. She had been the bosom friend, and in many things the guide in life, of Mr. Palliser's mother, and she took a special interest in Mr. Palliser's welfare. When he married, she heard the story of the loves of Burgo and Lady Glencora, and though she thought well of the money, she was not disposed to think very well of the bride. She made up her mind that the young lady would want watching, and she was of opinion that no one would be so well able to watch Lady Glencora as herself. She had not plainly opened her mind on this matter to Mr. Palliser, she had not made any distinct suggestion to him that she would act as Argus to his wife. Mr. Palliser would have rejected any such suggestion, and Mrs. Marsham knew that he would do so. But she had let a word or two drop, hinting that Lady Glencora was very young, hinting that Lady Glencora's manners were charming in their childlike simplicity. But hinting also that precaution was, for that reason, the more necessary. Mr. Palliser, who suspected nothing as to Burgo or as to any other special peril, whose whole disposition was void of suspicion, whose dry nature realized neither the delights nor the dangers of love, acknowledged that Glencora was young. He especially wished that she should be discreet and matronly. He feared no lovers, but he feared that she might do silly things, that she would catch cold, and not know how to live a life becoming the wife of a Chancellor of the Exchequer. Therefore he submitted Glencora, and, to a certain extent, himself, into the hands of Mrs. Marsham. Lady Glencora had not been 24 hours in the house with this lady before she recognized in her a duenna. In all such matters no one could be quicker than Lady Glencora. She might be very ignorant about the British Constitution, and, alas, very ignorant also as to the real elements of right and wrong in a woman's conduct, but she was no fool. She had an eye that could see, and an ear that could understand, and an abundance of that feminine instinct which teaches a woman to know her friend or her enemy at a glance, at a touch, at a word. In many things Lady Glencora was much quicker, much more clever, than her husband, though he was to be Chancellor of the Exchequer, and though she did know nothing of the Constitution. She knew, too, that he was easily to be deceived, that though his intelligence was keen, his instincts were dull, that he was gifted with no fineness of touch, with no subtle appreciation of the characters of men and women. And, to a certain extent, she looked down upon him for his obtusity. He should have been aware that Burgo was a danger to be avoided, and he should have been aware also that Mrs. Marsham was a duenna not to be employed. When a woman knows that she is guarded by a watchdog, she is bound to deceive her Cerberus, if it be possible, and is usually not ill-disposed to deceive also the owner of Cerberus. Lady Glencora felt that Mrs. Marsham was her Cerberus, and she was heartily resolved that if she was to be kept in the proper line at all, she would not be so kept by Mrs. Marsham. Alice rose and accepted Mrs. Marsham's salutation quite as coldly as it had been given, and from that time forward those two ladies were enemies. Mrs. Marsham, groping quite in the dark, partly guessed that Alice had in some way interfered to prevent Lady Glencora's visit to Monkshade, and, though such prevention was, no doubt, good in that lady's eyes, she resented the interference. She had made up her mind that Alice was not the sort of friend that Lady Glencora should have about her. Alice recognized and accepted the feud. "I thought I might find you at home," said Mrs. Marsham, "as I know you are lazy about going out in the cold, unless it be for a foolish midnight ramble," and Mrs. Marsham shook her head. She was a little woman, with sharp small eyes, with a permanent color in her face, and two short, crisp, grey curls at each side of her face. Always well dressed, always in good health, and, as Lady Glencora believed, altogether incapable of fatigue. "The ramble you speak of was very wise, I think," said Lady Glencora. "But I never could see the use of driving about in London in the middle of winter." "One ought to go out of the house every day," said Mrs. Marsham. "I hate all those rules." "Don't you, Alice?" Alice did not hate them, therefore she said nothing. "My dear Glencora, one must live by rules in this life. You might as well say that you hated sitting down to dinner." "So I do, very often. Almost always when there's company." "You'll get over that feeling after another season in town," said Mrs. Marsham, pretending to suppose that Lady Glencora alluded to some remaining timidity in receiving her own guests. "Upon my word I don't think I shall. It's a thing that seems always to be getting more grievous, instead of less so. Mr. Bott is coming to dine here tonight." There was no mistaking the meaning of this. There was no pretending even to mistake it. Now, Mrs. Marsham had accepted the right hand of fellowship from Mr. Bott, not because she especially liked him, but in compliance with the apparent necessities of Mr. Palliser's position. Mr. Bott had made good his ground about Mr. Palliser, and Mrs. Marsham, as she was not strong enough to turn him off from it, had given him the right hand of fellowship. Mr. Bott is a member of Parliament, and a very serviceable friend of Mr. Palliser's, said Mrs. Marsham. All the same, we do not like Mr. Bott, do we, Alice? He is Dr. Fell to us, only I think we could tell why. I certainly do not like him, said Alice. It can be but of small matter to you, Miss Vavasor, said Mrs. Marsham, as you will not probably have to see much of him. Of the very smallest moment, said Alice. He did annoy me once, but will never, I dare say, have an opportunity of doing so again. I don't know what the annoyance may have been. Of course you don't, Mrs. Marsham. But I shouldn't have thought it likely that a person so fully employed as Mr. Bott, and employed, too, on matters of such vast importance, would have gone out of his way to annoy a young lady whom he chanced to meet for a day or two in a country house. I don't think that Alice means that he attempted to flirt with her, said Lady Glencora, laughing. Fancy Mr. Bott's flirtation. Perhaps he did not attempt, said Mrs. Marsham. And the words, the tone, and the innuendo together were more than Alice was able to bear with equanimity. Glencora, said she, rising from her chair, I think I'll leave you alone with Mrs. Marsham. I'm not disposed to discuss Mr. Bott's character, and certainly not to hear his name mentioned in disagreeable connection with my own. But Lady Glencora would not let her go. Nonsense, Alice, she said. If you and I can't fight our little battles against Mr. Bott and Mrs. Marsham without running away, it is odd. There is a warfare in which they who run away never live to fight another day. I hope, Glencora, you do not count me as your enemy, said Mrs. Marsham, drawing herself up. But I shall, certainly, if you attack Alice. Love me, love my dog. I beg your pardon, Alice, but what I meant was this, Mrs. Marsham, love me, love the best friend I have in the world. I did not mean to offend Miss Vavasor, said Mrs. Marsham, looking at her very grimly. Alice merely bowed her head. She had been offended, and she would not deny it. After that, Mrs. Marsham took herself off, saying that she would be back to dinner. She was angry, but not unhappy. She thought that she could put down Miss Vavasor, and she was prepared to bear a good deal from Lady Glencora, for Mr. Palliser's sake, as she said to herself, with some attempt at a sentimental remembrance of her old friend. She's a nasty old cat, said Lady Glencora, as soon as the door was closed. And she said these words with so droll a voice, with such a childlike shaking of her head, with so much comedy in her grimace, that Alice could not but laugh. She is, said Lady Glencora. I know her, and you'll have to know her, too, before you've done with her. It won't at all do for you to run away when she spits at you. You must hold your ground, and show your claws, and make her know that if she spits, you can scratch. But I don't want to be a cat myself. She'll find I'm of the genus, but of the tiger kind, if she persecutes me. Alice, there's one thing I have made up my mind about. I will not be persecuted. If my husband tells me to do anything, as long as he is my husband I'll do it, but I won't be persecuted. You should remember that she was a very old friend of Mr. Palliser's mother. I do remember, and that may be a very good reason why she should come here occasionally, or go to Matching, or to any place in which we may be living. It's a bore, of course. But it's a natural bore, and one that ought to be borne. And that will be the beginning and the end of it. I'm afraid not, my dear. It may perhaps be the end of it, but I fear it won't be the beginning. I won't be persecuted. If she gives me advice, I shall tell her to her face that it's not wanted. And if she insults any friend of mine, as she did you, I shall tell her that she had better stay away. She'll go and tell him, of course, but I can't help that. I've made up my mind that I won't be persecuted. After that, Lady Glencora felt no further inclination to show Burgo's letter to Alice on that occasion. They sat over the drawing-room fire, talking chiefly of Alice's affairs, till it was time for them to dress. But Alice, though she spoke much of Mr. Grey, said no word as to her engagement with George Vavasor. How could she speak of it, inasmuch as she had already almost resolved, that that engagement also should be broken? Alice, when she came down to the drawing-room, before dinner, found Mr. Bott there alone. She had dressed more quickly than her friend, and Mr. Palliser had not yet made his appearance. "I did not expect the pleasure of meeting Miss Vavasor today," he said, as he came up, offering his hand. She gave him her hand, and then sat down, merely muttering some word of reply. "We spent a very pleasant month down at Matching together, didn't you think so?" "I spent a pleasant month there certainly." "You left, if I remember, the morning after that late walk out among the ruins. That was unfortunate, was it not? Poor Lady Glencora. It made her very ill. So much so, that she could not go to Monkshade, as she particularly wished. It was very sad. Lady Glencora is very delicate, indeed. We, who have the privilege of being near her, ought always to remember that. I don't think she is at all delicate." "Oh. Don't you? I'm afraid that's your mistake, Miss Vavasor. I believe she has very good health, which is the greatest blessing in the world." "By delicate I suppose you mean weak and infirm." "Oh, dear, no, not in the least, not infirm certainly. I should be very sorry to be supposed to have said that Lady Glencora is infirm. What I mean is, not robust, Miss Vavasor. Her general organization, if you understand me, is exquisitely delicate. One can see that, I think, in every glance of her eye." Alice was going to protest that she had never seen it at all, when Mr. Palliser entered the room along with Mrs. Marsham. The two gentlemen shook hands, and then Mr. Palliser turned to Alice. She perceived at once by his face that she was unwelcome, and wished herself away from his house. It might be all very well for Lady Glencora to fight with Mrs. Marsham, and with her husband, too, in regard to the Marsham persecution, but there could be no reason why she should do so. He just touched her hand, barely closing his thumb upon her fingers, and asked her how she was. Then he turned away from her side of the fire, and began talking to Mrs. Marsham on the other. There was that in his face and in his manner which was positively offensive to her. He made no allusion to his former acquaintance with her, spoke no word about Matching, no word about his wife, as he would naturally have done to his wife's friend. Alice felt the blood mount into her face, and regretted greatly that she had ever come among these people. Had she not long since made up her mind that she would avoid her great relations, and did not all this prove that it would have been well for her to have clung to that resolution? What was Lady Glencora to her that she should submit herself to be treated as though she were a poor companion, a dependent, who received a salary for her attendance, an indigent cousin, hanging on to the bounty of her rich connection? Alice was proud to a fault. She had nursed her pride till it was very faulty. All her troubles and sorrows in life had come from an overfed craving for independence. Why, then, should she submit to be treated with open want of courtesy by any man, but, of all men, why should she submit to it from such a one as Mr. Palliser, the heir of a ducal house, rolling in wealth, and magnificent with all the magnificence of British pomp and pride? No. She would make Lady Glencora understand that the close intimacies of daily life were not possible to them. "I declare I'm very much ashamed," said Lady Glencora, as she entered the room. "I shan't apologize to you, Alice, for it was you who kept me talking, but I do beg Mrs. Marsham's pardon." Mrs. Marsham was all smiles and forgiveness, and hoped that Lady Glencora would not make a stranger of her. Then dinner was announced, and Alice had to walk downstairs by herself. She did not care a doit for that, but there had been a disagreeable little contest when the moment came. Lady Glencora had wished to give up Mr. Bott to her cousin, but Mr. Bott had stuck manfully to Lady Glencora's side. He hoped to take Lady Glencora down to dinner very often, and was not at all disposed to abate his privilege. During dinner time Alice said very little, nor was there given to her opportunity of saying much. She could not but think of the day of her first arrival at Matching Priory, when she had sat between the Duke of St. Bungay and Geoffrey Palliser, and when everybody had been so civil to her. She now occupied one side of the table by herself, away from the fire, where she felt cold and desolate in the gloom of the large half-lighted room. Mr. Palliser occupied himself with Mrs. Marsham, who talked politics to him, and Mr. Bott never lost a moment in his endeavours to say some civil word to Lady Glencora. Lady Glencora gave him no encouragement. But she hardly dared to snub him openly in her husband's immediate presence. 20 times during dinner she said some little word to Alice, attempting at first to make the time pleasant, and then, when the matter was too far gone for that, attempting to give some relief. But it was of no avail. There are moments in which conversation seems to be impossible, in which the very gods interfere to put a seal upon the lips of the unfortunate one. It was such a moment now with Alice. She had never as yet been used to snubbing. Whatever position she had hitherto held, in that she had always stood foremost, much more so than had been good for her. When she had gone to Matching, she had trembled for her position. But there all had gone well with her. Their Lady Glencora's kindness had at first been able to secure for her a reception that had been flattering, and almost better than flattering. Geoffrey Palliser had been her friend, and would, had she so willed it, have been more than her friend. But now she felt that the halls of the Pallisers were too cold for her, and that the sooner she escaped from their gloom and hard discourtesy the better for her. Mrs. Marsham, when the three ladies had returned to the drawing-room together, was a little triumphant. She felt that she had put Alice down. And with the energetic prudence of a good general who knows that he should follow up a victory, let the cost of doing so be what it may, she determined to keep her down. Alice had resolved that she would come as seldom as might be to Mr. Palliser's house in Park Lane. That resolution on her part was in close accordance with Mrs. Marsham's own views. "Is Miss Vavasor going to walk home?" she asked. "Walk home, all along Oxford Street? Good gracious! No. Why should she walk? The carriage will take her." "Or a cab," said Alice. "I am quite used to go about London in a cab by myself." "I don't think they are nice for young ladies after dark," said Mrs. Marsham. "I was going to offer my servant to walk with her. She is an elderly woman, and would not mind it." "I'm sure Alice is very much obliged," said Lady Glencora, "but she will have the carriage." "You are very good-natured," said Mrs. Marsham. "But gentlemen do so dislike having their horses out at night." "No gentlemen's horses will be out," said Lady Glencora, savagely, "and as for mine, it's what they are there for." It was not often that Lady Glencora made any allusion to her own property, or allowed anyone near her to suppose that she remembered the fact that her husband's great wealth was, in truth, her wealth. As to many matters her mind was wrong. In some things her taste was not delicate as should be that of a woman. But, as regarded her money, no woman could have behaved with greater reticence, or a purer delicacy. But now, when she was twitted by her husband's special friend with ill usage to her husband's horses, because she chose to send her own friend home in her own carriage, she did find it hard to bear. "I dare say it's all right," said Mrs. Marsham. "It is all right," said Lady Glencora. "Mr. Palliser has given me my horses for my own use, to do as I like with them. And if he thinks I take them out when they ought to be left at home, he can tell me so. Nobody else has a right to do it." Lady Glencora, by this time, was almost in a passion, and showed that she was so. "My dear Lady Glencora, you have mistaken me," said Mrs. Marsham, "I did not mean anything of that kind." "I am so sorry," said Alice. "And it is such a pity, as I am quite used to going about in cabs." "Of course you are," said Lady Glencora. "Why shouldn't you? I'd go home in a wheelbarrow if I couldn't walk, and had no other conveyance. That's not the question. Mrs. Marsham understands that. Upon my word, I don't understand anything," said that lady. "I understand this," said Lady Glencora, "that in all such matters as that, I intend to follow my own pleasure. Come, Alice, let us have some coffee," and she rang the bell. "What a fuss we have made about a stupid old carriage." The gentlemen did not return to the drawing-room that evening, having, no doubt, joint work to do in arranging the great financial calculations of the nation. And, at an early hour, Alice was taken home in Lady Glencora's brougham, leaving her cousin still in the hands of Mrs. Marsham. Chapter 44. The election for the Chelsea districts. March came, and still the Chancellor of the Exchequer held his position. In the early days of March there was given in the House a certain parliamentary explanation on the subject, which, however, did not explain very much to any person. A statement was made which was declared by the persons making it to be altogether satisfactory, but nobody else seemed to find any satisfaction in it. The big wigs of the cabinet had made an arrangement which, from the language used by them on this occasion, they must be supposed to have regarded as hardly less permanent than the stars. But everybody else protested that the government was going to pieces, and Mr. Bott was heard to declare in clubs and lobbies, and wherever he could get a semi-public, political hearing, that this kind of thing wouldn't do. Lord Brock must either blow hot or cold. If he chose to lean upon Mr. Palliser, he might lean upon him, and Mr. Palliser would not be found wanting. In such case no opposition could touch Lord Brock or the government. That was Mr. Bott's opinion. But if Lord Brock did not so choose, why, in that case, he must expect that Mr. Palliser, and Mr. Palliser's friends, would. Mr. Bott did not say what they would do. But he was supposed by those who understood the matter to hint at an opposition lobby, and adverse divisions, and to threaten Lord Brock with the open enmity of Mr. Palliser, and of Mr. Palliser's great follower. "This kind of thing won't do long, you know," repeated Mr. Bott for the second or third time, as he stood upon the rug before the fire at his club, with one or two of his young friends around him. "I suppose not," said Calder Jones, the hunting member of Parliament whom we once met at Rowberry. "Planty Paul won't stand it, I should say." "What can he do?" asked another, an unfledged member who was not as yet quite settled as to the leadership under which he intended to work. "What can he do?" said Mr. Bott, who on such an occasion as this could be very great, who, for a moment, could almost feel that he might become a leader of a party for himself, and some day institute a Bott ministry. "What can he do?" "You will very shortly see what he can do. He can make himself the master of the occasion. If Lord Brock doesn't look about him, he'll find that Mr. Palliser will be in the cabinet without his help." "You don't mean to say that the Queen will send for Planty Paul," said the young member. "I mean to say that the Queen will send for anyone that the House of Commons may direct her to call upon," said Mr. Bott, who conceived himself to have gauged the very depths of our glorious Constitution. "How hard it is to make anyone understand that the Queen has really nothing to do with it." "Come, Bott, draw it mild," said Calder Jones, whose loyalty was shocked by the utter Manchesterialism of his political friend. "Not if I know it," said Mr. Bott, with something of grandeur in his tone and countenance. "I never drew it mild yet, and I shan't begin now. All our political offences against civilization have come from men drawing it mild, as you call it. Why is it that Englishmen can't read and write as Americans do? Why can't they vote as they do even in imperial France? Why are they serfs, less free than those whose chains were broken the other day in Russia? Why is the Spaniard more happy, and the Italian more contented? Because men in power have been drawing it mild." And Mr. Bott made an action with his hand as though he were drawing up beer from a patent tap. "But you can't set aside Her Majesty like that, you know," said the young member, who had been presented, and whose mother's old-world notions about the throne still clung to him. "I should be very sorry," said Mr. Bott, "I'm no Republican." With all his constitutional love, Mr. Bott did not know what the word Republican meant. "I mean no disrespect to the throne. The throne in its place is very well. But the power of governing this great nation does not rest with the throne. It is contained within the four walls of the House of Commons. That is the great truth which all young members should learn, and take to their hearts. "And you think Planty Paul will become Prime Minister," said Calder Jones. "I haven't said that. But there are more unlikely things. Among young men I know no man more likely. But I certainly think this, that if Lord Brock doesn't take him into the cabinet, Lord Brock won't long remain there himself." In the meantime the election came on in the Chelsea districts, and the whole of the southwestern part of the metropolis was covered with posters bearing George Vavasor's name. "Vote for Vavasor and the river bank." That was the cry with which he went to the electors. And though it must be presumed that it was understood by some portion of the Chelsea electors, it was perfectly unintelligible to the majority of those who read it. His special acquaintances and his general enemies called him Viscount Riverbank, and he was pestered on all sides by questions as to Father Thames. It was Mr. Scrubby who invented the legend, and who gave George Vavasor an infinity of trouble by the invention. There was a question in those days as to embanking the river from the Houses of Parliament up to the remote desolations of further Pimlico, and Mr. Scrubby recommended the coming member to pledge himself that he would have the work carried on even to Battersea Bridge. "You must have a subject," pleaded Mr. Scrubby. "No young member can do anything without a subject. And it should be local, that is to say, if you have anything of a constituency. Such a subject as that, if it's well worked, may save you thousands of pounds at future elections. It won't save me anything at this one, I take it. But it may secure the seat, Mr. Vavasor, and afterwards make you the most popular metropolitan member in the House, that is, with your own constituency. Only look at the money that would be spent in the districts if that were done. It would come to millions, sir. But it never will be done. What matters that?" And Mr. Scrubby almost became eloquent as he explained the nature of a good parliamentary subject. "You should work it up, so as to be able to discuss it at all points. Get the figures by heart, and then, as nobody else will do so, nobody can put you down. Of course it won't be done. If it were done, that would be an end of it, and your bread would be taken out of your mouth. But you can always promise it at the hustings, and can always demand it in the House. I've known men who've walked into as much as 2,000 a year, permanent place, on the strength of a worse subject than that." Vavasor allowed Mr. Scrubby to manage the matter for him, and took up the subject of the river bank. Vavasor and the river bank was carried about by an army of men with iron shoulder straps, and huge pasteboard placards 6 feet high on the top of them. You would think, as you saw the long rows, that the men were being marshalled to their several routes, but they always kept together, 4 and 20 at the heels of each other. "One placard at a time would strike the eye," said Mr. Vavasor, counting the expense up to himself. "There's no doubt of it," said Mr. Scrubby in reply. "One placard will do that, if it's big enough. But it takes 4 and 20 to touch the imagination." And then sides of houses were covered with that shibboleth, Vavasor and the river bank, the same words repeated in columns down the whole sides of houses. Vavasor himself declared that he was ashamed to walk among his future constituents, so conspicuous had his name become. Grimes saw it, and was dismayed. At first, Grimes ridiculed the cry with all his publican's wit. "Unless he mean to drown hisself in the reach, it's hard to say what he do mean by all that gammon about the river bank," said Grimes, as he canvassed for the other Liberal candidate. But, after a while, Grimes was driven to confess that Mr. Scrubby knew what he was about. "He is a sharp un, that he is," said Grimes in the inside bar of the Handsome Man. And he almost regretted that he had left the leadership of Mr. Scrubby, although he knew that on this occasion he would not have gotten his odd money. George Vavasor, with much labor, actually did get up the subject of the river bank. He got himself introduced to men belonging to the Metropolitan Board, and went manfully into the matter of pounds, shillings, and pence. He was able even to work himself into an apparent heat when he was told that the thing was out of the question, and soon found that he had disciples who really believed in him. If he could have brought himself to believe in the thing, if he could have been induced himself to care whether Chelsea was to be embanked or no, the work would not have been so difficult to him. In that case it would have done good to him, if to no one else. But such belief was beyond him. He had gone too far in life to be capable of believing in, or of caring for, such things. He was ambitious of having a hand in the government of his country, but he was not capable of caring even for that. But he worked. He worked hard, and spoke vehemently, and promised the men of Chelsea, Pimlico, and Brompton that the path of London westwards had hardly commenced as yet. Sloane Street should be the new Cheapside. Squares should arise around the Chelsea barracks, with sides open to the water, for which Belgravia would be deserted. There should be palaces there for the rich, because the rich spend their riches. But no rich man's palace should interfere with the poor man's right to the river bank. 3.5 millions should be spent on the noble street to be constructed, the grandest pathway that the world should ever yet have seen. 3.5 millions to be drawn from anywhere except from Chelsea. From the bloated moneybags of the city corporation, Vavasor once ventured to declare, amidst the encouraging shouts of the men of Chelsea. Mr. Scrubby was forced to own that his pupil worked the subject well. Upon my word, that was uncommon good, he said, almost patting Vavasor on the back. After a speech in which he had vehemently asserted that his ambition to represent the Chelsea districts had all come of his long-fixed idea that the glory of future London would be brought about by the embankment of the river at Chelsea. But armies of men carrying big boards, and public houses open at every corner, and placards in which the letters are 3 feet long, cost money. Those few modest hundreds which Mr. Scrubby had already received before the work began, had been paid on the supposition that the election would not take place till September. Mr. Scrubby made an early request, a very early request, that a further sum of £1,500 should be placed in his hands. And he did this in a tone which clearly signified that not a man would be sent about through the streets, or a poster put upon a wall, till this request had been conceded. Mr. Scrubby was in possession of 2 very distinct manners of address. In his jovial moods, when he was instigating his clients to fight their battles well, it might almost be thought that he was doing it really for the love of the thing. And some clients, so thinking, had believed for a few hours that Scrubby, in his jolly, passionate eagerness, would pour out his own money like dust, trusting implicitly to future days for its return. But such clients had soon encountered Mr. Scrubby's other manner, and had perceived that they were mistaken. The thing had come so suddenly upon George Vavasor that there was not time for him to carry on his further operations through his sister. Had he written to Kate, let him have written in what language he would, she would have first rejoined by a negative, and there would have been a correspondence before he had induced her to comply. He thought of sending for her by telegram, but even in that there would have been too much delay. He resolved, therefore, to make his application to Alice himself, and he wrote to her, explaining his condition. The election had come upon him quite suddenly, as she knew, he said. He wanted £2,000 instantly, and felt little scruple in asking her for it. As he was aware that the old squire would be only too glad to saddle the property with a legacy to Alice for the repayment of this money. Though he would not have advanced a shilling himself for the purpose of the election. Then he said a word or two as to his prolonged absence from Queen Anne Street. He had not been there because he had felt, from her manner when they last met, that she would for a while prefer to be left free from the unavoidable excitement of such interviews. But should he be triumphant in his present contest, he should go to her to share his triumph with her, or, should he fail, he should go to her to console him in his failure. Within 3 days he heard from her, saying that the money would be at once placed to his credit. She sent him also her candid good wishes for success in his enterprise, but beyond this her letter said nothing. There was no word of love, no word of welcome, no expression of a desire to see him. Vavasor, as he perceived all this in the reading of her note, felt a triumph in the possession of her money. She was ill-using him by her coldness, and there was comfort in revenge. It serves her right, he said to himself. She should have married me at once when she said she would do so, and then it would have been my own. When Mr. Tom had communicated with John Gray on the matter of this increased demand, this demand which Mr. Tom began to regard as carrying a love affair rather too far, Gray had telegraphed back that Vavasor's demand for money, if made through Mr. John Vavasor, was to be honoured to the extent of £5,000. Mr. Tom raised his eyebrows, and reflected that some men were very foolish. But John Gray's money matters were of such a nature as to make Mr. Tom know that he must do as he was bidden, and the money was paid to George Vavasor's account. He told Kate nothing of this. Why should he trouble himself to do so? Indeed, at this time he wrote no letters to his sister, though she twice sent to him, knowing what his exigencies would be, and made further tenders of her own money. He could not reply to these offers without telling her that money had been forthcoming from that other quarter, and so he left them unanswered. In the meantime the battle went on gloriously. Mr. Travers, the other Liberal candidate, spent his money freely, or else some other person did so on his behalf. When Mr. Scrubby mentioned this last alternative to George Vavasor, George cursed his own luck in that he had never found such backers. "I don't call a man half a member when he's brought in like that," said Mr. Scrubby, comforting him. "He can't do what he likes with his vote. He ain't independent. You never hear of those fellows getting anything good. Pay for the article yourself, Mr. Vavasor, and then it's your own. That's what I always say." Mr. Grimes went to work strenuously, almost fiercely, in the opposite interest, telling all that he knew, and perhaps more than he knew, of Vavasor's circumstances. He was at work morning, noon, and night, not only in his own neighbourhood, but among those men on the river bank of whom he had spoken so much in his interview with Vavasor in Cecil Street. The entire Vavasorian army with its placards was entirely upset on more than one occasion, and was once absolutely driven ignominiously into the river mud. And all this was done under the direction of Mr. Grimes. Vavasor himself was pelted with offal from the sinking tide, so that the very name of the river bank became odious to him. He was a man who did not like to have his person touched, and when they hustled him he became angry. "Lord love you, Mr. Vavasor," said Scrubby, "that's nothing. I've had a candidate so mauled, it was in the hamlets, I think, that there wasn't a spot on him that wasn't painted with rotten eggs. The smell was something quite awful. But I brought him in, through it all." And Mr. Scrubby at last did as much for George Vavasor as he had done for the hero of the hamlets. At the close of the poll Vavasor's name stood at the head by a considerable majority, and Scrubby comforted him by saying that Travers certainly wouldn't stand the expense of a petition, as the seat was to be held only for a few months. "And you've done it very cheap, Mr. Vavasor," said Scrubby, "considering that the seat is metropolitan. I do say that you have done it cheap. Another 1,000, or 1,200, will cover everything, say 13, perhaps, at the outside. And when you shall have fought the battle once again, you'll have paid your footing, and the fellows will let you in almost for nothing after that." A further sum of £1,300 was wanted at once, and then the whole thing was to be repeated over again in 6 months' time. This was not consolatory. But, nevertheless, there was a triumph in the thing itself which George Vavasor was man enough to enjoy. It would be something to have sat in the House of Commons, though it should only have been for half a session. Chapter 45. George Vavasor takes his seat. George Vavasor's feeling of triumph was not unjustifiable. It is something to have sat in the House of Commons, though it has been but for one session. There is on the left-hand side of our great National Hall, on the left-hand side as one enters it, and opposite to the doors leading to the law courts, a pair of gilded lamps, with a door between them, near to which a privileged old dame sells her apples and her oranges solely, as I presume, for the accommodation of the members of the House and of the great policeman who guards the pass. Between those lamps is the entrance to the House of Commons, and none but members may go that way. It is the only gate before which I have ever stood filled with envy, sorrowing to think that my steps might never pass under it. There are many portals forbidden to me, as there are many forbidden to all men, and forbidden fruit, they say, is sweet. But my lips have watered after no other fruit but that which grows so high, within the sweep of that great policeman's truncheon. Ah, my male friend and reader, who earnest thy bread, perhaps, as a country vicar, or sittest, maybe, at some weary desk in Somerset House. Or who, perhaps, rulest the yard behind the Cheapside counter, hast thou never stood there and longed, hast thou never confessed, when standing there, that fate has been unkind to thee in denying thee the one thing that thou hast wanted? I have done so. And as my slow steps have led me up that more than royal staircase, to those passages and halls which require the hallowing breath of centuries to give them the glory in British eyes which they shall one day possess, I have told myself, in anger and in grief, that to die and not to have won that right of way, though but for a session, not to have passed by the narrow entrance through those lamps, is to die and not to have done that which it most becomes an Englishman to have achieved. There are, doubtless, some who come out by that road, the loss of whose society is not to be regretted. England does not choose her 654 best men. One comforts one's self, sometimes, with remembering that the George Vavasors, the Calder Joneses, and the Botts are admitted. Dishonesty, ignorance, and vulgarity do not close the gate of that heaven against aspirants. And it is a consolation to the ambition of the poor to know that the ambition of the rich can attain that glory by the strength of its riches alone. But though England does not send thither none but her best men, the best of her commoners do find their way there. It is the highest and most legitimate pride of an Englishman to have the letters M.P. written after his name. No selection from the alphabet, no doctorship, no fellowship, be it of ever so learned or royal a society, no knightship, not though it be of the Garter, confers so fair an honour. Mr. Bott was right when he declared that this country is governed from between the walls of that house, though the truth was almost defiled by the lips which uttered it. He might have added that from thence flow the waters of the world's progress, the fullest fountain of advancing civilization. George Vavasor, as he went in by the lamps and the apple stall, under the guardianship of Mr. Bott, felt all the pride of which I have been speaking. He was a man quite capable of feeling such pride as it should be felt, capable, in certain dreamy moments, of looking at the thing with pure and almost noble eyes, of understanding the ambition of serving with truth so great a nation as that which fate had made his own. Nature, I think, had so fashioned George Vavasor, that he might have been a good, and perhaps a great man, whereas Mr. Bott had been born small. Vavasor had educated himself to badness with his eyes open. He had known what was wrong, and had done it, having taught himself to think that bad things were best. But poor Mr. Bott had meant to do well, and thought that he had done very well indeed. He was a tuft hunter and a toady, but he did not know that he was doing amiss in seeking to rise by tuft hunting and toadying. He was both mean and vain, both a bully and a coward, and in politics, I fear, quite unscrupulous in spite of his grand dogmas. But he believed that he was progressing in public life by the proper and usual means, and was troubled by no idea that he did wrong. Vavasor, in those dreamy moments of which I have spoken, would sometimes feel tempted to cut his throat and put an end to himself, because he knew that he had taught himself amiss. Again he would sadly ask himself whether it was yet too late, always, however, answering himself that it was too late. Even now, at this moment, as he went in between the lamps, and felt much of the honest pride of which I have spoken, he told himself that it was too late. What could he do now, hampered by such a debt as that which he owed to his cousin, and with the knowledge that it must be almost indefinitely increased? Unless he meant to give up this seat in Parliament, which had cost him so dearly, almost before he had begun to enjoy it. But his courage was good, and he was able to resolve that he would go on with the business that he had in hand, and play out his game to the end. He had achieved his seat in the House of Commons, and was so far successful. Men who had ever been gracious to him were now more gracious than ever, and they who had not hitherto treated him with courtesy, now began to smile and to be very civil. It was, no doubt, a great thing to have the privilege of that entrance between the lamps. Mr. Bott had the new member now in hand, not because there had been any old friendship between them, but Mr. Bott was on the lookout for followers, and Vavasor was on the lookout for a party. A man gets no great thanks for attaching himself to existing power. Our friend might have enrolled himself among the general supporters of the government without attracting much attention. He would in such case have been at the bottom of a long list. But Mr. Palliser was a rising man, round whom, almost without wish of his own, a party was forming itself. If he came into power, as come he must, according to Mr. Bott and many others, then they who had acknowledged the new light before its brightness had been declared, might expect their reward. Vavasor, as he passed through the lobby to the door of the house, leaning on Mr. Bott's arm, was very silent. He had spoken but little since they had left their cab in Palace Yard, and was not very well pleased by the garrulity of his companion. He was going to sit among the first men of his nation, and to take his chance of making himself one of them. He believed in his own ability, he believed thoroughly in his own courage. But he did not believe in his own conduct. He feared that he had done, feared still more strongly that he would be driven to do, that which would shut men's ears against his words, and would banish him from high places. No man believes in himself who knows himself to be a rascal, however great may be his talent, or however high his pluck. Of course you have heard a debate, said Mr. Bott. Yes, answered Vavasor, who wished to remain silent. Many, probably. No. But you have heard debates from the gallery. Now you'll hear them from the body of the house, and you'll find how very different it is. There's no man can know what Parliament is who has never had a seat. Indeed no one can thoroughly understand the British Constitution without it. I felt, very early in life, that should be my line, and though it's hard work and no pay, I mean to stick to it. How do, Thompson? You know Vavasor? He's just returned for the Chelsea districts, and I'm taking him up. We shan't divide tonight, shall we? Look! There's Farringcourt just coming out. He's listened to better than any man in the house now, but he'll borrow half a crown from you if you'll lend him one. How d'ye do, my lord? I hope I have the pleasure of seeing you well. And Bott bowed low to a lord who was hurrying through the lobby as fast as his shuffling feet would carry him. Of course you know him. Vavasor, however, did not know the lord in question, and was obliged to say so. I thought you were up to all these things, said Bott. Taking the peerage generally, I am not up to it, said Vavasor, with a curl on his lip. But you ought to have known him. That was Viscount Middlesex. He has got something on tonight about the Irish Church. His father is past 90, and he's over 60. We'll go in now. But let me give you one bit of advice, my dear fellow, don't think of speaking this session. A member can do no good at that work till he has learned something of the forms of the House. The forms of the House are everything, upon my word they are. This is Mr. Vavasor, the new member for the Chelsea districts. Our friend was thus introduced to the doorkeeper, who smiled familiarly, and seemed to wink his eye. Then George Vavasor passed through into the house itself, under the wing of Mr. Bott. Vavasor, as he walked up the house to the clerk's table and took the oath and then walked down again, felt himself to be almost taken aback by the little notice which was accorded to him. It was not that he had expected to create a sensation, or that he had for a moment thought on the subject, but the thing which he was doing was so great to him, that the total indifference of those around him was a surprise to him. After he had taken his seat, a few men came up by degrees and shook hands with him, but it seemed, as they did so, merely because they were passing that way. He was anxious not to sit next to Mr. Bott, but he found himself unable to avoid this contiguity. That gentleman stuck to him pertinaciously, giving him directions which, at the spur of the moment, he hardly knew how not to obey. So he found himself sitting behind Mr. Palliser, a little to the right, while Mr. Bott occupied the ear of the rising man. There was a debate in progress, but it seemed to Vavasor, as soon as he was able to become critical, to be but a dull affair, and yet the Chancellor of the Exchequer was on his legs, and Mr. Palliser was watching him as a cat watches a mouse. The speaker was full of figures, as becomes a Chancellor of the Exchequer, and as every new budget of them fell from him, Mr. Bott, with audible whispers, poured into the ear of his chief certain calculations of his own, most of which went to prove that the financier in office was altogether wrong. Vavasor thought that he could see that Mr. Palliser was receiving more of his assistance than was palatable to him. He would listen, if he did listen, without making any sign that he heard, and would occasionally shake his head with symptoms of impatience. But Mr. Bott was a man not to be repressed by a trifle. When Mr. Palliser shook his head he became more assiduous than ever, and when Mr. Palliser slightly moved himself to the left, he boldly followed him. No general debate arose on the subject which the minister had in hand, and when he sat down, Mr. Palliser would not get up, though Mr. Bott counselled him to do so. The matter was over for the night, and the time had arrived for Lord Middlesex. That nobleman got upon his feet, with a roll of papers in his hand, and was proceeding to address the House on certain matters of church reform, with great energy. But, alas, for him and for his feelings! Before his energy had got itself into full swing, the members were swarming away through the doors like a flock of sheep. Mr. Palliser got up and went, and was followed at once by Mr. Bott, who succeeded in getting hold of his arm in the lobby. Had not Mr. Palliser been an even-tempered, calculating man, with a mind and spirit well under his command, he must have learned to hate Mr. Bott before this time. Away streamed the members, but still the noble lord went on speaking, struggling hard to keep up his fire as though no such exodus were in process. There was but little to console him. He knew that the papers would not report one sentence in 20 of those he uttered. He knew that no one would listen to him willingly. He knew that he had worked for weeks and months to get up his facts, and he was beginning to know that he had worked in vain. As he summoned courage to look round, he began to fear that some enemy would count the House, and that all would be over. He had given heart and soul to this affair. His cry was not as Vavasor's cry about the river bank. He believed in his own subject with a great faith, thinking that he could make men happier and better, and bring them nearer to their God. I said that he had worked for weeks and months. I might have said that he had been all his life at this work. Though he shuffled with his feet when he walked, and knocked his words together when he talked, he was an earnest man, meaning to do well. Seeking no other reward for his work than the appreciation of those whom he desired to serve. But this was never to be his. For him there was in store nothing but disappointment. And yet he will work on to the end, either in this house or in the other, laboring wearily, without visible wages of any kind, and, one may say, very sadly. But when he has been taken to his long rest, men will acknowledge that he has done something. And there will be left on the minds of those who shall remember him a conviction that he served a good cause diligently, and not altogether inefficiently. Invisible are his wages, yet in some coin are they paid. Invisible is the thing he does, and yet it is done. Let us hope that some sense of this tardy appreciation may soothe his spirit beyond the grave. On the present occasion there was nothing to soothe his spirit. The speaker sat, urbane and courteous, with his eyes turned towards the unfortunate orator, but no other ears in the house seemed to listen to him. The corps of reporters had dwindled down to 2, and they used their pens very listlessly, taking down here a sentence and there a sentence, knowing that their work was naught. Vavasor sat it out to the last, as it taught him a lesson in those forms of the House which Mr. Bott had truly told him it would be well that he should learn. And at last he did learn the form of a count-out. Someone from a back seat muttered something, which the speaker understood. And that high officer, having had his attention called to a fact of which he would never have taken cognizance without such calling, did count the House. And finding that it contained but 23 members, he put an end to his own labours and to those of poor Lord Middlesex. With what feelings that noble lord must have taken himself home, and sat himself down in his study, vainly opening a book before his eyes, can we not all imagine? A man he was with ample means, with children who would do honour to his name, one whose wife believed in him, if no one else would do so. A man, let us say, with a clear conscience, to whom all good things had been given. But of whom now was he thinking with envy? Early on that same day Farringcourt had spoken in the house, a man to whom no one would lend a shilling, whom the privilege of that house kept out of jail, whose word no man believed. Who was wifeless, childless, and unloved. But 300 men had hung listening upon his words. When he laughed in his speech, they laughed. When he was indignant against the minister, they sat breathless, as the Spaniard sits in the critical moment of the bull-killing. Whichever way he turned himself, he carried them with him. Crowds of members flocked into the house from libraries and smoking rooms when it was known that this ne'er-do-well was on his legs. The strangers' gallery was filled to overflowing. The reporters turned their rapid pages, working their fingers wearily till the sweat drops stood upon their brows. And as the Premier was attacked with some special impetus of redoubled irony, men declared that he would be driven to enroll the Speaker among his colleagues. In spite of dishonored bills and evil reports. A man who could shake the thunderbolts like that must be paid to shake them on the right side. It was of this man, and of his success, that Lord Middlesex was envious, as he sat, wretched and respectable, in his solitary study. Mr. Bott had left the house with Mr. Palliser. And Vavasor, after the count out, was able to walk home by himself, and think of the position which he had achieved. He told himself over and over again that he had done a great thing in obtaining that which he now possessed, and he endeavored to teach himself that the price he was paying for it was not too dear. But already there had come upon him something of that feeling, that terribly human feeling, which deprives every prize that is gained of half its value. The mere having it robs the diamond of its purity, and mixes vile alloy with the gold. Lord Middlesex, as he had floundered on into terrible disaster, had not been a subject to envy. There had been nothing of brilliance in the debate, and the members had loomed no larger than ordinary men at ordinary clubs. The very doorkeepers had hardly treated them with respect. The great men with whose names the papers are filled had sat silent, gloomy, and apparently idle. As soon as a fair opportunity was given them they escaped out of the house, as boys might escape from school. Everybody had rejoiced in the break-up of the evening, except that one poor old lord who had worked so hard. Vavasor had spent everything that he had to become a member of that house, and now, as he went alone to his lodgings, he could not but ask himself whether the thing purchased was worth the purchase money. But his courage was still high. Though he was gloomy, and almost sad, he knew that he could trust himself to fight out the battle to the last. On the morrow he would go to Queen Anne Street, and would demand sympathy there from her who had professed to sympathize with him so strongly in his political desires. With her, at any rate, the glory of his membership would not be dimmed by any untoward knowledge of the realities. She had only seen the play acted from the boxes. And to her eyes the dresses would still be of silk velvet, and the swords of bright steel. Chapter 46. A Love Gift. When Alice heard of her cousin's success, and understood that he was actually Member of Parliament for the Chelsea districts, she resolved that she would be triumphant. She had sacrificed nearly everything to her desire for his success in public life, and now that he had achieved the first great step towards that success, it would have been madness on her part to decline her share in the ovation. If she could not rejoice in that, what source of joy would then be left for her? She had promised to be his wife, and at present she was under the bonds of that promise. She had so promised because she had desired to identify her interests with his, because she wished to share his risks, to assist his struggles, and to aid him in his public career. She had done all this, and he had been successful. She strove, therefore, to be triumphant on his behalf, but she knew that she was striving ineffectually. She had made a mistake, and the days were coming in which she would have to own to herself that she had done so in sackcloth, and to repent with ashes. But yet she struggled to be triumphant. The tidings were first brought to her by her servant, and then she at once sat down to write him a word or two of congratulation. But she found the task more difficult than she had expected, and she gave it up. She had written no word to him since the day on which he had left her almost in anger, and now she did not know how she was to address him. "I will wait till he comes," she said, putting away from her the paper and pens. "It will be easier to speak than to write." But she wrote to Kate, and contrived to put some note of triumph into her letter. Kate had written to her at length, filling her sheet with a loud paean of sincere rejoicing. To Kate, down in Westmoreland, it had seemed that her brother had already done everything. He had already tied fortune to his chariot wheels. He had made the great leap, and had overcome the only obstacle that fate had placed in his way. In her great joy she almost forgot whence had come the money with which the contest had been won. She was not enthusiastic in many things, about herself she was never so, but now she was elated with an enthusiasm which seemed to know no bounds. "I am proud," she said, in her letter to Alice. "No other thing that he could have done would have made me so proud of him. Had the Queen sent for him and made him an earl, it would have been as nothing to this. When I think that he has forced his way into Parliament without any great friend, with nothing to back him but his own wit," she had, in truth, forgotten Alice's money as she wrote. "That he has achieved his triumph in the metropolis, among the most wealthy and most fastidious of the richest city in the world, I do feel proud of my brother. And, Alice, I hope that you are proud of your lover. Poor girl! One cannot but like her pride, nay, almost love her for it, though it was so sorely misplaced. It must be remembered that she had known nothing of Messrs. Grimes and Scrubby, and the river bank, and that the means had been wanting to her of learning the principles upon which some metropolitan elections are conducted. And, Alice, I hope that you are proud of your lover." "He is not my lover," Alice said to herself. "He knows that he is not. He understands it, though she may not. And if not your lover, Alice Vavasor, what is he then to you? And what are you to him, if not his love?" She was beginning to understand that she had put herself in the way of utter destruction. That she had walked to the brink of a precipice, and that she must now topple over it. "He is not my lover," she said. And then she sat silent and moody, and it took her hours to get her answer written to Kate. On the same afternoon she saw her father for a moment or two. "So George has got himself returned," he said, raising his eyebrows. "Yes, he has been successful. I'm sure you must be glad, Papa." "Upon my word, I'm not. He has bought a seat for 3 months. And with whose money has he purchased it? Don't let us always speak of money, Papa. When you discuss the value of a thing just purchased, you must mention the price before you know whether the purchaser has done well or badly. They have let him in for his money because there are only a few months left before the general election. £2,000 he has had, I believe. And if as much more is wanted for the next election he shall have it. Very well, my dear, very well. If you choose to make a beggar of yourself, I cannot help it. Indeed, I shall not complain though he should spend all your money, if you do not marry him at last." In answer to this, Alice said nothing. On that point her father's wishes were fast growing to be identical with her own. "I tell you fairly what are my feelings and my wishes," he continued. "Nothing, in my opinion, would be so deplorable and ruinous as such a marriage. You tell me that you have made up your mind to take him, and I know well that nothing that I can say will turn you. But I believe that when he has spent all your money he will not take you, and that thus you will be saved. Thinking as I do about him, you can hardly expect that I should triumph because he has got himself into Parliament with your money." Then he left her, and it seemed to Alice that he had been very cruel. There had been little, she thought, nay, nothing of a father's loving tenderness in his words to her. If he had spoken to her differently, might she not even now have confessed everything to him? But herein Alice accused him wrongfully. Tenderness from him on this subject had, we may say, become impossible. She had made it impossible. Nor could he tell her the extent of his wishes without damaging his own cause. He could not let her know that all that was done was so done with the view of driving her into John Gray's arms. But what words were those for a father to speak to a daughter? Had she brought herself to such a state that her own father desired to see her deserted and thrown aside? And was it probable that this wish of his should come to pass? As to that, Alice had already made up her mind. She thought that she had made up her mind that she would never become her cousin's wife. It needed not her father's wish to accomplish her salvation, if her salvation lay in being separated from him. On the next morning George went to her. The reader will, perhaps, remember their last interview. He had come to her after her letter to him from Westmoreland, and had asked her to seal their reconciliation with a kiss. But she had refused him. He had offered to embrace her, and she had shuddered before him, fearing his touch, telling him by signs much more clear than any words, that she felt for him none of the love of a woman. Then he had turned from her in anger, declaring to her honestly that he was angry. Since that he had borrowed her money, had made 2 separate assaults upon her purse, and was now come to tell her of the results. How was he to address her? I beg that it may be also remembered that he was not a man to forget the treatment he had received. When he entered the room, Alice looked at him, at first, almost furtively. She was afraid of him. It must be confessed that she already feared him. Had there been in the man anything of lofty principle he might still have made her his slave, though I doubt whether he could ever again have forced her to love him. She looked at him furtively, and perceived that the gash on his face was nearly closed. The mark of existing anger was not there. He had come to her intending to be gentle, if it might be possible. He had been careful in his dress, as though he wished to try once again if the role of lover might be within his reach. Alice was the first to speak. "George, I am so glad that you have succeeded. I wish you joy with my whole heart." "Thanks, dearest. But before I say another word, let me acknowledge my debt. Unless you had aided me with your money, I could not have succeeded." "Oh, George! Pray don't speak of that. Let me rather speak of it at once, and have done. If you will think of it, you will know that I must speak of it sooner or later." He smiled and looked pleasant, as he used to do in those Swiss days. "Well, then, speak and have done. I hope you have trusted me in thus giving me the command of your fortune." "Oh, yes. I do believe that you have. I need hardly say that I could not have stood for this last election without it. And I must try to make you understand that if I had not come forward at this vacancy, I should have stood no chance for the next. Otherwise, I should not have been justified in paying so dearly for a seat for one session. You can understand that, Alice?" "Yes, I think so. Anybody, even your father, would tell you that. Though, probably, he regards my ambition to be a member of Parliament as a sign of downright madness. But I was obliged to stand now, if I intended to go on with it, as that old lord died so inopportunely. Well, about the money. It is quite upon the cards that I may be forced to ask for another loan when the autumn comes. You shall have it, George." "Thanks, Alice. And now I will tell you what I propose. You know that I have been reconciled, with a sort of reconciliation, to my grandfather. Well, when the next affair is over, I propose to tell him exactly how you and I then stand. Do not go into that now, George. It is enough for you at present to be assured that such assistance as I can give you is at your command. I want you to feel the full joy of your success, and you will do so more thoroughly if you will banish all these money troubles from your mind for a while. They shall, at any rate, be banished while I am with you," said he. "There, let them go." And he lifted up his right hand, and blew at the tips of his fingers. "Let them vanish," said he. "It is always well to be rid of such troubles for a time. It is well to be rid of them at any time, or at all times, if only they can be banished without danger. But when a man has overused his liver till it will not act for him any longer, it is not well for him to resolve that he will forget the weakness of his organ just as he sits down to dinner. It was a pretty bit of acting, that of Vavasor's, when he blew away his cares, and, upon the whole, I do not know that he could have done better. But Alice saw through it, and he knew that she did so. The whole thing was uncomfortable to him, except the fact that he had the promise of her further moneys. But he did not intend to rest satisfied with this. He must extract from her some meed of approbation, some show of sympathy, some spark of affection, true or pretended, in order that he might at least affect to be satisfied. And be enabled to speak of the future without open embarrassment. How could even he take her money from her, unless he might presume that he stood with her upon some ground that belonged mutually to them both? "I have already taken my seat," said he. "Yes. I saw that in the newspapers. My acquaintance among members of Parliament is very small, but I see that you were introduced, as they call it, by one of the few men that I do know. Is Mr. Bott a friend of yours?" "No, certainly not a friend. I may probably have to act with him in public." "Ah, that's just what they said of Mr. Palliser when they felt ashamed of his having such a man as his guest. I think if I were in public life I should try to act with people that I could like." "Then you dislike Mr. Bott?" "I do not like him, but my feelings about him are not violent." "He is a vulgar ass," said George, with no more pretensions to rank himself a gentleman than your footman. "If I had one. But he will get on in Parliament, to a certain extent. I'm afraid I don't quite understand what are the requisites for parliamentary success, or indeed of what it consists. Is his ambition, do you suppose, the same as yours?" "His ambition, I take it, does not go beyond a desire to be parliamentary flunkey to a big man, with wages, if possible, but without, if the wages are impossible." "And yours?" "Oh, as to mine. There are some things, Alice, that a man does not tell to anyone." "Are there?" "They must be very terrible things. The schoolboy, when he sits down to make his rhymes, dares not say, even to his sister, that he hopes to rival Milton, but he nurses such a hope. The preacher, when he preaches his sermon, does not whisper, even to his wife, his belief that thousands may perhaps be turned to repentance by the strength of his words. But he thinks that the 1,000 converts are possible. And you, though you will not say so, intend to rival Chatham, and to make your 1,000 converts in politics. I like to hear you laugh at me, I do, indeed. It does me good to hear your voice again with some touch of satire in it. It brings back the old days, the days to which I hope we may soon revert without pain. Shall it not be so, dearest?" Her playful manner at once deserted her. Why had he made this foolish attempt to be tender? "I do not know," she said, gloomily. For a few minutes he sat silent, fingering some article belonging to her which was lying on the table. It was a small steel paper knife, of which the handle was cast and gilt, a thing of no great value, of which the price may have been 5 shillings. He sat with it, passing it through his fingers, while she went on with her work. "Who gave you this paper cutter?" he said, suddenly. "Goodness me, why do you ask? And especially, why do you ask in that way?" "I asked simply because if it is a present to you from anyone, I will take up something else. It was given me by Mr. Gray." He let it drop from his fingers on to the table with a noise, and then pushed it from him, so that it fell on the other side, near to where she sat. "George," she said, as she stooped and picked it up, "your violence is unreasonable, pray do not repeat it." "I did not mean it," he said, "and I beg your pardon. I was simply unfortunate in the article I selected." "And who gave you this?" In saying which he took up a little ivory foot rule that was folded up so as to bring it within the compass of 3 inches. "It so happens that no one gave me that, I bought it at a stupid bazaar." "Then this will do. You shall give it me as a present, on the renewal of our love." "It is too poor a thing to give," said she, speaking still more gloomily than she had done before. "By no means. Nothing is too poor, if given in that way. Anything will do, a ribbon, a glove, a broken 6pence. Will you give me something that I may take, and, taking it, may know that your heart is given with it?" "Take the rule, if you please," she said. "And about the heart?" he asked. He should have been more of a rascal or less. Seeing how very much of a rascal he was already. I think it would have been better that he should have been more, that he should have been able to content his spirit with the simple acquisition of her money. And that he should have been free from all those remains of a finer feeling which made him desire her love also. But it was not so. It was necessary for his comfort that she should, at any rate, say she loved him. "Well, Alice, and what about the heart?" he asked again. "I would so much rather talk about politics, George," said she. The cicatrice began to make itself very visible in his face, and the debonair manner was fast vanishing. He had fixed his eyes upon her, and had inserted his thumbs in the armholes of his waistcoat. "Alice, that is not quite fair," he said. "I do not mean to be unfair. I am not so sure of that. I almost think that you do mean it. You have told me that you intend to become my wife. If, after that, you willfully make me miserable, will not that be unfair? I am not making you miserable, certainly not willfully. Did that letter which you wrote to me from Westmoreland mean anything? George, do not strive to make me think that it meant too much. If it did, you had better say so at once." But Alice, though she would have said so had she dared, made no answer to this. She sat silent, turning her face away from his gaze, longing that the meeting might be over, and feeling that she had lost her own self-respect. "Look here, Alice," he said, "I find it very hard to understand you. When I look back over all that has passed between us, and to that other episode in your life, summing it all up with your conduct to me at present, I find myself at a loss to read your character. I fear I cannot help you in the reading of it. When you first loved me, for you did love me, I understood that well enough. There is no young man who in early life does not read with sufficient clearness that sweetest morsel of poetry. And when you quarrelled with me, judging somewhat harshly of my offences, I understood that also, for it is the custom of women to be hard in their judgment on such sins. When I heard that you had accepted the offer made to you by that gentleman in Cambridgeshire, I thought that I understood you still, knowing how natural it was that you should seek some cure for your wound. I understood it, and accused myself, not you, in that I had driven you to so fatal a remedy." Here Alice turned round towards him sharply, as though she were going to interrupt him, but she said nothing, though he paused for her to speak, and then he went on. "And I understood it well when I heard that this cure had been too much for you. By heavens, yes. There was no misunderstanding that. I meant no insult to the man when I upset his little toy just now. I have not a word to say against him. For many women he would make a model husband, but you are not one of them. And when you discovered this yourself, as you did, I understood that without difficulty. Yes, by heavens. If ever woman had been driven to a mistake, you had been driven to one there." Here she looked at him again, and met his eyes. She looked at him with something of his own fierceness in her face, as though she were preparing herself to fight with him. But she said nothing at the moment, and then he again went on. "And, Alice, I understood it also when you again consented to be my wife. I thought that I still understood you then. I may have been vain to think so, but surely it was natural. I believed that the old love had come back upon you, and again warmed your heart. I thought that it had been cold during our separation, and I was pleased to think so. Was that unnatural? Put yourself in my place, and say if you would not have thought so. I told myself that I understood you then, and I told myself that in all that you had done you had acted as a true, and good, and loving woman. I thought of you much, and I saw that your conduct, as a whole, was intelligible and becoming." The last word grated on Alice's ears, and she showed her anger by the motion of her foot upon the floor. Her cousin noted it all, but went on as though he had not noted it. "But now your present behavior makes all the rest a riddle. You have said that you would be my wife, declaring thereby that you had forgiven my offences, and, as I suppose, reassuring me of your love, and yet you receive me with all imaginable coldness. What am I to think of it, and in what way would you have me behave to you? When last I was here I asked you for a kiss." As he said this he looked at her with all his eyes, with his mouth just open, so as to show the edges of his white teeth, with the wound down his face all wide and purple. The last word came with a stigmatizing hiss from his lips. Though she did not essay to speak, he paused again, as if he were desirous that she might realize the full purport of such a request. I think that, in the energy of his speaking, a touch of true passion had come upon him. That he had forgotten his rascaldom, and his need of her money, and that he was punishing her with his whole power of his vengeance for the treatment which he had received from her. I asked you for a kiss. If you are to be my wife, you can have no shame in granting me such a request. Within the last 2 months you have told me that you would marry me. What am I to think of such a promise if you deny me all customary signs of your affection? Then he paused again, and she found that the time had come in which she must say something to him. I wonder you cannot understand, she said, that I have suffered much. And is that to be my answer? I don't know what answer you want. Come, Alice, do not be untrue. You do know what answer I want, and you know also whether my wanting it is unreasonable. No one ever told me that I was untrue before, she said. You do know what it is that I desire. I desire to learn that the woman who is to be my wife, in truth, loves me. She was standing up, and so was he also, but still she said nothing. He had in his hand the little rule which she had told him that he might take, but he held it as though in doubt what he would do with it. Well, Alice, am I to hear anything from you? Not now, George, you are angry, and I will not speak to you in your anger. Have I not cause to be angry? Do you not know that you are treating me badly? I know that my head aches, and that I am very wretched. I wish you would leave me. There, then, is your gift, said he, and he threw the rule over onto the sofa behind her. And there is the trumpery trinket which I had hoped you would have worn for my sake. Whereupon something which he had taken from his waistcoat pocket was thrown violently into the fender, beneath the fire grate. He then walked with quick steps to the door. But when his hand was on the handle, he turned. Alice, he said, when I am gone, try to think honestly of your conduct to me. Then he went, and she remained still, till she heard the front door close behind him. When she was sure that he was gone, her first movement was made in search of the trinket. I fear that this was not dignified on her part, but I think that it was natural. It was not that she had any desire for the jewel, or any curiosity even to see it. She would very much have preferred that he should have brought nothing of the kind to her. But she had a feminine reluctance that anything of value should be destroyed without a purpose. So she took the shovel, and poked among the ashes, and found the ring which her cousin had thrown there. It was a valuable ring, bearing a ruby on it between 2 small diamonds. Such at least, she became aware, had been its bearing, but one of the side stones had been knocked out by the violence with which the ring had been flung. She searched even for this, scorching her face and eyes, but in vain. Then she made up her mind that the diamond should be lost forever, and that it should go out among the cinders into the huge dust heaps of the metropolis. Better that, though it was distasteful to her feminine economy, than the other alternative of setting the servants to search, and thereby telling them something of what had been done. When her search was over, she placed the ring on the mantelpiece. But she knew that it would not do to leave it there, so she folded it up carefully in a new sheet of notepaper, and put it in the drawer of her desk. After that she sat herself down at the table to think what she would do, but her head was, in truth, racked with pain, and on that occasion she could bring her thoughts to no conclusion. Chapter 47. Mr. Cheesacre's Disappointment. When Mrs. Greenow was left alone in her lodgings, after the little entertainment which she had given to her 2 lovers, she sat herself down to think seriously over her affairs. There were 3 paths open before her. She might take Mr. Cheesacre, or she might take Captain Belfield, or she might decide that she would have nothing more to say to either of them in the way of courting. They were very persistent, no doubt. But she thought that she would know how to make them understand her, if she should really make up her mind that she would have neither one nor the other. She was going to leave Norwich after Easter, and they knew that such was her purpose. Something had been said of her returning to Yarmouth in the summer. She was a just woman at heart, and justice required that each of them should know what was to be his prospect if she did so return. There was a good deal to be said on Mr. Cheesacre's behalf. Mahogany-furnitured bedrooms assist one's comfort in this life, and heaps of manure, though they are not brilliant in romance, are very efficacious in farming. Mrs. Greenow by no means despised these things. And as for the owner of them, though she saw that there was much amiss in his character, she thought that his little foibles were of such a nature that she, as his wife, or any other woman of spirit, might be able to repress them, if not to cure them. But she had already married for money once, as she told herself very plainly on this occasion, and she thought that she might now venture on a little love. Her marriage for money had been altogether successful. The nursing of old Greenow had not been very disagreeable to her, nor had it taken longer than she had anticipated. She had now got all the reward that she had ever promised herself, and she really did feel grateful to his memory. I almost think that among those plentiful tears some few drops belonged to sincerity. She was essentially a happy-tempered woman, blessed with a good digestion, who looked back upon her past life with contentment, and forward to her future life with confidence. She would not be greedy, she said to herself. She did not want more money, and therefore she would have none of Mr. Cheesacre. So far she resolving also that, if possible, the mahogany-furnitured bedrooms should be kept in the family, and made over to her niece, Kate Vavasor. But should she marry for love? And if so, should Captain Belfield be the man? Strange to say, his poverty and his scampishness and his lies almost recommended him to her. At any rate, it was not of those things that she was afraid. She had a woman's true belief in her own power, and thought that she could cure them, as far as they needed cure. As for his stories about Inkerman and his little debts, she cared nothing about that. She also had her Inkermans, and was quite aware that she made as good use of them as the captain did of his. And as for the debts, what was a man to do who hadn't got any money? She also had owed for her gloves and corsets in the ante-Greenow days of her adventures. But there was this danger, that there might be more behind of which she had never heard. Another Mrs. Belfield was not impossible. And what, if instead of being a real captain at all, he should be a return ticket of leave man? Such things had happened. Her chief security was in this, that Cheesacre had known the man for many years, and would certainly have told anything against him that he did know. Under all these circumstances, she could not quite make up her mind either for or against Captain Belfield. Between 9 and 10 in the evening, an hour or so after Mr. Cheesacre had left her, Jeanette brought to her some arrowroot with a little sherry in it. She usually dined early, and it was her habit to take a light repast before she retired for the night. "Jeanette," she said, as she stirred the lumps of white sugar in the bowl, "I'm afraid those two gentlemen have quarrelled." "Oh, laws, ma'am, in course they have. How was they to help it?" Jeanette, on these occasions, was in the habit of standing beside the chair of her mistress, and chatting with her. And then, if the chatting was much prolonged, she would gradually sink down upon the corner of a chair herself, and then the two women would be very comfortable together over the fire. Jeanette never forgetting that she was the servant, and Mrs. Greenow never forgetting that she was the mistress. And why should they quarrel, Jeanette? It's very foolish. I don't know about being foolish, ma'am, but it's the most natural thing in life. If I had two beaux as was courting me together, in course I should expect as they would punch each other's heads. There's some girls do it a purpose, because they like to see it. One at a time's what I say. You're a young thing, Jeanette. Well, ma'am, yes, I am young, no doubt. But I won't say but what I've had a beau, young as I look. But you don't suppose that I want beaux, as you call them? I don't know, ma'am, as you wants 'em exactly. That's as may be. There they are. And if they was to blow each other's brains out in the gig tonight, I shouldn't be a bit surprised for one. There's nothing won't quiet them at Oileymead tonight, if brandy and water don't do it. As she said this, Jeanette slipped into her chair, and held up her hands in token of the intensity of her fears. Why, you silly child, they're not going home together at all. Did not the captain go away first? The captain did go away first, certainly, but I thought perhaps it was to get his pistols and fighting things ready. They won't fight, Jeanette. Gentlemen have given over fighting. Have they, ma'am? That makes it much easier for ladies, no doubt. Perhaps them peaceable ways will come down to such as us in time. It'd be a comfort, I know, to them as are quiet given, like me. I hate to see men knocking each other's heads about, I do. So Mr. Cheesacre and the captain won't fight, ma'am? Of course they won't, you little fool, you. Dear, dear, I was so sure we should have had the papers all full of it, and perhaps one of them stretched upon his bloody bier. I wonder which it would have been. I always made up my mind that the captain wouldn't be wounded in any of his whittle parts, unless it was his heart, you know, ma'am. But why should they quarrel at all, Jeanette? It is the most foolish thing. Well, ma'am, I don't know about that. What else is they to do? There's some things as you can cry halves about, but there's no crying halves about this. About what, Jeanette? Why, about you, ma'am. Jeanette, I wonder how you can say such things. As if I, in my position, had ever said a word to encourage either of them. You know it's not true, Jeanette, and you shouldn't say so. Whereupon Mrs. Greenow put her handkerchief to her eyes, and Jeanette, probably in token of contrition, put her apron to hers. To be sure, ma'am, no lady could have behaved better through it than you have done, and goodness knows you have been tried hard. Indeed I have, Jeanette. And if gentlemen will make fools of themselves, it isn't your fault, is it, ma'am? But I'm so sorry that they should have quarrelled. They were such dear friends, you know. Quite all in all to each other. When you've settled which it's to be, ma'am, that'll all come right again, seeing that gentlefolks like them have given up fighting, as you say. Then there was a little pause. I suppose, ma'am, it won't be Mr. Cheesacre. To be sure, he's a man as is uncommonly well to do in the world. What's all that to me, Jeanette? I shall ever regard Mr. Cheesacre as a dear friend who has been very good to me at a time of trouble, but he'll never be more than that. Then it'll be the captain, ma'am. I'm sure, for my part, I've always thought the captain was the nicer gentleman of the two, and have always said so. He's nothing to me, girl. And as for money, what's the good of having more than enough? If he can bring love, you can bring money, can't you, ma'am? He's nothing to me, girl, repeated Mrs. Greenow. But he will be, said Jeanette, plainly asking a question. Well, I'm sure. What's the world come to, I wonder, when you sit yourself down there, and cross-examine your mistress in that way? Get to bed, will you? It's near 10 o'clock. I hope I haven't said anything amiss, ma'am, and Jeanette rose from her seat. It's my fault for encouraging you, said Mrs. Greenow. Go downstairs and finish your work, do, and then take yourself off to bed. Next week we shall have to be packing up, and there'll be all my things to see to before that. So Jeanette got up and departed, and after some few further thoughts about Captain Belfield, Mrs. Greenow herself went to her bedroom. Mr. Cheesacre, when he drove back to Oileymead alone from Norwich, after dining with Mrs. Greenow, had kept himself hot, and almost comfortable, with passion against Belfield. And his heat, if not his comfort, had been sustained by his seeing the captain, with his portmanteau, escaping just as he reached his own homestead. But early on the following morning his mind reverted to Mrs. Greenow, and he remembered, with anything but satisfaction, some of the hard things which she had said to him. He had made mistakes in his manner of wooing. He was quite aware of that now, and was determined that they should be rectified for the future. She had rebuked him for having said nothing about his love. He would instantly mend that fault. And she had bidden him not to be so communicative about his wealth. Henceforth he would be dumb on that subject. Nevertheless, he could not but think that the knowledge of his circumstances which the lady already possessed, must be of service to him. She can't really like a poor beggarly wretch who hasn't got a shilling, he said to himself. He was very far from feeling that the battle was already lost. Her last word to him had been an assurance of her friendship. And then why should she have been at so much trouble to tell him the way in which he ought to address her if she were herself indifferent as to his addresses? He was, no doubt, becoming tired of his courtship, and heartily wished that the work were over, but he was not minded to give it up. He therefore prepared himself for another attack, and took himself into Norwich without seeking counsel from anyone. He could not trust himself to think that she could really wish to refuse him after all the encouragement she had given him. On this occasion he put on no pink shirt or shiny boots, being deterred from doing so by a remembrance of Captain Belfield's ridicule, but, nevertheless, he dressed himself with considerable care. He clothed his nether person in knickerbockers, with tight, leathern, bright-coloured gaiters round his legs, being conscious of certain manly graces and symmetrical proportions which might, as he thought, stand him in good stead. And he put on a new shooting coat, the buttons on which were elaborate, and a wonderful waistcoat worked over with foxes' heads. He completed his toilet with a round, low-crowned hat, with dog-skin gloves, and a cutting whip. Thus armed he went forth resolved to conquer or to die, as far as death might result from any wound which Mrs. Greenow might be able to give him. He waited, on this occasion, for the coming of no market day. Indeed, the journey into the city was altogether special, and he was desirous that she should know that such was the case. He drove at a great pace into the inn-yard, threw his reins to the ostler, took just one glass of cherry brandy at the bar, and then marched off across the marketplace to the close. With quiet and decisive steps. "Is that you, Cheesacre?" said a friendly voice, in one of the narrow streets. "Who expected to see you in Norwich on a Thursday?" It was Grimsby, the son of old Grimsby of Hatherwich, a country gentleman, and one, therefore, to whom Cheesacre would generally pay much respect. But on this occasion he did not even pull up for an instant, or moderate his pace. "A little bit of private business," he said, and marched onwards with his head towards the close. "I'm not going to be afraid of a woman, not if I know it," he said to himself. But, nevertheless, at a certain pastrycook's, of whose shop he had knowledge, he pulled up and had another glass of cherry brandy. "Mrs. Greenow is at home," he said to Jeanette, not deigning to ask any question. "Oh, yes, sir, she is at home," said Jeanette, conscious that some occasion had arrived. And in another second he was in the presence of his angel. "Mr. Cheesacre, whoever expected to see you in Norwich on a Thursday?" said the lady, as she welcomed him, using almost the same words as his friend had done in the street. Why should not he come into Norwich on a Thursday, as well as anyone else? Did they suppose that he was tied forever to his ploughs and carts? He was minded to conduct himself with a little spirit on this occasion, and to improve the opinion which Mrs. Greenow had formed about him. On this account he answered her somewhat boldly. "There's no knowing when I may be in Norwich, Mrs. Greenow, or when I mayn't. I'm one of those men of whom nobody knows anything certain, except that I pay as I go." Then he remembered that he was not to make any more boasts about his money, and he endeavoured to cover the error. "There's one other thing they may all know if they please, but we won't say what that is just at present. Won't you sit down, Mr. Cheesacre?" "Well, thank you, I will sit down for a few minutes if you'll let me, Mrs. Greenow." "Mrs. Greenow, I'm in such a state of mind that I must put an end to it, or else I shall be going mad, and doing somebody a damage." "Dear me! What has happened to you? You're going out shooting, presently, are you not?" and Mrs. Greenow looked down at his garments. "No, Mrs. Greenow, I'm not going out shooting. I put on these things because I thought I might take a shot as I came along. But I couldn't bring myself to do it, and then I wouldn't take them off again. What does it matter what a man wears? Not in the least, so long as he is decent. I'm sure I'm always that, Mrs. Greenow." "Oh, dear, yes. More than that, I should say. I consider you to be rather gay in your attire." "I don't pretend to anything of that kind, Mrs. Greenow. I like to be nice, and all that kind of thing. There are people who think that because a man farms his own land, he must be always in the muck. It is the case, of course, with those who have to make their rent and living out of it. Then he remembered that he was again treading on forbidden ground, and stopped himself. But it don't matter what a man wears if his heart isn't easy within him. I don't know why you should speak in that way, Mr. Cheesacre, but it's what I have felt every hour since Greenow left me. Mr. Cheesacre was rather at a loss to know how he should begin. This allusion to the departed one did not at all assist him. He had so often told the widow that care killed a cat, and that a live dog was better than a dead lion. And had found so little efficacy in the proverbs, that he did not care to revert to them. He was aware that some more decided method of proceeding was now required. Little hints at lovemaking had been all very well in the earlier days of their acquaintance. But there must be something more than little hints before he could hope to bring the matter to a favourable conclusion. The widow herself had told him that he ought to talk about love. And he had taken 2 glasses of cherry brandy, hoping that they might enable him to do so. He had put on a coat with brilliant buttons, and new knickerbockers, in order that he might be master of the occasion. He was resolved to call a spade, and to speak boldly of his passion. But how was he to begin? There was the difficulty. He was now seated in a chair, and there he remained silent for a minute or two, while she smoothed her eyebrows with her handkerchief after her last slight ebullition of grief. "Mrs. Greenow," he exclaimed at last, jumping up before her, "dearest Mrs. Greenow, darling Mrs. Greenow, will you be my wife? There. I have said it at last, and I mean it. Everything that I've got shall be yours. Of course I speak specially of my hand and heart. As for love, oh, Arabella, if you only knew me. I don't think there's a man in Norfolk better able to love a woman than I am. Ever since I first saw you at Yarmouth, I've been in love to that extent that I've not known what I've been about. If you'll ask them at home, they'll tell you that I've not been able to look after anything about the place, not as it should be done. I haven't really. I don't suppose I've opened the wages book half a dozen times since last July. And has that been my fault, Mr. Cheesacre? Upon my word it has. I can't move about anywhere without thinking about you. My mind's made up, I won't stay at Oileymead unless you will come and be its mistress. Not stay at Oileymead? No, indeed. I'll let the place, and go and travel somewheres. What's the use of my hanging on there without the woman of my heart? I couldn't do it, Mrs. Greenow, I couldn't, indeed. Of course I've got everything there that money can buy, but it's all of no use to a man that's in love. Do you know, I've come quite to despise money and stock, and all that sort of thing. I haven't had my banker's book home these last 3 months. Only think of that now. But how can I help you, Mr. Cheesacre? Just say one word, and the thing will be done. Say you'll be my wife. I'll be so good to you. I will, indeed. As for your fortune, I don't care that for it. I'm not like somebody else, it's yourself I want. You shall be my pet, and my poppet, and my dearest little duck all the days of your life. No, Mr. Cheesacre, it cannot be. And why not? Look here, Arabella. At these words he rose from his chair, and coming immediately before her, went down on both knees so close to her as to prevent the possibility of her escaping from him. There could be no doubt as to the efficacy of the cherry brandy. There he was, well down on his knees. But he had not got down so low without some little cracking and straining on the part of the gaiters with which his legs were encompassed. He, in his passion, had probably omitted to notice this. But Mrs. Greenow, who was more cool in her present temperament, was painfully aware that he might not be able to rise with ease. "Mr. Cheesacre, don't make a fool of yourself." "Get up," said she. "Never, till you have told me that you will be mine. Then you'll remain there forever, which will be inconvenient. I won't have you take hold of my hand, Mr. Cheesacre. I tell you to have done." Whereupon his grasp upon her hand was released, but he made no attempt to rise. "I never saw a man look so much like a fool in my life," said she. "If you don't get up, I'll push you over. There. Don't you hear? There's somebody coming." But Cheesacre, whose senses were less acute than the lady's, did not hear. "I'll never get up," said he, "till you have bid me hope. Bid you play the fiddle. Get away from my knees, at any rate. There. He'll be in the room now before." Cheesacre now did hear a sound of steps, and the door was opened while he made his first futile attempt to get back to a standing position. The door was opened, and Captain Bellfield entered. "I beg 10,000 pardons," said he, "but as I did not see Jeanette, I ventured to come in. May I venture to congratulate my friend Cheesacre on his success?" In the meantime Cheesacre had risen, but he had done so slowly, and with evident difficulty. "I'll trouble you to leave the room, Captain Bellfield," said he. "I'm particularly engaged with Mrs. Greenow, as any gentleman might have seen." "There wasn't the slightest difficulty in seeing it, old fellow," said the captain. "Shall I wish you joy?" "I'll trouble you to leave the room, sir," said Cheesacre, walking up to him. "Certainly, if Mrs. Greenow will desire me to do so," said the captain. Then Mrs. Greenow felt herself called upon to speak. "Gentlemen, I must beg that you will not make my drawing-room a place for quarrelling. Captain Bellfield, lest there should be any misconception, I must beg you to understand that the position in which you found Mr. Cheesacre was one altogether of his own seeking. It was not with my consent that he was there." "I can easily believe that, Mrs. Greenow," said the captain. "Who cares what you believe, sir?" said Mr. Cheesacre. "Gentlemen! Gentlemen! This is really unkind. Captain Bellfield, I think I had better ask you to withdraw." "By all means," said Mr. Cheesacre. "As it is absolutely necessary that I should give Mr. Cheesacre a definite answer after what has occurred." "Of course," said Captain Bellfield, preparing to go. "I'll take another opportunity of paying my respects to you. Perhaps I might be allowed to come this evening." To this Mrs. Greenow half assented with an uncertain nod, and then the captain went. As soon as the door was closed behind his back, Mr. Cheesacre again prepared to throw himself into his former position, but to this Mrs. Greenow decidedly objected. If he were allowed to go down again, there was no knowing what force might be necessary to raise him. "Mr. Cheesacre," she said, "let there be an end to this little farce between us." "Farce?" said he, standing with his hand on his heart, and his legs and knickerbockers well displayed. "It is certainly either a farce or a mistake. If the latter, and I have been at all to blame, I ask your pardon most sincerely. But you'll be Mrs. Cheesacre, won't you?" "No, Mr. Cheesacre, no. One husband is enough for any woman, and mine lies buried at Birmingham." "Oh, damn it," said he, in utter disgust at this further reference to Mr. Greenow. The expression, at such a moment, militated against courtesy, but even Mrs. Greenow herself felt that the poor man had been subjected to provocation. "Let us part friends," said she, offering him her hand. But he turned his back upon her, for there was something in his eye that he wanted to hide. I believe that he really did love her, and that at this moment he would have taken her, even though he had learned that her fortune was gone. "Will you not give me your hand," said she, "in token that there is no anger between us?" "Do think about it again, do," said he. "If there's anything you like to have changed, I'll change it at once. I'll give up Oileymead altogether, if you don't like being so near the farmyard. I'll give up anything, so I will. Mrs. Greenow, if you only knew how I've set my heart upon it." And now, though his back was turned, the whimpering of his voice told plainly that tears were in his eyes. She was a little touched. No woman would feel disposed to marry a man simply because he cried, and perhaps few women would be less likely to give way to such tenderness than Mrs. Greenow. She understood men and women too well, and had seen too much both of the world's rough side and of its smooth side to fall into such a blunder as that, but she was touched. "My friend," she said, putting her hand upon his arm, "think no more of it." "But I can't help thinking of it," said he, almost blubbering in his earnestness. "No, no, no," said she, still touching him with her hand. "Why, Mr. Cheeseacre, how can you bring yourself to care for an old woman like me, when so many pretty young ladies would give their eyes to get a kind word from you? I don't want any young lady, said he. There's Charlie Fairstairs, who would make as good a wife as any girl I know. Pshaw! Charlie Fairstairs, indeed. The very idea of having such a bride palmed off upon him did something to restore him to his manly courage. Or my niece, Kate Vavasor, who has a nice little fortune of her own, and who is as accomplished as she is good-looking. She's nothing to me, Mrs. Greenow. That's because you never asked her to be anything. If I get her to come back to Yarmouth next summer, will you think about it? You want a wife, and you couldn't do better if you searched all England over. It would be so pleasant for us to be such near friends, wouldn't it? And again she put her hand upon his arm. Mrs. Greenow, just at present there's only one woman in the world that I can think of. And that's my niece. And that's yourself. I'm a broken-hearted man, I am, indeed. I didn't ever think I should feel so much about a thing of the kind, I didn't, really. I hardly know what to do with myself, but I suppose I'd better go back to Oileymead. He had become so painfully unconscious of his new coat and his knickerbockers that it was impossible not to pity him. I shall always hate the place now, he said, always. That will pass away. You'd be as happy as a king there, if you take Kate for your queen. And what'll you do, Mrs. Greenow? What shall I do? Yes, what will you do? That is, if you marry Kate. Why, I'll come and stay with you half my time, and nurse the children, as an old grandaunt should. But about. Then he hesitated, and she asked him of what he was thinking. You don't mean to take that man Belfield, do you? Come, Mr. Cheeseacre, that's rank jealousy. What right can you have to ask me whether I shall take any man or no man? The chances are that I shall remain as I am till I'm carried to my grave, but I'm not going to give any pledge about it to you or to anyone. You don't know that man, Mrs. Greenow. You don't, indeed. I tell it you as your friend. Does not it stand to reason, when he has got nothing in the world, that he must be a beggar? It's all very well saying that when a man is courting a lady, he shouldn't say much about his money, but you won't make me believe that any man will make a good husband who hasn't got a shilling. And for lies, there's no beating him. Why, then, has he been such a friend of yours? Well, because I've been foolish. I took up with him just because he looked pleasant, I suppose. And you want to prevent me from doing the same thing. If you were to marry him, Mrs. Greenow, it's my belief I should do him a mischief, it is, really. I don't think I could stand it. A mean, skulking beggar. I suppose I'd better go now. Certainly, if that's the way you choose to talk about my friends. Friends, indeed. Well, I won't say any more at present. I suppose if I was to talk forever it wouldn't be any good. Come and talk to Kate Vavasor forever, Mr. Cheeseacre. To this he made no reply, but went forth from the house, and got his gig, and drove himself home to Oileymead, thinking of his disappointment with all the bitterness of a young lover. I didn't ever think I should ever care so much about anything, he said, as he took himself up to bed that night. That evening Captain Belfield did call in the close, as he had said he would do, but he was not admitted. Her mistress was very bad with a headache, Jeanette said. Chapter 48. Preparations for Lady Monk's party. Early in April, the Easter recess being all over, Lady Monk gave a grand party in London. Lady Monk's town house was in Gloucester Square. It was a large mansion, and Lady Monk's parties in London were known to be very great affairs. She usually gave 2 or 3 in the season, and spent a large portion of her time and energy in so arranging matters that her parties should be successful. As this was her special line in life, a failure would have been very distressing to her. And we may also say very disgraceful, taking into consideration, as we should do in forming our judgment on the subject, the very large sums of Sir Cosmo's money which she spent in this way. But she seldom did fail. She knew how to select her days, so as not to fall foul of other events. It seldom happened that people could not come to her because of a division which occupied all the members of Parliament. Or that they were drawn away by the superior magnitude of some other attraction in the world of fashion. This giving of parties was her business, and she had learned it thoroughly. She worked at it harder than most men work at their trades, and let us hope that the profits were consolatory. It was generally acknowledged to be the proper thing to go to Lady Monk's parties. There were certain people who were asked, and who went as a matter of course, people who were by no means on intimate terms with Lady Monk, or with Sir Cosmo. But they were people to have whom was the proper thing, and they were people who understood that to go to Lady Monk's was the proper thing for them. The Duchess of St. Bungay was always there, though she hated Lady Monk, and Lady Monk always abused her. But a card was sent to the Duchess in the same way as the Lord Mayor invites a cabinet minister to dinner, even though the one man might believe the other to be a thief. And Mrs. Conway Sparkes was generally there, she went everywhere. Lady Monk did not at all know why Mrs. Conway Sparkes was so favoured by the world, but there was the fact, and she bowed to it. Then there were another set, the members of which were or were not invited, according to circumstances, at the time. And these were the people who were probably the most legitimate recipients of Lady Monk's hospitality. Old family friends of her husband were among the number. Let the Tuftons come in April, and perhaps again in May, then they will not feel their exclusion from that seventh heaven of glory, the great culminating crush in July. Scores of young ladies who really loved parties belonged to this set. The mothers and aunts knew Lady Monk's sisters and cousins. They accepted so much of Lady Monk's good things as she vouchsafed them, and were thankful. Then there was another lot, which generally became, especially on that great July occasion, the most numerous of the three. It comprised all those who made strong interest to obtain admittance within her ladyship's house, who struggled and fought almost with tooth and nail to get invitations. Against these people Lady Monk carried on an internecine war. Had she not done so she would have been swamped by them, and her success would have been at an end. But yet she never dreamed of shutting her doors against them altogether, or of saying boldly that none such should hamper her staircases. She knew that she must yield, but her effort was made to yield to as few as might be possible. When she was first told by her factotum in these operations that Mr. Bott wanted to come, she positively declined to have him. When it was afterwards intimated to her that the Duchess of St. Bungay had made a point of it, she sneered at the Duchess, and did not even then yield. But when at last it was brought home to her understanding that Mr. Palliser wished it, and that Mr. Palliser probably would not come himself unless his wishes were gratified, she gave way. She was especially anxious that Lady Glencora should come to her gathering, and she knew that Lady Glencora could not be had without Mr. Palliser. It was very much desired by her that Lady Glencora should be there. "Burgo," said she to her nephew, one morning, "look here." Burgo was at the time staying with his aunt, in Gloucester Square, much to the annoyance of Sir Cosmo, who had become heartily tired of his nephew. The aunt and the nephew had been closeted together more than once lately, and perhaps they understood each other better now than they had done down at Monkshade. The aunt had handed a little note to Burgo, which he read and then threw back to her. "You see that she is not afraid of coming," said Lady Monk. "I suppose she doesn't think much about it," said Burgo. "If that's what you really believe, you'd better give it up. Nothing on earth would justify such a step on your part except a thorough conviction that she is attached to you." Burgo looked at the fireplace, almost savagely, and his aunt looked at him very keenly. "Well," she said, "if there's to be an end of it, let there be an end of it." "I think I'd better hang myself," he said. "Burgo, I will not have you here if you talk to me in that way. I am trying to help you once again. But if you look like that, and talk like that, I will give it up. I think you'd better give it up. Are you becoming cowardly at last? With all your faults I never expected that of you." "No. I am not a coward. I'd go out and fight him at 2 paces distance with the greatest pleasure in the world." "You know that's nonsense, Burgo. It's downright braggadocio. Men do not fight now. Nor at any time would a man be called upon to fight, because you simply wanted to take his wife from him. If you had done it, indeed. How am I to do it? I'd do it tomorrow if it depended on me. No one can say that I'm afraid of anybody or of anything. I suppose something in the matter depends on her. I believe she loves me, if you mean that. Look here, Burgo, and the considerate aunt gave to the impoverished and ruined nephew such counsel as she, in accordance with her lights, was enabled to bestow. I think you were much wronged in that matter. After what had passed I thought that you had a right to claim Lady Glencora as your wife. Mr. Palliser, in my mind, behaved very wrongly in stepping in between you and such a fortune as hers, in that way. He cannot expect that his wife should have any affection for him. There is nobody alive who has a greater horror of anything improper in married women than I have. I have always shown it. When Lady Madeline Madtop left her husband, I would never allow her to come inside my doors again, though I have no doubt he ill-used her dreadfully. And there was nothing ever proved between her and Colonel Graham. One can't be too particular in such matters. But here, if you can succeed, I shall always regard the Palliser episode in Lady Glencora's life as a tragical accident. I shall indeed. Poor dear. It was done exactly as they make nuns of girls in Roman Catholic countries, and as I should think no harm of helping a nun out of her convent, so I should think no harm of helping her now. If you are to say anything to her, I think you might have an opportunity at the party. Burgo was still looking at the fireplace, and he sat on, looking and still looking, but he said nothing. You can think of what I have said, Burgo, continued his aunt, meaning that he should get up and go. But he did not go. Have you anything more that you wish to say to me? She asked. I've got no money, said Burgo, still looking at the fireplace. Lady Glencora's property was worth not less than 50,000 a year. He was a young man ambitious of obtaining that almost incredible amount of wealth, and who once had nearly reached it, by means of her love. His present obstacle consisted in his want of a £20 note. I've got no money. The words were growled out rather than spoken, and his eyes were never turned even for a moment towards his aunt's face. You've never got any money, said she, speaking almost with passion. How can I help it? I can't make money. If I had a couple of £100, so that I could take her, I believe that she would go with me. It should not be my fault if she did not. It would have been all right if she had come to Monkshade. I've got no money for you, Burgo. I have not £5 belonging to me. But you've got. What? Said Lady Monk, interrupting him sharply. Would Cosmo lend it me? Said he, hesitating to go on with that suggestion which he had been about to make. The Cosmo of whom he spoke was not his uncle, but his cousin. No eloquence could have induced his uncle, Sir Cosmo, to lend him another shilling. But the son of the house was a man rich with his own wealth, and Burgo had not taxed him for some years. I do not know, said Lady Monk. I never see him. Probably not. It is hard, said Burgo. Fancy that a man should be ruined for £200, just at such a moment of his life as this. He was a man bold by nature, and he did make his proposition. You have jewels, aunt. Could you not raise it for me? I would redeem them with the very first money that I got. Lady Monk rose in a passion when the suggestion was first made, but before the interview was over she had promised that she would endeavour to do something in the way of raising money for him yet. Once again. He was her favourite nephew, and the same almost to her as a child of her own. With one of her own children indeed she had quarrelled, and of the other, a married daughter, she rarely saw much. Such love as she had to give she gave to Burgo, and she promised him the money though she knew that she must raise it by some villainous falsehood to her husband. On the same morning Lady Glencora went to Queen Anne Street with the purpose of inducing Alice to go to Lady Monk's party. But Alice would not accede to the proposition, though Lady Glencora pressed it with all her eloquence. I don't know her, said Alice. My dear, said Lady Glencora, that's absurd. Half the people there won't know her. But they know her set, or know her friends, or, at any rate, will meet their own friends at her house. I should only bother you, and should not in the least gratify myself. The fact is, everybody will go who can, and I should have no sort of trouble in getting a card for you. Indeed, I should simply write a note and say I meant to bring you. Pray don't do any such thing, for I certainly shall not go. I can't conceive why you should wish it. Mr. Fitzgerald will be there, said Lady Glencora, altering her voice altogether, and speaking in that low tone with which she used to win Alice's heart down at Matching. She was sitting close over the fire, leaning low, holding up her little hands as a screen to her face, and looking at her companion earnestly. I'm sure that he will be there, though nobody has told me. That may be a reason for your staying away, said Alice, slowly, but hardly a reason for my going with you. Lady Glencora would not condescend to tell her friend in so many words that she wanted her protection. She could not bring herself to say that, though she wished it to be understood. Ah! I thought you would have gone, said she. It would be contrary to all my habits, said Alice. I never go to people's houses when I don't know them. It's a kind of society which I don't like. Pray do not ask me. Oh. Very well. If it must be so, I won't press it. Lady Glencora had moved the position of one of her hands so as to get it to her pocket, and there had grasped a letter, which she still carried. But when Alice said those last cold words, pray do not ask me, she released the grasp, and left the letter where it was. I suppose he won't bite me, at any rate, she said, and she assumed that look of childish drollery which she would sometimes put on, almost with a grimace. But still with so much prettiness that no one who saw her would regret it. He certainly can't bite you, if you will not let him. Do you know, Alice, though they all say that Plantagenet is one of the wisest men in London, I sometimes think that he is one of the greatest fools. Soon after we came to town I told him that we had better not go to that woman's house. Of course he understood me. He simply said that he wished that I should do so. I hate anything out of the way, he said. There can be no reason why my wife should not go to Lady Monk's house as well as to any other. There was an end of it, you know, as far as anything I could do was concerned. But there wasn't an end of it with him. He insists that I shall go, but he sends my duenna with me. Dear Mrs. Marsham is to be there. She'll do you no harm, I suppose. I'm not so sure of that, Alice. In the first place, one doesn't like to be followed everywhere by a policeman, even though one isn't going to pick a pocket. And then, the devil is so strong within me, that I should like to dodge the policeman. I can fancy a woman being driven to do wrong simply by a desire to show her policeman that she can be too many for him. Glencora, you make me so wretched when you talk like that. Will you go with me, then, so that I may have a policeman of my own choosing? He asked me if I would mind taking Mrs. Marsham with me in my carriage. So I up and spoke, very boldly, like the proud young porter, and told him I would not. And when he asked why not, I said that I preferred taking a friend of my own, a young friend, I said, and I then named you or my cousin, Lady Jane. I told him I should bring one or the other. And was he angry? No, he took it very quietly, saying something, in his calm way, about hoping that I should get over a prejudice against one of his earliest and dearest friends. He twits at me because I don't understand Parliament and the British Constitution, but I know more of them than he does about a woman. You are quite sure you won't go, then? Alice hesitated a moment. Do, said Lady Glencora, and there was an amount of persuasion in her accent which should, I think, have overcome her cousin's scruples. It is against the whole tenor of my life's way, she said, and, Glencora, I am not happy myself. I am not fit for parties. I sometimes think that I shall never go into society again. That's nonsense, you know. I suppose it is, but I cannot go now. I would if I really thought. Oh, very well, said Lady Glencora, interrupting her. I suppose I shall get through it. If he asks me to dance, I shall stand up with him, just as though I had never seen him before. Then she remembered the letter in her pocket, remembered that at this moment she bore about with her a written proposition from this man to go off with him and leave her husband's house. She had intended to show it to Alice on this occasion, but as Alice had refused her request, she was glad that she had not done so. "You'll come to me the morning after," said Lady Glencora, as she went. This Alice promised to do, and then she was left alone. Alice regretted deeply that she had not consented to go with her cousin. After all, of what importance had been her objection when compared with the cause for which her presence had been desired? Doubtless she would have been uncomfortable at Lady Monk's house. But could she not have borne some hour or two of discomfort on her friend's behalf? But, in truth, it was only after Lady Glencora had left her that she began to understand the subject fully, and to feel that she might possibly have been of service in a great danger. But it was too late now. Then she strove to comfort herself with the reflection that a casual meeting at an evening party in London could not be perilous in the same degree as a prolonged sojourn together in a country house. Chapter 49. How Lady Glencora went to Lady Monk's party. Lady Monk's house in Gloucester Square was admirably well adapted for the giving of parties. It was a large house, and seemed to the eyes of guests to be much larger than it was. The hall was spacious, and the stairs went up in the center, facing you as you entered the inner hall. Round the top of the stairs there was a broad gallery, with an ornamented railing, and from this opened the doors into the 3 reception rooms. There were 2 on the right, the larger of which looked out backwards, and these 2 were connected by an archway, as though made for folding doors, but the doors, I believe, never were there. Fronting the top of the staircase there was a smaller room, looking out backwards, very prettily furnished, and much used by Lady Monk when alone. It was here that Burgo had held that conference with his aunt of which mention has been made. Below stairs there was the great dining room, on which, on these occasions, a huge buffet was erected for refreshments, what I may call a masculine buffet. As it was attended by butlers and men in livery, and there was a smaller room looking out into the square, in which there was a feminine battery for the dispensing of tea and such like smaller good things, and from which female aid could be attained for the arrangement or mending of dresses in a further sanctum within it. For such purposes as that now on foot the house was most commodious. Lady Monk, on these occasions, was moved by a noble ambition to do something different from that done by her neighbours in similar circumstances. And therefore she never came forward to receive her guests. She ensconced herself, early in the evening, in that room at the head of the stairs, and there they who chose to see her made their way up to her, and spoke their little speeches. They who thought her to be a great woman, and many people did think her to be great, were wont to declare that she never forgot those who did come, or those who did not. And even they who desired to describe her as little, for even Lady Monk had enemies, would hint that though she never came out of the room, she would rise from her chair and make a step towards the door whenever any name very high in fashionable life greeted her ears. So that a mighty cabinet minister, or a duchess in great repute, or any special wonder of the season, could not fail of entering her precincts and being seen there for a few moments. It would, of course, happen that the doorway of her chamber would become blocked. But there were precautions taken to avoid this inconvenience as far as possible, and one man in livery was employed to go backwards and forwards between his mistress and the outer world, so as to keep the thread of a passage open. But though Lady Monk was in this way enabled to rest herself during her labours, there was much in her night's work which was not altogether exhilarating. Ladies would come into her small room and sit there by the hour, with whom she had not the slightest wish to hold conversation. The Duchess of St. Bungay would always be there, so that there was a special seat in one corner of the room which was called the Duchess' stool. I shouldn't care a straw about her, Lady Monk had been heard to complain, if she would talk to anybody. But nobody will talk to her, and then she listens to everything. There had been another word or two between Burgo Fitzgerald and his aunt before the evening came, a word or two in the speaking of which she had found some difficulty. She was prepared with the money, with that £200 for which he had asked, obtained with what wiles, and lies, and baseness of subterfuge I need not stop here to describe. But she was by no means willing to give this over into her nephew's hands without security. She was willing to advance him this money. She had been willing even to go through unusual dirt to get it for him, but she was desirous that he should have it only for a certain purpose. How could she bind him down to spend it as she would have it spent? Could she undertake to hand it to him as soon as Lady Glencora should be in his power? Even though she could have brought herself to say as much, and I think she might also have done so after what she had said, she could not have carried out such a plan. In that case the want would be instant, and the action must be rapid. She therefore had no alternative but to entrust him with the banknotes at once. "Burgo," she said, "if I find that you deceive me now, I will never trust you again." "All right," said Burgo, as he barely counted the money before he thrust it into his breast pocket. "It is lent to you for a certain purpose, should you happen to want it," she said, solemnly. "I do happen to want it very much," he answered. She did not dare to say more. But as her nephew turned away from her with a step that was quite light in its gaiety, she almost felt that she was already cozened. Let Burgo's troubles be as heavy as they might be, there was something to him ecstatic in the touch of ready money which always cured them for the moment. On the morning of Lady Monk's party a few very uncomfortable words passed between Mr. Palliser and his wife. "Your cousin is not going, then," said he. "Alice is not going. Then you can give Mrs. Marsham a seat in your carriage?" "Impossible, Plantagenet. I thought I had told you that I had promised my cousin Jane. But you can take 3. "Indeed I can't, unless you would like me to sit out with the coachman." There was something in this, a tone of loudness, a touch of what he called to himself vulgarity, which made him very angry. So he turned away from her, and looked as black as a thundercloud. "You must know, Plantagenet," she went on, "that it is impossible for 3 women dressed to go out in one carriage. I am sure you wouldn't like to see me afterwards if I had been one of them. You need not have said anything to Lady Jane when Miss Vavasor refused. I had asked you before that. And I had told you that I liked going with young women, and not with old ones. That's the long and the short of it. Glencora, I wish you would not use such expressions." "What? Not the long and the short? It's good English. Quite as good as Mr. Botts, when he said in the House the other night that the government kept their accounts in a higgledy-piggledy way. You see, I have been studying the debates, and you shouldn't be angry with me." "I am not angry with you. You speak like a child to say so. Then, I suppose, the carriage must go for Mrs. Marsham after it has taken you?" "It shall go before. Jane will not be in a hurry, and I am sure I shall not. She will think you very uncivil, that is all. I told her that she could go with you when I heard that Miss Vavasor was not to be there." "Then, Plantagenet, you shouldn't have told her so, and that's the long, but I mustn't say that. The truth is this, if you give me any orders I'll obey them, as far as I can. If I can't I'll say so. But if I'm left to go by my own judgment, it's not fair that I should be scolded afterwards." "I have never scolded you." "Yes, you have. You have told me that I was uncivil. I said that she would think you so. Then, if it's only what she thinks, I don't care 2 straws about it. She may have the carriage to herself if she likes, but she shan't have me in it, not unless I'm ordered to go. I don't like her, and I won't pretend to like her. My belief is that she follows me about to tell you if she thinks that I do wrong." "Glencora. And that odious baboon with the red bristles does the same thing, only he goes to her because he doesn't dare to go to you." Plantagenet Palliser was struck wild with dismay. He understood well who it was whom his wife intended to describe, but that she should have spoken of any man as a baboon with red bristles, was terrible to his mind. He was beginning to think that he hardly knew how to manage his wife. And the picture she had drawn was very distressing to him. She had no mother, neither had he, and he had wished that Mrs. Marsham should give to her some of that matronly assistance and guidance which a mother does give to her young married daughter. It was true, too, as he knew, that a word or two as to some socially domestic matters had filtered through to him from Mr. Bott, down at Matching Priory, but only in such a way as to enable him to see what counsel it was needful that he should give. As for espionage over his wife, no man could despise it more than he did. No man would be less willing to resort to it. And now his wife was accusing him of keeping spies, both male and female. "Glencora," he said again, and then he stopped, not knowing what to say to her. "Well, my dear, it's better you should know at once what I feel about it. I don't suppose I'm very good. Indeed, I dare say I'm bad enough, but these people about me won't make me any better. The duennas don't make the Spanish ladies worth much. Duennas." After that, Lady Glencora sat herself down, and Mr. Palliser stood for some moments looking at her. It ended in his making her a long speech, in which he said a good deal of his own justice and forbearance, and something also of her frivolity and childishness. He told her that his only complaint of her was that she was too young, and, as he did so, she made a little grimace, not to him, but to herself. As though saying to herself that that was all he knew about it. He did not notice it, or, if he did, his notice did not stop his eloquence. He assured her that he was far from keeping any watch over her, and declared that she had altogether mistaken Mrs. Marsham's character. Then there was another little grimace. "There's somebody has mistaken it worse than I have," the grimace said. Of the bristly baboon he condescended to say nothing, and he wound up by giving her a cold kiss, and saying that he would meet her at Lady Monk's. When the evening came, or rather the night, the carriage went first for Mrs. Marsham, and having deposited her at Lady Monk's, went back to Park Lane for Lady Glencora. Then she had herself driven to St. James's Square, to pick up Lady Jane, so that altogether the coachman and horses did not have a good time of it. "I wish he'd keep a separate carriage for her," Lady Glencora said to her cousin Jane, having perceived that her servants were not in a good humour. "That would be expensive," said Lady Jane. "Yes, it would be expensive," said Lady Glencora. She would not condescend to make any remark as to the non-importance of such expense to a man so wealthy as her husband, knowing that his wealth was, in fact, hers. Never to him or to any other, not even to herself, had she hinted that much was due to her because she had been magnificent as an heiress. There were many things about this woman that were not altogether what a husband might wish. She was not softly delicate in all her ways, but in disposition and temper she was altogether generous. I do not know that she was at all points a lady, but had fate so willed it she would have been a thorough gentleman. Mrs. Marsham was by no means satisfied with the way in which she was treated. She would not have cared to go at all to Lady Monk's party had she supposed that she would have to make her entry there alone. With Lady Glencora she would have seemed to receive some of that homage which would certainly have been paid to her companion. The carriage called, moreover, before she was fully ready, and the footman, as he stood at the door to hand her in, had been very sulky. She understood it all. She knew that Lady Glencora had positively declined her companionship, and if she resolved to be revenged, such resolution on her part was only natural. When she reached Lady Monk's house, she had to make her way upstairs all alone. The servants called her Mrs. Marsh, and under that name she got passed on into the front drawing-room. There she sat down, not having seen Lady Monk, and meditated over her injuries. It was past 11 before Lady Glencora arrived, and Burgo Fitzgerald had begun to think that his evil stars intended that he should never see her again. He had been wickedly balked at Monkshade, by what influence he had never yet ascertained, and now he thought that the same influence must be at work to keep her again away from his aunt's house. He had settled in his mind no accurate plan of a campaign, he had in his thoughts no fixed arrangement by which he might do the thing which he meditated. He had attempted to make some such plan. But, as is the case with all men to whom thinking is an unusual operation, concluded at last that he had better leave it to the course of events. It was, however, obviously necessary that he should see Lady Glencora before the course of events could be made to do anything for him. He had written to her, making his proposition in bold terms, and he felt that if she were utterly decided against him, her anger at his suggestion, or at least her refusal, would have been made known to him in some way. Silence did not absolutely give consent, but it seemed to show that consent was not impossible. From 10 o'clock to past 11 he stood about on the staircase of his aunt's house, waiting for the name which he was desirous of hearing, and which he almost feared to hear. Men spoke to him, and women also, but he hardly answered. His aunt once called him into her room, and with a cautionary frown on her brow, bade him go dance. "Don't look so dreadfully preoccupied," she said to him in a whisper. But he shook his head at her, almost savagely, and went away, and did not dance. Dance! How was he to dance with such an enterprise as that upon his mind? Even to Burgo Fitzgerald the task of running away with another man's wife had in it something which prevented dancing. Lady Monk was older, and was able to regulate her feelings with more exactness. But Burgo, though he could not dance, went down into the dining room and drank. He took a large beer glass full of champagne and soon after that another. The drink did not flush his cheeks or make his forehead red, or bring out the sweat drops on his brow, as it does with some men, but it added a peculiar brightness to his blue eyes. It was by the light of his eyes that men knew when Burgo had been drinking. At last, while he was still in the supper-room, he heard Lady Glencora's name announced. He had already seen Mr. Palliser come in and make his way upstairs some quarter of an hour before, but as to that he was indifferent. He had known that the husband was to be there. When the long-expected name reached his ears, his heart seemed to jump within him. What, on the spur of the moment, should he do? As he had resolved that he would be doing, that something should be done, let it be what it might, he hurried to the dining-room door. And was just in time to see and be seen as Lady Glencora was passing up the stairs. She was just above him as he got himself out into the hall, so that he could not absolutely greet her with his hand, but he looked up at her, and caught her eye. He looked up, and moved his hand to her in token of salutation. She looked down at him, and the expression of her face altered visibly as her glance met his. She barely bowed to him, with her eyes rather than with her head, but he flattered himself that there was, at any rate, no anger in her countenance. How beautiful he was as he gazed up at her, leaning against the wall as he stood, and watching her as she made her slow way up the stairs. She felt that his eyes were on her, and where the stairs turned she could not restrain herself from one other glance. As her eyes fell on his again, his mouth opened, and she fancied that she could hear the faint sigh that he uttered. It was a glorious mouth, such as the old sculptors gave to their marble gods. And Burgo, if it was so that he had not heart enough to love truly, could look as though he loved. It was not in him deceit, or what men call acting. The expression came to him naturally, though it expressed so much more than there was within, as strong words come to some men who have no knowledge that they are speaking strongly. At this moment Burgo Fitzgerald looked as though it were possible that he might die of love. Lady Glencora was met at the top of the stairs by Lady Monk, who came out to her, almost into the gallery, with her sweetest smile, so that the newly arrived guest, of course, entered into the small room. There sat the Duchess of St. Bungay on her stool in the corner, and there, next to the Duchess, but at the moment engaged in no conversation, stood Mr. Bott. There was another lady there, who stood very high in the world, and whom Lady Monk was very glad to welcome, the young Marchioness of Hartletop. She was in slight mourning. For her father-in-law, the late Marquis, had died not yet quite 6 months since. Very beautiful she was, and one whose presence at their houses ladies and gentlemen prized alike. She never said silly things, like the Duchess, never was troublesome as to people's conduct to her, was always gracious, yet was never led away into intimacies. Was without peer the best-dressed woman in London, and yet gave herself no airs. And then she was so exquisitely beautiful. Her smile was loveliness itself. There were, indeed, people who said that it meant nothing, but then, what should the smile of a young married woman mean? She had not been born in the purple, like Lady Glencora, her father being a country clergyman who had never reached a higher grade than that of an archdeacon. But she knew the ways of high life, and what an exigent husband would demand of her, much better than poor Glencora. She would have spoken of no man as a baboon with a bristly beard. She never talked of the long and the short of it. She did not wander out nights in winter among the ruins. She made no fast friendship with ladies whom her lord did not like. She had once, indeed, been approached by a lover since she had been married, Mr. Palliser himself having been the offender, but she had turned the affair to infinite credit and profit, had gained her husband's closest confidence by telling him of it all. Had yet not brought on any hostile collision, and had even dismissed her lover without annoying him. But then Lady Hartletop was a miracle of a woman. Lady Glencora was no miracle. Though born in the purple, she was made of ordinary flesh and blood, and as she entered Lady Monk's little room, hardly knew how to recover herself sufficiently for the purposes of ordinary conversation. "Dear Lady Glencora, do come in for a moment to my den. We were so sorry not to have you at Monkshade. We heard such terrible things about your health." Lady Glencora said that it was only a cold, a bad cold. "Oh, yes, we heard, something about moonlight and ruins. So like you, you know. I love that sort of thing, above all people, but it doesn't do. Does it? Circumstances are so exacting. I think you know Lady Hartletop, and there's the Duchess of St. Bungay. Mr. Palliser was here 5 minutes since." Then Lady Monk was obliged to get to her door again, and Lady Glencora found herself standing close to Lady Hartletop. "We saw Mr. Palliser just pass through," said Lady Hartletop, who was able to meet and speak of the man who had dared to approach her with his love, without the slightest nervousness. "Yes. He said he should be here," said Lady Glencora. "There's a great crowd," said Lady Hartletop. "I didn't think London was so full." "Very great," said Lady Glencora, and then they had said to each other all that society required. Lady Glencora, as we know, could talk with imprudent vehemence by the hour together if she liked her companion. But the other lady seldom committed herself by more words than she had uttered now, unless it was to her tirewoman. "How very well you are looking," said the Duchess. "And I heard you had been so ill." Of that midnight escapade among the ruins it was fated that Lady Glencora should never hear the last. "How d'ye do, Lady Glencora?" sounded in her ear, and there was a great red paw stuck out for her to take. But after what had passed between Lady Glencora and her husband today about Mr. Bott, she was determined that she would not take Mr. Bott's hand. "How are you, Mr. Bott?" she said. "I think I'll look for Mr. Palliser in the back room." "Dear Lady Glencora," whispered the Duchess, in an ecstasy of agony. Lady Glencora turned and bowed her head to her stout friend. "Do let me go away with you. There's that woman, Mrs. Conway Sparkes, coming, and you know how I hate her." She had nothing to do but to take the Duchess under her wing, and they passed into the large room together. It is, I think, more than probable that Mrs. Conway Sparkes had been brought in by Lady Monk as the only way of removing the Duchess from her stool. Just within the dancing-room Lady Glencora found her husband, standing in a corner, looking as though he were making calculations. "I'm going away," said he, coming up to her. "I only just came because I said I would. Shall you be late?" "Oh, no, I suppose not." "Shall you dance?" "Perhaps once, just to show that I'm not an old woman." "Don't heat yourself. Goodbye." Then he went, and in the crush of the doorway he passed Burgo Fitzgerald, whose eye was intently fixed upon his wife. He looked at Burgo, and some thought of that young man's former hopes flashed across his mind, some remembrance, too, of a caution that had been whispered to him. But for no moment did a suspicion come to him that he ought to stop and watch by his wife. Chapter 50. How Lady Glencora came back from Lady Monk's party. Burgo Fitzgerald remained for a minute or two leaning where we last saw him, against the dining-room wall at the bottom of the staircase. And as he did so some thoughts that were almost solemn passed across his mind. This thing that he was about to do, or to attempt, was it in itself a good thing, and would it be good for her whom he pretended to love? What would be her future if she consented now to go with him, and to divide herself from her husband? Of his own future he thought not at all. He had never done so. Even when he had first found himself attracted by the reputation of her wealth, he cannot be said to have looked forward in any prudential way to coming years. His desire to put himself in possession of so magnificent a fortune had simply prompted him, as he might have been prompted to play for a high stake at a gaming table. But now, during these moments, he did think a little of her. Would she be happy, simply because he loved her, when all women should cease to acknowledge her? When men would regard her as one degraded and dishonored, when society should be closed against her? When she would be driven to live loudly because the softness and graces of quiet life would be denied to her? Burgo knew well what must be the nature of such a woman's life in such circumstances. Would Glencora be happy with him while living such a life simply because he loved her? And, under such circumstances, was it likely that he would continue to love her? Did he not know himself to be the most inconstant of men, and the least trustworthy? Leaning thus against the wall at the bottom of the stairs, he did ask himself all these questions with something of true feeling about his heart. And almost persuaded himself that he had better take his hat and wander forth anywhere into the streets. It mattered little what might become of himself. If he could drink himself out of the world, it might be an end of things that would be not altogether undesirable. But then the remembrance of his aunt's £200 came upon him, which money he even now had about him on his person. And a certain idea of honor told him that he was bound to do that for which the money had been given to him. As to telling his aunt that he had changed his mind, and, therefore, refunding the money, no such thought as that was possible to him. To give back £200 entire, £200 which were already within his clutches, was not within the compass of Burgo's generosity. Remembering the cash, he told himself that hesitation was no longer possible to him. So he gathered himself up, stretched his hands over his head, uttered a sigh that was audible to all around him, and took himself upstairs. He looked in at his aunt's room, and then he saw her and was seen by her. "Well, Burgo," she said, with her sweetest smile, "have you been dancing?" He turned away from her without answering her, muttering something between his teeth about a cold-blooded Jezebel, which, if she had heard it, would have made her think him the most ungrateful of men. But she did not hear him, and smiled still as he went away, saying something to Mrs. Conway Sparkes as to the great change for the better which had taken place in her nephew's conduct. "There's no knowing who may not reform," said Mrs. Sparkes, with an emphasis which seemed to Lady Monk to be almost uncourteous. Burgo made his way first into the front room and then into the larger room where the dancing was in progress, and there he saw Lady Glencora standing up in a quadrille with the Marquis of Hartletop. Lord Hartletop was a man not much more given to conversation than his wife. And Lady Glencora seemed to go through her work with very little gratification either in the dancing or in the society of her partner. She was simply standing up to dance, because, as she had told Mr. Palliser, ladies of her age generally do stand up on such occasions. Burgo watched her as she crossed and recrossed the room, and at last she was aware of his presence. It made no change in her, except that she became even somewhat less animated than she had been before. She would not seem to see him, nor would she allow herself to be driven into a pretense of a conversation with her partner because he was there. "I will go up to her at once, and ask her to waltz," Burgo said to himself, as soon as the last figure of the quadrille was in action. "Why should I not ask her as well as any other woman?" Then the music ceased, and after a minute's interval Lord Hartletop took away his partner on his arm into another room. Burgo, who had been standing near the door, followed them at once. The crowd was great, so that he could not get near them or even keep them in sight, but he was aware of the way in which they were going. It was 5 minutes after this when he again saw her, and then she was seated on a cane bench in the gallery, and an old woman was standing close to her, talking to her. It was Mrs. Marsham cautioning her against some petty imprudence, and Lady Glencora was telling that lady that she needed no such advice, in words almost as curt as those I have used. Lord Hartletop had left her, feeling that, as far as that was concerned, he had done his duty for the night. Burgo knew nothing of Mrs. Marsham, had never seen her before, and was quite unaware that she had any special connection with Mr. Palliser. It was impossible, he thought, to find Lady Glencora in a better position for his purpose, so he made his way up to her through the crowd, and muttering some slight inaudible word, offered her his hand. "That will do very well, thank you, Mrs. Marsham," Lady Glencora said at this moment. "Pray, do not trouble yourself," and then she gave her hand to Fitzgerald. Mrs. Marsham, though unknown to him, knew with quite sufficient accuracy who he was, and all his history, as far as it concerned her friend's wife. She had learned the whole story of the loves of Burgo and Lady Glencora. Though Mr. Palliser had never mentioned that man's name to her, she was well aware that her duty as a duenna would make it expedient that she should keep a doubly wary eye upon him should he come near the sheepfold. And there he was, close to them, almost leaning over them, with the hand of his late lady love, the hand of Mr. Palliser's wife, within his own. How Lady Glencora might have carried herself at this moment had Mrs. Marsham not been there, it is bootless now to surmise, but it may be well understood that under Mrs. Marsham's immediate eye all her resolution would be in Burgo's favour. She looked at him softly and kindly, and though she uttered no articulate word, her countenance seemed to show that the meeting was not unpleasant to her. "Will you waltz?" said Burgo, asking it not at all as though it were a special favour, asking it exactly as he might have done had they been in the habit of dancing with each other every other night for the last 3 months. "I don't think Lady Glencora will waltz tonight," said Mrs. Marsham, very stiffly. She certainly did not know her business as a duenna, or else the enormity of Burgo's proposition had struck her so forcibly as to take away from her all her presence of mind. Otherwise, she must have been aware that such an answer from her would surely drive her friend's wife into open hostility. "And why not, Mrs. Marsham?" said Lady Glencora rising from her seat. "Why shouldn't I waltz tonight? I rather think I shall, the more especially as Mr. Fitzgerald waltzes very well." Thereupon she put her hand upon Burgo's arm. Mrs. Marsham made still a little effort that was probably involuntary. She put out her hand, and laid it on Lady Glencora's left shoulder, looking into her face as she did so with all the severity of caution of which she was mistress. Lady Glencora shook her duenna off angrily. Whether she would put her fate into the hands of this man who was now touching her, or whether she would not, she had not as yet decided. But of this she was very sure, that nothing said or done by Mrs. Marsham should have any effect in restraining her. What could Mrs. Marsham do? Mr. Palliser was gone. Some rumour of that proposed visit to Monkshade, and the way in which it had been prevented, had reached her ear. Some whispers had come to her that Fitzgerald still dared to love, as married, the woman whom he had loved before she was married. There was a rumour about that he still had some hope. Mrs. Marsham had never believed that Mr. Palliser's wife would really be false to her vows. It was not in fear of any such catastrophe as a positive elopement that she had taken upon herself the duty of duenna. Lady Glencora would, no doubt, require to be pressed down into that decent mould which it would become the wife of a Mr. Palliser to assume as her form. And this pressing down, and this moulding, Mrs. Marsham thought that she could accomplish. It had not hitherto occurred to her that she might be required to guard Mr. Palliser from positive dishonour, but now she hardly knew what to think about it. What should she do? To whom should she go? And then she saw Mr. Bott looming large before her on the top of the staircase. In the meantime Lady Glencora went off towards the dancers, leaning on Burgo's arm. "Who is that woman?" said Burgo. They were the first words he spoke to her, though since he had last seen her he had written to her that letter which even now she carried about her. His voice in her ears sounded as it used to sound when their intimacy had been close, and questions such as that he had asked were common between them. And her answer was of the same nature. "Oh, such an odious woman," she said. "Her name is Mrs. Marsham, she is my bête noire." And then they were actually dancing, whirling round the room together, before a word had been said of that which was Burgo's settled purpose, and which at some moments was her settled purpose also. Burgo waltzed excellently, and in old days, before her marriage, Lady Glencora had been passionately fond of dancing. She seemed to give herself up to it now as though the old days had come back to her. Lady Monk, creeping to the intermediate door between her den and the dancing-room, looked in on them, and then crept back again. Mrs. Marsham and Mr. Bott, standing together just inside the other door, near to the staircase, looked on also, in horror. "He shouldn't have gone away and left her," said Mr. Bott, almost hoarsely. "But who could have thought it?" said Mrs. Marsham. "I'm sure I didn't." "I suppose you'd better tell him," said Mr. Bott. "But I don't know where to find him," said Mrs. Marsham. "I didn't mean now at once," said Mr. Bott, and then he added, "Do you think it is as bad as that?" "I don't know what to think," said Mrs. Marsham. The waltzers went on till they were stopped by want of breath. "I am so much out of practice," said Lady Glencora, "I didn't think, should have been able, to dance at all." Then she put up her face, and slightly opened her mouth, and stretched her nostrils, as ladies do as well as horses when the running has been severe and they want air. "You'll take another turn," said he. "Presently," said she, beginning to have some thought in her mind as to whether Mrs. Marsham was watching her. Then there was a little pause, after which he spoke in an altered voice. "Does it put you in mind of old days?" said he. It was, of course, necessary for him that he should bring her to some thought of the truth. It was all very sweet, that dancing with her, as they used to dance, without any question as to the reason why it was so. That sudden falling into the old habits, as though everything between this night and the former nights had been a dream, but this would not further his views. The opportunity had come to him which he must use, if he intended ever to use such opportunity. There was the £200 in his pocket, which he did not intend to give back. "Does it put you in mind of old days?" he said. The words roused her from her sleep at once, and dissipated her dream. The facts all rushed upon her in an instant, the letter in her pocket. The request which she had made to Alice, that Alice might be induced to guard her from this danger. The words which her husband had spoken to her in the morning, and her anger against him in that he had subjected her to the eyes of a Mrs. Marsham. Her own unsettled mind, quite unsettled whether it would be best for her to go or to stay. It all came upon her now at the first word of tenderness which Burgo spoke to her. It has often been said of woman that she who doubts is lost, so often that they who say it now, say it simply because others have said it before them, never thinking whether or no there be any truth in the proverb. But they who have said so, thinking of their words as they were uttered, have known but little of women. Women doubt every day, who solve their doubts at last on the right side, driven to do so, some by fear, more by conscience, but most of them by that half-prudential, half-unconscious knowledge of what is fitting, useful, and best under the circumstances, which rarely deserts either men or women till they have brought themselves to the Burgo Fitzgerald state of recklessness. Men, when they have fallen even to that, will still keep up some outward show towards the world, but women in this condition defy the world, and declare themselves to be children of perdition. Lady Glencora was doubting sorely, but, though doubting, she was not as yet lost. "Does it put you in mind of old days?" said Burgo. She was driven to answer, and she knew that much would be decided by the way in which she might now speak. "You must not talk of that," she said, very softly. "May I not?" And now his tongue was unloosed, so that he began to speak quickly. "May I not? And why not? They were happy days, so happy. Were not you happy when you thought? Ah, dear! I suppose it is best not even to think of them. Much the best. Only it is impossible. I wish I knew the inside of your heart, Cora, so that I could see what it is that you really wish." In the old days he had always called her Cora, and now the name came from his lips upon her ears as a thing of custom, causing no surprise. They were standing back, behind the circle, almost in a corner, and Burgo knew well how to speak at such moments so that his words should be audible to none but her whom he addressed. You should not have come to me at all, she said. And why not? Who has a better right to come to you? Who has ever loved you as I have done? Cora, did you get my letter? Come and dance, she said, I see a pair of eyes looking at us. The pair of eyes which Lady Glencora saw were in the possession of Mr. Bott, who was standing alone, leaning against the side of the doorway, every now and then raising his heels from the ground, so that he might look down upon the sinners as from a vantage ground. He was quite alone. Mrs. Marsham had left him, and had gotten herself away in Lady Glencora's own carriage to Park Lane, in order that she might find Mr. Palliser there, if by chance he should be at home. Won't it be making mischief? Mrs. Marsham had said, and Mr. Bott had suggested this line of conduct. There'll be worse mischief if you don't, Mr. Bott had answered. He can come back, and then he can do as he likes. I'll keep my eyes upon them. And so he did keep his eyes upon them. Again they went round the room, or that small portion of the room which the invading crowd had left to the dancers, as though they were enjoying themselves thoroughly, and in all innocence. But there were others besides Mr. Bott who looked on and wondered. The Duchess of St. Bungay saw it, and shook her head sorrowing, for the Duchess was good at heart. Mrs. Conway Sparkes saw it, and drank it down with keen appetite, as a thirsty man with a longing for wine will drink champagne, for Mrs. Conway Sparkes was not good at heart. Lady Hartletop saw it, and just raised her eyebrows. It was nothing to her. She liked to know what was going on, as such knowledge was sometimes useful. But, as for heart, what she had was, in such a matter, neither good nor bad. Her blood circulated with its ordinary precision, and, in that respect, no woman ever had a better heart. Lady Monk saw it, and a frown gathered on her brow. The fool, she said to herself. She knew that Burgo would not help his success by drawing down the eyes of all her guests upon his attempt. In the meantime Mr. Bott stood there, mounting still higher on his toes, straightening his back against the wall. Did you get my letter? Burgo said again, as soon as a moment's pause gave him breath to speak. She did not answer him. Perhaps her breath did not return to her as rapidly as his. But, of course, he knew that she had received it. She would have quickly signified to him that no letter from him had come to her hands had it not reached her. Let us go out upon the stairs, he said, for I must speak to you. Oh, if you could know what I suffered when you did not come to Monkshade. Why did you not come? I wish I had not come here, she said. Because you have seen me? That, at any rate, is not kind of you. They were now making their way slowly down the stairs, in the crowd, towards the supper-room. All the world was now intent on food and drink, and they were only doing as others did. Lady Glencora was not thinking where she went, but, glancing upwards, as she stood for a moment wedged upon the stairs, her eyes met those of Mr. Bott. A man that can treat me like that deserves that I should leave him. That was the thought that crossed her mind at the moment. I'll get you some champagne with water in it, said Burgo. I know that is what you like. Do not get me anything, she said. They had now got into the room, and had therefore escaped Mr. Bott's eyes for the moment. Mr. Fitzgerald, and now her words had become a whisper in his ear, do what I ask you. For the sake of the old days of which you spoke, the dear old days which can never come again. By G. They can, said he. They can come back, and they shall. Never. But you can still do me a kindness. Go away, and leave me. Go to the sideboard, and then do not come back. You are doing me an injury while you remain with me. Cora, he said. But she had now recovered her presence of mind, and understood what was going on. She was no longer in a dream, but words and things bore to her again their proper meaning. I will not have it, Mr. Fitzgerald, she answered, speaking almost passionately. I will not have it. Do as I bid you. Go and leave me, and do not return. I tell you that we are watched. This was still true, for Mr. Bott had now again got his eyes on them, round the supper-room door. Whatever was the reward for which he was working, private secretaryship or what else, it must be owned that he worked hard for it. But there are labours which are labours of love. "Who is watching us?" said Burgo, "and what does it matter? If you are minded to do as I have asked you." "But I am not so minded. Do you not know that you insult me by proposing it?" "Yes. It is an insult, Cora, unless such an offer be a joy to you. If you wish to be my wife instead of his, it is no insult." "How can I be that?" Her face was not turned to him, and her words were half pronounced, and in the lowest whisper, but, nevertheless, he heard them. "Come with me, abroad, and you shall yet be my wife. You got my letter? Do what I asked you, then. Come with me, tonight." The pressing instance of the suggestion, the fixing of a present hour, startled her back to her propriety. "Mr. Fitzgerald," she said, "I asked you to go and leave me. If you do not do so, I must get up and leave you. It will be much more difficult." "And is that to be all?" "All, at any rate, now." "Oh, Glencora. How could you be so weak? Why did you add that word, now?" In truth, she added it then, at that moment, simply feeling that she could thus best secure an immediate compliance with her request. "I will not go," he said, looking at her sternly, and leaning before her, with earnest face, with utter indifference as to the eyes of any that might see them. "I will not go till you tell me that you will see me again." "I will," she said in that low, all but unuttered whisper. When, he asked. Looking up again towards the doorway, in fear of Mr. Bott's eyes, she saw the face of Mr. Palliser as he entered the room. Mr. Bott had also seen him, and had tried to clutch him by the arm, but Mr. Palliser had shaken him off, apparently with indifference, had got rid of him, as it were, without noticing him. Lady Glencora, when she saw her husband, immediately recovered her courage. She would not cower before him, or show herself ashamed of what she had done. For the matter of that, if he pressed her on the subject, she could bring herself to tell him that she loved Burgo Fitzgerald much more easily than she could whisper such a word to Burgo himself. Mr. Bott's eyes were odious to her as they watched her, but her husband's glance she could meet without quailing before it. "Here is Mr. Palliser," said she, speaking again in her ordinary clear-toned voice. Burgo immediately rose from his seat with a start, and turned quickly towards the door, but Lady Glencora kept her chair. Mr. Palliser made his way as best he could through the crowd up to his wife. He, too, kept his countenance without betraying his secret. There was neither anger nor dismay in his face, nor was there any untoward hurry in his movement. Burgo stood aside as he came up, and Lady Glencora was the first to speak. "I thought you were gone home hours ago," she said. "I did go home," he answered, "but I thought I might as well come back for you." "What a model of a husband!" "Well, I am ready. Only, what shall we do about Jane?" "Mr. Fitzgerald, I left a scarf in your aunt's room, a little black and yellow scarf, would you mind getting it for me?" "I will fetch it," said Mr. Palliser. "And I will tell your cousin that the carriage shall come back for her." "If you will allow me," said Burgo. "I will do it," said Mr. Palliser. And away he went, making his slow progress up through the crowd, ordering his carriage as he passed through the hall, and leaving Mr. Bott still watching at the door. Lady Glencora resolved that she would say nothing to Burgo while her husband was gone. There was a touch of chivalry in his leaving them again together, which so far conquered her. He might have bade her leave the scarf, and come at once. She had seen, moreover, that he had not spoken to Mr. Bott, and was thankful to him also for that. Burgo also seemed to have become aware that his chance for that time was over. "I will say good night," he said. "Good night, Mr. Fitzgerald," she answered, giving him her hand. He pressed it for a moment, and then turned and went. When Mr. Palliser came back he was no more to be seen. Lady Glencora was at the dining-room door when her husband returned, standing close to Mr. Bott. Mr. Bott had spoken to her, but she made no reply. He spoke again, but her face remained as immovable as though she had been deaf. "And what shall we do about Mrs. Marsham?" she said, quite out loud, as soon as she put her hand on her husband's arm. "I had forgotten her." "Mrs. Marsham has gone home," he replied. "Have you seen her?" "Yes." "When did you see her?" "She came to Park Lane." "What made her do that?" These questions were asked and answered as he was putting her into the carriage. She got in just as she asked the last, and he, as he took his seat, did not find it necessary to answer it. But that would not serve her turn. "What made Mrs. Marsham go to you at Park Lane after she left Lady Monk's?" she asked again. Mr. Palliser sat silent, not having made up his mind what he would say on the subject. "I suppose she went," continued Lady Glencora, "to tell you that I was dancing with Mr. Fitzgerald. Was that it?" "I think, Glencora, we had better not discuss it now." "I don't mean to discuss it now, or ever. If you did not wish me to see Mr. Fitzgerald you should not have sent me to Lady Monk's. But, Plantagenet, I hope you will forgive me if I say that no consideration shall induce me to receive again as a guest, in my own house, either Mrs. Marsham or Mr. Bott." Mr. Palliser absolutely declined to say anything on the subject on that occasion, and the evening of Lady Monk's party in this way came to an end. Chapter 51. Bold Speculations on Murder. George Vavasor was not in a very happy mood when he left Queen Anne Street, after having flung his gift ring under the grate. Indeed there was much in his condition, as connected with the house which he was leaving, which could not but make him unhappy. Alice was engaged to be his wife, and had as yet said nothing to show that she meditated any breach of that engagement. But she had treated him in a way which made him long to throw her promise in her teeth. He was a man to whom any personal slight from a woman was unendurable. To slights from men, unless they were of a nature to provoke offence, he was indifferent. There was no man living for whose liking or disliking George Vavasor cared anything. But he did care much for the good opinion, or rather for the personal favour, of any woman to whom he had endeavoured to make himself agreeable. "I will marry you," Alice had said to him, not in words, but in acts and looks, which were plainer than words. "I will marry you for certain reasons of my own, which in my present condition make it seem that that arrangement will be more convenient to me than any other that I can make. But pray understand that there is no love mixed up with this. There is another man whom I love, only, for those reasons above hinted, I do not care to marry him." It was thus that he read Alice's present treatment of him, and he was a man who could not endure this treatment with ease. But though he could throw his ring under the grate in his passion, he could not so dispose of her. That he would have done so had his hands been free, we need not doubt. And he would have been clever enough to do so in some manner that would have been exquisitely painful to Alice, willing as she might be to be released from her engagement. But he could not do this to a woman whose money he had borrowed, and whose money he could not repay, to a woman, more of whose money he intended to borrow immediately. As to that latter part of it, he did say to himself over and over again, that he would have no more of it. As he left the house in Queen Anne Street on that occasion, he swore, that under no circumstances would he be indebted to her for another shilling. But before he had reached Great Marlborough Street, to which his steps took him, he had reminded himself that everything depended on a further advance. He was in Parliament, but Parliament would be dissolved within 3 months. Having sacrificed so much for his position, should he let it all fall from him now, when success seemed to be within his reach? That wretched old man in Westmoreland, who seemed gifted almost with immortality, why could he not die and surrender his paltry acres to one who could use them? He turned away from Regent Street into Hanover Square before he crossed to Great Marlborough Street, giving vent to his passion rather than arranging his thoughts. As he walked the 4 sides of the square he considered how good it would be if some accident should befall the old man. How he would rejoice were he to hear tomorrow that one of the trees of the accursed place had fallen on the obstinate old idiot and put an end to him. I will not say that he meditated the murder of his grandfather. There was a firm conviction on his mind, as he thought of all this, that such a deed as that would never come in his way. But he told himself, that if he chose to make the attempt, he would certainly be able to carry it through without detection. Then he remembered Rush and Palmer, the openly bold murderer and the secret poisoner. Both of them, in Vavasor's estimation, were great men. He had often said so in company. He had declared that the courage of Rush had never been surpassed. Think of him, he would say with admiration, walking into a man's house, with pistols sufficient to shoot everyone there, and doing it as though he were killing rats. What was Nelson at Trafalgar to that? Nelson had nothing to fear. And of Palmer he declared that he was a man of genius as well as courage. He had looked the whole thing in the face, Vavasor would say, and told himself that all scruples and squeamishness are bosh, child's tales. And so they are. Who lives as though they fear either heaven or hell? And if we do live without such fear or respect, what is the use of telling lies to ourselves? To throw it all to the dogs, as Palmer did, is more manly. And be hanged, some hearer of George's doctrine replied. Yes, and be hanged, if such is your destiny. But you hear of the one who is hanged, but hear nothing of the 20 who are not. Vavasor walked round Hanover Square, nursing his hatred against the old squire. He did not tell himself that he would like to murder his grandfather. But he suggested to himself, that if he desired to do so, he would have courage enough to make his way into the old man's room, and strangle him. And he explained to himself how he would be able to get down into Westmoreland without the world knowing that he had been there, how he would find an entrance into the house by a window with which he was acquainted, how he could cause the man to die as though those around him should think it was apoplexy, he, George Vavasor, having read something on that subject lately. All this he considered very fully, walking rapidly round Hanover Square more than once or twice. If he were to become an active student in the Rush or Palmer school, he would so study the matter that he would not be the one that should be hung. He thought that he could, so far, trust his own ingenuity. But yet he did not meditate murder. Beastly old idiot. He said to himself, he must have his chance as other men have, I suppose, and then he went across Regent Street to Mr. Scrubby's office in Great Marlborough Street, not having, as yet, come to any positive conclusion as to what he would do in reference to Alice's money. But he soon found himself talking to Mr. Scrubby as though there were no doubts as to the forthcoming funds for the next elections. And Mr. Scrubby talked to him very plainly, as though those funds must be forthcoming before long. A stitch in time saves 9, said Mr. Scrubby, meaning to insinuate that a pound in time might have the same effect. And I'll tell you what, Mr. Vavasor, of course I've my outstanding bills for the last affair. That's no fault of yours, for the things came so sharp one on another that my fellows haven't had time to make it out. But if you'll put me in funds for what I must be out of pocket in June. Will it be so soon as June? They are talking of June. Why, then, I'll lump the two bills together when it's all over. In their discussion respecting money Mr. Scrubby injudiciously mentioned the name of Mr. Tum. No precise caution had been given to him, but he had become aware that the matter was being managed through an agency that was not recognized by his client. And as that agency was simply a vehicle of money which found its way into Mr. Scrubby's pocket, he should have held his tongue. But Mr. Tum's name escaped from him, and Vavasor immediately questioned him. Scrubby, who did not often make such blunders, readily excused himself, shaking his head, and declaring that the name had fallen from his lips instead of that of another man. Vavasor accepted the excuse without further notice, and nothing more was said about Mr. Tum while he was in Mr. Scrubby's office. But he had not heard the name in vain, and had unfortunately heard it before. Mr. Tum was a remarkable man in his way. He wore powder to his hair, was very polite in his bearing, was somewhat asthmatic, and wheezed in his talking, and was, moreover, the most obedient of men. Though it was said of him that he managed the whole income of the Ely chapter just as he pleased. Being in these ways a man of note, John Gray had spoken of him to Alice, and his name had filtered through Alice and her cousin Kate to George Vavasor. George seldom forgot things or names, and when he heard Mr. Tum's name mentioned in connection with his own money matters, he remembered that Mr. Tum was John Gray's lawyer. As soon as he could escape out into the street he endeavoured to put all these things together, and after a while resolved that he would go to Mr. Tum. What if there should be an understanding between John Gray and Alice, and Mr. Tum should be arranging his money matters for him? Would not anything be better than this, even that little tragedy down in Westmoreland, for which his ingenuity and courage would be required? He could endure to borrow money from Alice. He might even endure it still, though that was very difficult after her treatment of him, but he could not endure to be the recipient of John Gray's money. By heavens, no. And as he got into a cab, and had himself driven off to the neighbourhood of Doctors' Commons, he gave himself credit for much fine manly feeling. Mr. Tum's chambers were found without difficulty, and, as it happened, Mr. Tum was there. The lawyer rose from his chair as Vavasor entered, and bowed his powdered head very meekly as he asked his visitor to sit down. Mr. Vavasor, oh, yes. He had heard the name. Yes. He was in the habit of acting for his very old friend Mr. John Gray. He had acted for Mr. John Gray, and for Mr. John Gray's father, he or his partner, he believed he might say, for about half a century. There could not be a nicer gentleman than Mr. John Gray, and such a pretty child as he used to be. At every new sentence Mr. Tum caught his poor asthmatic breath, and bowed his meek old head, and rubbed his hands together as though he hardly dared to keep his seat in Vavasor's presence without the support of some such motion, and wheezed apologetically, and seemed to ask pardon of his visitor for not knowing intuitively what was the nature of that visitor's business. But he was a sly old fox was Mr. Tum, and was considering all this time how much it would be well that he should tell Mr. Vavasor, and how much it would be well that he should conceal. The fat had got into the fire, as he told his old wife when he got home that evening. He told his old wife everything, and I don't know that any of his clients were the worse for his doing so. But while he was wheezing, and coughing, and apologizing, he made up his mind that if George Vavasor were to ask him certain questions, it would be best that he should answer them truly. If Vavasor did ask those questions, he would probably do so upon certain knowledge, and if so, why, in that case, lying would be of no use. Lying would not put the fat back into the frying pan. And even though such questions might be asked without any absolute knowledge, they would, at any rate, show that the questioner had the means of ascertaining the truth. He would tell as little as he could, but he decided during his last wheeze, that he could not lie in the matter with any chance of benefiting his client. The prettiest child I ever saw, Mr. Vavasor, said Mr. Tum, and then he coughed violently. Some people who knew Mr. Tum declared that he nursed his cough. I dare say, said George. Yes, indeed, ugh, ugh, ugh. Can you tell me, Mr. Tum, whether either you or he have anything to do with the payment of certain sums to my credit at Messrs. Hawk and Blocks? Messrs. Hawk and Blocks, the bankers, in Lombard Street, said Mr. Tum, taking a little more time. Yes, I bank there, said Vavasor, sharply. A most respectable house. Has any money been paid there to my credit, by you, Mr. Tum? May I ask you why you put the question to me, Mr. Vavasor? Well, I don't think you may. That is to say, my reason for asking it can have nothing to do with yours for replying to it. If you have had no hand in any such payment, there is an end of it, and I need not take up your time by saying anything more on the subject. I am not prepared to go that length, Mr. Vavasor, not altogether to go that length, ugh, ugh, ugh. Then, will you tell me what you have done in the matter? Well, upon my word, you've taken me a little by surprise. Let me see. Pinkle, Pinkle. Pinkle was a clerk who sat in an inner room, and Mr. Tum's effort to call him seemed to be most ineffectual. But Pinkle understood the sound, and came. Pinkle, didn't we pay some money into Hawk and Blocks a few weeks since, to the credit of Mr. George Vavasor? "Did we, sir?" said Pinkle, who probably knew that his employer was an old fox, and who, perhaps, had caught something of the fox nature himself. "I think we did. Just look, Pinkle. And, Pinkle, see the date, and let me know all about it. It's fine bright weather for this time of year, Mr. Vavasor, but these easterly winds, ugh, ugh, ugh." Vavasor found himself sitting for an apparently interminable number of minutes in Mr. Tum's dingy chamber, and was coughed at, and wheezed at, till he begun to be tired of his position. Moreover, when tired, he showed his impatience. "Perhaps you'll let us write you a line when we have looked into the matter," suggested Mr. Tum. "I'd rather know at once," said Vavasor. "I don't suppose it can take you very long to find out whether you have paid money to my account, by order of Mr. Grey. At any rate, I must know before I go away." "Pinkle, Pinkle!" screamed the old man through his coughing, and again Pinkle came. "Well, Pinkle, was anything of the kind done, or is my memory deceiving me?" Mr. Tum was, no doubt, lying shamefully, for, of course, he remembered all about it, and, indeed, George Vavasor had learned already quite enough for his own purposes. "I was going to look," said Pinkle, and Pinkle again went away. "I'm sorry to give your clerk so much trouble," said Vavasor, in an angry voice, "and I think it must be unnecessary. Surely you know whether Mr. Grey has commissioned you to pay money for me? We have so many things to do, Mr. Vavasor, and so many clients." "We have, indeed. You see, it isn't only one gentleman's affairs. But I think there was something done." "I do, indeed." "What is Mr. John Grey's address?" asked Vavasor, very sharply. "No. 5, Suffolk Street, Pall Mall East," said Mr. Tum. Herein Mr. Tum somewhat committed himself. His client, Mr. Grey, was, in fact, in town, but Vavasor had not known or imagined that such was the case. Had Mr. Tum given the usual address of Nethercoats, nothing further would have been demanded from him on that subject. But he had foolishly presumed that the question had been based on special information as to his client's visit to London, and he had told the plain truth in a very simple way. "No. 5, Suffolk Street," said Vavasor, writing down the address. "Perhaps it will be better that I should go to him, as you do not seem inclined to give me any information." Then he took up his hat, and hardly bowing to Mr. Tum, left the chambers. Mr. Tum, as he did so, rose from his chair, and bent his head meekly down upon the table. "Pinkle, Pinkle," wheezed Mr. Tum. "Never mind, never mind." Pinkle didn't mind, and we may say that he had not minded, for up to that moment he had taken no steps towards a performance of the order which had been given him. Chapter 52. What occurred in Suffolk Street, Pall Mall. Mr. Tum had gained nothing for the cause by his crafty silence. George Vavasor felt perfectly certain, as he walked out from the little street which runs at the back of Doctors' Commons, that the money which he had been using had come, in some shape, through the hands of John Grey. He did not care much to calculate whether the payments had been made from the personal funds of his rival, or whether that rival had been employed to dispense Alice's fortune. Under either view of the case his position was sufficiently bitter. The truth never for a moment occurred to him. He never dreamed that there might be a conspiracy in the matter, of which Alice was as ignorant as he himself had been. He never reflected that his Uncle John, together with John, the lover, whom he so hated, might be the conspirators. To him it seemed to be certain that Alice and Mr. Grey were in league. And if they were in league, what must he think of Alice, and of her engagement with himself? There are men who rarely think well of women, who hardly think well of any woman. They put their mothers and sisters into the background, as though they belonged to some sex or race apart, and then declare to themselves and to their friends that all women are false, that no woman can be trusted unless her ugliness protect her, and that every woman may be attacked as fairly as may game in a cover, or deer on a mountain. What man does not know men who have so thought? I cannot say that such had been Vavasor's creed, not entirely such. There had been periods of his life when he had believed implicitly in his cousin Alice. But then there had been other moments in which he had ridiculed himself for his quixotism in believing in any woman. And as he had grown older, the moments of his quixotism had become more rare. There would have been no such quixotism left with him now, had not the various circumstances which I have attempted to describe, filled him, during the last 12 months, with a renewed desire to marry his cousin. Every man tries to believe in the honesty of his future wife, and, therefore, Vavasor had tried, and had in his way, believed. He had flattered himself, too, that Alice's heart had, in truth, been more prone to him than to that other suitor. Grey, as he thought, had been accepted by her cold Prudence. But he thought, also, that she had found her Prudence to be too cold, and had therefore returned where she had truly loved. Vavasor, though he did not love much himself, was willing enough to be the object of love. This idea of his, however, had been greatly shaken by Alice's treatment of himself personally. But still he had not, hitherto, believed that she was false to him. Now, what could he believe of her? What was there within the compass of such a one to believe? As he walked out into St. Paul's churchyard, he called her by every name which is most offensive to a woman's ears. He hated her at this moment with even a more bitter hatred than that which he felt towards John Grey. She must have deceived him with unparalleled hypocrisy, and lied to him and to his sister Kate as hardly any woman had ever lied before. Or could it be that Kate, also, was lying to him? If so, Kate also should be included in the punishment. But why should they have conspired to feed him with these moneys? There had been no deceit, at any rate, in reference to the pound sterling which Scrubby had already swallowed. They had been supplied, whatever had been the motives of the suppliers. And he had no doubt that more would be supplied if he would only keep himself quiet. He was still walking westward as he thought of this, down Ludgate Hill, on his direct line towards Suffolk Street. And he tried to persuade himself that it would be well that he should hide his wrath till after provision should have been made for this other election. They were his enemies, Alice and Mr. Grey, and why should he keep any terms with his enemies? It was still a trouble to him to think that he should have been in any way beholden to John Grey. But the terrible thing had been done, the evil had occurred. What would he gain by staying his hand now? Still, however, he walked on quickly along Fleet Street, and along the Strand. And was already crossing under the picture galleries towards Pall Mall East before he had definitely decided what steps he would take on this very day. Exactly at the corner of Suffolk Street he met John Grey. "Mr. Grey," he said, stopping himself suddenly, "I was this moment going to call on you at your lodgings." "At my lodgings, were you? Shall I return with you?" "If you please," said Vavasor, leading the way up Suffolk Street. There had been no other greeting than this between them. Mr. Grey himself, though a man very courteous in his general demeanour, would probably have passed Vavasor in the street with no more than the barest salutation. Situated as they were towards each other, there could hardly be any show of friendship between them. But when Vavasor had spoken to him, he had dressed his face in that guise of civility which men always use who do not intend to be offensive. But Vavasor dressed his as men dress theirs who do mean to be offensive, and Mr. Grey had thoroughly appreciated the dressing. "If you will allow me, I have the key," said Grey. Then they both entered the house, and Vavasor followed his host upstairs. Mr. Grey, as he went up, felt almost angry with himself in having admitted his enemy into his lodgings. He was sure that no good could come of it, and remembered, when it was too late, that he might easily have saved himself from giving the invitation while he was still in the street. There they were, however, together in the sitting-room, and Grey had nothing to do but to listen. "Will you take a chair, Mr. Vavasor?" he said. "No," said Vavasor, "I will stand up." And he stood up, holding his hat behind his back with his left hand, with his right leg forward, and the thumb of his right hand in his waistcoat pocket. He looked full into Grey's face, and Grey looked full into his, and as he looked the great cicatrice seemed to open itself and to become purple with fresh blood stains. "I have come here from Mr. Tom's office in the city, said Vavasor, to ask you of what nature has been the interference which you have taken in my money matters. This was a question which Mr. Grey could not answer very quickly. In the first place it was altogether unexpected, in the next place he did not know what Mr. Tom had told, and what he had not told. And then, before he replied, he must think how much of the truth he was bound to tell in answer to a question so put to him. "Do you say that you have come from Mr. Tom?" he asked. "I think you heard me say so. I have come here direct from Mr. Tom's chambers. He is your lawyer, I believe." "He is so. And I have come from him to ask you what interference you have lately taken in my money matters. When you have answered that, I shall have other questions to ask you. But, Mr. Vavasor, has it occurred to you that I may not be disposed to answer questions so asked? It has not occurred to me to think that you will prevaricate. If there has been no such interference, I will ask your pardon, and go away, but if there has been such interference on your part, I have a right to demand that you shall explain to me its nature." Grey had now made up his mind that it would be better that he should tell the whole story, better not only for himself, but for all the Vavasors, including this angry man himself. The angry man evidently knew something, and it would be better that he should know the truth. "There has been such interference, Mr. Vavasor, if you choose to call it so. Money, to the extent of £2,000, I think, has by my directions been paid to your credit by Mr. Tom." "Well," said Vavasor, taking his right hand away from his waistcoat, and tapping the round table with his fingers impatiently. "I hardly know how to explain all the circumstances under which this has been done. I dare say not, but, nevertheless, you must explain them." Grey was a man tranquil in temperament, very little prone to quarrelling. With perhaps an exaggerated idea of the evil results of a row, a man who would take infinite trouble to avoid any such scene as that which now seemed to be imminent. But he was a man whose courage was quite as high as that of his opponent. To bully or be bullied were alike contrary to his nature. It was clear enough now that Vavasor intended to bully him, and he made up his mind at once that if the quarrel were forced upon him it should find him ready to take his own part. "My difficulty in explaining it comes from consideration for you," he said. "Then I beg that your difficulty will cease, and that you will have no consideration for me. We are so circumstanced towards each other that any consideration must be humbug and nonsense. At any rate, I intend to have none for you. Now, let me know why you have meddled with my matters. I think I might, perhaps, better refer you to your uncle." "No, sir, Mr. Tom is not my uncle's lawyer. My uncle never heard his name, unless he heard of it from you. But it was by agreement with your uncle that I commissioned Mr. Tom to raise for you the money you were desirous of borrowing from your cousin. We thought it better that her fortune should not be for the moment disturbed." "But what had you to do with it? Why should you have done it?" "In the first place, I don't believe your story. It is altogether improbable. But why should he come to you of all men to raise money on his daughter's behalf? Unless you can behave yourself with more discretion, Mr. Vavasor, you must leave the room," said Mr. Grey. Then, as Vavasor simply sneered at him, but spoke nothing, he went on. "It was I who suggested to your uncle that this arrangement should be made. I did not wish to see Miss Vavasor's fortune squandered." "And what was her fortune to you, sir? Are you aware that she is engaged to me as my wife? I ask you, sir, whether you are aware that Miss Vavasor is to be my wife? I must altogether decline to discuss with you Miss Vavasor's present or future position. By heavens, then, you shall hear me discuss it. She was engaged to you, and she has given you your dismissal. If you had understood anything of the conduct which is usual among gentlemen, or if you had had any particle of pride in you, sir, you would have left her and never mentioned her name again. I now find you meddling with her money matters, so as to get a hold upon her fortune." "I have no hold upon her fortune." "Yes, sir, you have. You do not advance £2,000 without knowing that you have security. She has rejected you. And in order that you may be revenged, or that you may have some further hold upon her, that she may be in some sort within your power, You have contrived this rascally pettifogging way of obtaining power over her income. The money shall be repaid at once, with any interest that can be due, and if I find you interfering again, I will expose you. Mr. Vavasor, said Grey very slowly, in a low tone of voice, but with something in his eye which would have told any bystander that he was much in earnest. You have used words in your anger which I cannot allow to pass. You must recall them. What were the words? I said that you were a pettifogging rascal. I now repeat them. As he spoke he put on his hat, so as to leave both his hands ready for action if action should be required. Grey was much the larger man and much the stronger. It may be doubted whether he knew himself the extent of his own strength, but such as it was he resolved that he must now use it. There is no help for it, he said, as he also prepared for action. The first thing he did was to open the door, and as he did so he became conscious that his mouth was full of blood from a sharp blow upon his face. Vavasor had struck him with his fist, and had cut his lip against his teeth. Then there came a scramble, and Grey was soon aware that he had his opponent in his hands. I doubt whether he had attempted to strike a blow, or whether he had so much as clenched his fist. Vavasor had struck him repeatedly, but the blows had fallen on his body or his head, and he was unconscious of them. He had but one object now in his mind, and that object was the kicking his assailant down the stairs. Then came a scramble, as I have said, and Grey had a hold of the smaller man by the nape of his neck. So holding him he forced him back through the door on to the landing, and there succeeded in pushing him down the first flight of steps. Grey kicked at him as he went, but the kick was impotent. He had, however, been so far successful that he had thrust his enemy out of the room, and had the satisfaction of seeing him sprawling on the landing-place. Vavasor, when he raised himself, prepared to make another rush at the room, but before he could do so a man from below, hearing the noise, had come upon him and interrupted him. Mr. Jones, said Grey, speaking from above, if that gentleman does not leave the house, I must get you to search for a policeman. Vavasor, though the lodging-house man had hold of the collar of his coat, made no attempt to turn upon his new enemy. When two dogs are fighting, any bystander may attempt to separate them with impunity. The brutes are so anxious to tear each other that they have no energies left for other purposes. It never occurs to them to turn their teeth upon newcomers in the quarrel. So it was with George Vavasor. Jones was sufficient to prevent his further attack upon the foe upstairs, and therefore he had no alternative but to relinquish the fight. What's it all about, sir? Said Jones, who kept a tailor's establishment, and, as a tailor, was something of a fighting man himself. Of all tradesmen in London the tailors are, no doubt, the most combative, as might be expected from the necessity which lies upon them of living down the general bad character in this respect which the world has wrongly given them. What's it all about, sir? Said Jones, still holding Vavasor by his coat. That man has ill-used me, and I've punished him, that's all. I don't know much about punishing, said the tailor. It seems to me he pitched you down pretty clean out of the room above. I think the best thing you can do now is to walk yourself off. It was the only thing that Vavasor could do, and he did walk himself off. He walked himself off, and went home to his own lodgings in Cecil Street. That he might smooth his feathers after the late encounter before he went down to Westminster to take his seat in the House of Commons. I do not think that he was comfortable when he got there, or that he felt himself very well able to fight another battle that night on behalf of the river bank. He had not been hurt, but he had been worsted. Grey had probably received more personal damage than had fallen to his share. But Grey had succeeded in expelling him from the room, and he knew that he had been found prostrate on the landing-place when the tailor first saw him. But he might probably have got over the annoyance of this feeling had he not been overwhelmed by a consciousness that everything was going badly with him. He was already beginning to hate his seat in Parliament. What good had it done for him, or was it likely to do for him? He found himself to be associated there with Mr. Bott, and a few others of the same class, men whom he despised, and even they did not admit him among them without a certain show of superiority on their part. Who has not ascertained by his own experience the different lights through which the same events may be seen, according to the success, or want of success, which pervades the atmosphere at the moment? At the present time everything was unsuccessful with George Vavasor. And though he told himself, almost from hour to hour, that he would go on with the thing which he had begun, that he would persevere in Parliament till he had obtained a hearing there and created for himself success, he could not himself believe in the promises which he had made to himself. He had looked forward to his entrance into that chamber as the hour of his triumph, but he had entered it with Mr. Bott, and there had been no triumph to him in doing so. He had sworn to himself that when there he would find men to hear him. Hitherto, indeed, he could not accuse himself of having missed his opportunities. His election had been so recent that he could hardly yet have made the attempt. But he had been there long enough to learn to fancy that there was no glory in attempting. This art of speaking in Parliament, which had appeared to him to be so grand, seemed already to be a humdrum, homely, dull affair. No one seemed to listen much to what was said. To such as himself, members without an acquired name, men did not seem to listen at all. Mr. Palliser had once, in his hearing, spoken for 2 hours together, and all the House had treated his speech with respect, had declared that it was useful, solid, conscientious, and what not. But more than half the House had been asleep more than half the time that he was on his legs. Vavasor had not as yet commenced his career as an orator. But night after night, as he sat there, the chance of commencing it with brilliance seemed to be further from him, and still further. £2,000 of his own money, and 2,000 more of Alice's money, or of Mr. Grey's, he had already spent to make his way into that assembly. He must spend, at any rate, 2,000 more if he intended that his career should be prolonged beyond a 3-month sitting. And how was he to get this further sum after what had taken place today? He would get it. That was his resolve as he walked in by the apple-woman's stall, under the shadow of the great policeman, and between the 2 August lamps. He would get it. As long as Alice had a pound over which he could obtain mastery by any act or violence within his compass. He would get it, even though it should come through the hands of John Grey and Mr. Tum. He would get it, though in doing so he might destroy his cousin Alice and ruin his sister Kate. He had gone too far to stick at any scruples. Had he not often declared how great had been that murderer who had been able to divest himself of all such scruples, who had scoured his bosom free from all fears of the hereafter, and, as regarded the present, had dared to trust for everything to success? He would go to Alice and demand the money from her with threats, and with that violence in his eyes which he knew so well how to assume. He believed that when he so demanded it, the money would be forthcoming so as to satisfy, at any rate, his present emergencies. That wretched old man in Westmoreland. If he would but die, there might yet be a hope remaining of permanent success. Even though the estate might be entailed so as to give him no more than a life interest, still money might be raised on it. His life interest in it would be worth 10 or 12 years' purchase. He had an idea that his grandfather had not as yet made any such will when he left the place in Westmoreland. What a boon it would be if death could be made to overtake the old man before he did so. On this very night he walked about the lobbies of the House, thinking of all this. He went by himself from room to room, roaming along passages, sitting now for 10 minutes in the gallery, and then again for a short space in the body of the House, till he would get up and wander again out into the lobby, impatient of the neighbourhood of Mr. Bott. Certainly just at this time he felt no desire to bring before the House the subject of the river embankment. Nor was Mr. Grey much happier when he was left alone, than was his assailant. To give Vavasor his due, the memory of the affray itself did not long trouble him much. The success between the combatants had been nearly equal, and he had, at any rate, spoken his mind freely. His misery had come from other sources. But the reflection that he had been concerned in a row was in itself enough to make John Grey wretched for the time. Such a misfortune had never hitherto befallen him. In all his dealings with men words had been sufficient, and generally words of courtesy had sufficed. To have been personally engaged in a fighting scramble with such a man as George Vavasor was to him terrible. When ordering that his money might be expended with the possible object of saving Alice from her cousin, he had never felt a moment's regret. He had never thought that he was doing more than circumstances fairly demanded of him. But now he was almost driven to utter reproach. "Oh, Alice! That this thing should have come upon me through thy fault." When Vavasor was led away downstairs by the tailor, and Grey found that no more actual fighting would be required of him, he retired into his bedroom. That he might wash his mouth and free himself from the stains of the combat. He had heard the front door closed, and knew that the miscreant was gone, the miscreant who had disturbed his quiet. Then he began to think what was the accusation with which Vavasor had charged him. He had been told that he had advanced money on behalf of Alice, in order that he might obtain some power over Alice's fortune, and thus revenge himself upon Alice for her treatment of him. Nothing could be more damnably false than this accusation. Of that he was well aware. But were not the circumstances of a nature to make it appear that the accusation was true? Security for the money advanced by him, of course, he had none, of course he had desired none. Of course the money had been given out of his own pocket with the sole object of saving Alice, if that might be possible. But of all those who might hear of this affair, how many would know or even guess the truth? While he was in this wretched state of mind, washing his mouth, and disturbing his spirit, Mr. Jones, his landlord, came up to him. Mr. Jones had known him for some years, and entertained a most profound respect for his character. A rather sporting man than otherwise was Mr. Jones. His father had been a tradesman at Cambridge, and in this way Jones had become known to Mr. Grey. But though given to sport, by which he meant modern prize fighting in the Epsom course on the Derby day, Mr. Jones was a man who dearly loved respectable customers and respectable lodgers. Mr. Grey, with his property at Nethercoats, and his august manners, and his reputation at Cambridge, was a most respectable lodger, and Mr. Jones could hardly understand how anyone could presume to raise his hand against such a man. "Dear, sir, this is a terrible affair," he said, as he made his way into the room. "It was very disagreeable, certainly," said Grey. "Was the gentleman known to you?" asked the tailor. "Yes, I know who he is." "Any quarrel, sir?" "Well, yes. I should not have pushed him downstairs had he not quarrelled with me. We can have the police after him if you wish it, sir." "I don't wish it at all. Or we might manage to polish him off in any other way, you know." It was some time before Mr. Grey could get rid of the tailor, but he did so at last without having told any part of the story to that warlike, worthy, and very anxious individual. Chapter 53. The Last Will of the Old Squire. In the meantime Kate Vavasor was living down in Westmoreland, with no other society than that of her grandfather. And did not altogether have a very pleasant life of it. George had been apt to represent the old man to himself as being as strong as an old tower, which, though it be but a ruin, shows no sign of falling. To his eyes the squire had always seemed to be full of life and power. He could be violent on occasions, and was hardly ever without violence in his eyes and voice. But George's opinion was formed by his wish, or rather by the reverses of his wish. For years he had been longing that his grandfather should die, had been accusing fate of gross injustice in that she did not snap the thread. And with such thoughts in his mind he had grudged every ounce which the squire's vigour had been able to sustain. He had almost taught himself to believe that it would be a good deed to squeeze what remained of life out of that violent old throat. But, indeed, the embers of life were burning low. And had George known all the truth, he would hardly have inclined his mind to thoughts of murder. He was, indeed, very weak with age, and tottering with unsteady steps on the brink of his grave, though he would still come down early from his room, and would, if possible, creep out about the garden and into the farmyard. He would still sit down to dinner, and would drink his allotted portion of port wine, in the doctor's teeth. The doctor by no means desired to rob him of his last luxury, or even to stint his quantity, but he recommended certain changes in the mode and time of taking it. Against this, however, the old squire indignantly rebelled, and scolded Kate almost off her legs when she attempted to enforce the doctor's orders. "What the mischief does it signify?" the old man said to her one evening. "What difference will it make whether I am dead or alive, unless it is that George would turn you out of the house directly he gets it?" "I was not thinking of anyone but yourself, sir," said Kate, with a tear in her eye. "You won't be troubled to think of me much longer," said the squire. And then he gulped down the remaining half of his glass of wine. Kate was, in truth, very good to him. Women always are good under such circumstances. And Kate Vavasor was one who would certainly stick to such duties as now fell to her lot. She was eminently true and loyal to her friends, though she could be as false on their behalf as most false people can be on their own. She was very good to the old man, tending all his wants, taking his violence with good humor rather than with submission, not opposing him with direct contradiction when he abused his grandson, but saying little words to mitigate his wrath, if it were possible. At such times the squire would tell her that she also would learn to know her brother's character some day. "You'll live to be robbed by him, and turned out as naked as you were born," he said to her one day. Then Kate fired up and declared that she fully trusted her brother's love. Whatever faults he might have, he had been staunch to her. So she said, and the old man sneered at her for saying so. One morning, soon after this, when she brought him up to his bedroom some mixture of thin porridge, which he still endeavored to swallow for his breakfast, he bade her sit down, and began to talk to her about the property. "I know you are a fool," he said, "about all matters of business, more of a fool than even women generally are." To this Kate acceded with a little smile, acknowledging that her understanding was limited. "I want to see Gogram," he said. "Do you write to him a line, telling him to come here today, he or one of his men, and send it at once by Peter." Gogram was an attorney who lived at Penrith, and who was never summoned to Vavasor Hall unless the squire had something to say about his will. "Don't you think you'd better put it off till you are a little stronger?" said Kate. Whereupon the squire fired at her such a volley of oaths that she sprang off the chair on which she was sitting, and darted across to a little table at which there was pen and ink, and wrote her note to Mr. Gogram, before she had recovered from the shaking which the battery had given her. She wrote the note, and ran away with it to Peter, and saw Peter on the pony on his way to Penrith, before she dared to return to her grandfather's bedside. "What should you do with the estate if I left it you?" the squire said to her the first moment she was again back with him. This was a question she could not answer instantly. She stood by his bedside for a while thinking, holding her grandfather's hand and looking down upon the bed. He, with his rough watery old eyes, was gazing up into her face, as though he were trying to read her thoughts. "I think I should give it to my brother," she said. "Then I'm d— if I'll leave it to you," said he. She did not jump now, though he had sworn at her. She still stood, holding his hand softly, and looking down upon the bed. "If I were you, grandfather," she said almost in a whisper, "I would not trust myself to alter family arrangements whilst I was ill. I'm sure you would advise anyone else against doing so. And if I were to leave it to Alice, she'd give it to him too," he said, speaking his thoughts out loud. "What it is you see in him, I never could even guess. He's as ugly as a baboon, with his scarred face. He has never done anything to show himself a clever fellow. Kate, give me some of that bottle the man sent." Kate handed him his medicine, and then stood again by his bedside. "Where did he get the money to pay for his election?" the squire asked, as soon as he had swallowed the draught. "They wouldn't give such a one as him credit a yard further than they could see him." "I don't know where he got it," said Kate, lying. "He has not had yours, has he?" "He would not take it, sir." "And you offered it to him?" "Yes, sir." "And he has not had it?" "Not a penny of it, sir." "And what made you offer it to him after what I said to you?" "Because it was my own," said Kate, stoutly. "You're the biggest idiot that ever I heard of, and you'll know it yourself some day. Go away now, and let me know when Gogram comes." She went away, and for a time employed herself about her ordinary household work. Then she sat down alone in the dingy old dining room, to think what had better be done in her present circumstances. The carpet of the room was worn out, as were also the covers of the old chairs and the horsehair sofa which was never moved from its accustomed place along the wall. It was not a comfortable squire's residence, this old house at Vavasor. In the last 20 years no money had been spent on furniture or embellishments, and for the last 10 years there had been no painting, either inside or out. 20 years ago the squire had been an embarrassed man, and had taken a turn in his life and had lived sparingly. It could not be said that he had become a miser. His table was kept plentifully, and there had never been want in his house. In some respects, too, he had behaved liberally to Kate and to others, and he had kept up the timber and fences on the property. But the house had become wretched in its dull, sombre, dirty darkness, and the gardens round it were as bad. What ought she now to do? She believed that her grandfather's last days were coming, and she knew that others of the family should be with him besides herself. For their sakes, for his, and for her own, it would be proper that she should not be alone there when he died. But for whom should she send? Her brother was the natural heir, and would be the head of the family. Her duty to him was clear, and the more so as her grandfather was at this moment speaking of changes in his will. But it was a question to her whether George's presence at Vavasor, even if he would come, would not at this moment do more harm than good to his own interests. It would make some prejudicial change in the old man's will more probable instead of less so. George would not become soft and mild-spoken even by a deathbed side, and it would be likely enough that the squire would curse his heir with his dying breath. She might send for her Uncle John. But if she did so without telling George she would be treating George unfairly, and she knew that it was improbable that her uncle and her brother should act together in anything. Her Aunt Greenow, she thought, would come to her, and her presence would not influence the squire in any way with reference to the property. So she made up her mind at last that she would ask her aunt to come to Vavasor, and that she would tell her brother accurately all that she could tell, leaving him to come or stay, as he might think. Alice would, no doubt, learn all the facts from him, and her Uncle John would hear them from Alice. Then they could do as they pleased. As soon as Mr. Gogram had been there she would write her letters, and they should be sent over to Shap early on the following morning. Mr. Gogram came and was closeted with the squire, and the doctor also came. The doctor saw Kate, and, shaking his head, told her that her grandfather was sinking lower and lower every hour. It would be infinitely better for him if he would take that port wine at 4 doses in the day, or even at 2, instead of taking it all together. Kate promised to try again, but stated her conviction that the trial would be useless. The doctor, when pressed on the matter, said that his patient might probably live a week, not improbably a fortnight, perhaps a month, if he would be obedient, and so forth. Gogram went away without seeing Kate, and Kate, who looked upon a will as an awful and somewhat tedious ceremony, was in doubt whether her grandfather would live to complete any new operation. But, in truth, the will had been made and signed and witnessed, the parish clerk and one of the tenants having been had up into the room as witnesses. Kate knew that the men had been there, but still did not think that a new will had been perfected. That evening when it was dusk the squire came into the dining room, having been shuffling about the grand sweep before the house for a quarter of an hour. The day was cold and the wind bleak, but still he would go out, and Kate had wrapped him up carefully in mufflers and greatcoats. Now he came in to what he called dinner, and Kate sat down with him. He had drank no wine that day, although she had brought it to him twice during the morning. Now he attempted to swallow a little soup, but failed. And after that, while Kate was eating her bit of chicken, had the decanter put before him. "I can't eat, and I suppose it won't hurt you if I take my wine at once," he said. It went against the grain with him, even yet, that he could not wait till the cloth was gone from the table, but his impatience for the only sustenance that he could take was too much for him. "But you should eat something, sir. Will you have a bit of toast to sop in your wine?" The word "sop" was badly chosen, and made the old squire angry. Sopped toast. Why am I to spoil the only thing I can enjoy? But the wine would do you more good if you would take something with it. Good. Nothing will do me any good any more. As for eating, you know I can't eat. What's the use of bothering me? Then he filled his second glass, and paused a while before he put it to his lips. He never exceeded 4 glasses, but the 4 he was determined that he would have, as long as he could lift them to his mouth. Kate finished, or pretended to finish, her dinner within 5 minutes, in order that the table might be made to look comfortable for him. Then she poked the fire, and brushed up the hearth, and closed the old curtains with her own hands, moving about silently. As she moved his eye followed her, and when she came behind his chair, and pushed the decanter a little more within his reach, he put out his rough, hairy hand, and laid it upon one of hers which she had rested on the table, with a tenderness that was unusual with him. You are a good girl, Kate. I wish you had been a boy, that's all. If I had, I shouldn't, perhaps, have been here to take care of you, she said, smiling. No. You'd have been like your brother, no doubt. Not that I think there could have been 2 so bad as he is. Oh, grandfather, if he has offended you, you should try to forgive him. Try to forgive him. How often have I forgiven him without any trying? Why did he come down here the other day, and insult me for the last time? Why didn't he keep away, as I had bidden him? But you gave him leave to see you, sir. I didn't give him leave to treat me like that. Never mind, he will find that, old as I am, I can punish an insult. You haven't done anything, sir, to injure him, said Kate. I have made another will, that's all. Do you suppose I had that man here all the way from Penrith for nothing? But it isn't done yet. I tell you it is done. If I left him the whole property it would be gone in 2 years' time. What's the use of doing it? But for his life, sir. You had promised him that he should have it for his life. How dare you tell me that? I never promised him. As my heir, he would have had it all, if he would have behaved himself with common decency. Even though I disliked him, as I always have done, he should have had it. And you have taken it from him altogether. I shall answer no questions about it, Kate. Then a fit of coughing came upon him, his 4 glasses of wine having been all taken, and there was no further talk about business. During the evening Kate read a chapter of the Bible out loud. But the squire was very impatient under the reading, and positively refused permission for a second. There isn't any good in so much of it, all at once, he said, using almost exactly the same words which Kate had used to him about the port wine. There may have been good produced by the small quantity to which he listened, as there is good from the physic which children take with wry faces, most unwillingly. Who can say? For many weeks past Kate had begged her uncle to allow the clergyman of Vavasor to come to him, but he had positively declined. The vicar was a young man to whom the living had lately been given by the Chancellor, and he had commenced his career by giving instant offence to the squire. This vicar's predecessor had been an old man, almost as old as the squire himself, and had held the living for 40 years. He had been a Westmoreland man, had read the prayers and preached his one Sunday sermon in a Westmoreland dialect, getting through the whole operation rather within an hour and a quarter. He had troubled none of his parishioners by much advice, and had been meek and obedient to the squire. Knowing the country well, and being used to its habits, he had lived, and been charitable too, on the proceeds of his living, which had never reached 200 a year. But the newcomer was a close-fisted man, with higher ideas of personal comfort, who found it necessary to make every penny go as far as possible. Who made up in preaching for what he could not give away in charity. Who established an afternoon service, and who had rebuked the squire for saying that the doing so was trash and nonsense. Since that the squire had never been inside the church, except on the occasion of Christmas Day. For this, indeed, the state of his health gave ample excuse. But he had positively refused to see the vicar, though that gentleman had assiduously called, and had at last desired the servant to tell the clergyman not to come again unless he were sent for. Kate's task was, therefore, difficult, both as regarded the temporal and spiritual wants of her grandfather. When the reading was finished, the old man dozed in his chair for half an hour. He would not go up to bed before the enjoyment of that luxury. He was daily implored to do so, because that sleep in the chair interfered so fatally with his chance of sleeping in bed. But sleep in his chair he would and did. Then he woke, and after a fit of coughing, was induced, with much ill humour, to go up to his room. Kate had never seen him so weak. He was hardly able, even with her assistance and that of the old servant, to get up the broad stairs. But there was still some power left to him for violence of language after he got to his room, and he rated Kate and the old woman loudly, because his slippers were not in the proper place. "Grandfather," said Kate, "would you like me to stay in the room with you tonight?" He rated her again for this proposition, and then, with assistance from the nurse, he was gotten into bed and was left alone. After that Kate went to her own room and wrote her letters. The first she wrote was to her Aunt Greenow. That was easily enough written. To Mrs. Greenow it was not necessary that she should say anything about money. She simply stated her belief that her grandfather's last day was near at hand, and begged her aunt to come and pay a last visit to the old man. "It will be a great comfort to me in my distress," she said, "and it will be a satisfaction to you to have seen your father again." She knew that her aunt would come, and that task was soon done. But her letter to her brother was much more difficult. What should she tell him, and what should she not tell him? She began by describing her grandfather's state, and by saying to him, as she had done to Mrs. Greenow, that she believed the old man's hours were well nigh come to a close. She told him that she had asked her aunt to come to her. "Not," she said, "that I think her coming will be of material service, but I feel the loneliness of the house will be too much for me at such a time. I must leave it for you to decide," she said, "whether you had better be here. If anything should happen, people when writing such letters are always afraid to speak of death by its proper name. I will send you a message, and no doubt you would come at once." Then came the question of the will. Had it not occurred to her that her own interests were involved she would have said nothing on the subject. But she feared her brother, feared even his misconstruction of her motives, even though she was willing to sacrifice so much on his behalf, and therefore she resolved to tell him all that she knew. He might turn upon her hereafter if she did not do so, and accuse her of a silence which had been prejudicial to him. So she told it all, and the letter became long in the telling. "I write with a heavy heart," she said, "because I know it will be a great blow to you. He gave me to understand that in this will he left everything away from you. I cannot declare that he said so directly. Indeed, I cannot remember his words, but that was the impression he left on me. The day before he had asked me what I should do if he gave me the estate. But of course I treated that as a joke. I have no idea what he put into his will. I have not even attempted to guess. But now I have told you all that I know." The letter was a very long one, and was not finished till late, but when it was completed she had the two taken out into the kitchen, as the boy was to start with them before daylight. Early on the next morning she crept silently into her grandfather's room, as was her habit, but he was apparently sleeping, and then she crept back again. The old servant told her that the squire had been awake at 4, and at 5, and at 6, and had called for her. Then he had seemed to go to sleep. 4 or 5 times in the course of the morning Kate went into the room, but her grandfather did not notice her. At last she feared he might already have passed away, and she put her hand upon his shoulder, and down his arm. He then gently touched her hand with his, showing her plainly that he was not only alive, but conscious. She then offered him food, the thin porridge, which he was wont to take, and the medicine. She offered him some wine too, but he would take nothing. At 12 o'clock a letter was brought to her, which had come by the post. She saw that it was from Alice, and opening it found that it was very long. At that moment she could not read it, but she saw words in it that made her wish to know its contents as quickly as possible. But she could not leave her grandfather then. At 2 o'clock the doctor came to him, and remained there till the dusk of the evening had commenced. At 8 o'clock the old man was dead. Chapter 54. Showing how Alice was punished. Poor Kate's condition at the old hall on that night was very sad. The presence of death is always a source of sorrow, even though the circumstances of the case are of a kind to create no agony of grief. The old man who had just passed away upstairs was fully due to go. He had lived his span all out, and had himself known that to die was the one thing left for him to do. Kate also had expected his death, and had felt that the time had come in which it would be foolish even to wish that it should be arrested. But death close to one is always sad as it is solemn. And she was quite alone at Vavasor Hall. She had no acquaintance within some miles of her. From the young vicar, though she herself had not quarrelled with him, she could receive no comfort, as she hardly knew him. Nor was she of a temperament which would dispose her to turn to a clergyman at such a time for comfort, unless to one who might have been an old friend. Her aunt and brother would probably both come to her, but they could hardly be with her for a day or two. And during that day or two it would be needful that orders should be given which it is disagreeable for a woman to have to give. The servants, moreover, in the house were hardly fit to assist her much. There was an old butler, or footman, who had lived at the hall for more than 50 years, but he was crippled with rheumatism, and so laden with maladies, that he rarely crept out of his own room. He was simply an additional burden on the others. There was a boy who had lately done all the work which the others should have done, and ever so much more beside. There is no knowing how much work such a boy will do when properly drilled, and he was now Kate's best minister in her distress. There was the old nurse, but she had been simply good for nursing, and there were 2 rough Westmoreland girls who called themselves cook and housemaid. On that first evening, the very day on which her grandfather had died, Kate would have been more comfortable had she really found something that she could do. But there was in truth nothing. She hovered for an hour or two in and out of the room, conscious of the letter which she had in her pocket, and very desirous in heart of reading it. But restrained by a feeling that at such a moment she ought to think only of the dead. In this she was wrong. Let the living think of the dead, when their thoughts will travel that way whether the thinker wish it or no. Grief taken up because grief is supposed to be proper, is only 1 degree better than pretended grief. When one sees it, one cannot but think of the lady who asked her friend, in confidence, whether hot roast fowl and bread sauce were compatible with the earliest state of weeds. Or of that other lady, a royal lady she, who was much comforted in the tedium of her trouble when assured by one of the lords about the court that Paquette was mourning. It was late at night, near 11, before Kate took out her letter and read it. As something of my story hangs upon it, I will give it at length, though it was a long letter. It had been written with great struggles, and with many tears, and Kate, as she read it to the end, almost forgot that her grandfather was lying dead in the room above her. Queen and Street, April, 186-. Dearest Kate, I hardly know how to write to you, what I have to tell, and yet I must tell it. I must tell it to you, but I shall never repeat the story to anyone else. I should have written yesterday, when it occurred, but I was so ill that I felt myself unable to make the exertion. Indeed, at one time, after your brother had left me, I almost doubted whether I should ever be able to collect my thoughts again. My dismay was at first so great that my reason for a time deserted me, and I could only sit and cry like an idiot. Dear Kate, I hope you will not be angry with me for telling you. I have endeavored to think about it as calmly as I can, and I believe that I have no alternative. The fact that your brother has quarrelled with me cannot be concealed from you, and I must not leave him to tell you of the manner of it. He came to me yesterday in great anger. His anger then was nothing to what it became afterwards, but even when he first came in he was full of wrath. He stood up before me, and asked me how it had come to pass that I had sent him the money which he had asked of me through the hands of Mr. Gray. Of course I had not done this, and so I told him at once. I had spoken of the matter to no one but Papa, and he had managed it for me. Even now I know nothing of it, and as I have not yet spoken to Papa I cannot understand it. George at once told me that he disbelieved me, and when I sat quiet under this insult, he used harsher words, and said that I had conspired to lower him before the world. He then asked me whether I loved him. Oh, Kate, I must tell it you all, though it is dreadful to me that I should have to write it. You remember how it came to pass when we were in Westmoreland together at Christmas? Do not think that I am blaming you, but I was very rash then in the answers which I made to him. I thought that I could be useful to him as his wife, and I had told myself that it would be good that I should be of use in some way. When he asked me that question yesterday, I sat silent. Indeed, how could I have answered it in the affirmative, when he had just used such language to me, while he was standing opposite to me, looking at me in that way which he has when he is enraged? Then he spoke again and demanded of me that I should at once send back to Mr. Gray all presents of his which I had kept, and at the same time took up and threw across the table on to the sofa near me, a little paper knife which Mr. Gray once gave me. I could not allow myself to be so ordered by him, so I said nothing, but put the knife back upon the table. He then took it again and threw it beneath the grate. I have a right to look upon you as my wife, he said, and, as such, I will not allow you to keep that man's things about you. I think I told him then that I should never become his wife, but though I remember many of his words, I remember none of my own. He swore, I know, with a great oath, that if I went back a second time from my word to him he would leave me no peace, that he would punish me for my perfidy with some fearful punishment. Oh, Kate, I cannot tell you what he looked like. He had then come quite close to me, and I know that I trembled before him as though he were going to strike me. Of course I said nothing. What could I say to a man who behaved to me in such a manner? Then, as far as I can remember it, he sat down and began to talk about money. I forget what he said at first, but I know that I assured him that he might take what he wanted so long as enough was left to prevent my being absolutely a burden on Papa. That, madam, is a matter of course, he said. I remember those words so well. Then he explained that after what had passed between us, I had no right to ruin him by keeping back from him money which had been promised to him, and which was essential to his success. In this, dear Kate, I think he was mainly right. But he could not have been right in putting it to me in that hard, cruel manner, especially as I had never refused anything that he had asked of me in respect of money. The money he may have while it lasts, but then there must be an end of it all between us, even though he should have the power of punishing me, as he says he will do. Punishing me, indeed. What punishment can be so hard as that which he has already inflicted? He then desired me to write a letter to him which he might show to the lawyer, to our own lawyer, I think he meant, in order that money might be raised to pay back what Mr. Gray had advanced, and give him what he now required. I think he said it was to be £5,000. When he asked this I did not move. Indeed, I was unable to move. Then he spoke very loud, and swore at me again, and brought me pen and ink, demanding that I should write the letter. I was so frightened that I thought of running to the door to escape, and I would have done so had I not distrusted my own power. Had it been to save my life I could not have written the letter. I believe I was now crying. At any rate I threw myself back and covered my face with my hands. Then he came and sat by me, and took hold of my arms. Oh, Kate, I cannot tell it you all. He put his mouth close to my ear, and said words which were terrible, though I did not understand them. I do not know what it was he said, but he was threatening me with his anger if I did not obey him. Before he left me, I believe I found my voice to tell him that he should certainly have the money which he required. And so he shall. I will go to Mr. Round myself, and insist on its being done. My money is my own, and I may do with it as I please. But I hope, I am obliged to hope, that I may never be made to see my cousin again. I will not pretend to express any opinion as to the cause of all this. It is very possible that you will not believe all I say, that you will think that I am mad and have deluded myself. Of course your heart will prompt you to accuse me rather than him. If it is so, and if there must therefore be a division between us, my grief will be greatly increased. But I do not know that I can help it. I cannot keep all this back from you. He has cruelly ill-used me and insulted me. He has treated me as I should have thought no man could have treated a woman. As regards money, I did all that I could do to show that I trusted him thoroughly, and my confidence has only led to suspicion. I do not know whether he understands that everything must be over between us, but, if not, I must ask you to tell him so. And I must ask you to explain to him that he must not come again to Queen Anne Street. If he does, nothing shall induce me to see him. Tell him also that the money that he wants shall assuredly be sent to him as soon as I can make Mr. Round get it. Dearest Kate, goodbye. I hope you will feel for me. If you do not answer me, I shall presume that you think yourself bound to support his side, and to believe me to have been wrong. It will make me very unhappy. But I shall remember that you are his sister, and I shall not be angry with you. Yours always affectionately, Alice Vavasor. Kate, as she read her letter through, at first quickly, and then very slowly, came by degrees almost to forget that death was in the house. Her mind, and heart, and brain, were filled with thoughts and feelings that had exclusive reference to Alice and her brother, and at last she found herself walking the room with quick, impetuous steps, while her blood was hot with indignation. All her sympathies in the matter were with Alice. It never occurred to her to disbelieve a word of the statement made to her, or to suggest to herself that it had been colored by any fears or exaggerations on the part of her correspondent. She knew that Alice was true. And, moreover, much as she loved her brother, willing as she had been and would still be to risk all that she possessed, and herself also, on his behalf, she knew that it would be risking and not trusting. She loved her brother, such love having come to her by nature, and having remained with her from of old, and in his intellect she still believed. But she had ceased to have belief in his conduct. She feared everything that he might do, and lived with a consciousness that though she was willing to connect all her own fortunes with his, she had much reason to expect that she might encounter ruin in doing so. Her sin had been in this, that she had been anxious to subject Alice to the same danger, that she had intrigued, sometimes very meanly, to bring about the object which she had at heart, that she had used all her craft to separate Alice from Mr. Grey. Perhaps it may be alleged in her excuse that she had hoped rather than thought, that the marriage which she contemplated would change much in her brother that was wrong, and bring him into a mode of life that would not be dangerous. Might not she and Alice together so work upon him, that he should cease to stand ever on the brink of some half-seen precipice? To risk herself for her brother was noble. But when she used her cunning in inducing her cousin to share that risk, she was ignoble. Of this she had herself some consciousness, as she walked up and down the old dining room at midnight, holding her cousin's letter in her hand. Her cheeks became tinged with shame as she thought of the scene which Alice had described, the toy thrown beneath the grate, the loud curses, the whispered threats, which had been more terrible than curses, the demand for money, made with something worse than a cutthroat's violence, the strong man's hand placed upon the woman's arm in anger and in rage, those eyes glaring, and the gaping horror of that still raw cicatrice, as he pressed his face close to that of his victim. Not for a moment did she think of defending him. She accused him to herself vehemently of a sin over and above those sins which had filled Alice with dismay. He had demanded money from the girl whom he intended to marry. According to Kate's idea, nothing could excuse or palliate this sin. Alice had accounted it as nothing, had expressed her opinion that the demand was reasonable. Even now, after the ill usage to which she had been subjected, she had declared that the money should be forthcoming, and given to the man who had treated her so shamefully. It might be well that Alice should so feel and so act, but it behoved Kate to feel and act very differently. She would tell her brother, even in the house of death, should he come there, that his conduct was mean and unmanly. Kate was no coward. She declared to herself that she would do this even though he should threaten her with all his fury, though he should glare upon her with all the horrors of his countenance. 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, still found her in the dark sombre parlour, every now and then pacing the floor of the room. The fire had gone out, and, though it was now the middle of April, she began to feel the cold. But she would not go to bed before she had written a line to Alice. To her brother a message by telegraph would of course be sent the next morning, as also would she send a message to her aunt. But to Alice she would write, though it might be but a line. Cold as she was, she found her pens and paper, and wrote her letter that night. It was very short. Dear Alice, today I received your letter, and today our poor old grandfather died. Tell my Uncle John, with my love, of his father's death. You will understand that I cannot write much now about that other matter. But I must tell you, even at such a moment as this, that there shall be no quarrel between you and me. There shall be none, at least on my side. I cannot say more till a few days shall have passed by. He is lying upstairs, a corpse. I have telegraphed to George, and I suppose he will come down. I think my Aunt Greenow will come also, as I had written to her before, seeing that I wanted the comfort of having her here. Uncle John will of course come, or not, as he thinks fitting. I don't know whether I am in a position to say that I shall be glad to see him, but I should be very glad. He and you will know that I can, as yet, tell you nothing further. The lawyer is to see the men about the funeral. Nothing, I suppose, will be done till George comes. Your own cousin and friend, Kate Vavasor. And then she added a line below, my own Alice, if you will let me, you shall be my sister, and be the nearest to me and the dearest. Alice, when she received this, was at the first moment so much struck, and indeed surprised, by the tidings of her grandfather's death, that she was forced, in spite of the still existing violence of her own feelings, to think and act chiefly with reference to that event. Her father had not then left his room. She therefore went to him, and handed him Kate's letter. Papa, she said, there is news from Westmoreland, bad news, which you hardly expected yet. My father is dead, said John Vavasor. Whereupon Alice gave him Kate's letter, that he might read it. Of course I shall go down, he said, as he came to that part in which Kate had spoken of him. Does she think I shall not follow my father to the grave, because I dislike her brother? What does she mean by saying that there shall be no quarrel between you and her? I will explain that at another time, said Alice. John Vavasor asked no further questions then, but declared at first that he should go to Westmoreland on the following day. Then he altered his purpose. I'll go by the mail train tonight, he said. It will be very disagreeable, but I ought to be there when the will is opened. There was very little more said in Queen and Street on the subject till the evening, till a few moments before Mr. Vavasor left his house. He indeed had thought nothing more about that quarrelling, or rather that promise that there should be no quarrelling, between the girls. He still regarded his nephew George as the man who, unfortunately, was to be his son-in-law, and now, during this tedious sad day, in which he felt himself compelled to remain at home, he busied his mind in thinking of George and Alice, as living together at the old hall. At 6, the father and daughter dined, and soon after dinner Mr. Vavasor went up to his own room to prepare himself for his journey. After a while Alice followed him, but she did not do so till she knew that if anything was to be told before the journey no further time could be lost. Papa, she said, as soon as she had shut the door behind her, I think I ought to tell you before you go that everything is over between me and George. Have you quarrelled with him too? Said her father, with uncontrolled surprise. I should perhaps say that he has quarrelled with me. But, dear papa, pray do not question me at present. I will tell you all when you come back, but I thought it right that you should know this before you went. It has been his doing then. I cannot explain it to you in a hurry like this. Papa, you may understand something of the shame which I feel, and you should not question me now. And John Gray? There is nothing different in regard to him. I'll be shot if I can understand you. George, you know, has had £2,000 of your money, of yours or somebody else's. Well, we can't talk about it now, as I must be off. Thinking as I do of George, I'm glad of it, that's all. Then he went, and Alice was left alone, to comfort herself as best she might by her own reflections. George Vavasor had received the message on the day previous to that on which Alice's letter had reached her, but it had not come to him till late in the day. He might have gone down by the mail train of that night, but there were one or two persons, his own attorney especially, whom he wished to see before the reading of his grandfather's will. He remained in town, therefore, on the following day, and went down by the same train as that which took his uncle. Walking along the platform, looking for a seat, he peered into a carriage and met his uncle's eye. The two saw each other, but did not speak, and George passed on to another carriage. On the following morning, before the break of day, they met again in the refreshment room, at the station at Lancaster. "So my father has gone, George," said the uncle, speaking to the nephew. "They must go to the same house, and Mr. Vavasor felt that it would be better that they should be on speaking terms when they reached it. "Yes," said George, "he has gone at last. I wonder what we shall find to have been his latest act of injustice." The reader will remember that he had received Kate's first letter, in which she had told him of the squire's altered will. John Vavasor turned away disgusted. His finer feelings were perhaps not very strong, but he had no thoughts or hopes in reference to the matter which were mean. He expected nothing himself, and did not begrudge his nephew the inheritance. At this moment he was thinking of the old squire as a father who had ever been kind to him. It might be natural that George should have no such old affection at his heart, but it was unnatural that he should express himself as he had done at such a moment. The uncle turned away, but said nothing. George followed him with a little proposition of his own. "We shan't get any conveyance at Shap," he said. "Hadn't we better go over in a chaise from Kendal?" To this the uncle assented, and so they finished their journey together. George smoked all the time that they were in the carriage, and very few words were spoken. As they drove up to the old house, they found that another arrival had taken place before them, Mrs. Greenow having reached the house in some vehicle from the Shap station. She had come across from Norwich to Manchester, where she had joined the train which had brought the uncle and nephew from London. Chapter 55. The Will. The coming of Mrs. Greenow at this very moment was a great comfort to Kate. Without her she would hardly have known how to bear herself with her uncle and her brother. As it was, they were all restrained by something of the courtesy which strangers are bound to show to each other. George had never seen his aunt since he was a child, and some sort of introduction was necessary between them. "So you are George," said Mrs. Greenow, putting out her hand and smiling. "Yes. I'm George," said he. "And a member of Parliament," said Mrs. Greenow. "It's quite an honour to the family. I felt so proud when I heard it." She said this pleasantly, meaning it to be taken for truth, and then turned away to her brother. "Papa's time was fully come," she said, "though, to tell the truth, I had no idea that he was so weak as Kate describes him to have been." "Nor I, either," said John Vavasor. "He went to church with us here on Christmas Day." "Did he, indeed? Dear, dear. He seems at last to have gone off just like poor Greenow." Here she put her handkerchief up to her face. "I think you didn't know Greenow, John." "I met him once," said her brother. "Ah. He wasn't to be known and understood in that way. I'm aware there was a little prejudice, because of his being in trade, but we won't talk of that now. Where should I have been without him, tradesman or no tradesman? I've no doubt he was an excellent man." "You may say that, John." "Ah, well. We can't keep everything in this life forever. It may, perhaps, be as well to explain now that Mrs. Greenow had told Captain Belfield at their last meeting before she left Norwich, that, under certain circumstances, if he behaved himself well, there might possibly be ground of hope. Whereupon Captain Belfield had immediately gone to the best tailor in that city, had told the man of his coming marriage, and had given an extensive order. But the tailor had not as yet supplied the goods, waiting for more credible evidence of the captain's good fortune. "We're all grass of the field," said Mrs. Greenow, lightly brushing a tear from her eye, "and must be cut down and put into the oven in our turns." Her brother uttered a slight sympathetic groan, shaking his head in testimony of the uncertainty of human affairs, and then said that he would go out and look about the place. George, in the meantime, had asked his sister to show him his room, and the two were already together upstairs. Kate had made up her mind that she would say nothing about Alice at the present moment, nothing, if it could be avoided, till after the funeral. She led the way upstairs, almost trembling with fear, for she knew that that other subject of the will would also give rise to trouble and sorrow, perhaps, also, to determined quarrelling. "What has brought that woman here?" was the first question that George asked. "I asked her to come," said Kate. "And why did you ask her to come here?" said George, angrily. Kate immediately felt that he was speaking as though he were master of the house, and also as though he intended to be master of her. As regarded the former idea, she had no objection to it. She thoroughly and honestly wished that he might be the master. And though she feared that he might find himself mistaken in his assumption, she herself was not disposed to deny any appearance of right that he might take upon himself in that respect. But she had already begun to tell herself that she must not submit herself to his masterdom. She had gradually so taught herself since he had compelled her to write the first letter in which Alice had been asked to give her money. "I asked her, George, before my poor grandfather's death, when I thought that he would linger perhaps for weeks. My life here alone with him, without any other woman in the house beside the servants, was very melancholy. Why did you not ask Alice to come to you?" "Alice could not have come," said Kate, after a short pause. "I don't know why she shouldn't have come. I won't have that woman about the place. She disgraced herself by marrying a blacksmith. Why, George, it was you yourself who advised me to go and stay with her. That's a very different thing. Now that he's dead, and she's got his money, it's all very well that you should go to her occasionally, but I won't have her here. It's natural that she should come to her father's house at her father's deathbed. I hate to be told that things are natural. It always means humbug. I don't suppose she cared for the old man any more than I did, or than she cared for the other old man who married her. People are such intense hypocrites. There's my Uncle John, pulling a long face because he has come into this house, and he will pull it as long as the body lies up there. And yet for the last 20 years there's nothing on earth he has so much hated as going to see his father. When are they going to bury him? On Saturday, the day after tomorrow. Why couldn't they do it tomorrow, so that we could get away before Sunday? He only died on Monday, George, said Kate, solemnly. Pshaw! Who has got the will? Mr. Gogram. He was here yesterday, and told me to tell you and Uncle John that he would have it with him when he came back from the funeral. What has my Uncle John to do with it? Said George, sharply. I shall go over to Penrith this afternoon and make Gogram give it up to me. I don't think he'll do that, George. What right has he to keep it? What right has he to it at all? How do I know that he has really got the old man's last will? Where did my grandfather keep his papers? In that old secretary, as he used to call it, the one that stands in the dining room. It is sealed up. Who sealed it? Mr. Gogram did, Mr. Gogram and I together. What the deuce made you meddle with it? I merely assisted him. But I believe he was quite right. I think it is usual in such cases. Balderdash. You are thinking of some old trumpery of former days. Till I know to the contrary, everything here belongs to me as heir at law, and I do not mean to allow of any interference till I know for certain that my rights have been taken from me. And I won't accept a deathbed will. What a man chooses to write when his fingers will hardly hold the pen, goes for nothing. You can't suppose that I wish to interfere with your rights? I hope not. Oh, George. Well, I say, I hope not. But I know there are those who would. Do you think my Uncle John would not interfere with me if he could? By. If he does, he shall find that he does it to his cost. I'll lead him such a life through the courts, for the next 2 or 3 years, that he'll wish that he had remained in Chancery Lane, and had never left it. A message was now brought up by the nurse, saying that Mrs. Greenow and Mr. Vavasor were going into the room where the old squire was lying. Would Miss Kate and Mr. George go with them? Mr. Vavasor, shouted out George, making the old woman jump. She did not understand his meaning in the least. Yes, "Sir, the old squire," she said. "Will you come, George?" Kate asked. "No. What should I go there for? Why should I pretend an interest in the dead body of a man whom I hated and who hated me, whose very last act, as far as I know as yet, was an attempt to rob me? I won't go and see him." Kate went, and was glad of an opportunity of getting away from her brother. Every hour the idea was becoming stronger in her mind that she must in some way separate herself from him. There had come upon him of late a hard ferocity which made him unendurable. And then he carried to such a pitch that hatred, as he called it, of conventional rules, that he allowed himself to be controlled by none of the ordinary bonds of society. She had felt this heretofore, with a nervous consciousness that she was doing wrong in endeavoring to bring about a marriage between him and Alice. But this demeanor and mode of talking had now so grown upon him that Kate began to feel herself thankful that Alice had been saved. Kate went up with her uncle and aunt, and saw the face of her grandfather for the last time. "Poor, dear old man," said Mrs. Greenow, as the easy tears ran down her face. "Do you remember, John, how he used to scold me, and say that I should never come to good? He has said the same thing to you, Kate, I dare say." "He has been very kind to me," said Kate, standing at the foot of the bed. She was not one of those whose tears stand near their eyes. "He was a fine old gentleman," said John Vavasor. "Belonging to days that are now gone by, but by no means the less of a gentleman on that account. I don't know that he ever did an unjust or ungenerous act to anyone. Come, Kate, we may as well go down." Mrs. Greenow lingered to say a word or two to the nurse, of the manner in which Greenow's body was treated when Greenow was lying dead, and then she followed her brother and niece. George did not go into Penrith, nor did he see Mr. Gogram till that worthy attorney came out to Vavasor Hall on the morning of the funeral. He said nothing more on the subject, nor did he break the seals on the old upright desk that stood in the parlour. The 2 days before the funeral were very wretched for all the party, except, perhaps, for Mrs. Greenow, who affected not to understand that her nephew was in a bad humour. She called him "poor George," and treated all his incivility to herself as though it were the effect of his grief. She asked him questions about Parliament, which, of course, he didn't answer, and told him little stories about poor dear Greenow, not heeding his expressions of unmistakable disgust. The 2 days at last went by, and the hour of the funeral came. There was the doctor and Gogram, and the uncle and the nephew, to follow the corpse, the nephew taking upon himself ostentatiously the foremost place, as though he could thereby help to maintain his pretensions as heir. The clergyman met them at the little wicket gate of the churchyard, having, by some reasoning, which we hope was satisfactory to himself, overcome a resolution which he had first formed, that he would not read the burial service over an unrepentant sinner. But he did read it, having mentioned his scruples to none but one confidential clerical friend in the same diocese. "I'm told that you have got my grandfather's will," George said to the attorney as soon as he saw him. "I have it in my pocket," said Mr. Gogram, "and purpose to read it as soon as we return from church." "Is it usual to take a will away from a man's house in that way?" George asked. "Quite usual," said the attorney. "And in this case it was done at the express desire of the testator." "I think it is the common practice," said John Vavasor. George upon this turned round at his uncle as though about to attack him, but he restrained himself and said nothing, though he showed his teeth. The funeral was very plain, and not a word was spoken by George Vavasor during the journey there and back. John Vavasor asked a few questions of the doctor as to the last weeks of his father's life. And it was incidentally mentioned, both by the doctor and by the attorney, that the old squire's intellect had remained unimpaired up to the last moment that he had been seen by either of them. When they returned to the hall Mrs. Greenow met them with an invitation to lunch. They all went to the dining room, and drank each a glass of sherry. George took 2 or 3 glasses. The doctor then withdrew, and drove himself back to Penrith, where he lived. "Shall we go into the other room now?" said the attorney. The 3 gentlemen then rose up, and went across to the drawing-room, George leading the way. The attorney followed him, and John Vavasor closed the door behind them. Had any observer been there to watch them, he might have seen by the faces of the two latter that they expected an unpleasant meeting. Mr. Gogram, as he had walked across the hall, had pulled a document out of his pocket, and held it in his hand as he took a chair. John Vavasor stood behind one of the chairs which had been placed at the table, and leaned upon it, looking across the room, up at the ceiling. George stood on the rug before the fire, with his hands in the pockets of his trousers, and his coat tails over his arms. "Gentlemen, will you sit down?" said Mr. Gogram. John Vavasor immediately sat down. "I prefer to stand here," said George. Mr. Gogram then opened the document before him. "Before that paper is read," said George, "I think it right to say a few words. I don't know what it contains, but I believe it to have been executed by my grandfather only an hour or two before his death." "On the day before he died, early in the day," said the attorney. "Well, the day before he died, it is the same thing, while he was dying, in fact. He never got out of bed afterwards." "He was not in bed at the time, Mr. Vavasor." "Not that it would have mattered if he had been." "And he came down to dinner on that day." "I don't understand, however, why you make these observations. If you'll listen to me you will understand. I make them because I deny my grandfather's fitness to make a will in the last moments of his existence, and at such an age. I saw him a few weeks ago, and he was not fit to be trusted with the management of property then. I do not think this is the time, George, to put forward such objections," said the uncle. "I think it is," said George. "I believe that paper purports to be an instrument by which I should be villainously defrauded if it were allowed to be held as good. Therefore I protest against it now, and shall question it at law if action be taken on it. You can read it now, if you please." "Oh, yes, I shall read," said Mr. Gogram. "And I say that it is as valid a will as ever a man signed. And I say it's not. That's the difference between us." The will was read amidst sundry interjections and expressions of anger from George, which it is not necessary to repeat. Nor need I trouble my readers with the will at length. It began by expressing the testator's great desire that his property might descend in his own family, and that the house might be held and inhabited by someone bearing the name of Vavasor. He then declared that he felt himself obliged to pass over his natural heir, believing that the property would not be safe in his hands. He therefore left it in trust to his son John Vavasor, whom he appointed to be sole executor of his will. He devised it to George's eldest son, should George ever marry and have a son, as soon as he might reach the age of 25. In the meantime the property should remain in the hands of John Vavasor for his use and benefit, with a lien on it of £500 a year to be paid annually to his granddaughter Kate. In the event of George having no son, the property was to go to the eldest son of Kate, or failing that to the eldest son of his other granddaughter who might take the name of Vavasor. All his personal property he left to his son, John Vavasor. "And, Mr. Vavasor," said the attorney, as he finished his reading, "you will, I fear, get very little by that latter clause. The estate now owes nothing, but I doubt whether the squire had £50 in his banker's hands when he died, and the value of the property about the place is very small. He has been unwilling to spend anything during the last 10 years, but has paid off every shilling that the property owed." "It is as I supposed," said George. His voice was very unpleasant, and so was the fire of his eyes and the ghastly rage of his scarred face. "The old man has endeavored in his anger to rob me of everything because I would not obey him in his wickedness when I was here with him a short while before he died. Such a will as that can stand nowhere. As to that I have nothing to say at present," said the attorney. "Where is his other will, the one he made before that? If I remember rightly we executed 2 before this. And where are they?" "It is not my business to know, Mr. Vavasor. I believe that I saw him destroy one, but I have no absolute knowledge. As to the other, I can say nothing." "And what do you mean to do?" said George, turning to his uncle. "Do? I shall carry out the will. I have no alternative. Your sister is the person chiefly interested under it. She gets 500 a year for her life. And if she marries and you don't, or if she has a son and you don't, her son will have the whole property. George stood for a few moments thinking. Might it not be possible that by means of Alice and Kate together, by marrying the former, perhaps, he might still obtain possession of the property? But that which he wanted was the command of the property at once, the power of raising money upon it instantly. The will had been so framed as to make that impossible in any way. Kate's share in it had not been left to her unconditionally, but was to be received even by her through the hands of her Uncle John. Such a will shut him out from all his hopes. It is a piece of roguery, he said. What do you mean by that, sir? Said Gogram, turning round towards him. I mean exactly what I say. It is a piece of roguery. Who was in the room when that thing was written? The signature was witnessed by. I don't ask as to the signature. Who was in the room when the thing was written? I was here with your grandfather. And no one else? No one else. The presence of anyone else at such a time would be very unusual. Then I regard the document simply as waste paper. After saying this, George Vavasor left the room, and slammed the door after him. I never was insulted in such a way before, said the attorney, almost with tears in his eyes. He is a disappointed and I fear a ruined man, said John Vavasor. I do not think you need regard what he says. But he should not on that account insult me. I have only done my duty. I did not even advise his grandfather. It is mean on his part and unmanly. If he comes in my way again I shall tell him so. He probably will not put himself in your way again, Mr. Gogram. Then the attorney went, having suggested to Mr. Vavasor that he should instruct his attorney in London to take steps in reference to the proving of the will. It's as good a will as ever was made, said Mr. Gogram. If he can set that aside, I'll give up making wills altogether. Who was to tell Kate? That was John Vavasor's first thought when he was left alone at the hall door, after seeing the lawyer start away. And how was he to get himself back to London without further quarrelling with his nephew? And what was he to do at once with reference to the immediate duties of proprietorship which were entailed upon him as executor? It was by no means improbable, as he thought, that George might assume to himself the position of master of the house. That he might demand the keys, for instance, which no doubt were in Kate's hands at present, and that he would take possession with violence. What should he do under such circumstances? It was clear that he could not run away and get back to his club by the night mail train. He had duties there at the hall, and these duties were of a nature to make him almost regret the position in which his father's will had placed him. Eventually he would gain some considerable increase to his means, but the immediate effect would be terribly troublesome. As he looked up at the melancholy pines which were slowly waving their heads in the wind before the door, he declared to himself that he would sell his inheritance and his executorship very cheaply. If such a sale were possible. In the dining room he found his sister alone. "Well, John," said she, "well. How is it left?" "Where is Kate?" he asked. "She has gone out with her brother." "Did he take his hat?" "Oh, yes. He asked her to walk, and she went with him at once." "Then, I suppose, he will tell her," said John Vavasor. After that he explained the circumstances of the will to Mrs. Greenow. "Bravo!" exclaimed the widow. "I'm delighted. I love Kate dearly, and now she can marry almost whom she pleases." Chapter 56. Another walk on the fells. George, when he left the room in which he had insulted the lawyer, went immediately across to the parlour in which his aunt and sister were sitting. "Kate," said he, "put on your hat and come and walk with me. That business is over." Kate's hat and shawl were in the room, and they were out of the house together within a minute. They walked down the carriage road, through the desolate, untenanted grounds, to the gate, before either of them spoke a word. Kate was waiting for George to tell her of the will, but did not dare to ask any question. George intended to tell her of the will, but was not disposed to do so without some preparation. It was a thing not to be spoken of open-mouthed, as a piece of ordinary news. "Which way shall we go?" said Kate, as soon as they had passed through the old rickety gate, which swung at the entrance of the place. "Up across the fell," said George. "The day is fine, and I want to get away from my uncle for a time." She turned round, therefore, outside the hill of firs, and led the way back to the beacon wood through which she and Alice had walked across to Haweswater upon a memorable occasion. They had reached the top of the beacon hill, and were out upon the fell, before George had begun his story. Kate was half beside herself with curiosity, but still she was afraid to ask. "Well," said George, when they paused a moment as they stepped over a plank that crossed the boundary ditch of the wood, "don't you want to know what that dear old man has done for you?" Then he looked into her face very steadfastly. "But perhaps you know already," he added. He had come out determined not to quarrel with his sister. He had resolved, in that moment of thought which had been allowed to him, that his best hope for the present required that he should keep himself on good terms with her. At any rate till he had settled what line of conduct he would pursue. But he was, in truth, so sore with anger and disappointment, he had become so nearly mad with that continued, unappeased wrath in which he now indulged against all the world, that he could not refrain himself from bitter words. He was as one driven by the Furies, and was no longer able to control them in their driving of him. "I know nothing of it," said Kate. "Had I known I should have told you. Your question is unjust to me." "I am beginning to doubt," said he, "whether a man can be safe in trusting anyone. My grandfather has done his best to rob me of the property altogether. I told you that I feared he would do so. And he has made you his heir." "Me?" "Yes, you. He told me distinctly that he would not do that. But he has, I tell you." "Then, George, I shall do that which I told him I should do in the event of his making such a will, for he asked me the question. I told him I should restore the estate to you, and upon that he swore that he would not leave it to me." "And what a fool you were," said he, stopping her in the pathway. "What an ass! Why did you tell him that? You knew that he would not, on that account, do justice to me." "He asked me, George." "Pshaw! Now you have ruined me, and you might have saved me. But I will save you still, if he has left the estate to me. I do not desire to take it from you. As God in heaven sees me, I have never ceased to endeavour to protect your interests here at Vavasor. I will sign anything necessary to make over my right in the property to you." Then they walked on over the fell for some minutes without speaking. They were still on the same path, that path which Kate and Alice had taken in the winter, and now poor Kate could not but think of all that she had said that day on George's behalf. How had she mingled truth and falsehood in her efforts to raise her brother's character in her cousin's eyes? It had all been done in vain. At this very moment of her own trouble Kate thought of John Grey, and repented of what she had done. Her hopes in that direction were altogether blasted. She knew that her brother had ill-treated Alice, and that she must tell him so if Alice's name were mentioned between them. She could no longer worship her brother, and hold herself at his command in all things. But, as regarded the property to which he was naturally the heir, if any act of hers could give it to him, that act would be done. "If the will is as you say, George, I will make over my right to you." "You can make over nothing," he answered. "The old robber has been too cunning for that. He has left it all in the hands of my Uncle John. D. him. D. them both. George. George. He is dead now." "Dead, of course he is dead. What of that? I wish he had been dead 10 years ago, or 20. Do you suppose I am to forgive him because he is dead? I'll heap his grave with curses, if that can be of avail to punish him. You can only punish the living that way. And I will punish them, but not by cursing them. My Uncle John shall have such a life of it for the next year or two that he shall bitterly regret the hour in which he has stepped between me and my rights. I do not believe that he has done so. Not done so. What was he down here for at Christmas? Do you pretend to think that that make-believe will was concocted without his knowledge? I'm sure that he knew nothing of it. I don't think my grandfather's mind was made up a week before he died. You'll have to swear that, remember, in a court. I'm not going to let the matter rest, I can tell you. You'll have to prove that. How long is it since he asked you what you would do with the estate if he left it to you? Kate thought for a moment before she answered. It was only 2 days before he died, if I remember rightly. But you must remember rightly. You'll have to swear to it. And now tell me this honestly. Do you believe, in your heart, that he was in a condition fit for making a will? I advised him not to make it. Why? Why? What reason did you give? I told him that I thought no man should alter family arrangements when he was so ill. Exactly. You told him that. And what did he say? He was very angry, and made me send for Mr. Gogram. Now, Kate, think a little before you answer me again. If ever you are to do me a good turn, you must do it now. And remember this, I don't at all want to take anything away from you. Whatever you think is fair you shall have. He was a fool not to have known her better than that. I want nothing, she said, stopping, and stamping with her foot upon the crushed heather. George, you don't understand what it is to be honest. He smiled, with a slight provoking smile that passed very rapidly from his face. The meaning of the smile was to be read, had Kate been calm enough to read it. I can't say that I do. That was the meaning of the smile. Well, never mind about that, said he. You advised my grandfather not to make his will, thinking, no doubt, that his mind was not clear enough. She paused a moment again before she answered him. His mind was clear, she said. But I thought that he should not trust his judgment while he was so weak. Look here, Kate, I do believe that you at any rate have no mind to assist in this robbery. That it is a robbery you can't have any doubt. I said he had left the estate to you. That is not what he has done. He has left the estate to my Uncle John. Why tell me, then, what was untrue? Are you disappointed? Of course I am, Uncle John won't give it you. George, I don't understand you, I don't, indeed. Never mind about that, but listen to me. The estate is left in the hands of John Vavasor, but he has left you 500 a year out of it till somebody is 25 years old who is not yet born, and probably never will be born. The will itself shows the old fool to have been mad. He was no more mad than you are, George. Listen to me, I tell you. I don't mean that he was a raging maniac. Now, you had advised him not to make any new will because you thought he was not in a fit condition. Yes, I did. You can swear to that. I hope I may not be called on to do so. I hope there may be no swearing about it. But if I am asked the question I must swear it. Exactly. Now listen till you understand what it is I mean. That will, if it stands, gives all the power over the estate to John Vavasor. It renders you quite powerless as regards any help or assistance that you might be disposed to give to me. But, nevertheless, your interest under the will is greater than his, or than that of anyone else, for your son would inherit if I have none. Do you understand? Yes, I think so. And your testimony as to the invalidity of the will would be conclusive against all the world. I would say in a court what I have told you, if that will do any good. It will not be enough. Look here, Kate, you must be steadfast here, everything depends on you. How often have you told me that you will stick to me throughout life? Now you will be tried. Kate felt that her repugnance towards him, towards all that he was doing and wished her to do, was growing stronger within her at every word he spoke. She was becoming gradually aware that he desired from her something which she could not and would not do, and she was aware also that in refusing him she would have to encounter him in all his wrath. She set her teeth firmly together, and clenched her little fist. If a fight was necessary, she would fight with him. As he looked at her closely with his sinister eyes, her love towards him was almost turned to hatred. But that was what you meant when you advised him not to make the will because you thought his intellect was impaired. No, not so. Stop, Kate, stop. If you will think of it, it was so. What is the meaning of his judgment being weak? I didn't say his judgment was weak. But that was what you meant when you advised him not to trust it. Look here, George. I think I know now what you mean. If anybody asks me if his mind was gone, or his intellect deranged, I cannot say that there was anything of the kind. You will not? Certainly not. It would be untrue. Then you are determined to throw me over and claim the property for yourself. Again he turned towards and looked at her as though he were resolved to frighten her. And I am to count you also among my enemies? You had better take care, Kate. They were now upon the fell side, more than 3 miles away from the Hall. And Kate, as she looked round, saw that they were all alone. Not a cottage, not a sign of humanity was within sight. Kate saw that it was so, and was aware that the fact pressed itself upon her as being of importance. Then she thought again of her resolution to fight with him, if any fight were necessary. To tell him, in so many words, that she would separate herself from him and defy him. She would not fear him, let his words and face be ever so terrible. Surely her own brother would do her no bodily harm. And even though he should do so, though he should take her roughly by the arm as he had done to Alice, though he should do worse than that, still she would fight him. Her blood was the same as his, and he should know that her courage was, at any rate, as high. And, indeed, when she looked at him, she had cause to fear. He intended that she should fear. He intended that she should dread what he might do to her at that moment. As to what he would do he had no resolve made. Neither had he resolved on anything when he had gone to Alice and had shaken her rudely as she sat beside him. He had been guided by no fixed intent when he had attacked John Gray, or when he insulted the attorney, but a fury was driving him, and he was conscious of being so driven. He almost wished to be driven to some act of frenzy. Everything in the world had gone against him, and he desired to expend his rage on someone. Kate, said he, stopping her, we will have this out here, if you please. So much, at any rate, shall be settled today. You have made many promises to me, and I have believed them. You can now keep them all, by simply saying what you know to be the truth, that old man was a drivelling idiot when he made this will. Are you prepared to do me that justice? Think before you answer me, for, by G, if I cannot have justice among you, I will have revenge. And he put his hand upon her breast up near to her throat. Take your hand down, George, said she. I'm not such a fool that you can frighten me in that way. Answer me, he said, and shook her, having some part of her raiment within his clutch. Oh, George, that I should live to be so ashamed of my brother. Answer me, he said again, and again he shook her. I have answered you. I will say nothing of the kind that you want me to say. My grandfather, up to the latest moment that I saw him, knew what he was about. He was not an idiot. He was, I believe, only carrying out a purpose fixed long before. You will not make me change what I say by looking at me like that, nor get it by shaking me. You don't know me, George, if you think you can frighten me like a child. He heard her to the last word, still keeping his hand upon her, and holding her by the cloak she wore. But the violence of his grasp had relaxed itself, and he let her finish her words, as though his object had simply been to make her speak out to him what she had to say. Oh, said he, when she had done, that's to be it, is it? That's your idea of honesty. The very name of the money being your own has been too much for you. I wonder whether you and my uncle had contrived it all between you beforehand. You will not dare to ask him, because he is a man, said Kate, her eyes brimming with tears, not through fear, but in very vexation at the nature of the charge he had brought against her. Shall I not? You will see what I dare do. As for you, with all your promises. Kate, you know that I keep my word. Say that you will do as I desire you, or I will be the death of you. Do you mean that you will murder me? Said she. Murder you? Yes, why not? Treated as I have been among you, do you suppose that I shall stick at anything? Why should I not murder you, you and Alice, too, seeing how you have betrayed me? Poor Alice! As she spoke the words she looked straight into his eyes, as though defying him, as far as she herself were concerned. Poor Alice, indeed. Hypocrite! There's a pair of you. Cursed, whining, false, intriguing hypocrites. There, go down and tell your uncle and that old woman there that I threatened to murder you. Tell the judge so, when you're brought into court to swear me out of my property. You false liar! Then he pushed her from him with great violence, so that she fell heavily upon the stony ground. He did not stop to help her up, or even to look at her as she lay, but walked away across the heath, neither taking the track on towards Haweswater, nor returning by the path which had brought them thither. He went away northwards across the wild fell. And Kate, having risen up and seated herself on a small cairn of stones which stood there, watched him as he descended the slope of the hill till he was out of sight. He did not run, but he seemed to move rapidly, and he never once turned round to look at her. He went away, down the hill northwards, and presently the curving of the ground hid him from her view. When she first seated herself her thoughts had been altogether of him. She had feared no personal injury, even when she had asked him whether he would murder her. Her blood had been hot within her veins, and her heart had been full of defiance. Even yet she feared nothing, but continued to think of him and his misery, and his disgrace. That he was gone forever, utterly and irretrievably ruined, thrown out, as it were, beyond the pale of men, was now certain to her. And this was the brother in whom she had believed. For whom she had not only been willing to sacrifice herself, but for whose purposes she had striven to sacrifice her cousin. What would he do now? As he passed from out of her sight down the hill, it seemed to her as though he were rushing straight into some hell from which there could be no escape. She knew that her arm had been hurt in the fall, but for a while she would not move it or feel it, being resolved to take no account of what might have happened to herself. But when he had been gone some 10 minutes, she rose to her feet, and finding that the movement pained her greatly, and that her right arm was powerless, she put up her left hand and became aware that the bone of her arm was broken below the elbow. Her first thought was given to the telling him of this, or the not telling, when she should meet him below at the house. How should she mention the accident to him? Should she lie, and say that she had fallen as she came down the hill alone? Of course he would not believe her, but still some such excuse as that might make the matter easier for them all. It did not occur to her that she might not see him again at all that day, and that, as far as he was concerned, there might be need for no lie. She started off to walk down home, holding her right arm steadily against her body with her left hand. Of course she must give some account of herself when she got to the house. But it was of the account to be given to him that she thought. As to the others she cared little for them. Here I am, my arm is broken, and you had better send for a doctor. That would be sufficient for them. When she got into the wood the path was very dark. The heavens were overcast with clouds, and a few drops began to fall. Then the rain fell faster and faster, and before she had gone a quarter of a mile down the beacon hill, the clouds had opened themselves, and the shower had become a storm of water. Suffering as she was, she stood up for a few moments under a large tree, taking the excuse of the rain for some minutes of delay, that she might make up her mind as to what she would say. Then it occurred to her that she might possibly meet him again before she reached the house, and, as she thought of it, she began for the first time to fear him. Would he come out upon her from the trees and really kill her? Had he made his way round, when he got out of her sight, that he might fall upon her suddenly and do as he had threatened? As the idea came upon her, she made a little attempt to run, but she found that running was impracticable from the pain the movement caused her. Then she walked on through the hard rain, steadily holding her arm against her side, but still looking every moment through the trees on the side from which George might be expected to reach her. But no one came near her on her way homewards. Had she been calm enough to think of the nature of the ground, she might have known that he could not have returned upon her so quickly. He must have come back up the steep hillside which she had seen him descend. No. He had gone away altogether, across the fells towards Bampton, and was at this moment vainly buttoning his coat across his breast, in his unconscious attempt to keep out the wet. The fury was driving him on, and he himself was not aware whither he was driven. Dinner at the Hall had been ordered at 5, the old hour. Or rather that had been assumed to be the hour for dinner without any ordering. It was just 5 when Kate reached the front door. This she opened with her left hand, and turning at once into the dining room, found her uncle and her aunt standing before the fire. "Dinner is ready," said John Vavasor. "Where is George?" "You are wet, Kate," said Aunt Greenow. "Yes, I am very wet," said Kate. "I must go upstairs." "Perhaps you'll come with me, Aunt." "Come with you, of course I will." Aunt Greenow had seen at once that something was amiss. "Where's George?" said John Vavasor. "Has he come back with you, or are we to wait for him?" Kate seated herself in her chair. "I don't quite know where he is," she said. In the meantime her aunt had hastened up to her side just in time to catch her as she was falling from her chair. "My arm," said Kate, very gently. "My arm." Then she slipped down against her aunt, and had fainted. "He has done her a mischief," said Mrs. Greenow, looking up at her brother. "This is his doing." John Vavasor stood confounded, wishing himself back in Queen Anne Street. Chapter 57. Showing how the wild beast got himself back from the mountains. About 11 o'clock on that night, the night of the day on which Kate Vavasor's arm had been broken, there came a gentle knock at Kate's bedroom door. There was nothing surprising in this, as of all the household Kate only was in bed. Her aunt was sitting at this time by her bedside, and the doctor, who had been summoned from Penrith and who had set her broken arm, was still in the house. Talking over the accident with John Vavasor in the dining room, before he proceeded back on his journey home. "She will do very well," said the doctor. "It's only a simple fracture. I'll see her the day after tomorrow." "Is it not odd that such an accident should come from a fall whilst walking?" asked Mr. Vavasor. The doctor shrugged his shoulders. "One never can say how anything may occur," said he. "I know a young woman who broke the os femoris by just kicking her cat, at least, she said she did." "Indeed. I suppose you didn't take any trouble to inquire?" "Not much. My business was with the injury, not with the way she got it. Somebody did make inquiry, but she stuck to her story and nothing came of it. Good night, Mr. Vavasor. Don't trouble her with questions till she has had some hours' sleep, at any rate." Then the doctor went, and John Vavasor was left alone, standing with his back to the dining room fire. There had been so much trouble and confusion in the house since Kate had fainted, almost immediately upon her reaching home, that Mr. Vavasor had not yet had time to make up his mind as to the nature of the accident which had occurred. Mrs. Greenow had at once ascertained that the bone was broken, and the doctor had been sent for. Luckily he had been found at home, and had reached the Hall a little before 10 o'clock. In the meantime, as soon as Kate recovered her senses, she volunteered her account of what had occurred. Her brother had quarrelled with her about the will, she said, and had left her abruptly on the mountain. She had fallen, she went on to say, as she turned from him, and had at once found that she had hurt herself. But she had been too angry with him to let him know it. And, indeed, she had not known the extent herself till he had passed out of her sight. This was her story. And there was nothing in it that was false by the letter, though there was much that was false in the spirit. It was certainly true that George had not known that she was injured. It was true that she had asked him for no help. It was true, in one sense, that she had fallen, and it was true that she had not herself known how severe had been the injury done to her till he had gone beyond the reach of her voice. But she repressed all mention of his violence, and when she was pressed as to the nature of the quarrel, she declined to speak further on that matter. Neither her uncle nor her aunt believed her. That was a matter of course, and she knew that they did not believe her. George's absence, their recent experience of his moods, and the violence by which her arm must have been broken, made them certain that Kate had more to tell if she chose to tell it. But in her present condition they could not question her. Mrs. Greenow did ask as to the probability of her nephew's return. "I can only tell you," said Kate, "that he went away across the fell in the direction of Bampton. Perhaps he has gone on to Penrith. He was very angry with us all. And as the house is not his own, he has probably resolved that he will not stay another night under the roof. But, who can say? He is not in his senses when he is angered." John Vavasor, as he stood alone after the doctor's departure, endeavoured to ascertain the truth by thinking of it. "I am sure," he said to himself, "that the doctor suspects that there has been violence. I know it from his tone, and I can see it in his eye. But how to prove it? And would there be good in proving it? Poor girl! Will it not be better for her to let it pass as though we believed her story?" He made up his mind that it would be better. Why should he take upon himself the terrible task of calling this insane relation to account for an act which he could not prove? The will itself, without that trouble, would give him trouble enough. Then he began to long that he was back at his club, and to think that the signing room in Chancery Lane was not so bad. And so he went up to his bed, calling at Kate's door to ask after the patient. In the meantime there had come a messenger to Mrs. Greenow, who had stationed herself with her niece. One of the girls of the house brought up a scrap of paper to the door, saying that a boy had brought it over with a cart from Shap, and that it was intended for Miss Vavasor. And it was she who knocked at the sick-room door. The note was open and was not addressed. Indeed, the words were written on a scrap of paper that was crumpled up rather than folded, and were as follows: "Send me my clothes by the bearer. I shall not return to the house." Mrs. Greenow took it in to Kate, and then went away to see her nephew's things duly put into his portmanteau. This was sent away in the cart, and Mr. Vavasor, as he went upstairs, was told what had been done. Neither on that night or on the following day did Mrs. Greenow ask any further questions. But on the morning after that, when the doctor had left them with a good account of the broken limb, her curiosity would brook no further delay. And, indeed, indignation as well as curiosity urged her on. In disposition she was less easy, and, perhaps, less selfish, than her brother. If it were the case that that man had ill-treated his sister, she would have sacrificed much to bring him to punishment. "Kate," she said, when the doctor was gone, "I expect that you will tell me the whole truth as to what occurred between you and your brother when you had this accident." "I have told you the truth. But not the whole truth. All the truth I mean to tell, aunt. He has quarrelled with me, as I think, most unnecessarily, but you don't suppose that I am going to give an exact account of the quarrel? We were both wrong, probably, and so let there be an end of it. Was he violent to you when he quarrelled with you? When he is angry he is always violent in his language. But, did he strike you? Dear aunt, don't be angry with me if I say that I won't be cross-examined. I would rather answer no more questions about it. I know that questioning can do no good." Mrs. Greenow knew her niece well enough to be aware that nothing more would be told her, but she was quite sure now that Kate had not broken her arm by a simple fall. She was certain that the injury had come from positive violence. Had it not been so, Kate would not have contented herself with refusing to answer the last question that had been asked, but would also have repelled the charge made against her brother with indignation. "You must have it your own way," said Mrs. Greenow, "but let me just tell you this, that your brother George had better keep out of my way." "It is probable that he will," said Kate. "Especially if you remain here to nurse me." Kate's conduct in answering all the questions made to her was not difficult, but she found that there was much difficulty in planning her own future behaviour towards her own brother. Must she abandon him altogether from henceforth, divide herself from him, as it were, have perfectly separate interests, and interests that were indeed hostile? And must she see him ruined and overwhelmed by want of money, while she had been made a rich woman by her grandfather's will? It will be remembered that her life had hitherto been devoted to him. That all her schemes and plans had had his success as their object, that she had taught herself to consider it to be her duty to sacrifice everything to his welfare. It is very sad to abandon the only object of a life. It is very hard to tear out from one's heart and fling away from it the only love that one has cherished. What was she to say to Alice about all this, to Alice whom she had cheated of a husband worthy of her, that she might allure her into the arms of one so utterly unworthy? Luckily for Kate, her accident was of such a nature that any writing to Alice was now out of the question. But a blow. What woman can bear a blow from a man, and afterwards return to him with love? A wife may have to bear it and to return. And she may return with that sort of love which is a thing of custom. The man is the father of her children, and earns the bread which they eat and which she eats. Habit and the ways of the world require that she should be careful in his interests, and that she should live with him in what amity is possible to them. But as for love, all that we mean by love when we speak of it and write of it, a blow given by the defender to the defenseless crushes it all. A woman may forgive deceit, treachery, desertion, even the preference given to a rival. She may forgive them and forget them, but I do not think that a woman can forget a blow. And as for forgiveness, it is not the blow that she cannot forgive, but the meanness of spirit that made it possible. Kate, as she thought of it, told herself that everything in life was over for her. She had long feared her brother's nature, had feared that he was hard and heartless. But still there had been some hope with her fear. Success, if he could be made to achieve it, would soften him, and then all might be right. But now all was wrong, and she knew that it was so. When he had compelled her to write to Alice for money, her faith in him had almost succumbed. That had been very mean, and the meanness had shocked her. But now he had asked her to perjure herself that he might have his own way, and had threatened to murder her, and had raised his hand against her because she had refused to obey him. And he had accused her of treachery to himself, had accused her of premeditated deceit in obtaining this property for herself. But he does not believe it, said Kate to herself. He said that because he thought it would vex me, but I know he does not think it. Kate had watched her brother longing for money all his life, had thoroughly understood the intensity of his wish for it, the agony of his desire. But so far removed was she from any such longing on her own account, that she could not believe that her brother would in his heart accuse her of it. How often had she offered to give him, on the instant, every shilling that she had in the world. At this moment she resolved, in her mind, that she never wished to see him more. But even now, had it been practicable, she would have made over to him, without any drawback, all her interest in the Vavasor estate. But any such making over was impossible. John Vavasor remained in Westmoreland for a week, and during that time many discussions were, of course, held about the property. Mr. Round came down from London, and met Mr. Gogram at Penrith. As to the validity of the will, Mr. Round said that there was no shadow of a doubt. So an agent was appointed for receiving the rents, and it was agreed that the old hall should be let in 6 months from that date. In the meantime Kate was to remain there till her arm should become strong, and she could make her plans for the future. Aunt Greenow promised to remain at the hall for the present, and offered, indeed, indefinite services for the future, as though she were quite forgetful of Captain Belfield. Of Mr. Cheesacre she was not forgetful, for she still continued to speak of that gentleman to Kate, as though he were Kate's suitor. But she did not now press upon her niece the acceptance of Mr. Cheesacre's hand as an absolute duty. Kate was mistress of a considerable fortune, and though such a marriage might be comfortable, it was no longer necessary. Mrs. Greenow called him poor Cheesacre, pointing out how easily he might be managed, and how indubitable were his possessions. But she no longer spoke of Kate's chances in the marriage market as desperate, even though she should decline the Cheesacre alliance. A young woman, with 600 a year, my dear, may do pretty nearly what she pleases, said Aunt Greenow. It's better than having 10 years' grace given you. And will last longer, certainly, said Kate. Kate's desire was that Alice should come down to her for a while in Westmoreland, before the 6 months were over, and this desire she mentioned to her uncle. He promised to carry the message up to Alice, but could not be got to say more than that upon the subject. Then Mr. Vavasor went away, leaving the aunt and niece together at the hall. "What on earth shall we do if that wild beast shows himself suddenly among us women?" asked Mrs. Greenow of her brother. The brother could only say, that he hoped the wild beast would keep his distance. And the wild beast did keep his distance, at any rate as long as Mrs. Greenow remained at the hall. We will now go back to the wild beast, and tell how he walked across the mountains, in the rain, to Bampton, a little village at the foot of Haweswater. It will be remembered that after he had struck his sister, he turned away from her, and walked with quick steps down the mountainside, never turning back to look at her. He had found himself to be without any power of persuasion over her, as regarded her evidence to be given, if the will were questioned. The more he threatened her the steadier she had been in asserting her belief in her grandfather's capacity. She had looked into his eye and defied him, and he had felt himself to be worsted. What was he to do? In truth, there was nothing for him to do. He had told her that he would murder her. And in the state of mind to which his fury had driven him, murder had suggested itself to him as a resource to which he might apply himself. But what could he gain by murdering her, or, at any rate, by murdering her then, out on the mountainside? Nothing but a hanging. There would be no gratification even to his revenge. If, indeed, he had murdered that old man, who was now, unfortunately, gone beyond the reach of murder. If he could have poisoned the old man's cup before that last will had been made, there might have been something in such a deed. But he had merely thought of it, letting "I dare not wait upon I would," as he now told himself, with much self-reproach. Nothing was to be got by killing his sister. So he restrained himself in his passion, and walked away from her, solitary, down the mountain. The rain soon came on, and found him exposed on the hillside. He thought little about it, but buttoned his coat, as I have said before, and strode on. It was a storm of rain, so that he was forced to hold his head to one side, as it hit him from the north. But with his hand to his hat, and his head bent against the wind, he went on till he had reached the valley at the foot, and found that the track by which he had been led thither had become a road. He had never known the mountains round the Hall as Kate had known them, and was not aware whither he was going. On one thing only had he made up his mind since he had left his sister, and that was that he would not return to the house. He knew that he could do nothing there to serve his purpose. His threats would be vain impotence, he had no longer any friend in the house. He could hardly tell himself what line of conduct he would pursue, but he thought that he would hurry back to London, and grasp at whatever money he could get from Alice. He was still, at this moment, a member of Parliament, and as the rain drenched him through and through, he endeavoured to get consolation from the remembrance of that fact in his favour. As he got near the village he overtook a shepherd boy coming down from the hills, and learned his whereabouts from him. "Bampton," said the boy, with an accent that was almost Scotch, when he was asked the name of the place. When Vavasor further asked whether a gig were kept there, the boy simply stared at him, not knowing a gig by that name. At last, however, he was made to understand the nature of his companion's want, and expressed his belief that John Applethwaite, up at the Craigs yon, had got a mickle cart. But the Craigs was a farmhouse, which now came in view about a mile off, up across the valley. And Vavasor, hoping that he might still find a speedier conveyance than John Applethwaite's mickle cart, went on to the public house in the village. But, in truth, neither there, nor yet from John Applethwaite, to whom at last an application was sent, could he get any vehicle. And between 6 and 7 he started off again, through the rain, to make his weary way on foot to Shap. The distance was about 5 miles, and the little byways, lying between walls, were sticky, and almost glutinous with light-coloured, chalky mud. Before he started he took a glass of hot rum and water, but the effect of that soon passed away from him, and then he became colder and weaker than he had been before. Wearily and wretchedly he plodded on. A man may be very weary in such a walk as that, and yet be by no means wretched. Tired, hungry, cold, wet, and nearly penniless, I have sat me down and slept among those mountain tracks, have slept because nature refused to allow longer wakefulness. But my heart has been as light as my purse, and there has been something in the air of the hills that made me buoyant and happy in the midst of my weariness. But George Vavasor was wretched as well as weary, and every step that he took, plodding through the mud, was a new misfortune to him. What are 5 miles of a walk to a young man, even though the rain be falling and the ways be dirty? What, though they may come after some other 10 that he has already traversed on his feet? His sister Kate would have thought nothing of the distance. But George stopped on his way from time to time, leaning on the loose walls, and cursing the misfortune that had brought him to such a pass. He cursed his grandfather, his uncle, his sister, his cousin, and himself. He cursed the place in which his forefathers had lived, and he cursed the whole county. He cursed the rain, and the wind, and his town-made boots, which would not keep out the wet slush. He cursed the light as it faded, and the darkness as it came. Over and over again he cursed the will that had robbed him, and the attorney that had made it. He cursed the mother that had borne him and the father that had left him poor. He thought of Scrubby, and cursed him, thinking how that money would be again required of him by that stern agent. He cursed the House of Commons, which had cost him so much, and the greedy electors who would not send him there without his paying for it. He cursed John Grey, as he thought of those £2,000, with double curses. He cursed this world, and all worlds beyond. And thus, cursing everything, he made his way at last up to the inn at Shap. It was nearly 9 when he got there. He had wasted over an hour at Bampton in his endeavour to get John Applethwaite's cart to carry him on, and he had been 2 hours on his walk from Bampton to Shap, 2 hours amidst his cursing. He ordered supper and brandy and water, and, as we know, sent off a Mercury for his clothes. But the Mercuries of Westmoreland do not move on quick wings, and it was past midnight before he got his possessions. During all this time he had, by no means, ceased from cursing, but continued it over his broiled ham and while he swallowed his brandy and water. He swore aloud, so that the red-armed servant at the inn could not but hear him, that those thieves at the hall intended to rob him of his clothes, that they would not send him his property. He could not restrain himself, though he knew that every word he uttered would injure his cause, as regarded the property in Westmoreland, if ever he could make a cause. He knew that he had been mad to strike his sister, and cursed himself for his madness. Yet he could not restrain himself. He told himself that the battle for him was over, and he thought of poison for himself. He thought of poison, and a pistol, of the pistols he had ever loaded at home, each with 6 shots, good for a life apiece. He thought of an express train, rushing along at its full career, and of the instant annihilation which it would produce. But if that was to be the end of him, he would not go alone. No, indeed. Why should he go alone, leaving those pistols ready loaded in his desk? Among them they had brought him to ruin and to death. Was he a man to pardon his enemies when it was within his power to take them with him, down, down, down? What were the last words upon his impious lips, as with bloodshot eyes, half drunk, and driven by the fury, he took himself off to the bed prepared for him? Cursing aloud the poor red-haired girl as he went, I may not utter here. Chapter 58. The Pallisers at Breakfast. Gentle reader, do you remember Lady Monk's party, and how it ended, at least as regards those special guests with whom we are concerned? Mr. Palliser went away early, Mrs. Marsham followed him to his house in Park Lane, caught him at home, and told her tale. He returned to his wife, found her sitting with Burgo in the dining-room, under the Argus eyes of the constant Bott, and bore her away home. Burgo disappeared utterly from the scene, and Mr. Bott, complaining inwardly that virtue was too frequently allowed to be its own reward, comforted himself with champagne, and then walked off to his lodgings. Lady Monk, when Mr. Palliser made his way into her room upstairs, seeking his wife's scarf, which little incident, also, the reader may perhaps remember, saw that the game was up, and thought with regret of the loss of her £200. Such was the ending of Lady Monk's party. Lady Glencora, on her journey home in the carriage with her husband, had openly suggested that Mrs. Marsham had gone to Park Lane to tell of her doings with Burgo, and had declared her resolution never again to see either that lady or Mr. Bott in her own house. This she said with more of defiance in her tone than Mr. Palliser had ever hitherto heard. He was by nature less ready than her, and knowing his own deficiency in that respect, abstained from all answer on the subject. Indeed, during that drive home very few further words were spoken between them. "I will breakfast with you tomorrow," he said to her, as she prepared to go upstairs. "I have work still to do tonight, and I will not disturb you by coming to your room." "You won't want me to be very early," said his wife. "No," said he, with more of anger in his voice than he had yet shown. "What hour will suit you? I must say something of what has occurred tonight before I leave you tomorrow. I don't know what you can have got to say about tonight, but I'll be down by 11:30, if that will do." Mr. Palliser said that he would make it do, and then they parted. Lady Glencora had played her part very well before her husband. She had declined to be frightened by him, had been the first to mention Burgo's name, and had done so with no tremor in her voice, and had boldly declared her irreconcilable enmity to the male and female duennas who had dared to take her in charge. While she was in the carriage with her husband she felt some triumph in her own strength. And as she wished him good night on the staircase, and slowly walked up to her room, without having once lowered her eyes before his, something of this consciousness of triumph still supported her. And even while her maid remained with her she held herself up, as it were, inwardly, telling herself that she would not yield, that she would not be cowed either by her husband or by his spies. But when she was left alone all her triumph departed from her. She bade her maid go while she was still sitting in her dressing-gown. And when the girl was gone she got close over the fire, sitting with her slippers on the fender, with her elbows on her knees, and her face resting on her hands. In this position she remained for an hour, with her eyes fixed on the altering shapes of the hot coals. During this hour her spirit was by no means defiant, and her thoughts of herself anything but triumphant. Mr. Bott and Mrs. Marsham she had forgotten altogether. After all, they were but buzzing flies, who annoyed her by their presence. Should she choose to leave her husband, they could not prevent her leaving him. It was of her husband and of Burgo that she was thinking, weighing them one against the other, and connecting her own existence with theirs. Not as expecting joy or the comfort of love from either of them, but with an assured conviction that on either side there must be misery for her. But of that shame before all the world which must be hers forever, should she break her vows and consent to live with a man who was not her husband, she thought hardly at all. That which in the estimation of Alice was everything, to her, at this moment, was almost nothing. For herself, she had been sacrificed. Anne, as she told herself with bitter denunciations against herself, had been sacrificed through her own weakness. But that was done. Whatever way she might go, she was lost. They had married her to a man who cared nothing for a wife, nothing for any woman, so at least she declared to herself, but who had wanted a wife that he might have an heir. Had it been given to her to have a child, she thought that she might have been happy, sufficiently happy in sharing her husband's joy in that respect. But everything had gone against her. There was nothing in her home to give her comfort. "He looks at me every time he sees me as the cause of his misfortune," she said to herself. Of her husband's rank, of the future possession of his title and his estates, she thought much. But of her own wealth she thought nothing. It did not occur to her that she had given him enough in that respect to make his marriage with her a comfort to him. She took it for granted that that marriage was now one distasteful to him, as it was to herself. And that he would eventually be the gainer if she should so conduct herself that her marriage might be dissolved. As to Burgo, I doubt whether she deceived herself much as to his character. She knew well enough that he was a man infinitely less worthy than her husband. She knew that he was a spendthrift, idle, given to bad courses, that he drank, that he gambled, that he lived the life of the loosest man about the town. She knew also that whatever chance she might have had to redeem him, had she married him honestly before all the world, there could be no such chance if she went to him as his mistress. Abandoning her husband and all her duties, and making herself vile in the eyes of all women. Burgo Fitzgerald would not be influenced for good by such a woman as she would then be. She knew much of the world and its ways, and told herself no lies about this. But, as I have said before, she did not count herself for much. What though she were ruined? What though Burgo were false, mean, and untrustworthy? She loved him, and he was the only man she ever had loved. Lower and lower she crouched before the fire. And then, when the coals were no longer red, and the shapes altered themselves no more, she crept into bed. As to what she should say to her husband on the following morning, she had not yet begun to think of that. Exactly at 11:30 she entered the little breakfast parlour which looked out over the park. It was the prettiest room in the house, and now, at this springtide, when the town trees were putting out their earliest greens, and were fresh and bright almost as country trees. It might be hard to find a prettier chamber. Mr. Palliser was there already, sitting with the morning paper in his hand. He rose when she entered, and, coming up to her, just touched her with his lips. She put her cheek up to him, and then took her place at the breakfast table. "Have you any headache this morning?" he asked. "Oh, no," she said. Then he took his tea and his toast, spoke some word to her about the fineness of the weather, told her some scraps of news. And soon returned to the absorbing interest of a speech made by the leader of the opposition in the House of Lords. The speech was very interesting to Mr. Palliser, because in it the noble lord alluded to a break-up in the present cabinet, as to which the rumours were, he said, so rife through the country as to have destroyed all that feeling of security in the existing government which the country so much valued and desired. Mr. Palliser had as yet heard no official tidings of such a rupture, but if such rupture were to take place, it must be in his favour. He felt himself at this moment to be full of politics, to be near the object of his ambition, to have affairs upon his hands which required all his attention. Was it absolutely incumbent on him to refer again to the incidents of last night? The doing so would be odious to him. The remembrance of the task now immediately before him destroyed all his political satisfaction. He did not believe that his wife was in any serious danger. Might it not yet be possible for him to escape from the annoyance, and to wash his mind clean of all suspicion? He was not jealous, he was indeed incapable of jealousy. He knew what it would be to be dishonored, and he knew that under certain circumstances the world would expect him to exert himself in a certain way. But the thing that he had now to do was a great trouble to him. He would rather have to address the House of Commons with 10 columns of figures than utter a word of remonstrance to his wife. But she had defied him by saying that she would see his friends no more. And it was the remembrance of this, as he sat behind his newspaper, that made him ultimately feel that he could not pass in silence over what had been done. Nevertheless, he went on reading, or pretending to read, as long as the continuance of the breakfast made it certain that his wife would remain with him. Every now and then he said some word to her of what he was reading, endeavouring to use the tone of voice that was customary to him in his domestic teachings of politics. But through it all there was a certain hesitation, there were the sure signs of an attempt being made, of which he was himself conscious, and which she understood with the most perfect accuracy. He was deferring the evil moment, and vainly endeavouring to make himself believe that he was comfortably employed the while. She had no newspaper, and made no endeavour to deceive herself. She, therefore, was the first to begin the conversation. "Plantagenet," she said, "you told me last night, as I was going to bed, that you had something to say about Lady Monk's party." He put down the newspaper slowly, and turned towards her. "Yes, my dear. After what happened, I believe that I must say something." "If you think anything, pray say it," said Glencora. "It is not always easy for a man to show what he thinks by what he says," he replied. "My fear is that you should suppose me to think more than I do. And it was for that reason that I determined to sleep on it before I spoke to you. If anybody is angry with me, I'd much rather they should have it out with me while their anger is hot. I hate cold anger. But I am not angry. That's what husbands always say when they're going to scold. But I am not going to scold. I am only going to advise you. I'd sooner be scolded. Advice is to anger just what cold anger is to hot. But, my dear Glencora, surely if I find it necessary to speak. I don't want to stop you, Plantagenet. Pray, go on. Only it will be so nice to have it over. He was now more than ever averse to the task before him. Husbands, when they give their wives the talking, should do it out of hand, uttering their words hard, sharp, and quick, and should then go. There are some works that won't bear a preface, and this work of marital fault-finding is one of them. Mr. Palliser was already beginning to find out the truth of this. Glencora, he said, I wish you to be serious with me. I am very serious, she replied, as she settled herself in her chair with an air of mockery, while her eyes and mouth were bright and eloquent with a spirit which her husband did not love to see. Poor girl! There was seriousness enough in store for her before she would be able to leave the room. You ought to be serious. Do you know why Mrs. Marsham came here from Lady Monk's last night? Of course I do. She came to tell you that I was waltzing with Burgo Fitzgerald. You might as well ask me whether I knew why Mr. Bott was standing at all the doors, glaring at me. I don't know anything about Mr. Bott. I know something about him though, she said, again moving herself in her chair. I am speaking now of Mrs. Marsham. You should speak of them both together as they hunt in couples. Glencora, will you listen to me, or will you not? If you say that you will not, I shall know what to do. I don't think you would, Plantagenet. And she nodded her little head at him, as she spoke. I'm sure I don't know what you would do. But I will listen to you. Only, as I said before, it will be very nice when it's over. Mrs. Marsham came here, not simply to tell me that you were waltzing with Mr. Fitzgerald, and I wish that when you mention his name you would call him Mr. Fitzgerald. So I do. You generally prefix his Christian name, which it would be much better that you should omit. I will try, she said, very gently, but it's hard to drop an old habit. Before you married me you knew that I had learned to call him Burgo. Let me go on, said Mr. Palliser. Oh, certainly. It was not simply to tell me that you were waltzing that Mrs. Marsham came here. And it was not simply to see me waltzing that Mr. Bott stood in the doorways, for he followed me about, and came down after me to the supper-room. Glencora, will you oblige me by not speaking of Mr. Bott? I wish you would oblige me by not speaking of Mrs. Marsham. Mr. Palliser rose quickly from his chair with a gesture of anger, stood upright for half a minute, and then sat down again. I beg your pardon, Plantagenet, she said. I think I know what you want, and I'll hold my tongue till you bid me speak. Mrs. Marsham came here because she saw that everyone in the room was regarding you with wonder. Lady Glencora twisted herself about in her chair, but she said nothing. She saw that you were not only dancing with Mr. Fitzgerald, but that you were dancing with him, what shall I say? Upon my word I can't tell you. Recklessly. Oh. Recklessly, was I? What was I reckless of? Reckless of what people might say, reckless of what I might feel about it, reckless of your own position. Am I to speak now? Perhaps you had better let me go on. I think she was right to come to me. That's of course. What's the good of having spies, if they don't run and tell as soon as they see anything, especially anything, reckless? Glencora, you are determined to make me angry. I am angry now, very angry. I have employed no spies. When rumors have reached me, not from spies, as you choose to call them, but through your dearest friends and mine. What do you mean by rumors from my dearest friends? Never mind. Let me go on. No, not when you say my dear friends have spread rumors about me. Tell me who they are. I have no dear friends. Do you mean Alice Vavasor? It does not signify. But when I was warned that you had better not go to any house in which you could meet that man, I would not listen to it. I said that you were my wife, and that as such I could trust you anywhere, everywhere, with any person. Others might distrust you, but I would not do so. When I wished you to go to Monkshade, were there to be any spies there? When I left you last night at Lady Monk's, do you believe in your heart that I trusted to Mrs. Marsham's eyes rather than to your own truth? Do you think that I have lived in fear of Mr. Fitzgerald? No, Plantagenet, I do not think so. Do you believe that I have commissioned Mr. But to watch your conduct? Answer me, Glencora. She paused a moment, thinking what actually was her true belief on that subject. He does watch me, certainly, she said. That does not answer my question. Do you believe that I have commissioned him to do so? No, I do not. Then it is ignoble in you to talk to me of spies. I have employed no spies. If it were ever to come to that I thought spies necessary, it would be all over with me. There was something of feeling in his voice as he said this, something that almost approached to passion which touched his wife's heart. Whether or not spies would be of any avail, she knew that she had in truth done that of which he had declared that he had never suspected her. She had listened to words of love from her former lover. She had received, and now carried about with her a letter from this man, in which he asked her to elope with him. She had by no means resolved that she would not do this thing. She had been false to her husband, and as her husband spoke of his confidence in her, her own spirit rebelled against the deceit which she herself was practicing. I know that I have never made you happy, she said. I know that I never can make you happy. He looked at her, struck by her altered tone, and saw that her whole manner and demeanor were changed. I do not understand what you mean, he said. I have never complained. You have not made me unhappy. He was one of those men to whom this was enough. If his wife caused him no uneasiness, what more was he to expect from her? No doubt she might have done much more for him. She might have given him an heir. But he was a just man, and knew that the blank he had drawn was his misfortune, and not her fault. But now her heart was loosed and she spoke out, at first slowly, but after a while with all the quietness of strong passion. No, Plantagenet, I shall never make you happy. You have never loved me, nor I you. We have never loved each other for a single moment. I have been wrong to talk to you about spies, I was wrong to go to Lady Monk's. I have been wrong in everything that I have done, but never so wrong as when I let them persuade me to be your wife. Glencora. Let me speak now, Plantagenet. It is better that I should tell you everything, and I will. I will tell you everything, everything. I do love Burgo Fitzgerald. I do. I do. I do. How can I help loving him? Have I not loved him from the first, before I had seen you? Did you not know that it was so? I do love Burgo Fitzgerald, and when I went to Lady Monk's last night, I had almost made up my mind that I must tell him so, and that I must go away with him and hide myself. But when he came to speak to me— He has asked you to go with him, then? Said the husband, in whose bosom the poison was beginning to take effect, thereby showing that he was neither above nor below humanity. Glencora was immediately reminded that though she might, if she pleased, tell her own secrets, she ought not, in accordance with her ideas of honor, tell those of her lover. What need is there of asking, do you think, when people have loved each other as we have done? You wanted to go with him, then? Would it not have been the best for you? Plantagenet, I do not love you, not as women love their husbands when they do love them. But, before God, my first wish is to free you from the misfortune that I have brought on you. As she made this attestation she started up from her chair, and coming close to him, took him by the coat. He was startled, and stepped back a pace, but did not speak. And then stood looking at her as she went on. What matters it whether I drown myself, or throw myself away by going with such a one as him, so that you might marry again, and have a child? I'd die. I'd die willingly. How I wish I could die. Plantagenet, I would kill myself if I dared. He was a tall man and she was short of stature, so that he stood over her and looked upon her, and now she was looking up into his face with all her eyes. I would, she said. I would, I would. What is there left for me that I should wish to live? Softly, slowly, very gradually, as though he were afraid of what he was doing, he put his arm round her waist. "You are wrong in one thing," he said. "I do love you." She shook her head, touching his breast with her hair as she did so. "I do love you," he repeated. "If you mean that I am not apt at telling you so, it is true, I know. My mind is running on other things." "Yes," she said, "your mind is running on other things. But I do love you. If you cannot love me, it is a great misfortune to us both. But we need not therefore be disgraced. As for that other thing of which you spoke, of our having, as yet, no child," and in saying this he pressed her somewhat closer with his arm, "you allow yourself to think too much of it. Much more of it than I do. I have made no complaints on that head, even within my own breast. I know what your thoughts are, Plantagenet. Believe me that you wrong my thoughts. Of course I have been anxious, and have, perhaps, shown my anxiety by the struggle I have made to hide it. I have never told you what is false, Glencora. No, you are not false. I would rather have you for my wife, childless, if you will try to love me, than any other woman, though another might give me an heir. Will you try to love me?" She was silent. At this moment, after the confession that she had made, she could not bring herself to say that she would even try. Had she said so, she would have seemed to have accepted his forgiveness too easily. "I think, dear," he said, still holding her by her waist, "that we had better leave England for a while. I will give up politics for this season. Should you like to go to Switzerland for the summer, or perhaps to some of the German baths, and then on to Italy when the weather is cold enough?" Still she was silent. "Perhaps your friend, Miss Vavasor, would go with us." He was killing her by his goodness. She could not speak to him yet. But now, as he mentioned Alice's name, she gently put up her hand and rested it on the back of his. At that moment there came a knock at the door, a sharp knock, which was quickly repeated. "Come in," said Mr. Palliser, dropping his arm from his wife's waist and standing away from her a few yards. Chapter 59. The Duke of St. Bungay in search of a minister. It was the butler who had knocked, showing that the knock was of more importance than it would have been had it been struck by the knuckles of the footman in livery. "If you please, sir, the Duke of St. Bungay is here." "The Duke of St. Bungay," said Mr. Palliser, becoming rather red as he heard the announcement. "Yes, sir, his Grace is in the library. He bade me tell you that he particularly wanted to see you, so I told him that you were with my lady." "Quite right, tell his Grace that I will be with him in 2 minutes." Then the butler retired, and Mr. Palliser was again alone with his wife. "I must go now, my dear," he said, "and perhaps I shall not see you again till the evening." "Don't let me put you out in any way," she answered. "Oh no, you won't put me out. You will be dressing, I suppose, about 9. "I did not mean as to that," she answered. "You must not think more of Italy. He has come to tell you that you are wanted in the cabinet." Again he turned very red. "It may be so," he answered, "but though I am wanted, I need not go. But I must not keep the Duke waiting. Goodbye." And he turned to the door. She followed him and took hold of him as he went, so that he was forced to turn to her once again. She managed to get hold of both his hands, and pressed them closely, looking up into his face with her eyes laden with tears. He smiled at her gently, returned the pressure of the hands, and then left her, without kissing her. It was not that he was minded not to kiss her. He would have kissed her willingly enough had he thought that the occasion required it. "He says that he loves me," said Lady Glencora to herself, "but he does not know what love means." But she was quite aware that he had behaved to her with genuine, true nobility. As soon as she was alone and certain of her solitude, she took out that letter from her pocket, and tearing it into very small fragments, without reading it, threw the pieces on the fire. As she did so, her mind seemed to be fixed, at any rate, to one thing, that she would think no more of Burgo Fitzgerald as her future master. I think, however, that she had arrived at so much certainty as this, at that moment in which she had been parting with Burgo Fitzgerald, in Lady Monk's dining-room. She had had courage enough, or shall we rather say sin enough, to think of going with him, to tell herself that she would do so, to put herself in the way of doing it. Nay, she had had enough of both to enable her to tell her husband that she had resolved that it would be good for her to do so. But she was neither bold enough nor wicked enough to do the thing. As she had said of her own idea of destroying herself, she did not dare to take the plunge. Therefore, knowing now that it was so, she tore up the letter that she had carried so long, and burnt it in the fire. She had in truth told him everything, believing that in doing so she was delivering her own death warrant as regarded her future position in his house. She had done this, not hoping thereby for any escape. Not with any purpose as regarded herself, but simply because deceit had been grievous to her, and had become unendurable as soon as his words and manner had in them any feeling of kindness. But her confession had no sooner been made than her fault had been forgiven. She had told him that she did not love him. She had told him, even, that she had thought of leaving him. She had justified by her own words any treatment of his, however harsh, which he might choose to practice. But the result had been, the immediate result, that he had been more tender to her than she had ever remembered him to be before. She knew that he had conquered her. However cold and heartless his home might be to her, it must be her home now. There could be no further thought of leaving him. She had gone out into the tilt-yard and had tilted with him, and he had been the victor. Mr. Palliser himself had not time for much thought before he found himself closeted with the Duke. But as he crossed the hall and went up the stairs, a thought or two did pass quickly across his mind. She had confessed to him, and he had forgiven her. He did not feel quite sure that he had been right, but he did feel quite sure that the thing had been done. He recognized it for a fact that, as regarded the past, no more was to be said. There were to be no reproaches, and there must be some tacit abandoning of Mrs. Marsham's close attendance. As to Mr. Bott, he had begun to hate Mr. Bott, and had felt cruelly ungrateful, when that gentleman endeavoured to whisper a word into his ear as he passed through the doorway into Lady Monk's dining-room. And he had offered to go abroad and leave his politics, and his ambition, and his coming honours. He had persisted in his offer, even after his wife had suggested to him that the Duke of St. Bungay was now in the house with the object of offering him that very thing for which he had so longed. As he thought of this his heart became heavy within him. Such chances, so he told himself, do not come twice in a man's way. When returning from a 12-month's residence abroad he would be nobody in politics. He would have lost everything for which he had been working all his life. But he was a man of his word, and as he opened the library door he was resolute, he thought that he could be resolute in adhering to his promise. "Duke," he said, "I'm afraid I have kept you waiting." And the two political allies shook each other by the hand. The Duke was in a glow of delight. There had been no waiting. He was only too glad to find his friend at home. He had been prepared to wait, even if Mr. Palliser had been out. "And I suppose you guess why I'm come," said the Duke. "I would rather be told than have to guess," said Mr. Palliser, smiling for a moment. But the smile quickly passed off his face as he remembered his pledge to his wife. He has resigned at last. What was said in the Lords last night made it necessary that he should do so, or that Lord Brock should declare himself able to support him through thick and thin. Of course, I can tell you everything now. He must have gone, or I must have done so. You know that I don't like him in the cabinet. I admire his character and his genius, but I think him the most dangerous man in England as a statesman. He has high principles, the very highest. But they are so high as to be out of sight to ordinary eyes. They are too exalted to be of any use for everyday purposes. He is honest as the sun, I'm sure. But it's just like the sun's honesty, of a kind which we men below can't quite understand or appreciate. He has no instinct in politics, but reaches his conclusions by philosophical deduction. Now, in politics I would a deal sooner trust to instinct than to calculation. I think he may probably know how England ought to be governed 3 centuries hence better than any man living, but of the proper way to govern it now, I think he knows less. Brock half likes him and half fears him. He likes the support of his eloquence, and he likes the power of the man, but he fears his restless activity, and thoroughly dislikes his philosophy. At any rate, he has left us, and I am here to ask you to take his place. The Duke, as he concluded his speech, was quite contented, and almost jovial. He was thoroughly satisfied with the new political arrangement which he was proposing. He regarded Mr. Palliser as a steady, practical man of business, luckily young, and therefore with a deal of work in him, belonging to the race from which English ministers ought, in his opinion, to be taken. And as being, in some respects, his own pupil. He had been the first to declare aloud that Plantagenet Palliser was the coming Chancellor of the Exchequer. And it had been long known, though no such declaration had been made aloud, that the Duke did not sit comfortably in the same cabinet with the gentleman who had now resigned. Everything had now gone as the Duke wished, and he was prepared to celebrate some little ovation with his young friend before he left the house in Park Lane. "And who goes out with him?" asked Mr. Palliser, putting off the evil moment of his own decision, but before the Duke could answer him, he had reminded himself that under his present circumstances he had no right to ask such a question. His own decision could not rest upon that point. "But it does not matter," he said, "I am afraid I must decline the offer you bring me." "Decline it?" said the Duke, who could not have been more surprised had his friend talked of declining heaven. "I fear I must." The Duke had now risen from his chair, and was standing, with both his hands upon the table. All his contentment, all his joviality, had vanished. His fine round face had become almost ludicrously long, his eyes and mouth were struggling to convey reproach, and the reproach was almost drowned in vexation. Ever since Parliament had met he had been whispering Mr. Palliser's name into the Prime Minister's ear, and now. But he could not, and would not, believe it. "Nonsense, Palliser," he said. "You must have got some false notion into your head. There can be no possible reason why you should not join us. Finespun himself will support us, at any rate for a time." Mr. Finespun was the gentleman whose retirement from the ministry the Duke of St. Bungay had now announced. "It is nothing of that kind," said Mr. Palliser, who perhaps felt himself quite equal to the duties proposed to him, even though Mr. Finespun should not support him. "It is nothing of that kind. It is no fear of that sort that hinders me." "Then, for mercy's sake, what is it?" "My dear Palliser, I looked upon you as being as sure in this matter as myself, and I had a right to do so. You certainly intended to join us a month ago, if the opportunity offered. You certainly did. It is true, Duke. I must ask you to listen to me now, and I must tell you what I would not willingly tell to any man." As Mr. Palliser said this a look of agony came over his face. There are men who can talk easily of all their most inmost matters, but he was not such a man. It went sorely against the grain with him to speak of the sorrow of his home, even to such a friend as the Duke, but it was essentially necessary to him that he should justify himself. "Upon my word," said the Duke, "I can't understand that there should be any reason strong enough to make you throw your party over. I have promised to take my wife abroad." "Is that it?" said the Duke, looking at him with surprise, but at the same time with something of returning joviality in his face. "Nobody thinks of going abroad at this time of the year. Of course, you can get away for a time when Parliament breaks up. But I have promised to go at once." "Then, considering your position, you have made a promise which it behoves you to break. I am sure Lady Glencora will see it in that light. You do not quite understand me, and I am afraid I must trouble you to listen to matters which, under other circumstances, it would be impertinent in me to obtrude upon you." A certain stiffness of demeanor, and measured propriety of voice, much at variance with his former manner, came upon him as he said this. "Of course, Palliser, I don't want to interfere for a moment. If you will allow me, Duke. My wife has told me that, this morning, which makes me feel that absence from England is requisite for her present comfort. I was with her when you came, and had just promised her that she should go. But, Palliser, think of it. If this were a small matter, I would not press you. But a man in your position has public duties. He owes his services to his country. He has no right to go back, if it be possible that he should so do. When a man has given his word, it cannot be right that he should go back from that. Of course not. But a man may be absolved from a promise. Lady Glencora. My wife would, of course, absolve me. It is not that. Her happiness demands it, and it is partly my fault that it is so. I cannot explain to you more fully why it is that I must give up the great object for which I have striven with all my strength. Oh, no, said the Duke. If you are sure that it is imperative. It is imperative. I could give you 24 hours, you know. Mr. Palliser did not answer at once, and the Duke thought that he saw some sign of hesitation. I suppose it would not be possible that I should speak to Lady Glencora. It could be of no avail, Duke. She would only declare, at the first word, that she would remain in London, but it would not be the less my duty on that account to take her abroad. Well, I can't say. Of course, I can't say. Such an opportunity may not come twice in a man's life. And at your age too. You are throwing away from you the finest political position that the world can offer to the ambition of any man. No one at your time of life has had such a chance within my memory. That a man under 30 should be thought fit to be Chancellor of the Exchequer, and should refuse it, because he wants to take his wife abroad. Palliser, if she were dying, you should remain under such an emergency as this. She might go, but you should remain. Mr. Palliser remained silent for a moment or two in his chair. He then rose and walked towards the window, as he spoke. There are things worse than death, he said, when his back was turned. His voice was very low, and there was a tear in his eye as he spoke them. The words were indeed whispered, but the Duke heard them, and felt that he could not press him any more on the subject of his wife. And must this be final? Said the Duke. I think it must. But your visit here has come so quickly on my resolution to go abroad, which, in truth, was only made 10 minutes before your name was brought to me, that I believe I ought to ask for a portion of those 24 hours which you have offered me. A small portion will be enough. Will you see me, if I come to you this evening, say at 8? If the house is up in the Lords I will go to you in St. James's Square. We shall be sitting after 8, I think. Then I will see you there. And, Duke, I must ask you to think of me in this matter as a friend should think, and not as though we were bound together only by party feeling. I will. I have told you what I shall never whisper to anyone else. I think you know that you are safe with me. I am sure of it. And, Duke, I can tell you that the sacrifice to me will be almost more than I can bear. This thing that you have offered me today is the only thing that I have ever coveted. I have thought of it and worked for it, have hoped and despaired, have for moments been vain enough to think that it was within my strength. And have been wretched for weeks together because I have told myself that it was utterly beyond me. As to that, neither Brock nor I, nor any of us, have any doubt. Finespun himself says that you are the man. I am much obliged to them. But I say all this simply that you may understand how imperative is the duty which, as I think, requires me to refuse the offer. But you haven't refused as yet, said the Duke. I shall wait at the house for you, whether they are sitting or not. And endeavour to join us. Do the best you can. I will say nothing as to that duty of which you speak. But if it can be made compatible with your public service, pray let it be done. Remember how much such a one as you owes to his country. Then the Duke went, and Mr. Palliser was alone. He had not been alone before since the revelation which had been made to him by his wife, and the words she had spoken were still sounding in his ears. I do love Burgo Fitzgerald, I do. I do. I do. They were not pleasant words for a young husband to hear. Men there are, no doubt, whose nature would make them more miserable under the infliction than it had made Plantagenet Palliser. He was calm, without strong passion, not prone to give to words a stronger significance than they should bear, and he was essentially unsuspicious. Never for a moment had he thought, even while those words were hissing in his ears, that his wife had betrayed his honor. Nevertheless, there was that at his heart, as he remembered those words, which made him feel that the world was almost too heavy for him. For the first quarter of an hour after the Duke's departure he thought more of his wife and of Burgo Fitzgerald than he did of Lord Brock and Mr. Finespun. But of this he was aware, that he had forgiven his wife. That he had put his arm round her and embraced her after hearing her confession, and that she, mutely, with her eyes, had promised him that she would do her best for him. Then something of an idea of love came across his heart, and he acknowledged to himself that he had married without loving or without requiring love. Much of all this had been his own fault. Indeed, had not the whole of it come from his own wrongdoing? He acknowledged that it was so. But now he loved her. He felt that he could not bear to part with her, even if there were no question of public scandal, or of disgrace. He had been torn inwardly by that assertion that she loved another man. She had got at his heartstrings at last. There are men who may love their wives, though they never can have been in love before their marriage. When the Duke had been gone about an hour, and when, under ordinary circumstances, it would have been his time to go down to the house, he took his hat and walked into the park. He made his way across Hyde Park, and into Kensington Gardens, and there he remained for an hour, walking up and down beneath the elms. The quidnuncs of the town, who chanced to see him, and who had heard something of the political movements of the day, thought, no doubt, that he was meditating his future ministerial career. But he had not been there long before he had resolved that no ministerial career was at present open to him. "It has been my own fault," he said, as he returned to his house, "and with God's help I will mend it, if it be possible." But he was a slow man, and he did not go off instantly to the Duke. He had given himself to 8 o'clock, and he took the full time. He could not go down to the House of Commons because men would make inquiries of him which he would find it difficult to answer. So he dined at home, alone. He had told his wife that he would see her at 9, and before that hour he would not go to her. He sat alone till it was time for him to get into his brougham, and thought it all over. That seat in the cabinet and chancellorship of the Exchequer, which he had so infinitely desired, were already done with. There was no doubt about that. It might have been better for him not to have married, but now that he was married, and that things had brought him untowardly to this pass, he knew that his wife's safety was his first duty. "We will go through Switzerland," he said to himself, "to Baden, and then we will get on to Florence and to Rome. She has seen nothing of all these things yet, and the new life will make a change in her. She shall have her own friend with her." Then he went down to the House of Lords, and saw the Duke. "Well, Palliser," said the Duke, when he had listened to him, "of course I cannot argue it with you any more. I can only say that I am very sorry, more sorry than perhaps you will believe. Indeed, it half breaks my heart." The Duke's voice was very sad, and it might almost have been thought that he was going to shed a tear. In truth he disliked Mr. Finespun with the strongest political feeling of which he was capable, and had attached himself to Mr. Palliser almost as strongly. It was 1,000 pities. How hard had he not worked to bring about this arrangement, which was now to be upset because a woman had been foolish. "I never above half liked her," said the Duke to himself, thinking perhaps a little of the Duchess's complaints of her. "I must go to Brock at once," he said aloud, "and tell him. God knows what we must do now. Goodbye. Goodbye. No, I'm not angry. There shall be no quarrel. But I am very sorry." In this way the two politicians parted. We may as well follow this political movement to its end. The Duke saw Lord Brock that night, and then those two ministers sent for another minister, another noble lord, a man of great experience in cabinets. These three discussed the matter together, and on the following day Lord Brock got up in the House, and made a strong speech in defence of his colleague, Mr. Finespun. To the end of the session, at any rate, Mr. Finespun kept his position, and held the seals of the exchequer while all the quidnuncs of the nation, shaking their heads, spoke of the wonderful power of Mr. Finespun, and declared that Lord Brock did not dare to face the opposition without him. In the meantime Mr. Palliser had returned to his wife, and told her of his resolution with reference to their tour abroad. "We may as well make up our minds to start at once," said he. "At any rate, there is nothing on my side to hinder us." Chapter 60. Alice Vavasor's name gets into the money market. Some 10 or 12 days after George Vavasor's return to London from Westmoreland he appeared at Mr. Scrubby's offices with 4 small slips of paper in his hand. Mr. Scrubby, as usual, was pressing for money. The third election was coming on, and money was already being spent very freely among the men of the river bank. So, at least, Mr. Scrubby declared. Mr. Grimes, of the Handsome Man, had shown signs of returning allegiance. But Mr. Grimes could not afford to be loyal without money. He had his little family to protect. Mr. Scrubby, too, had his little family, and was not ashamed to use it on this occasion. "I'm a family man, Mr. Vavasor, and therefore I never run any risks. I never go a yard further than I can see my way back." This he had said in answer to a proposition that he should take George's note of hand for the expenses of the next election, payable in 3 months' time. "It is so very hard to realize," said George, "immediately upon a death, when all the property left is real property." "Very hard indeed," said Mr. Scrubby, who had heard with accuracy all the particulars of the old squire's will. Vavasor understood the lawyer, cursed him inwardly, and suggested to himself that some day he might murder Mr. Scrubby as well as John Grey, and perhaps also a few more of his enemies. 2 days after the interview in which his own note of hand had been refused, he again called in Great Marlborough Street. Upon this occasion he tendered to Mr. Scrubby for his approval the 4 slips of paper which have been mentioned. Mr. Scrubby regarded them with attention, looking first at one side horizontally, and then at the other side perpendicularly. But before we learn the judgment pronounced by Mr. Scrubby as to these 4 slips of paper, we must go back to their earlier history. As they were still in their infancy, we shall not have to go back far. One morning, at about 11 o'clock the parlour maid came up to Alice, as she sat alone in the drawing-room in Queen Anne Street, and told her there was a gentleman in the hall waiting to be seen by her. We all know the tone in which servants announce a gentleman when they know that the gentleman is not a gentleman. "A gentleman wanting to see me." "What sort of a gentleman?" "Well, miss, I don't think he's just of our sort, but he's decent to look at." Alice Vavasor had no desire to deny herself to any person but one. She was well aware that the gentleman in the hall could not be her cousin George, and therefore she did not refuse to see him. "Let him come up," she said. "But I think, Jane, you ought to ask him his name." Jane did ask him his name, and came back immediately, announcing Mr. Levy. This occurred immediately after the return of Mr. John Vavasor from Westmoreland. He had reached home late on the preceding evening, and at the moment of Mr. Levy's call was in his dressing-room. Alice got up to receive her visitor, and at once understood the tone of her maid's voice. Mr. Levy was certainly not a gentleman of the sort to which she had been most accustomed. He was a little dark man, with sharp eyes, set very near to each other in his head, with a beaked nose, thick at the bridge, and a black moustache, but no other beard. Alice did not at all like the look of Mr. Levy, but she stood up to receive him, made him a little bow, and asked him to sit down. "Is Papa dressed yet?" Alice asked the servant. "Well, miss, I don't think he is, not to say dressed." Alice had thought it might be as well that Mr. Levy should know that there was a gentleman in the house with her. "I've called about a little bit of business, miss," said Mr. Levy, when they were alone. "Nothing as you need disturb yourself about. You'll find it all square, I think." Then he took a case out of his breast pocket, and produced a note, which he handed to her. Alice took the note, and saw immediately that it was addressed to her by her cousin George. "Yes, Mr. George Vavasor," said Mr. Levy. "I dare say you never saw me before, miss?" "No, sir, I think not," said Alice. "I am your cousin's clerk." "Oh, you're Mr. Vavasor's clerk. I'll read his letter, if you please, sir." "If you please, miss." George Vavasor's letter to his cousin was as follows. "Dear Alice, after what passed between us when I last saw you, I thought that on my return from Westmoreland I should learn that you had paid in at my bankers the money that I require. But I find that this is not so, and of course I excuse you, because women so seldom know when or how to do that which business demands of them. You have, no doubt, heard the injustice which my grandfather has done me, and will probably feel as indignant as I do. I only mention this now, because the nature of his will makes it more than ever incumbent on you that you should be true to your pledge to me. Till there shall be some ground for a better understanding between us, and this I do not doubt will come, I think it wiser not to call, myself, at Queen Anne Street. I therefore send my confidential clerk with 4 bills, each of £500, drawn at 14 days' date, across which I will get you to write your name. Mr. Levy will show you the way in which this should be done. Your name must come under the word accepted, and just above the name of Messrs. Drummond's, where the money must be lying ready, at any rate, not later than Monday fortnight. Indeed, the money must be there some time on the Saturday. They know you so well at Drummond's that you will not object to call on the Saturday afternoon, and ask if it is all right. I have certainly been inconvenienced by not finding the money as I expected on my return to town. If these bills are not properly provided for, the result will be very disastrous to me. I feel, however, sure that this will be done, both for your own sake and for mine. Affectionately yours, George Vavasor. The unparalleled impudence of this letter had the effect which the writer had intended. It made Alice think immediately of her own remissness, if she had been remiss, rather than of the enormity of his claim upon her. The decision with which he asked for her money, without any pretence at an excuse on his part, did for the time induce her to believe that she had no alternative but to give it to him. And that she had been wrong in delaying it. She had told him that he should have it, and she ought to have been as good as her word. She should not have forced upon him the necessity of demanding it. But the idea of signing 4 bills was terrible to her, and she felt sure that she ought not to put her name to orders for so large an amount and then entrust them to such a man as Mr. Levy. Her father was in the house, and she might have asked him. The thought that she would do so of course occurred to her. But then it occurred to her also that were she to speak to her father as to this advancing of money to her cousin, to this giving of money, for she now well understood that it would be a gift. Were she to consult her father in any way about it, he would hinder her, not only from signing the bills for Mr. Levy, but, as far as he could do so, from keeping the promise made to her cousin. She was resolved that George should have the money, and she knew that she could give it to him in spite of her father. But her father might probably be able to delay the gift, and thus rob it of its chief value. If she were to sign the bills, the money must be made to be forthcoming. So much she understood. Mr. Levy had taken out the 4 bills from the same case, and had placed them on the table before him. "Mr. Vavasor has explained, I believe, miss, what it is you have to do," he said. "Yes, sir. My cousin has explained. And there is nothing else to trouble you with, I believe. If you will just write your name across them, here, I need not detain you by staying any longer." Mr. Levy was very anxious to make his visit as short as possible, since he had heard that Mr. John Vavasor was in the house. But Alice hesitated. £2,000 is a very serious sum of money. She had heard much of sharpers, and thought that she ought to be cautious. What if this man, of whom she had never before heard, should steal the bills after she had signed them? She looked again at her cousin's letter, chiefly with the object of gaining time. "It's all right, miss," said Mr. Levy. "Could you not leave them with me, sir?" said Alice. "Well, Not very well, miss. No doubt Mr. Vavasor has explained it all, but the fact is, he must have them this afternoon. He has got a heavy sum to put down on the nail about this here election, and if it ain't down today, them on whom he has to depend will be all abroad. But, sir, the money will not be payable today. If I understand it, they are not cheques. No, miss, no, they are not cheques. But your name, miss, at 14 days, is the same as ready money. Just the same. She paused, and while she paused, he reached a pen for her from the writing table, and then she signed the 4 bills as he held them before her. She was quick enough at doing this when she had once commenced the work. Her object, then, was that the man should be gone from the house before her father could meet him. These were the 4 bits of paper which George Vavasor tendered to Mr. Scrubby's notice on the occasion which we have now in hand. In doing so, he made use of them after the manner of a grand capitalist, who knows that he may assume certain airs as he allows the odours of the sweetness of his wealth to drop from him. You insisted on ready money, with your suspicions, said he, and there it is. You're not afraid of 14 days, I dare say. 14 days is neither here nor there, said Mr. Scrubby. We can let our payment stand over as long as that, without doing any harm. I'll send one of my men down to Grimes, and tell him I can't see him, till, let me see, and he looked at one of the bills, till the 15th. But this was not exactly what George Vavasor wanted. He was desirous that the bills should be immediately turned into money, so that the necessity of forcing payments from Alice, should do provision for the bills not be made, might fall into other hands than his. We can wait till the 15th, said Scrubby, as he handed the bits of paper back to his customer. You will want 1,000, you say, said George. 1,000 to begin with. Certainly not less. Then you had better keep 2 of them. Well, no. I don't see the use of that. You had better collect them through your own banker, and let me have a cheque on the 15th or 16th. How cursed suspicious you are, Scrubby. No, I ain't. I'm not a bit suspicious. I don't deal in such articles, that's all. What doubt can there be about such bills as those? Everybody knows that my cousin has a considerable fortune, altogether at her own disposal. The truth is, Mr. Vavasor, that bills with ladies' names on them, ladies who are no way connected with business, ain't just the paper that people like. Nothing on earth can be surer. You take them into the city for discount, and see if the bankers don't tell you the same. They may be done, of course, upon your name. I say nothing about that. I can explain to you the nature of the family arrangement, but I can't do that to a stranger. However, I don't mind. Of course not. The time is so short that it does not signify. Have them collected through your own bankers, and then, if it don't suit you to call, send me a cheque for £1,000 when the time is up. Then Mr. Scrubby turned to some papers on his right hand, as though the interview had been long enough. Vavasor looked at him angrily, opening his wound at him and cursing him inwardly. Mr. Scrubby went on with his paper, by no means regarding either the wound or the unspoken curses. Thereupon Vavasor got up and went away without any word of farewell. As he walked along Great Marlborough Street, and through those unalluring streets which surround the Soho district, and so on to the Strand and his own lodgings, he still continued to think of some wide scheme of revenge, of some scheme in which Mr. Scrubby might be included. There had appeared something latterly in Mr. Scrubby's manner to him, something of mingled impatience and familiarity, which made him feel that he had fallen in the attorney's estimation. It was not that the lawyer thought him to be less honourable, or less clever, than he had before thought him, but that the man was like a rat, and knew a falling house by the instinct that was in him. So George Vavasor cursed Mr. Scrubby, and calculated some method of murdering him without detection. The reader is not to suppose that the member for the Chelsea districts had, in truth, resolved to gratify his revenge by murdering any of those persons whom he hated so vigorously. He did not, himself, think it probable that he would become a murderer. But he received some secret satisfaction in allowing his mind to dwell upon the subject, and in making those calculations. He reflected that it would not do to take off Scrubby and John Gray at the same time, as it would be known that he was connected with both of them. Unless, indeed, he was to take off a third person at the same time, a third person. As to the expediency of ending whose career he made his calculations quite as often as he did in regard to any of those persons whom he cursed so often. It need hardly be explained to the reader that this third person was the sitting member for the Chelsea districts. As he was himself in want of instant ready money, Mr. Scrubby's proposition that he should leave the 4 bills at his own bankers, to be collected when they came to maturity, did not suit him. He doubted much, also, whether at the end of the 14 days the money would be forthcoming. Alice would be driven to tell her father, in order that the money might be procured, and John Vavasor would probably succeed in putting impediments in the way of the payment. He must take the bills into the city, and do the best there that he could with them. He was too late for this today, and therefore he went to his lodgings, and then down to the house. In the house he sat all the night with his hat over his eyes, making those little calculations of which I have spoken. "You have heard the news, haven't you?" said Mr. Bott to him, whispering in his ear. "News, no. I haven't heard any news. Finespun has resigned, and Palliser is at this moment with the Duke of St. Bungay in the Lord's library. They may both be at the bottom of the Lord's fish-pond, for what I care," said Vavasor. "That's nonsense, you know," said Bott. "Still, you know Palliser is Chancellor of the Exchequer at this moment. What a lucky fellow you are to have such a chance come to you directly you get in. As soon as he takes his seat down there, of course we shall go up behind him." "We shall have another election in a month's time," said George. "I'm safe enough," said Bott. "It never hurts a man at elections to be closely connected with the government." George Vavasor was in the city by times the next morning, but he found that the city did not look with favourable eyes on his 4 bills. The city took them up, first horizontally, and then, with a twist of its hand, perpendicularly, and looked at them with distrustful eyes. The city repeated the name, Alice Vavasor, as though it were not esteemed a good name on 'Change. The city suggested that as the time was so short, the holder of the bills would be wise to hold them till he could collect the amount. It was very clear that the city suspected something wrong in the transaction. The city, by one of its mouths, asserted plainly that ladies' bills never meant business. George Vavasor cursed the city, and made his calculation about murdering it. Might not a river of strychnine be turned on round the exchange about luncheon time? 3 of the bills he left at last with his own bankers for collection, and retained the 4th in his breast pocket, intending on the morrow to descend with it into those lower depths of the money market which he had not as yet visited. Again, on the next day, he went to work and succeeded to some extent. Among those lower depths he found a capitalist who was willing to advance him £200, keeping that 4th bill in his possession as security. The capitalist was to have £40 for the transaction, and George cursed him as he took his cheque. George Vavasor knew quite enough of the commercial world to enable him to understand that a man must be in a very bad condition when he consents to pay £40 for the use of 200 for 14 days. He cursed the city. He cursed the House of Commons. He cursed his cousin Alice and his sister Kate. He cursed the memory of his grandfather. And he cursed himself. Mr. Levy had hardly left the house in Queen Anne Street, before Alice had told her father what she had done. "The money must be forthcoming," said Alice. To this her father made no immediate reply, but turning himself in his chair away from her with a sudden start, sat looking at the fire and shaking his head. "The money must be made to be forthcoming," said Alice. "Papa, will you see that it is done?" This was very hard upon poor John Vavasor, and so he felt it to be. "Papa, if you will not promise, I must go to Mr. Round about it myself, and must find out a broker to sell out for me. You would not wish that my name should be dishonoured." "You will be ruined," said he, "and for such a rascal as that." Never mind whether he is a rascal or not, Papa. You must acknowledge that he has been treated harshly by his grandfather. I think that Will was the wisest thing my father ever did. Had he left the estate to George, there wouldn't have been an acre of it left in the family in 6 months' time. But the life interest, Papa. He would have raised all he could upon that, and it would have done him no good. At any rate, Papa, he must have this £2,000. You must promise me that. And then he will want more. No, I do not think he will ask for more. At any rate, I do not think that I am bound to give him all that I have. I should think not. I should like to know how you can be bound to give him anything. Because I promised it. I have signed the bills now, and it must be done. Still Mr. Vavasor made no promise. Papa, if you will not say that you will do it, I must go down to Mr. Round at once. I don't know that I can do it. I don't know that Mr. Round can do it. Your money is chiefly on mortgage. Then there was a pause for a moment in the conversation. Upon my word, I never heard of such a thing in my life, said Mr. Vavasor, I never did. £4,000 given away to such a man as that, in 3 months. £4,000. And you say you do not intend to marry him? Certainly not, all that is over. And does he know that it is over? I suppose he does. You suppose so. Things of that sort are so often over with you. This was very cruel. Perhaps she had deserved the reproach, but still it was very cruel. The blow struck her with such force that she staggered under it. Tears came into her eyes, and she could hardly speak lest she should betray herself by sobbing. I know that I have behaved badly, she said at last, but I am punished, and you might spare me now. I didn't want to punish you, he said, getting up from his chair and walking about the room. I don't want to punish you. But, I don't want to see you ruined. I must go to Mr. Round then, myself. Mr. Vavasor went on walking about the room, jingling the money in his trousers pockets, and pushing the chairs about as he chanced to meet them. At last, he made a compromise with her. He would take a day to think whether he would assist her in getting the money, and communicate his decision to her on the following morning. Chapter 61. The bills are made all right. Mr. Vavasor was at his wits' end about his daughter. She had put her name to 4 bills for £500 each, and had demanded from him, almost without an apology, his aid in obtaining money to meet them. And she might put her name to any other number of bills, and for any amount. There was no knowing how a man ought to behave to such a daughter. I don't want her money, the father said to himself. And if she had got none of her own, I would make her as comfortable as I could with my own income. But to see her throw her money away in such a fashion as this is enough to break a man's heart. Mr. Vavasor went to his office in Chancery Lane, but he did not go to the chambers of Mr. Round, the lawyer. Instead of calling on Mr. Round he sent a note by a messenger to Suffolk Street, and the answer to the note came in the person of Mr. Grey. John Grey was living in town in these days, and was in the habit of seeing Mr. Vavasor frequently. Indeed, he had not left London since the memorable occasion on which he had pitched his rival down the tailor's stairs at his lodgings. He had made himself pretty well conversant with George Vavasor's career, and had often shuddered as he thought what might be the fate of any girl who might trust herself to marry such a man as that. He had been at home when Mr. Vavasor's note had reached his lodgings, and had instantly walked off towards Chancery Lane. He knew his way to Mr. Vavasor's signing office very accurately, for he had acquired a habit of calling there, and of talking to the father about his daughter. He was a patient, persevering man, confident in himself, and apt to trust that he would accomplish those things which he attempted, though he was hardly himself aware of any such aptitude. He had never despaired as to Alice. And though he had openly acknowledged to himself that she had been very foolish, or rather, that her judgment had failed her, he had never in truth been angry with her. He had looked upon her rejection of himself, and her subsequent promise to her cousin, as the effects of a mental hallucination, very much to be lamented, to be wept for, perhaps. through a whole life, as a source of terrible sorrow to himself and to her. But he regarded it all as a disease, of which the cure was yet possible, as a disease which, though it might never leave the patient as strong as she was before, might still leave her altogether. And as he would still have clung to his love had she been attacked by any of those illnesses for which doctors have well-known names, so would he cling to her now that she was attacked by a malady for which no name was known. He had already heard from Mr. Vavasor that Alice had discovered how impossible it was that she should marry her cousin, and, in his quiet, patient, enduring way, was beginning to feel confident that he would, at last, carry his mistress off with him to Nethercoats. It was certainly a melancholy place, that signing office, in which Mr. John Vavasor was doomed to spend 12 hours a week, during every term time, of his existence. Whether any man could really pass an existence of work in such a workshop, and not have gone mad, could have endured to work there for 7 hours a day, every weekday of his life, I am not prepared to say. I doubt much whether any victims are so doomed. I have so often wandered through those gloomy passages without finding a sign of humanity there, without hearing any slightest tick of the hammer of labour, that I am disposed to think that Lord Chancellors have been anxious to save their subordinates from suicide, and have mercifully decreed that the whole staff of labourers, down to the very message boys of the office, should be sent away to green fields or palatial clubs during, at any rate, a moiety of their existence. The dismal set of chambers, in which the most dismal room had been assigned to Mr. Vavasor, was not actually in Chancery Lane. Opening off from Chancery Lane are various other small lanes, quiet, dingy nooks, some of them in the guise of streets going no whither, some being thoroughfares to other dingy streets beyond, in which sponging houses abound, and others existing as the entrances to so-called inns of court, inns of which all knowledge has for years been lost to the outer world of the laity, and, as I believe, lost almost equally to the inner world of the legal profession. Who has ever heard of Simon's Inn? But an ancestral Simon's, celebrated, no doubt, in his time, did found an inn, and there it is to this day. Of Staples' Inn, who knows the purposes or use? Who are its members, and what do they do as such? And Staples' Inn is an inn with pretensions, having a chapel of its own, or, at any rate, a building which, in its external dimensions, is ecclesiastical, having a garden and architectural proportions, and a façade towards Holborn, somewhat dingy, but respectable, with an old gateway, and with a decided character of its own. The building in which Mr. John Vavasor had a room and a desk was located in one of these side streets, and had, in its infantine days, been regarded with complacency by its founder. It was stone-faced, and strong, and though very ugly, had about it that air of importance which justifies a building in assuming a special name of itself. This building was called the Accountant General's Record Office, and very probably, in the gloom of its dark cellars, may lie to this day the records of the expenditure of many a fair property which has gotten itself into Chancery, and has never gotten itself out again. It was entered by a dark hall, the door of which was never closed, and which, having another door at its further end leading into another lane, had become itself a thoroughfare. But the passers through it were few in number. Now and then a boy might be seen there carrying on his head or shoulders a huge mass of papers which you would presume to be accounts, or some clerk employed in the purlieus of Chancery Lane who would know the shortest possible way from the chambers of some one attorney to those of some other. But this hall, though open at both ends, was as dark as Erebus, and any who lingered in it would soon find themselves to be growing damp, and would smell mildew, and would become naturally affected by the exhalations arising from those Chancery records beneath their feet. Up the stone stairs, from this hall, John Gray passed to Mr. Vavasor's signing room. The stairs were broad, and almost of noble proportions, but the darkness and gloom which hung about the hall, hung also about them, a melancholy set of stairs, up and down which no man can walk with cheerful feet. Here he came upon a long, broad passage, in which no sound was, at first, to be heard. There was no busy noise of doors slamming, no rapid sound of shoes, no passing to and fro of men intent on their daily bread. Pausing for a moment, that he might look round about him and realize the death-like stillness of the whole, John Gray could just distinguish the heavy breathing of a man. Thereby learning that there was a captive in, at any rate, one of those prisons on each side of him. As he drew near to the door of Mr. Vavasor's chamber he knew that the breathing came from thence. On the door there were words inscribed, which were just legible in the gloom: signing room. Mr. Vavasor. How John Vavasor did hate those words! It seemed to him that they had been placed there with the express object of declaring his degradation aloud to the world. Since his grandfather's will had been read to him he had almost made up his mind to go down those melancholy stairs for the last time. To shake the dust off his feet as he left the Accountant General's record office forever, and content himself with half his official income. But how could he give up so many hundreds a year while his daughter was persisting in throwing away thousands as fast as, or faster than, she could lay her hands on them? John Gray entered the room and found Mr. Vavasor sitting all alone in an armchair over the fire. I rather think that breathing had been the breathing of a man asleep. He was resting himself amidst the labors of his signing. It was a large, dull room, which could not have been painted, I should think, within the memory of man, looking out backwards into some court. The black wall of another building seemed to stand up close to the window, so close that no direct ray of the sun ever interrupted the signing clerk at his work. In the middle of the room there was a large mahogany table, on which lay a pile of huge papers. Across the top of them there was placed a bit of blotting paper, with a quill pen, the two only tools which were necessary to the performance of the signing clerk's work. On the table there stood a row of official books, placed lengthways on their edges, the Post Office Directory, the Court Circular, Directory to the Inns of Court. A dusty volume of Acts of Parliament, which had reference to Chancery accounts, a volume which Mr. Vavasor never opened, and there were some others, but there was no book there in which any Christian man or woman could take delight, either for amusement or for recreation. There were 3 or 4 chairs round the wall, and there was the one armchair which the occupant of the chamber had dragged away from its sacred place to the hearthrug. There was also an old Turkey carpet on the floor. Other furniture there was none. Can it be a matter of surprise to anyone that Mr. Vavasor preferred his club to his place of business? He was not left quite alone in this death-like dungeon. Attached to his own large room there was a small closet, in which sat the signing clerk's clerk, a lad of perhaps 17 years of age, who spent the greatest part of his time playing tit-tat-toe by himself upon official blotting paper. Had I been Mr. Vavasor I should have sworn a bosom friendship with that lad, have told him all my secrets, and joined his youthful games. "Come in, Mr. Vavasor," had cried when John Gray disturbed his slumber by knocking at the door. "I'm glad to see you, very. Sit down, won't you? Did you ever see such a wretched fire? The coals they give you in this place are the worst in all London. Did you ever see such coals?" And he gave a wicked poke at the fire. It was now the 1st of May, and Gray, who had walked from Suffolk Street, was quite warm. "One hardly wants a fire at all, such weather as this," he said. "Oh, don't you?" said the signing clerk. "If you had to sit here all day, you'd see if you didn't want a fire. It's the coldest building I ever put my foot in. Sometimes in winter I have to sit here the whole day in a greatcoat. I only wish I could shut old Sugden up here for a week or 2, after Christmas." The great lawyer whom he had named was the man whom he supposed to have inflicted on him the terrible injury of his life, and he was continually invoking small misfortunes on the head of that tyrant. "How is Alice?" said Gray, desiring to turn the subject from the 10 times told tale of his friend's wrongs. Mr. Vavasor sighed. "She is well enough, I believe," he said. "Is anything the matter in Queen Anne Street? You'll hardly believe it when I tell you, and, indeed, I hardly know whether I ought to tell you or not. As you and I have gone so far together, I think that you ought to tell me anything that concerns her nearly." "That's just it. It's about her money. Do you know, Gray, I'm beginning to think that I've been wrong in allowing you to advance what you have done on her account. Why wrong? Because I foresee there'll be a difficulty about it. How are we to manage about the repayment? If she becomes my wife there will be no management wanted. But how if she never becomes your wife? I'm beginning to think she'll never do anything like any other woman. I'm not quite sure that you understand her, said Gray, though of course you ought to do so better than anyone else. Nobody can understand her, said the angry father. She told me the other day, as you know, that she was going to have nothing more to do with her cousin. Has she become friends with him again, said Gray. As he asked the question there came a red spot on each cheek, showing the strong mental anxiety which had prompted it. No, I believe not, that is, certainly not in the way you mean. I think that she is beginning to know that he is a rascal. It is a great blessing that she has learned the truth before it was too late. But would you believe it? She has given him her name to bills for £2,000, payable at 2 weeks' sight. He sent to her only this morning a fellow that he called his clerk, and she has been fool enough to accept them. £2,000. That comes of leaving money at a young woman's own disposal. But we expected that, you know, said Gray, who seemed to take the news with much composure. Expected it? Of course we did. You yourself did not suppose that what he had before would have been the last. But after she had quarrelled with him. That would make no difference with her. She had promised him her money, and as it seems that he will be content with that, let her keep her promise. And give him everything. Not if I can help it. I'll expose him. I will indeed. Such a pitiful rascal as he is. You will do nothing, Mr. Vavasor, that will injure your daughter. I'm very sure of that. But, by heavens! Such sheer robbery as that. £2,000 more in 14 days. The shortness of the date at which the bills were drawn seemed to afflict Mr. Vavasor almost as keenly as the amount. Then he described the whole transaction as accurately as he could do so, and also told how Alice had declared her purpose of going to Mr. Round the lawyer, if her father would not undertake to procure the money for her by the time the bills should become due. Mr. Round, you know, has heard nothing about it, he continued. He doesn't dream of any such thing. If she would take my advice, she would leave the bills, and let them be dishonored. As it is, I think I shall call at Drummond's, and explain the whole transaction. You must not do that, said Gray. I will call at Drummond's, instead, and see that the money is all right for the bills. As far as they go, let him have his plunder. And if she won't take you, at last, Gray? Upon my word, I don't think she ever will. My belief is she'll never get married. She'll never do anything like any other woman. The money won't be missed by me if I never get married, said Gray, with a smile. If she does marry me, of course I shall make her pay me. No, by George. That won't do, said Vavasor. If she were your daughter you'd know that she could not take a man's money in that way. And I know it now, though she is not my daughter. I was only joking. As soon as I am certain, finally certain, that she can never become my wife, I will take back my money. You need not be afraid. The nature of the arrangement we have made shall then be explained to her. In this way it was settled. And on the following morning the father informed the daughter that he had done her bidding, and that the money would be placed to her credit at the banker's before the bills came due. On that Saturday, the day which her cousin had named in his letter, she trudged down to Drummond's, and was informed by a very courteous senior clerk in that establishment that due preparation for the bills had been made. So far, I think we may say that Mr. George Vavasor was not unfortunate. Chapter 62. Going abroad. One morning, early in May, a full week before Alice's visit to the bankers at Charing Cross, a servant in grand livery, 6 feet high, got out of a cab at the door in Queen Anne Street, and sent up a note for Miss Vavasor, declaring that he would wait in the cab for her answer. He had come from Lady Glencora, and had been specially ordered to go in a cab and come back in a cab, and make himself as like a Mercury, with wings to his feet, as may be possible to a London footman. Mr. Palliser had arranged his plans with his wife that morning, or, I should more correctly say, had given her his orders, and she, in consequence, had sent away her Mercury in hot pressing haste to Queen Anne Street. "Do come, instantly if you can," the note said. "I have so much to tell you, and so much to ask of you. If you can't come, when shall I find you, and where?" Alice sent back a note, saying that she would be in Park Lane as soon as she could put on her bonnet and walk down, and then the Mercury went home in his cab. Alice found her friend in the small breakfast room upstairs, sitting close by the window. They had not as yet met since the evening of Lady Monk's party, nor had Lady Glencora seen Alice in the mourning which she now wore for her grandfather. "Oh, dear, what a change it makes in you," she said. "I never thought of your being in black. I don't know what it is you want, but shan't I do in mourning as well as I would in colours?" "You'll do in anything, dear. But I have so much to tell you, and I don't know how to begin. And I've so much to ask of you, and I'm so afraid you won't do it. You generally find me very complaisant." "No, I don't, dear. It is very seldom you will do anything for me. But I must tell you everything first. Do take your bonnet off, for I shall be hours in doing it." "Hours in telling me?" "Yes, and in getting your consent to what I want you to do. But I think I'll tell you that first. I'm to be taken abroad immediately." "Who is to take you?" "Ah, you may well ask that. If you could know what questions I have asked myself on that head. I sometimes say things to myself as though they were the most proper and reasonable things in the world, and then within an hour or two I hate myself for having thought of them. But why don't you answer me? Who is going abroad with you?" "Well, you are to be one of the party." "I?" "Yes, you. When I have named so very respectable a chaperone for my youth, of course you will understand that my husband is to take us." "But Mr. Palliser can't leave London at this time of the year." "That's just it. He is to leave London at this time of the year. Don't look in that way, for it's all settled. Whether you go with me or not, I've got to go. Today is Tuesday. We are to be off next Tuesday night, if you can make yourself ready. We shall breakfast in Paris on Wednesday morning, and then it will be to us all just as if we were in a new world. Mr. Palliser will walk up and down the new court of the Louvre, and you will be on his left arm. And I shall be on his right, just like English people, and it will be the most proper thing that ever was seen in life. Then we shall go on to ball." Alice shuddered as ball was mentioned, thinking of the balcony over the river, and so to Lucerne. But no, that was the first plan, and Mr. Palliser altered it. He spent a whole day up here with maps and Bradshaw's and Murray's guidebooks, and he scolded me so because I didn't care whether we went first to Baden or to some other place. How could I care? I told him I would go anywhere he chose to take me. Then he told me I was heartless, and I acknowledged that I was heartless. "I am heartless," I said. "Tell me something I don't know." "Oh, Cora, why did you say that?" "I didn't choose to contradict my husband. Besides, it's true." Then he threw the Bradshaw away, and all the maps flew about. So I picked them up again, and said we'd go to Switzerland first. I knew that would settle it, and of course he decided on stopping at Baden. If he had said Jericho, it would have been the same thing to me. Wouldn't you like to go to Jericho? I should have no special objection to Jericho. But you are to go to Baden instead. I've said nothing about that yet. But you have not told me half your story. Why is Mr. Palliser going abroad in the middle of Parliament in this way? Ah, now I must go back to the beginning. And indeed, Alice, I hardly know how to tell you, not that I mind you knowing it, only there are some things that won't get themselves told. You can hardly guess what it is that he is giving up. You must swear that you won't repeat what I'm going to tell you now. I'm not a person apt to tell secrets, but I shan't swear anything. What a woman you are for discretion. It is you that ought to be Chancellor of the Exchequer, you are so wise. Only you haven't brought your own pigs to the best market, after all. Never mind my own pigs now, Cora. I do mind them, very much. But the secret is this. They have asked Mr. Palliser to be Chancellor of the Exchequer, and he has refused. Think of that. But why? Because of me, and my folly, and wickedness, and abominations. Because he has been fool enough to plague himself with a wife, he who of all men ought to have kept himself free from such troubles. Oh, he has been so good. It is almost impossible to make anyone understand it. If you could know how he has longed for this office. How he has worked for it day and night, wearing his eyes out with figures when everybody else has been asleep, shutting himself up with such creatures as Mr. Bott when other men have been shooting and hunting and flirting and spending their money. He has been a slave to it for years, all his life I believe, in order that he might sit in the cabinet, and be a minister and a chancellor of the exchequer. He has hoped and feared, and has been, I believe, sometimes half mad with expectation. This has been his excitement, what racing and gambling are to other men. At last, the place was there, ready for him, and they offered it to him. They begged him to take it, almost on their knees. The Duke of St. Bungay was here all one morning about it, but Mr. Palliser sent him away, and refused the place. It's all over now, and the other man, whom they all hate so much, is to remain in. But why did he refuse it? I keep on telling you, because of me. He found that I wanted looking after, and that Mrs. Marsham and Mr. Bott between them couldn't do it. Oh, Cora! How can you talk in that way? If you knew all, you might well ask how I could. You remember about Lady Monk's ball, that you would not go to, as you ought to have done. If you had gone, Mr. Palliser would have been Chancellor of the Exchequer at this minute, he would, indeed. Only think of that. But though you did not go, other people did who ought to have remained at home. I went for one, and you know who was there for another. What difference could that make to you? Said Alice, angrily. It might have made a great deal of difference. And, for the matter of that, so it did. Mr. Palliser was there too, but, of course, he went away immediately. I can't tell you all the trouble there had been about Mrs. Marsham, whether I was to take her with me or not. However, I wouldn't take her, and didn't take her. The carriage went for her first, and there she was when we got there, and Mr. Bott was there too. I wonder whether I shall ever make you understand it all. There are some things I don't want to understand. There they both were watching me, looking at me the whole evening, and, of course, I resolved that I would not be put down by them. I think, if I had been you, I would not have allowed their presence to make any difference to me. That is very easily said, my dear, but by no means so easily done. You can't make yourself unconscious of eyes that are always looking at you. I dared them, at any rate, to do their worst, for I stood up to dance with Burgo Fitzgerald. Oh, Cora! Why shouldn't I? At any rate I did, and I waltzed with him for half an hour. Alice, I never will waltz again, never. I have done with dancing now. I don't think, even in my maddest days, I ever kept it up so long as I did then. And I knew that everybody was looking at me. It was not only Mrs. Marsham and Mr. Bott, but everybody there. I felt myself to be desperate, mad, like a wild woman. There I was, going round and round and round with the only man for whom I ever cared 2 straws. It seemed as though everything had been a dream since the old days. Ah! How well I remember the first time I danced with him, at his aunt's house in Cavendish Square. They had only just brought me out in London then, and I thought that he was a god. Cora! I cannot bear to hear you talk like that. I know well enough that he is no god now. Some people say that he is a devil, but he was like Apollo to me then. Did you ever see anyone so beautiful as he is? I never saw him at all. I wish you could have seen him. But you will some day. I don't know whether you care for men being handsome. Alice thought of John Gray, who was the handsomest man that she knew, but she made no answer. "I do. Or, rather, I used to do," continued Lady Glencora. "I don't think I care much about anything now, but I don't see why handsome men should not be run after as much as handsome women. But you wouldn't have a girl run after any man, would you, whether handsome or ugly? But they do, you know. When I saw him the other night he was just as handsome as ever. The same look, half wild and half tame, like an animal you cannot catch, but which you think would love you so if you could catch him. In a little while it was just like the old time, and I had made up my mind to care nothing for the people looking at me." "And you think that was right?" "No, I don't." "Yes, I do, that is. It wasn't right to care about dancing with him, but it was right to disregard all the people gaping round. What was it to them? Why should they care who I danced with? That is nonsense, dear, and you must know that it is so. If you were to see a woman misbehaving herself in public, would not you look on and make your comments? Could you help doing so if you were to try? You are very severe, Alice. Misbehaving in public. Yes, Cora. I am only taking your own story. According to that, you were misbehaving in public. Lady Glencora got up from her chair near the window, on which she had been crouching close to Alice's knees, and walked away towards the fireplace. What am I to say to you, or how am I to talk to you, said Alice. You would not have me tell you a lie. Of all things in the world, I hate a prude the most, said Lady Glencora. Cora, look here. If you consider it prudery on my part to disapprove of your waltzing with Mr. Fitzgerald in the manner you have described, or, indeed, in any other manner, you and I must differ so totally about the meaning of words and the nature of things that we had better part. Alice, you are the unkindest creature that ever lived. You are as cold as stone. I sometimes think that you can have no heart. I don't mind your saying that. Whether I have a heart or not I will leave you to find out for yourself, but I won't be called a prude by you. You know you were wrong to dance with that man. What has come of it? What have you told me yourself this morning? In order to preserve you from misery and destruction, Mr. Palliser has given up all his dearest hopes. He has had to sacrifice himself that he might save you. That, I take it, is about the truth of it, and yet you tell me that you have done no wrong. I never said so. Now she had come back to her chair by the window, and was again sitting in that crouching form. I never said that I was not wrong. Of course I was wrong. I have been so wrong throughout that I have never been right yet. Let me tell it on to the end, and then you can go away if you like, and tell me that I am too wicked for your friendship. Have I ever said anything like that, Cora? But you will, I dare say, when I have done. Well, what do you think my senior duenna did, the female one, I mean? She took my own carriage, and posted off after Mr. Palliser as hard as ever she could, leaving the male duenna on the watch. I was dancing as hard as I could, but I knew what was going on all the time as well as though I had heard them talking. Of course Mr. Palliser came after me. I don't know what else he could do, unless, indeed, he had left me to my fate. He came there, and behaved so well, so much like a perfect gentleman. Of course I went home, and I was prepared to tell him everything, if he spoke a word to me, that I intended to leave him, and that cart ropes should not hold me. To leave him, Cora. Yes, and go with that other man whose name you won't let me mention. I had a letter from him in my pocket asking me to go. He asked me 12 times that night. I cannot think how it was that I did not consent. That you did not consent to your own ruin and disgrace. That I did not consent to go off with him, anywhere. Of course it would have been my own destruction. I'm not such a fool as not to know that. Do you suppose I have never thought of it, what it would be to be a man's mistress instead of his wife? If I had not I should be a thing to be hated and despised. When once I had done it I should hate and despise myself. I should feel myself to be loathsome, and, as it were, a beast among women. But why did they not let me marry him, instead of driving me to this? And though I might have destroyed myself, I should have saved the man who is still my husband. Do you know, I told him all that, told him that if I had gone away with Burgo Fitzgerald he would have another wife, and would have children, and would? You told your husband that you had thought of leaving him? Yes, I told him everything. I told him that I dearly loved that poor fellow, for whom, as I believe, nobody else on earth cares a single straw. And what did he say? I cannot tell you what he said, only that we are all to go to Baden together, and then to Italy. But he did not seem a bit angry. He very seldom is angry, unless at some trumpery thing, as when he threw the book away. And when I told him that he might have another wife and a child, he put his arm round me and whispered to me that he did not care so much about it as I had imagined. I felt more like loving him at that moment than I had ever done before. He must be fit to be an angel. He's fit to be a cabinet minister, which, I'm quite sure, he'd like much better. And now you know everything, but no, there is one thing you don't know yet. When I tell you that, you'll want to make him an archangel or a prime minister. We'll go abroad, he said, and remember, this was his own proposition, made long before I was able to speak a word. We'll go abroad, and you shall get your cousin Alice to go with us. That touched me more than anything. Only think if he had proposed Mrs. Marsham. But yet he does not like me. You're wrong there, Alice. There has been no question of liking or of disliking. He thought you would be a kind of Mrs. Marsham, and when you were not, but went out flirting among the ruins with Geoffrey Palliser, instead. I never went out flirting with Geoffrey Palliser. He did with you, which is all the same thing. And when Plantagenet knew of that, for, of course, Mr. Bott told him. Mr. Bott can't see everything. Those men do. The worst is, they see more than everything. But, at any rate, Mr. Palliser has got over all that now. Come, Alice. The fact of the offer having come from himself should disarm you of any such objection as that. As he has held out his hand to you, you have no alternative but to take it. I will take his hand willingly. And for my sake you will go with us. He understands himself that I am not fit to be his companion, and to have no companion but him. Now there is a spirit of wisdom about you that will do for him, and a spirit of folly that will suit me. I can manage to put myself on a par with a girl who has played such a wild game with her lovers as you have done. Alice would give no promise then. Her first objection was that she had undertaken to go down to Westmoreland and comfort Kate in the affliction of her broken arm. And I must go, said Alice, remembering how necessary it was that she should plead her own cause with George Vavasor's sister. But she acknowledged that she had not intended to stay long in Westmoreland, probably not more than a week. And it was at last decided that the Pallisers should postpone their journey for 4 or 5 days, and that Alice should go with them immediately upon her return from Vavasor Hall. I have no objection, said her father, speaking with that voice of resignation which men use when they are resolved to consider themselves injured whatever may be done. I can get along in lodgings. I suppose we had better leave the house, as you have given away so much of your own fortune. Alice did not think it worth her while to point out to him, in answer to this, that her contribution to their joint housekeeping should still remain the same as ever. Such, however, she knew would be the fact, and she knew also that she would find her father in the old house when she returned from her travels. To her, in her own great troubles, the absence from London would be as serviceable as it could be to Lady Glencora. Indeed, she had already begun to feel the impossibility of staying quietly at home. She could lecture her cousin, whose faults were open, easy to be defined, and almost loud in their nature, but she was not on that account the less aware of her own. She knew that she too had cause to be ashamed of herself. She was half afraid to show her face among her friends, and wept grievously over her own follies. Those cruel words of her father rang in her ears constantly. Things of that sort are so often over with you. The reproach, though cruel, was true, and what reproach more galling could be uttered to an unmarried girl such as was Alice Vavasor? She had felt from the first moment in which the proposition was made to her, that it would be well that she should for a while leave her home, and especially that drawing-room in Queen Anne Street. which told her so many tales that she would fain forget, if it were possible. Mr. Palliser would not allow his wife to remain in London for the 10 or 12 days which must yet elapse before they started, nor could he send her into the country alone. He took her down to Matching Priory, having obtained leave to be absent from the house for the remainder of the session, and remained with her there till within 2 days of their departure. That week down at Matching, as she afterwards told Alice, was very terrible. He never spoke a word to rebuke her. He never hinted that there had been aught in her conduct of which he had cause to complain. He treated her with a respect that was perfect, and indeed with more outward signs of affection than had ever been customary with him. But, as Lady Glencora afterwards expressed it, he was always looking after me. I believe he thought that Burgo Fitzgerald had hidden himself among the ruins, she said once to Alice. He never suspected me, I am sure of that, but he thought that he ought to look after me. And Lady Glencora in this had very nearly hit the truth. Mr. Palliser had resolved, from that hour in which he had walked out among the elms in Kensington Gardens, that he would neither suspect his wife, nor treat her as though he suspected her. The blame had been his, perhaps, more than it had been hers. So much he had acknowledged to himself, thinking of the confession she had made to him before their marriage. But it was manifestly his imperative duty, his duty of duties, to save her from that pitfall into which, as she herself had told him, she had been so ready to fall. For her sake and for his this must be done. It was a duty so imperative, that in its performance he had found himself forced to abandon his ambition. To have his wife taken from him would be terrible, but the having it said all over the world that such a misfortune had come upon him would be almost more terrible even than that. So he went with his wife hither and thither, down at Matching, allowing himself to be driven about behind Dandy and Flirt. He himself proposed these little excursions. They were tedious to him, but doubly tedious to his wife, who now found it more difficult than ever to talk to him. She struggled to talk, and he struggled to talk, but the very struggles themselves made the thing impossible. He sat with her in the mornings, and he sat with her in the evenings. He breakfasted with her, lunched with her, and dined with her. He went to bed early, having no figures which now claimed his attention. And so the week at last wore itself away. I saw him yawning sometimes, Lady Glencora said afterwards, as though he would fall in pieces. Chapter 63. Mr. John Grey in Queen Anne Street. Alice was resolved that she would keep her promise to Kate, and pay her visit to Westmoreland before she started with the Pallisers. Kate had written to her 3 lines with her left hand, begging her to come, and those 3 lines had been more eloquent than anything she could have written had her right arm been uninjured. Alice had learned something of the truth as to the accident from her father, or, rather, had heard her father's surmises on the subject. She had heard, too, how her cousin George had borne himself when the will was read, and how he had afterwards disappeared, never showing himself again at the Hall. After all that had passed she felt that she owed Kate some sympathy. Sympathy may, no doubt, be conveyed by letter. But there are things on which it is almost impossible for any writer to express himself with adequate feeling, and there are things, too, which can be spoken, but which cannot be written. Therefore, though the journey must be a hurried one, Alice sent word down to Westmoreland that she was to be expected there in a day or 2. On her return she was to go at once to Park Lane, and sleep there for the 2 nights which would intervene before the departure of the Pallisers. On the day before she started for Westmoreland her father came to her in the middle of the day, and told her that John Grey was going to dine with him in Queen Anne Street on that evening. "Today, Papa?" she asked. "Yes, today." "Why not?" "No man is less particular as to what he eats than Grey." "I was not thinking of that, Papa," she said. To this Mr. Vavasor made no reply, but stood for some minutes looking out of the window. Then he prepared to leave the room, getting himself first as far as the table, where he lifted a book, and then on half-way to the door before Alice arrested him. "Perhaps, Papa, you and Mr. Grey had better dine alone." "What do you mean by alone?" "I meant without me, as 2 men generally like to do." If I wanted that I should have asked him to dine at the club, said Mr. Vavasor, and then he again attempted to go. But, Papa. Well, my dear. If you mean to say that because of what has passed you object to meet Mr. Gray, I can only tell you it's nonsense, confounded nonsense. If he chooses to come there can be no reason why you shouldn't receive him. It will look as though. Look what? As though he were asked as my guest. That's nonsense. I saw him yesterday, and I asked him to come. I saw him again today, and he said he would come. He's not such a fool as to suppose after that, that you asked him. No, not that I asked him. And if you run away you'll only make more of the thing than it's worth. Of course I can't make you dine with me if you don't like. Alice did not like it, but, after some consideration, she thought that she might be open to the imputation of having made more of the thing than it was worth if she ran away. As her father called it. She was going to leave the country for some 6 or 8 months, perhaps for a longer time than that, and it might be as well that she should have an opportunity of telling her plans to Mr. Gray. She could do it, she thought, in such a way as to make him understand that her last quarrel with George Vavasor was not supposed to alter the footing on which she stood with him. She did not doubt that her father had told everything to Mr. Gray. She knew well enough what her father's wishes still were. It was not odd that he should be asking John Gray to his house, though such exercises of domestic hospitality were very unusual with him. But, so she declared to herself, such little attempts on his part would be altogether thrown away. It was a pity that he had not yet learned to know her better. She would receive Mr. Gray as the mistress of her father's house now, for the last time, and then, on her return in the following year, he would be at Nethercoats, and the whole thing would be over. She dressed herself very plainly, simply changing one black frock for another, and then sat herself in her drawing-room awaiting the 2 gentlemen. It was already past the hour of dinner before her father came upstairs. She knew that he was in the house, and in her heart she accused him of keeping out of the way, in order that John Gray might be alone with her. Whether or no she were right in her suspicions, John Gray did not take advantage of the opportunity offered to him. Her father came up first, and had seated himself silently in his armchair before the visitor was announced. As Mr. Gray entered the room Alice knew that she was flurried, but still she managed to carry herself with some dignity. His bearing was perfect. But then, as she declared to herself afterwards, no possible position in life would put him beside himself. He came up to her with his usual quiet smile, a smile that was genial even in its quietness, and took her hand. He took it fairly and fully into his. But there was no squeezing, no special pressure, no love-making. And when he spoke to her he called her Alice, as though his doing so was of all things the most simply a matter of course. There was no telltale hesitation in his voice. When did he ever hesitate at anything? I hear you are going abroad, he said, with your cousin, Lady Glencora Palliser. Yes, said Alice. I am going with them for a long tour. We shall not return, I fancy, till the end of next winter. Plans of that sort are as easily broken as they are made, said her father. You won't be your own mistress, and I advise you not to count too surely upon getting further than Baden. If Mr. Palliser changes his mind, of course I shall come home, said Alice, with a little attempt at a smile. I should think him a man not prone to changes, said Gray. But all London is talking about his change of mind at this moment. They say at the clubs that he might have been in the cabinet if he would, but that he has taken up this idea of going abroad at the moment when he was wanted. It's his wife's doing, I take it, said Mr. Vavasor. That's the worst of being in Parliament, said Gray. A man can't do anything without giving a reason for it. There must be men for public life, of course, but, upon my word, I think we ought to be very much obliged to them. Alice, as she took her old lover's arm, and walked down with him to dinner, thought of all her former quarrels with him on this very subject. On this very point she had left him. He had never argued the matter with her. He had never asked her to argue with him. He had not condescended so far as that. Had he done so, she thought that she would have brought herself to think as he thought. She would have striven, at any rate, to do so. But she could not become unambitious, tranquil, fond of retirement, and philosophic, without an argument on the matter, without being allowed even the poor grace of owning herself to be convinced. If a man takes a dog with him from the country up to town, the dog must live a town life without knowing the reason why, must live a town life or die a town death. But a woman should not be treated like a dog. Had he deigned to discuss it with me? Alice had so often said. But, no. He will read his books, and I am to go there to fetch him his slippers, and make his tea for him. All this came upon her again as she walked downstairs by his side. And with it there came a consciousness that she had been driven by this usage into the terrible engagement which she had made with her cousin. That, no doubt, was now over. There was no longer to her any question of her marrying George Vavasor. But the fact that she had been mad enough to think and talk of such a marriage, had of itself been enough to ruin her. Things of that sort are so often over with you. After such a speech as that to her from her father, Alice told herself that there could be no more things of that sort for her. But all her misery had been brought about by this scornful superiority to the ordinary pursuits of the world, this looking down upon humanity. It seems to me, she said, very quietly, while her hand was yet upon his arm, that your pity is hardly needed. I should think that no persons can be happier than those whom you call our public men. Ah, said he, that is our old quarrel. He said it as though the quarrel had simply been an argument between them, or a dozen arguments, as arguments do come up between friends. Not as though it had served to separate for life two persons who had loved each other dearly. It's the old story of the town mouse and the country mouse, as old as the hills. Mice may be civil for a while, and compliment each other, but when they come to speak their minds freely, each likes his own life best. She said nothing more at the moment, and the three sat down to their small dinner table. It was astonishing to Alice that he should be able to talk in this way, to hint at such things, to allude to their former hopes and present condition, without a quiver in his voice, or, as far as she could perceive, without any feeling in his heart. Alice, said her father, I can't compliment your cook upon her soup. You don't encourage her, Papa, by eating it often enough. And then you only told me at 2 o'clock today. If a cook can't make soup between 2 and 7, she can't make it in a week. I hope Mr. Gray will excuse it, said Alice. Isn't it good, said he. I won't say that it is, because I should be pretending to have an opinion, but I should not have found out anything against it of myself. Where do you dine usually, now you are in London? Mr. Vavasor asked. At the old club, at the corner of Suffolk Street. It's the oldest club in London, I believe. I never belonged to any other, and therefore can't compare them. But I can't imagine anything much nicer. They give you better soup than ours, said Alice. You've an excellent cook, said Mr. Vavasor, with great gravity. One of the best second-class cooks in London. We were very nearly getting him, but you nicked him just in time. I know him well. It's a great deal more than I do, or hope to do. There's another branch of public life for which I'm quite unfitted. I'd as soon be called on to choose a prime minister for the country, as I would a cook for a club. Of course you would, said Mr. Vavasor. There may be as many as a dozen cooks about London to be looked up, but there are never more than 2 possible prime ministers about. And as one of them must be going out when the other is coming in, I don't see that there can be any difficulty. Moreover, nowadays, people do their politics for themselves, but they expect to have their dinners cooked for them. The little dinner went on quietly and very easily. Mr. Vavasor found fault with nearly everything. But as, on this occasion, the meat and the drink, with the manner of the eating and drinking, did not constitute the difficulty, Alice was indifferent to her father's censures. The thing needed was that she and Mr. Gray should be able to sit together at the same table without apparent consciousness of their former ties. Alice felt that she was succeeding indifferently well while she was putting in little mock defences for the cook. And as for John Gray, he succeeded so well that his success almost made Alice angry with him. It required no effort with him at all to be successful in this matter. If he can forget all that has passed, so much the better, said Alice to herself when she got up into the drawing-room. Then she sat herself down on the sofa, and cried. Oh! What had she not lost? Had any woman ever been so mad, so reckless, so heartless as she had been? And she had done it, knowing that she loved him. She cried bitterly, and then went away to wash her eyes, that she might be ready to give him his coffee when he should come upstairs. She does not look well, said Gray as soon as she had left the room. Well, no, how can she look well after what she has gone through? I sometimes think, that of all the people I ever knew, she has been the most foolish. But, of course, it is not for me to say anything against my own child, and, of all people, not to you. Nothing that you could say against her would make any difference to me. I sometimes fancy that I know her better than you do. And you think that she'll still come round again? I cannot say that I think so. No one can venture to say whether or not such wounds as hers may be cured. There are hearts and bodies so organized, that in them severe wounds are incurable, whereas in others no injury seems to be fatal. But I can say that if she be not cured it shall not be from want of perseverance on my part. Upon my word, Gray, I don't know how to thank you enough. I don't, indeed. It doesn't seem to me to be a case for thanking. Of course it isn't. I know that well enough. And in the ordinary way of the world no father would think of thanking a man for wanting to marry his daughter. But things have come to such a pass with us, that, by George, I don't feel like any other father. I don't mind saying anything to you, you know. That claret isn't very good, but you might as well take another glass. Thank you, I will. I should have said that that was rather good wine, now. It's not just the thing. What's the use of my having good wine here, when nobody comes to drink it? But, as I was saying about Alice, of course I've felt all this thing very much. I feel as though I were responsible, and yet what could I do? She's her own mistress through it all. When she told me she was going to marry that horrible miscreant, my nephew, what could I do? That's over now, and we need not talk about it. It's very kind of you to say so, very. I believe she's a good girl. I do, indeed, in spite of it all. I've no doubt of her being what you call a good girl, none in the least. What she has done to me does not impair her goodness. I don't think you have ever understood how much all this has been a matter of conscience with her. Conscience, said the angry father. I hate such conscience. I like the conscience that makes a girl keep her word, and not bring disgrace upon those she belongs to. I shall not think that I am disgraced, said Gray, quietly, if she will come and be my wife. She has meant to do right, and has endeavored to take care of the happiness of other people rather than her own. She has taken very little care of mine, said Mr. Vavasor. I shall not be at all afraid to trust mine to her, if she will let me do so. But she has been wounded sorely, and it must take time. And, in the meantime, what are we to do when she tells us that Mr. George Vavasor wants another remittance? £2,000 a quarter comes heavy, you know. Let us hope that he has had enough. Enough. Did such a man ever have enough? Let us hope, then, that she thinks he has had enough. Come, may I go upstairs? Oh, yes. I'll follow you. She'll think that I mean something if I leave you together. From all this it will be seen that Alice's father and her lover still stood together on confidential terms. Not easily had Mr. Vavasor brought himself to speak of his daughter to John Gray, in such language as he had now used, but he had been forced by adverse circumstances to pass the Rubicon of parental delicacy. He had been driven to tell his wished-for son-in-law that he did wish to have him as a son-in-law. He had been compelled to lay aside those little airs of reserve with which a father generally speaks of his daughter, and now all was open between them. And you really start tomorrow? said Gray, as he stood close over Alice's work-table. Mr. Vavasor had followed him into the drawing-room, but had seated himself in an easy chair on the other side of the fire. There was no tone of whispering in Gray's voice, but yet he spoke in a manner which showed that he did not intend to be audible on the other side of the room. "I start for Westmoreland tomorrow. We do not leave London for the Continent till the latter end of next week. But you will not be here again." "No, I shall not come back to Queen Anne Street." "And you will be away for many months." Mr. Palliser talked of next Easter as the term of his return. He mentioned Easter to Lady Glencora. "I have not seen him myself since I agreed to go with him. What should you say if you met me somewhere in your travels?" He had now gently seated himself on the sofa beside her. Not so close to her as to give her just cause to move away, but yet so near as to make his conversation with her quite private. "I don't think that will be very likely," she replied, not knowing what to say. "I think it is very likely. For myself, I hate surprises. I could not bring myself to fall in upon your track unawares. I shall go abroad, but it will not be till the late autumn, when the summer heats are gone, and I shall endeavour to find you." "To find me, Mr. Gray." There was a quivering in her voice, as she spoke, which she could not prevent, though she would have given worlds to prevent it. "I do not think that will be quite fair. It will not be unfair, I think, if I give you notice of my approach. I will not fall upon you and your friends unawares. I was not thinking of them. They would be glad to know you, of course. And equally, of course. Or, rather, much more of course, you will not be glad to see me. That's what you mean." "I mean that we had better not meet more than we can help. I think differently, Alice, quite differently. The more we meet the better, that is what I think. But I will not stop to trouble you now. Good night." Then he got up and went away, and her father went with him. Mr. Vavasor, as he rose from his chair, declared that he would just walk through a couple of streets. But Alice knew that he was gone to his club.